This was the star path. They knew the consequences of activating the jump engines here. In the next moment, numerous communications flooded the flagship, all requesting to communicate with Marshal Barbaria. However, Barbaria and Barbaviro paid no attention to these calls, but remained focused on their final mission. Warning! Warning! 20% of warship jump engines damaged, causing paralysis in the warships. 80% of warship jump engines are overloaded. If not stopped immediately, disaster-level consequences are expected. The flagship's mainframe had started issuing warnings. 80%. That's enough. There are still over 1 trillion warships. Reject the shutdown request and continue. Proceed to forcibly open the jump channel. Command accepted. Continue activating jump engines. Warning. All warship jump engines are past overload threshold. Advised to stop immediately. Continue. Command accepted. Mission continues. Proceeding to forcibly open jump channel. Warning. Space anomalies detected. Is it starting? Marshal, it's an honor to serve under you. Utilizing the remaining time, Barbaviro paid respect to Barbaria with a military salute in the Barbaviro style. Viewing this scene, Barbaria intended to say something, but time was running out. The entire star path began to tremble, and the space within the channel started distorting abnormally. In the next moment, the outer wall of the star path's channel shattered like glass, disintegrating rapidly into countless particles expanding into the surrounding space. The Barbavi Empire's large army previously within the star path had vanished entirely, not leaving even a speck of dust. Whether they perished or faced a different fate, no one knew. End of this chapter. Chapter 258. Manifestation of After Effects inside the command center of the Mars War Star. Lin Fen was looking at the frontline images with some confusion. According to the pre-war intelligence, the Barbavi Empire should have at least 30 million warships passing through the star passage to launch an attack. However, in the past 3 minutes, no new warships had appeared at the exit of the star passage. Had the 30 million warships been completely wiped out? That's impossible, as we had only just destroyed 14 million of them. Once the 30 million warships entered the star passage, the only way out was through the exit on our side of the Shanghai Pass. So what could possibly be the problem? Commander-in-Chief, Minister Bai from the Research Department, is urgently trying to reach you. Put him through. It was quite surprising for Lin Fen to receive an urgent communication from Bai Zixuan during the heat of battle. Generally speaking, Bai Zixuan would not do this unless something serious had occurred. Bai Lao. You. Before Lin Fen could finish his greeting, Bai Zixuan immediately interrupted him. Stop wasting time. Quickly have someone check the entrance and exit of the star passage. Check the star passage. Could there be a problem with the star passage? Could it be related to the disappearance of the Barbavi Empire's 160 million warships? Stop dilly-dallying. Go now. Arrange for an unmanned reconnaissance ship to activate all detection devices and enter the star passage. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Seeing Bai Zixuan's anxious demeanor and considering his own speculations, Lin Fen became serious and immediately had Lian Zhu arrange for an unmanned reconnaissance ship to investigate. 10 minutes later, a small reconnaissance ship arrived at the front line. There were no longer any Barbavi Empire warships present, only endless wreckage. Soon, the reconnaissance ship reached the entrance of the star passage. The entrance of the star passage was normally invisible to the naked eye, with slight distortions and blurriness distinguishing it from other spaces. However, at present, these phenomena were completely absent. Are you sure this is the entrance to the star passage? Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the coordinates are correct. Indeed, the coordinates were correct. However, there was nothing resembling the entrance of the star passage here. It was just like any ordinary cosmic void. Bai Lao, what's going on here? Lin Fen was puzzled and had to turn to Bai Zixuan for answers. If he suddenly asked for an inspection of the star passage, then surely he had discovered something significant. If I'm not mistaken, someone has destroyed the star passage. Destroy? Can the star passage be destroyed? Lin Fen furrowed his brow, but Lian Shengchen interjected in disbelief. I don't know, but I did detect anomalies and a collapse of the star passage. Prior to its collapse, I detected a vast amount of unnatural energy sources numbering in the hundreds of billions. That's why I concluded that someone destroyed the star passage. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Destroy the star passage? Who could have done such a thing? This was the first time they had heard that the star passage could be destroyed. Although Lin Fan knew that the star passage was not a natural phenomenon, but artificially created, and hence could be destroyed, he had never imagined that someone within the galaxy, where civilizations only reached up to the mid-level 5th grade, could accomplish such a feat. At White Wall Pass between Shanghai Pass and Teller, the star passage had indeed disappeared. Wait, didn't Bai Lao just mention that he detected hundreds of billion abnormal energy sources within the star passage, while the remaining Babavi Empire warships inside were approximately 160 billion? Could it be that the desperate Babavi Empire did something irreversible? If so, does that mean the Babavi Empire knows how to destroy the star passage? It was terrifying to realize that even an old 4th grade civilization like theirs had some hidden cards to play. Bai Lao, will the destruction of the star passage have an impact on our space? It's not clear yet. Further research is needed to determine. Acknowledging Bai Lao's words, Lin Fan also nodded. He understood that such matters were not easily confirmed and hoped that his concerns were unnecessary. Lian Commander, I want you to lead 5 Federal Legions, 10 Angel Legions, and 50 affiliated Civilization Legions to Teller. Set up station at the original location of the Star Passage entrance and stay there for a while. We need to confirm whether the remaining 160 billion warships of the enemy are destroyed with the collapse of the Star Passage. Got it. I understand. 3 days later, Lian Xingchen led 65 legions comprising nearly 200 billion warships, preparing for departure. However, just as he was about to give the order to leap, he received an urgent command from Lin Fan. Immediately halt the leap, cancel all established operational plans, and connect to the virtual conference room for a meeting. This surprised Lian Xingchen. What could have gone wrong now? Without much time to ponder, he ordered his forces to stand by and connected to the virtual conference room. There were few people in the meeting room, with only Lin Fan and Bai Zixuan present. Lin Fan, what's the problem? Not sure yet. Let's see. Lin Fan waved his hand, and an image appeared in the meeting room. A dark void where 2 spacecraft were stationed. One was a research vessel from the research department, and the other was a Federal Tiger Whale-class battleship. Bai Zixuan was currently inside the research vessel, sharing the surrounding sound. Minister Bai, preparations are complete. We can begin the test. Good. Move the research vessel away from the test point to a safe distance. Understood. Several minutes later, the research vessel had moved 5 million kilometers away from the Tiger Whale-class battleship. Test initiated. Inputting designated coordinates for the test vessel. Coordinates locked in. Activating the jump engine of the test ship. Jump engine activated. Initiating jump sequence. Countdown started at 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Jump. Oh no. Severe engine malfunction during jump. Running in overload. Shut it down. No can do. Unable to shut down. Out of control. It's about to explode. Quick. Shut down all non-essential systems. Divert all energy to shield. Prepare for impact. The next moment, 5 million kilometers away, the space where the battleship was located began to distort and blur. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and the Tiger Whale-class battleship was folded and manipulated by the changing space, eventually no longer resembling a battleship. Although there was no explosion, the scene made everyone break into a cold sweat. Among them, Lian Xingchen experienced the most significant sweat as he had just passed through hell. End of chapter. Chapter 259. 0. Particle. Now Lian Xingchen already understood. It must be Bai Zixuan who discovered the problem, so Lin Fan immediately let himself stop the leap. If he had waited a few seconds longer, the 65 legions he led would have faced the same fate as this test ship. How terrible that would have been. Commander Lian, Senior Bai found the collapsed star path and leaked many unknown particles, which could have a negative impact on the leap behavior, so we arranged for an unmanned test ship to test it. Fortunately, Senior Bai discovered it in time, otherwise my life would have been in jeopardy. Lian Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Bai, any conclusions? Lin Fan asked Bai Zixuan. I am very certain that this substance does not belong in our space. It is an extraneous substance. Due to the intrusion of extraneous substances into our universe, it has caused some changes in the rules, much like getting sick from a bacterial infection. Now our universe is in a similar situation. Bai Zixuan spoke at length, looking visibly excited, as this discovery was truly astonishing for scientists. This is extraneous material. It should not belong in this universe. How could Bai Zixuan not be excited? Senior Bai, is there a solution? For Lin Fan, he was not excited at all. In fact, he was feeling overwhelmed. The star path was gone. The leap was not possible, and the superstar gate had exhausted all its energy from the previous battles, and it couldn't be used in the short term. And even if it could be used, Lin Fan dared not use it. Who knows if it will have unforeseen consequences like the leap. There is no need to find a solution. As I stated, it is like the body healing itself in a similar manner to life. Due to the intrusion of extraneous substances, this space is abnormal, and the universe will naturally eliminate these substances that do not belong to it, eventually completely eliminating these extraneous substances. By then all problems will be solved. Is it possible? In other words, our current universe is sick with a bacterial infection, and all we have to do is wait for it to heal itself. Bai Zixuan's exclamation left Lin Fan and Lian Xingchen bewildered. Senior Bai, what about the time? It's hard to say. It could be years, decades, or even tens of years. No, if it takes decades, the 30 million main forces of the Babawi Empire that we worked so hard to defeat could likely recover, or even increase to 300 million. Lin Fan immediately refuted, saying directly, it's important to note that the Federation is just an emerging civilization. Although its technology has developed rapidly, its weaknesses are also very apparent. The population is too small, and the foundation is insufficient. On the contrary, the Babawi Empire has a large population, and its foundation is definitely much stronger than that of the humans. Never mind a few decades, just over a decade, the all-out efforts of the Babawi Empire could possibly muster a fleet of 200 to 300 million warships, which is something the Federation cannot accept under any circumstances. Now, Lin Fan finally understood why the Babawi Empire, when faced with no hope, resorted to destroying the star path. They must have known early on what the consequences of destroying the star path would be, and deliberately did so to restrict us to this arm, giving themselves time to build up strength. Damn it, we absolutely cannot rely on this so-called self-healing of the universe. Well, if you don't want to wait, I already have some clues about these particles, but I need time to conduct further research to find a solution. Good. Senior Bai, go ahead and do what you need to do. We fully support you. Upon hearing Bai Zixuan's words, Lin Fan's eyes lit up and immediately spoke. All right, that's it. I won't bother you during this time. Saying that, Bai Zixuan cut off the virtual meeting system, exited the conference room, leaving behind Lin Fan and Lian Xingchen facing each other. Days passed swiftly. Now over a year has passed since the 30 million fleet was trapped at Chanhaiguan. Lin Fan had no way out and could only wait for Bai Zixuan's research results. However, Bai Zixuan had not shown his face for a whole year, reportedly engrossed in research in the lab, on the orbit of the Velas star, in a laboratory in the scientific research city. Bai Zixuan and a group of scientific experts stood in front of a strange device, with a crystal emitting an orange light, flickering intermittently. Beside the device was a virtual screen displaying a progress bar. Now at 99%. Bai Zixuan and the others stared fixedly at this progress bar creeping forward at an extremely slow pace. Finally, 10 minutes later, the progress bar reached the rightmost edge, the number above flickered and turned to 100%. Success! Someone shouted in the lab, followed by a moment of silence. Then a frenzy of cheers filled the entire laboratory. Half an hour later, after being notified by Bai Zixuan, Lin Fan and Lian Xingchen arrived at this closed laboratory. It had been shut for a whole year. When they entered the lab, the first thing they saw was a large group of scientists with long unkempt beards and messy hair. It looked like they had been working tirelessly for a year, without even finding the time to tidy up their appearance. Young man. Here? Yes, I'm here, Senior Bai. Come, I'll show you something good. Saying that, Bai Zixuan walked toward the depths of the laboratory, with Lin Fan and Lian Xingchen following closely. If this scene were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. Within the Federation, there was actually someone who could have both war gods following him like obedient children. Soon, the three arrived in front of the same device. The crystal in the device was no longer emitting light. Senior Bai, what is this? This is our future. The new generation of energy, zero-point particle energy, abbreviated as ZPP. Zero-point particle? Could this be the same as those extraneous particles? That's right. It is that thing. Did you see this crystal? Bai Zixuan nodded and then pointed to the crystal on the device and asked, "The crystal?" "Yes. This crystal is manufactured with special technology. It can completely cut off all connections between zero-point particles and the outside world. This means that once the particles are stored in this specially made crystal, they will not affect the universe, and similarly, the universe will not reject them." "I understand now, but what is the significance of doing this?" Lin Fan was puzzled. Why spend a year creating a container to store such a dangerous thing instead of trying to eliminate it? "You foolish man, these zero-point particles are good stuff. They contain enormous energy. Don't underestimate this small crystal. It stores a large amount of zero-point particles, and using it to energize things could power our super Stargate for a whole year." What? End of the chapter. Chapter 260. Can I beat you up? Right now Lin Fan was somewhat shocked at this moment. It must be noted that previously, it had taken the entire Federation several years to fill all the Leica crystals, and they had only supported the Super Stargate for 15 hours. And now, Bai Zixuan said that by using these special zero-point particles, such a small container could support the Super Stargate for a whole year. Lin Fan was very clear about the implications of this powerful new energy source. If this was true, then this star domain invaded by foreign matter would be like an oil field, waiting for humans to exploit it. However, this oil field had a limited exploitation time. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment was to collect zero-point particles as much as possible within the limited time frame to produce more ZPP. I have designed a specialized spaceship for mining and storing zero-point particles here. You need to arrange for production as soon as possible. No problem. Send me the design data, and I'll arrange it immediately. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and promptly assured. After making the assurance, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that he seemed to be too excited by this powerful new energy, forgetting even the main issue. By Lao, any progress on the issue of the current leap transition being unusable? Well, it's not difficult actually. There are 3 methods. Upon hearing Bai Zixuan's response, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. By Lao, tell me. The first method is simply to wait quietly. It will take several decades at most. By Lao, why don't you continue with the other 2 methods? Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen were full of anticipation, waiting for Bai Zixuan's solution, but they didn't expect the first method he mentioned was to do nothing. Just wait. This made both of them incredibly frustrated. Did they really need to be told to have some patience? Can you two boys have some patience? Bai Zixuan scolded them without patience. The second method is to produce a large number of zero-point particle collection chips to accelerate the self-healing speed of the universe. The more zero-point particles we collect, the faster the universe's self-healing speed will be. This was a feasible method. Although it wouldn't show immediate results, it could speed up the self-healing process of the universe and also allow the Federation to collect more zero-point particles, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the time that could be shortened was limited because zero-point particles had already spread over a range of more than 2,000 light-years, practically cutting off the Orion spur directly in half. And now, humans not only lost the ability to leap, but even the star paths between Taylor and Shanhaiguan were also gone. In other words, humanity was completely locked within Shanhaiguan and couldn't move forward. As for building zero-point particle collection ships, it was possible. However, the issue was that you couldn't simply collect them from over 1,000 light-years away. Without star paths and the ability to leap, it would take several years just to travel that distance. Therefore, currently, humans could only desperately collect zero-point particles near the Shanhaiguan region and couldn't venture too far. In such a situation, in terms of total quantity, the amount of zero-point particles that humans could reduce through extraction was actually quite limited. Speeding up the universe's self-healing by 1 year was already remarkable. By Lao, what about the third method? Lin Fan had no choice but to pin his hopes on Bai Zixuan's last solution. Well, as for the third method, why not just use the Super Stargate directly? After Bai Zixuan finished speaking, both Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen were stunned, their faces written with pure confusion. What did they just hear? Use the Super Stargate directly? Look at how Bai Zixuan's words made Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen sigh in frustration. No. By Lao, can the Super Stargate be used? Did I say it couldn't be used? Oh. Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen recalled and realized that Bai Zixian hadn't explicitly said they couldn't use it, only that it took 2 to 3 years to recharge the required Leica crystals to activate the Super Stargate, and that was only for the initial energy requirements. The subsequent maintenance required even more energy. At this moment, Lin Fan's gaze once again fell on the crystal on the peculiar device in front of him. Just now, didn't Bai Zixian say this crystal could sustain the Super Stargate for a whole year? So it seemed there shouldn't be a problem, right? But why did he feel like beating up Bai Zixian? Truly speaking, can I give you a thrashing? Isn't it difficult for you to test the Stargate unaffected by zero-point particles? And if the Stargate could be used, why did you bother pretending to propose 2 other solutions earlier? Wasn't that intentionally making us believe that the Stargate couldn't be used? Lin Fan glanced at Bai Zixian, noticing a teasing gaze in his eyes directed at him. Revenge. It was definitely revenge for the time when he held a small card and made jokes at Bai Zixian. Just wait. After defeating the Babavi Empire and the system stops pretending. HMPH. Lin Fan determined Bai Zixian's behavior, full of resentment in his heart. All right, please quickly install a new energy system for the Super Stargate. By law, no problem. It can be done in 3 days. All right, then I'll leave it to you. By law. At the same time, within the Silver Heart channel between the 4th and 1st spiral arms of the galaxy, a vast fleet was rapidly advancing towards the direction of the 1st spiral arm. This was the fleet of the Vila Alliance, which had been fighting within the Free League previously. But now, due to the rampant insect disaster, Verdo had no choice but to recall them all to the 1st spiral arm. Sith would not leave and fight the Free League alone since it didn't align with his interests, thus beginning the retreat journey. Speaking of the insect race, in the past year, they had been conquering everywhere, with the first victim being the Triangle Empire. Although Hasso had defeated an earlier insect attack, it was only a small part of the insect race, and not even 1% of their number. Half a year ago, the second wave of the insect race attack directly mobilized 3 trillion insects, including 500 billion jet insects. Hasso's large army couldn't even hold on for a day and got beaten down to just a few 100,000 remnants. The Emperor of the Triangle Empire and all the high-ranking officials also swiftly fled, seeking refuge in the Vila Federation. With the evacuation of the Triangle Empire, the insect race had no obstacles left at the end of the 1st spiral arm, sweeping through the entire area within just half a year. In this situation, even if Verdo was unwilling, he had to bring back the frontline fleets. After all, if their home was lost, it wouldn't matter if the frontline fleets annihilated the Free League. Nowadays, perhaps the person with the most complicated feelings in the galaxy was Moras. The Free League, which was already on the verge of collapse, had now been saved by a swarm of insects. Moras didn't know what expression he should wear now. End of this chapter. Chapter 261. The reunion of the 4 great civilizations at the 1st main spiral arm, at the border between the Middle and End. A major battle is taking place at this moment. The warring parties are, on one side, a coalition organized by the Vila Alliance, but due to the main forces of the Vila Alliance still on their way back to the 1st main spiral arm and Vilto's initial lack of attention, not all forces were gathered. Therefore, the coalition at this moment only has 10 billion warships. On the other side are the Insectos, who have occupied the entire end of the 1st main spiral arm, obtained numerous resources, and entered into berserk mode. Currently, the Insecto is on the battlefield number up to 10 trillion, with a full trillion of them being the spitting insects. Just a simple calculation reveals that each warship of the Vila Alliance needs to face 900 melee insects and 100 spitting insects. Such a huge numerical difference directly leads to the extremely difficult battle for the coalition forces. If it were just melee insects, no matter how many, the Vila Alliance would be able to handle them. However, that full trillion spitting insects have made the coalition forces somewhat desperate. The battle has been going on for 3 days now, and although the casualty ratio on both sides is as high as 1 to 600, the Vila Alliance is not at all happy about it. And as the consumption on both sides continues to escalate, the gap in forces becomes larger and larger. The initial 1 to 1000 force ratio has now become 1 to 1250, making the battle even more difficult for the Vila Alliance. At the same time, in a virtual conference room, 4 people are sitting, watching the real-time footage from the battlefield, And these four people are none other than the leaders of the four alliances. This is the first time the four of them have gathered since the Galaxy War began. Hiss, looking at the battlefield and the images, Sis, Moraz, and Hazen couldn't help but take a deep breath. These Insectoids are truly terrifying, overwhelming in numbers and individual combat strength, each one fearless of death. No wonder the rear positions of the Vila Alliance are in such a bad state. If this were to happen at their own alliance's spiral arm, the situation would likely be just as bad. Do you all understand now why I called for this meeting? Vilto said calmly, looking at the other three, as if the fierce battlefield scene didn't happen in the Vila Alliance territory. Vilto, speak up. What do you suggest? Hazen glanced at the impacted battlefield images and looked towards Vilto. To end this galaxy war, the four alliances must join forces to eliminate the Insectoids. After Vilto's words fell, the other three all had thoughts, and the entire virtual conference room fell into a brief silence. This galaxy war, though pushed forward mainly by Linz and Nansis, has its own strategic objectives and demands for each participating alliance. The interests involved are too vast, and no one can easily agree to a ceasefire. Although the midterm stage was indeed very favorable for Vila and Hio alliances, the appearance of the Insectoids on the first main spiral arm has completely changed the situation. It can even be said that if the Zola alliance manages to bog down the Hio alliance, and the Free alliance counterattacks, the Vila alliance would be under serious threat from both sides, with a high possibility of destruction. So, whether Hazen or Moraz, they are all contemplating whether to take advantage of this opportunity to turn the tide. As for Sis, he may be the one with the most complex thoughts among the four, with the largest demands for interests. Originally, according to his plan, Sis had an 80% certainty of ultimately unifying the entire galaxy, and he had reached the final stages of his plan. However, he never expected the emergence of the Insectoids, destroying all his plans. Compared to the other three, Sis is even more unwilling to accept this situation. Seeing the three lost in thought with no one responding, Vilto wasn't in a rush, and instead waved his hand. Another image appeared in the conference room, showing a planet full of life, but now it's lifeless, with no animals or plants in sight, just full of insect nests and some newly hatched larvae continuously howling. The scene changed to another lifeless planet filled with insect nests. The images kept changing, and in just 3 minutes, it had switched over 100 times. Vilto, what's the meaning of this? What does this mean? This is a scene of the end of the first main spiral arm now. Although the end is not as developed as the front and middle, it still has over 5 billion stars, millions of star systems, and tens of millions of inhabited planets. And there are nearly 1 billion modified life planets in the late period. And now, all these inhabited planets and modified life planets are shown in this scene. Do you understand what this means? I advise you to put away any thoughts of attacking my Vila alliance while the Insectoids cause chaos in the first main spiral arm. Otherwise, the entire galaxy will be destroyed by these insects. Upon hearing Vilto's words, the other three were shocked. At the end of the first main spiral arm, there are approximately 10 billion inhabited planets and modified life planets. And now, all these planets are occupied by the Insectoids, devouring all life on each planet and producing a large number of Insectoid warriors. So, what were the 10 trillion Insectoids that just fought the Vila alliance? Just a small squad of the Insectoids. If the Insectoids that only occupied the end of the first main spiral arm could develop into this scale in just a few years, what if they were to occupy the entire first main spiral arm in a few more years? Who in this galaxy could withstand that? At that time, as Vilto said, the entire galaxy would truly be destroyed by these Insectoids. The Insectoids' ability to expand as a race poses an immense threat that must be eradicated immediately. At this moment, the three had made up their minds. In the face of the threat posed by the Insectoids, all their interests could be temporarily set aside. After all, if the entire galaxy were to be lost, I agree. The three almost simultaneously spoke in agreement. Vilto breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their replies. Although he seemed calm just now, he was actually quite anxious, fearing that these three might not be willing to let go of their individual interests and do something foolish. Well, since that's settled, let me share my thoughts. Vilto nodded towards the three. We need to organize the largest joint fleet in the history of the galaxy, measured in trillions. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 to the attack of the Federation measured in zettabytes. Verto, are you crazy? Even if we bring out all our warships now, it's impossible to reach that number. As Verto's words fell, Moros looked at him with an incredulous expression and exclaimed loudly. The other two also looked over in surprise, finding Verto's statement a bit too unrealistic. Moros, your thinking is limited by the battles between our four major alliances, huh? Moros was puzzled. What did Verto mean by that? I'm asking you, why don't the battles between our four major alliances involve the third-tier affiliated civilizations? Do we even need to ask? In battles of our level, third-tier civilizations are not even considered cannon fodder. They pose no threat to fourth-tier civilizations, let alone to our four major fifth-tier civilizations. After saying this, Moros also began to realize the reason why third-tier civilizations are not involved in the galactic war between the four major alliances is because the warships of both sides are fourth-tier civilizations, far surpassing third-tier civilizations in terms of weapons power and range. In particular, fourth-tier civilization warships have energy shields, while third-tier civilizations do not. This alone renders third-tier civilizations completely powerless. However, the Zerg are different. They lack energy shields, and third-tier civilizations' warships can inflict significant damage on them. Therefore, it is entirely feasible to involve all third-tier civilizations in battle against the Zerg. In this case, not just a zettabyte amount of warships, but even 100 zettabytes could be possible. Moros, Sis, and Hyzen all came to the same realization, understanding Verto's intention. This was indeed a good idea, allowing these third-tier civilizations to become the main force in the battle, with the Alliance fleet supervising and providing support from behind. Even if all the fleets of third-tier civilizations were annihilated, the four of them would not feel an ounce of regret. Then there is only one question left. Third-tier civilizations' warships lack leap technology, so how can they be brought to the battlefield in the first spiral arm? Hyzen suddenly thought of a crucial question and spoke directly. If this issue is not resolved, everything else would be empty talk. It's not like they could wait for hundreds or even thousands of years. It might sound exaggerated, but without leap technology, relying solely on star routes will indeed require such time, with some distant third-tier civilizations possibly needing thousands of years. Such a long period of time, not to mention humans, even warships would reach their decommissioning deadline, let alone participation in the battle. It's simple. The member nations of each alliance are responsible for transporting the warships of third-tier civilizations to the front line, Verto said lightly, tapping on the table. Jokingly, could I have overlooked such an obvious issue? Whether it is a fourth-tier or fifth-tier civilization, they both have a large number of heavy transport ships. After all, if a third-tier civilization purchased a large number of warships from a fourth-tier civilization without leap engines installed, do you really intend to spend hundreds or thousands of years delivering them to the customer's hands? Obviously, that is not possible. Thus, heavy transport ships were created, designed for the sole purpose of transporting warships. Usually, a heavy transport ship can carry hundreds of standard battleships at once. In addition to heavy transport ships, each of the four major fifth-tier civilizations also has a large number of war stars, each with its own hangar and warship docking bay. Some larger war stars can carry over 100,000 warships, capable of undertaking the task of transporting warships. Of course, it's impossible to transport all warships of third-tier civilizations to the front line at once, even if all four major alliances of fourth and fifth-tier civilizations join forces. It's still not possible without that kind of capacity. However, it is doable to transport hundreds of billions of warships per round. During battles of this scale, it is a long-term slow-consuming process, lasting several decades or even centuries. So each time transporting billions of warships is sufficient. Even if issues arise, there are still hundreds of billions of fourth and fifth-tier warships from the four major alliances to support, right? This plan is feasible. I think it can work too. Let's go with this decision. After considering for a moment, Sis and Hyzen also believed that this plan was excellent. The main reason they found it favorable was that under this arrangement, the main casualties could be shifted to those third-tier civilizations. All right, since you all have no objections, then it's settled. 3 months later, Orion Spur Arm, Shanhaiguan, a combined fleet of over 30 million warships, was ready, arranged neatly in massive formations in front of the Super Stargate, awaiting the command to depart. In fact, 3 months earlier, The Super Stargate had already completed the energy system replacement and was prepared to be activated. The primary reason for the 3-month delay in the invasion was that White Zixuan had developed a massively powerful weapon using zero-point particles. It was more accurate to call it a simulation apparatus rather than a weapon, a simulation of the spatial collapse phenomenon that occurred during the LEAP testing at Shanhaiguan. Strictly speaking, it could be considered a form of spatial attack, only very primitive in nature. How primitive was it? In fact, White Zixuan did not even test-fire this weapon from scratch. Rather, he created a large container, embedding 10 LEAP engines and a crystal container storing a substantial amount of zero-point particles within. Upon activation, the crystal container would release the zero-point particles entirely, following which the 10 LEAP engines would simultaneously start. Since this was initiated in a high-density zero-point particle environment, even denser than the environment during the LEAP test over a year ago, it would cause critical malfunction of the LEAP engines, leading to overload and forcibly opening a LEAP channel. Once this step was reached, contact between the zero-point particles and the LEAP channel will immediately trigger a catastrophic large-scale space collapse. So, White Zixuan merely imitated the LEAP test process without entirely designing a weapon. He didn't even completely understand why the contact of zero-point particles at the LEAP channel could cause a spatial collapse. But it didn't matter that he didn't understand. As long as he knew it would cause such a result, just consider it a spatial-type bomb. Commander, the Super Stargate is ready. On board the Uranos, Lianzu came to report to Lin Fan. Activate immediately. Yes. End of this chapter. Chapter 263. What is this exactly? 97 years of the Federation in the Milky Way, on the Orion Spur, the capital circle of the Barbavari Empire. It's been over a year and 3 months since the Empire issued the mobilization order after Barbary signed the Imperial Decree. At this moment, it is no longer as bustling as usual here, no longer seeing the bustling merchant fleets coming and going, replaced by warships everywhere. The entire capital circle is filled with a solemn atmosphere. In just over a year's time, with the Empire in full gear, they produced 12 million main battleships, while an additional 15 million warships were drawn from various bases. And that's not all. Under Barbiton's orders, within the Empire, a total of 50 million various types of spacecraft were conscripted, including merchant ships, transport ships, and passenger ships. But now, they all bear one name: fire support ships. This is Barbiton's solution under unavoidable circumstances, conscripting all medium-sized and above spacecraft with modification potential within the Empire and directly subjecting them to rough and simple modifications. What does rough and simple modification entail? For spacecraft with a hull thickness of over 5 meters, battleship main guns were installed, while for ships between 3 meters and 5 meters, battleship secondary guns were fitted. As for spacecraft below 3 meters, their small bodies couldn't withstand battleship cannons and had no modification potential at all. And so, within just a year, the Barbavari Empire completed the modification process for these fire support ships. However, even the initiator of this plan, Barbaton, couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he looked upon the fleet of 50 million fire support ships arrayed within the capital circle. It was truly bizarre. The fleet comprised all manner of spacecraft of varying sizes and styles, with thousands of types present. Frankly speaking, were it not for necessity, Barbaton would have never wanted to introduce such a bizarre element. Although the name sounded impressive, fire support ship, in reality, it was just a form of armed merchant ship, albeit not a professional one. Nevertheless, with 27 million main battleships and 50 million fire support ships in his hands, Barbaton could heave a slight sigh of relief. He believed that although these forces were not yet capable of defeating and exterminating the mysterious opponent, they should be sufficient for self-defense, at least for the time being. Moreover, the Star Path destruction operation that he personally led for over a year had been quite successful after various validations, meaning their adversary likely couldn't approach the main arm within a short time. Unless risking a complete annihilation, the opponent had to detour through the external voice sectors to advance, a move deemed impossible. Not even a 5th-level civilization would dare venture into the voice sector. That was also why when civilizations from the main arms had to traverse to other arms, they couldn't directly cross, but had to pass through the Silver Path first. In the Milky Way, all stars were concentrated in the 4 main arms and a few spur arms, occupying only a small fraction of the galaxy, with the rest being starless, dark void regions. Inside the void region, space was extremely unstable, rendering leap flight impossible. If one insisted on leap flight, it all came down to luck. With good fortune, a safe arrival was possible, albeit with a mere 0.1% probability. Therefore, under a 5th-level peak civilization, no civilization dared span the void sector directly. Only a 5th-level peak civilization could utilize spatial transfer technology to cross this region. However, as recorded in the history of the Milky Way, the strongest civilization encountered was only a 5th-level mid-civilization. Consequently, nobody in the galaxy knew what technologies the 5th-level late and peak civilizations possessed, except for Lin Fan. Hence, Barbaton was quite confident regarding this aspect, even somewhat eager for the opponent to test their luck in the void sector. Unbeknownst to him, spatial transfer technology had already been researched and developed by the Federation in advance. With this technology, one could bypass the void zone without detouring and seamlessly pass through the current abnormal sector left by the destruction of the star path, saturated with zero-point particles. Just then, in a void space within the capital circle, the space suddenly began to blur, forming a circular area approximately 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Due to the Barbavari Empire lacking any spatial channel detection technology, this anomaly went unnoticed by anyone. It wasn't until 5 objects flew out from this anomalous space that anyone took notice. These 5 objects weren't large, only about the size of a shuttle, with only 2 noticeable engines at the rear and resembling a cylindrical civilian spacecraft in appearance. Upon exiting the spatial channel, they activated their engines and slowly flew towards the direction where the Barbavari Empire fleet was stationed in the capital circle. Although the Barbavari Empire lacked the technology to detect spatial channels, under the vast and tight surveillance network of their capital circle, the 5 strange flying objects were immediately discovered. The Barbavari Empire was currently under Level 1 alert status, and the arrival of these 5 mysterious aircraft immediately prompted alarms to blare in the Fortress Command Center. "What's the situation?" Barbaton swiftly entered the command center with his adjutant and inquired loudly. "Marshal Barbaton, we've just detected 5 unidentifying objects that suddenly appeared within the capital circle, and no leap flight phenomenon was detected," the reconnaissance officer reported while opening an image which displayed one of the 5 unidentified objects. Barbaton frowned as he gazed at the image of the unidentified object. "What is this thing?" "A civilian spacecraft." But the reconnaissance officer had affirmed that the other party appeared suddenly without any leap flight detection. Moreover, the star path was impossible, as it was tightly guarded by the Imperial fleet, making it impossible for anyone to sneak in unnoticed. Then how did the other party arrive? "Have we attempted to contact the other party?" "Yes, Marshal Barbaton. We've been trying to communicate, but there has been no response at all." "Can we scan the results of the other party?" "Yes. We're in the process and should have results soon." A few seconds later, the scanning results appeared, causing Barbaton to furrow his brows even deeper. What on earth is this thing? According to the scan results, this thing's structure was simpler than that of a civilian spacecraft by countless folds. It had no weapons, just 2 sets of engines and an energy reactor, constructed from ordinary materials, with no hazardous substances detected by the fleet. What was even more strange was that according to the scan, 70% of this unusual ship was occupied by leap flight engines. And more astonishingly, there were 10 leap flight engines installed in this odd spacecraft. What in the world is this? End of chapter. Chapter 264. The initial display of the earthquake bomb in the Milky Way galaxy. The Orion Arm, Shanhaiguan. Inside the bridge of the Uranus, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen were looking at various data transmitted back from the capital circle of the Barbavi Empire. It looks like the Barbavi Empire is also a bit surprised. They have scanned back and forth dozens of times. Hehe, isn't this just perfect? Anyway, they can't scan out any dangerous materials. Scanning a few more times, while they are at ease, will also facilitate our actions. Lin Fan responded with a smile. Commander-in-Chief, estimated to arrive at the designated coordinates in 3 minutes. Good. Has the strike effectiveness been calculated by the staff? After hearing Liang Zu's report, Lin Fan also turned to ask. Yes. It was just calculated. Estimated strike effectiveness is between 35 to 40 million. Very good. As soon as all 5 packages are delivered to the designated coordinates, start immediately. Understood. Over 10,000 kilometers away, inside the capital circle of the Barbavi Empire, at the Imperial Star Orbital Fortress, Barbatena looked at the results of the multiple scans with a sense of foreboding, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After all, according to the scans, apart from the 10 hyperdrive Vengeance on these 5 strange spacecraft, there was nothing that could be considered high-tech, not even the outer shell of their spaceship, which was only of a level 3 civilization, with a thickness of about 1 meter, simply not as good as the civilian ships in their own empire. Has there been any response from the other side? No. Wait, did he overlook a key point? Barbatena suddenly thought about this, then quickly realized, what did he miss? Quick, immediately scan for life reactions inside the unidentified spacecraft. This was the point that everyone had overlooked, too busy confirming whether these 5 strange spacecraft posed a threat, without scanning if there were people on board. How many people? After all, the outer shell of this spacecraft had no technological capabilities, any skin could easily penetrate it, and scanning for life reactions was equally simple. 1 minute later, the life reaction scan was completed, and the assistant officer, after looking at the results, furrowed his brow slightly. Marshal Barbatena, according to our scan, there is no life reaction inside these 5 unidentified spacecraft. They are completely unmanned spacecraft. Unmanned spacecraft. Upon hearing this conclusion, Barbatena's sense of crisis suddenly became even stronger. Spaceships with hyperdrive Vengeance, whose outer shell was not even comparable to a level 3 civilization warship. Was this normal? Each ship was equipped with a total of 10 hyperdrive engines. Was this normal? Without passing through hyperdrive, or the Star Road, to suddenly appear in the heart of the Empire. Was this normal? In an instant, dozens of abnormalities flashed in Barbatena's mind. What if the technological level of the other side was much higher than theirs? Barbatena didn't know why, but this thought suddenly occurred to him. Yes, if the technological level of the other side was far higher than the Empire's, what would happen? Perhaps the other side may have means unknown to them, only appearing harmless and rudimentary on the surface. Moreover, through the surveillance network of the capital circle, it was obvious that these 5 ships were all heading towards the 5 largest warship deployment points in the current capital circle. Could it be? No good. Quick, immediately order the nearest warship to those 5 unidentified spacecraft, intercept and destroy them. Yes, Marshal Barbatena. At the same time, at the other end of the spatial channel, inside the Uranus, Lin Fan, it seems the other side seemed to have found out something. The warships are coming. Looking at the information sent back, Lian Xingchen said to Lin Fan, it looks like the commander on the other side is not someone to be taken lightly, but it's already too late. Lin Fan glanced at the countdown timer and said, at this moment, there were only 7 seconds left on the countdown timer. The packages have been delivered. Commander-in-Chief. Very good. Start the activation procedure immediately. Understood. 0-point bomb named by Beizi Zhuan started activation. Release 0-point particles. 0-point particles have been released. Hyperdrive Vengeance starting activation. Hyperdrive Vengeance activation completed. Malfunction detected in all Hyperdrive Vengeance entering overload operation phase. Initiating forced opening of Hyperdrive portal. At the same time, in the capital circle of the Barbavi Empire, Marshal Barbatena, an identified craft to showing anomalies, detected that Hyperdrive Vengeance are starting up. Just one? Or all of them? All of them. According to our detection, all 10 Hyperdrive Vengeance inside their spacecraft have been activated at the same time, and the other 4 unidentified spacecraft are also doing the same operation. What on earth were they doing? Barbatena couldn't understand at all. What was the meaning of such an operation? However, as the situation developed, Barbatena's sense of crisis became even stronger, almost the most intense he had ever experienced in his life. Whatever they were up to, destroy them at all costs. Has the intercepting warship entered firing range? It has entered. In order to ensure a hit, the warship is rapidly closing in. Order the main cannons to fire immediately and destroy them. There's no time to wait. Barbatena shouted loudly. Yes, Marshal Barbatena. Immediately, this order was transmitted to the 5 intercepting fleets, and all warships began to faithfully execute the order, aiming at the unidentified spacecraft 3 million kilometers away, and began targeting for precise shooting. However, it was all too late. Each of the unidentified spacecraft forcibly opened hyperdrive portals simultaneously, causing all 5 sectors with a diameter of 30 million kilometers to start vibrating. What followed was even more shocking to all Barbavi people. Every abnormal space began constantly distorting, warping, and accompanied by continuous flashes of spatial fissures. Inside these abnormal areas with a diameter of 30 million kilometers, included more than half of the Barbavi Empire's warships, all of which were now in trouble. Either the spaceships themselves were undergoing continuous distortion and deformation along with the spatial distortion, or they were directly swallowed by the suddenly appearing spatial fissures. In a blink of an eye, the number of destroyed warships had already reached over 20 million, and judging by the situation, there were another 20 million warships within the affected range, likely unable to be saved. Barbatana had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, and when he realized that all of this was caused by those 5 unidentified spacecraft just now, he was completely dumbfounded. Which advanced civilization is attacking us after all? End of this chapter. Chapter 265, The Seed Plan. At this moment, in the capital circle of the Baba Empire, it appeared like a doomsday scene, not within a planet, but in the vastness of space. Cracks in space, appearing and disappearing like thunder, continuously crisscrossed. As the space fissures tore at the void, the entire space twisted back and forth. Anything within the space distorted along with it, but there was a difference. While space gradually repaired itself after distortion, other things twisted along with space, like battleships, would not recover. Some battleships had experienced dozens of space distortions in a short time, turning into a mass of scrap metal, or their original form could no longer be seen. After half an hour of turmoil, it finally came to a halt, but the leader Babatana was not feeling relieved. The 50 million firepower support vessels had lost 38 million, leaving only 12 million. The 27 million main battleships had been devastated by 11 million, with only 16 million remaining. The 77 million army at Babatana had spent a year and 3 months building had been decimated by 49 million in just half an hour, a terrifying outcome. What worried Babatana even more was who launched the attack just now. As far as he knew, even the 4 major level 5 civilizations of the galaxy did not possess such a terrifying means of attack. However, what he did not realize was that he played a significant role in the creation of this weapon. If it weren't for him destroying the path of the stars, how would humanity have discovered zero-point particles and created zero-point particle energy and bombs? It was too dangerous. The Emperor must immediately execute the seed plan. Connect me to Emperor Babalea's communication. Quickly. Yes. At the same time, outside the perimeter of 10,000 light-years, at Shanhaiguan, Hiss, everyone on the bridge of the Uranus-class ship recoiled in horror at the power of the zero-point bomb. This was because Bazixuan did not fully understand the principles. He directly employed the same leap test method as before, generating the destructive effect. If one day Bazixuan mastered the technology, could he create truly convenient and powerful zero-point bombs? Lin Feng eagerly anticipated that date. If humanity could fully control such a devastating weapon, they would have the confidence to face the 4 major level 5 civilizations. The zero-point bombs currently used were merely crude. Especially, their delivery method was absurd, an initial surprise tactic that could be countered easily upon second use. Commander Leon, shall we proceed according to the planned schedule? Yes. Let's head out. After saluting, Leon Shinken's virtual image vanished from the bridge of Uranus-class. He needed to return to his war god ship to command and execute the part of the operation assigned to him. Execute the first phase of the operation. Begin deploying decoy ships. Yes, General. Soon, 10 ships flew out from the Federal Fleet, identical in appearance to the zero-point bombs, even in internal structure. The only difference was that these ships did not contain zero-point particle modules. Without hesitation, the 10 ships plunged into the Super Stargate. Meanwhile, in the Baba Empire's capital circle, although this place was indeed in the Baba Empire's capital circle, all the top Empire officials, including Emperor Babalea, had left a year ago. This was also part of Babatana's many plans, known as the Seed Plan. When Babatana could no longer control the situation, he would notify Emperor Babalea to initiate the Seed Plan. When the Seed Plan was initiated, which had already been carried out, Emperor Babalea, who had moved to Ursus earlier, would lead all the Empire's top officials and 500 billion Babawians to the First Great Arm. These 500 billion people were carefully selected, all elites in various fields. After all, the entire Baba Empire's population had long exceeded 100 trillion. It was unrealistic to bring all of them to 500 billion. Population was already the limit for the current Baba Empire's mass migration. Upon reaching the landing point in the first Great Arm, Emperor Babalea had already consulted with Vertho. Although Vertho was surprised when he heard that the Baba Empire had been completely defeated at the Hunter's Arm without any resistance, he didn't have the interest to send a fleet to assist the Baba Empire. The current situation was complicated enough for him to handle. There was no way he could dispatch a fleet to help the Baba Empire. However, Vertho did not cut off all ties. Firstly, if he completely ignored the Baba Empire, other members of the alliance would grow suspicious. If you abandon the Baba Empire today, would you do the same to us tomorrow? Secondly, regardless, the Baba Empire was still a level for civilization. Previously, during the attack on the Vila Alliance by the Zoro Alliance, to level for civilizations located near the heart of the galaxy or destroy. Now, those areas were vacant. Letting the Baba Empire develop there wasn't impossible. Adler's, even if it was a small share, it was still meat. Who made the Vila Alliance extremely vulnerable now? On the Hunter's Arm, there was a wormhole leading to the heart and exit in the middle of the first Great Arm and the second Great Arm. This was the only route for the Hunter's Arm to the Great Arm. And the entrance to that wormhole was at Ursus, which was why Emperor Babalea had early switched with all Seed Plan personnel to Ursus. After ending the communication with Emperor Babalea, Babatano, looking complex, gazed out through the porthole. Marshal Babatana, an identified target 10 detected again. Based on its appearance, it's the same unknown ship we've seen before. Currently scanning its structure. Scan complete, structure consistent with the previous 5 unidentified ships. What? Startled by the report from his deputy, Abatana was shocked. Here again? When will this end? Deputy, how far are we from them now? 18 million kilometers, Marshal Babatana. According to the previous incident, their attack range is 30 million kilometers, which means they must not be allowed to approach within 15 million kilometers. Order all warships to retreat and maintain a distance of at least 16 million kilometers from them. Organize 10 commando teams, with 10 ships each, immediately advance to intercept and destroy them. After contemplating for a moment, Babatana gave the command. Yes, Marshal Babatana. End of this chapter. Chapter 266. Lin Fan arrived at the capital of the Barber-Vet Empire at this moment, presenting a strange scene. Nearly 30 million battleships were constantly retreating in the presence of 10 unarmed spacecraft, as if those 10 spacecraft were Grim Reapers. Has the Suicide Squad been dispatched? Just dispatched, they can reach the interception position in about 7 minutes. General Babatana. The adjutant nodded and replied to Babatana. Okay. Main fleet continue to retreat. Maintain position with the enemy. Yes. 100 battleships, divided into 10 squads, emerge from the massive fleet of the Barber-Vet Empire and dash towards the 10 spacecraft at full speed. Meanwhile, at the bridge of the Ulanos ship in front of the Super Stargate at the other end of the space channel, Commander-in-Chief, the enemy is indeed as we expected, moving away from the exit of the space channel. Could order the entire fleet to enter the second phase immediately. According to the battle plan, enter the Super Stargate one after another. Understood. After the command was conveyed, all fleets within the Shanhaiguan began to act. Speaking of the Super Stargate, unlike the Star Path, which can only accommodate a few thousand battleships each time, it has a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, much larger than the Star Path. And crucially, at the other end of the space gate, there were no defending troops at all, as the entire fleet of the Barber-Vet Empire had been scared off by the 10 spacecraft disguised as zero-point bombs before. In other words, Lin Fan's fleet could pass through the Super Stargate in a hyper-tight formation without worrying about being ambushed after exiting the space channel. Under these circumstances, his fleet could even pass through a whole wave of up to 100,000 battleships. Time flew by rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 minutes had passed. The 10 suicide squads dispatched by Babatana had now approached within 3 million kilometers of their respective targets. General Babatana, the suicide squads are all in position. We can begin interception. Order them to destroy the target immediately. Yes, for the 10 ordinary and seemingly non-functional spacecraft, the 10 suicide squads very easily and precisely destroyed them from a distance of 3 million kilometers, as if shooting at targets, with no difficulty at all. General Babatana, The Suicide Squad reports that all targets have been destroyed. Well done. At this point, Babatena finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could relax further, the real crisis began to loom. General Babatena, large numbers of battleships have been detected suddenly appearing in the capital area, their positions matching those of the previous two batches of spacecraft. It seems they have arrived after all, Babatena muttered to himself. They had already carried out 2 waves of initial attacks, and Babatena didn't believe the enemy would end it there. After all, these 2 waves of attacks were, in Babatena's eyes, just clearing maneuvers before the attack. Based on this judgment, it was easy to infer that the enemy's subsequent attack would come quickly, most likely a large-scale fleet invasion. Can we observe the enemy battleships? Babatena was quite curious about the identity of the enemy at this point. The fact that they could sneak into the heart of the Empire without passing through the Star Path or Leap probably meant they were not an ordinary 4th-level civilization. Perhaps not even a normal 5th-level civilization. Yes, the adjutant replied and started the operation. In a short time, the images of the battleships could be seen from over 20 million kilometers away. However, Babatena was stunned when he saw the battleships in the images. Were these not the mysterious civilization that had previously annihilated the Empire's 30 million battleships in Virlis? How could this civilization be here? And this civilization was supposed to be a 4th-level civilization, right? But the tactics and capabilities they were displaying now were definitely not those of a 4th-level civilization. Even the 4 major 5th-level civilizations in the galaxy did not possess such capabilities. Just as Babatena was puzzled, the target positions were once again inundated with 100,000 battleships, causing Babatena's brows to furrow even more deeply. Was this some kind of new super lightning speed travel method? No, they couldn't allow them to continue to gather like this. Order the fleet to turn immediately, surround the enemy's landing point. Yes, General Babatena. Although Babatena's reaction was not slow, the entire fleet had retreated considerably in order to evade the 10 disguised ships from the second wave just now. At this moment, the entire fleet was as far as 27 million kilometers from the exit of the space channel. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's fleet was rapidly assembling at a rate of 10,000 battleships every 20 seconds. At this speed, an average legion could arrive every minute. Consequently, Babatena's frustration increased as 12 million battleships in the fleet were lagging behind. Yes, that's right, lagging behind were the so-called fire support vessels that had been converted. After all, they were urgently converted from ordinary civilian spacecraft and did not have the powerful engines found on battleships. Their speeds ranged from 15,000 to 20,000 kilometers per second depending on the type of spacecraft, and they had to travel at around 15,000 kilometers per second to maintain formation. The battle cruisers of the Barbarvet Empire could reach speeds of up to 60,000 kilometers per second. Given this speed difference, it was no surprise that the 12 million battleships fell behind. Hence, only 16 million of the Barbarvet Empire's standard battleships could arrive and engage in attack the quickest. For Babatena, it was a race against time. He had to suppress the enemy before they gathered enough numbers. Otherwise, the battle would become dangerous, as the enemy had many more battleships, with a distance of 27 million kilometers to cover. Taking into account the time consumed by the fleet turning and accelerating, Babatena's 16 million battleships needed at least 10 minutes to reach the attack position. But during this time, Lin Fan's fleet would have already assembled 12 legions, over 3 million battleships. For Lin Fan, having 3 million battleships was more than enough for him to unleash his tower. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's flagship, the Ulanos, passed through the Super Stargate and arrived at the capital of the Barbarvet Empire. At this moment, 12 legions had gathered there, consisting of over 3 million battleships, with 5 legions from the Human Federation and 9 from the Yao Federation. It's been a while since I've commanded on the front lines. After looking at the tactical image, Lin Fan sighed. Commander-in-Chief, as per your request, the current 3.3 million battleships have been reorganized into 330 fleets, and the tactical image will be numbered from 1 to 330 directly. Very well, let's get started. Order all fleets to advance and meet them head-on. Understood. End of this chapter. Chapter 267. The strange battlefield near the exit of the spatial channel in the capital circle of the Baba Empire. Two massive fleets are approaching each other. Although both fleets are formidable, it is clear that one is significantly larger, with 16 million warships compared to the other side's 3.3 million, almost 5 times as many. However, the fleet with fewer warships shows no signs of panic or fear, boldly advancing towards the enemy without hesitation. As the two sides approach within 4 million kilometers, they engage in artillery fire as agreed upon. At this distance, both sides struggle to achieve significant hits, with dismal accuracy rates. Typically, in battles between fleets of fourth-grade civilizations, casualties escalate exponentially once they come within 3 million kilometers of each other. As the intensity of the firefight increases, the distance between the two sides steadily shrinks, quickly entering the range of 3 million kilometers. Suddenly, the Federal fleet makes a puzzling move that leaves the Baba Empire perplexed. Their formation disperses completely, with large gaps between ships. As a result, both fleets appear equally massive, but the Baba Empire's formation is tightly packed, in contrast to the Federal fleet's loose arrangement. Normally, in artillery battles, fleets are more effective when concentrated, relying on a dense firepower network to compensate for low hit rates. The Baba Empire's commander struggles to understand the opponent's intentions. Could they be aiming to evade enemy fire efficiently by adopting a loose formation, delaying enough time to regroup their main fleet? More than likely, using a sparse formation to buy time for their main fleet while sacrificing a smaller portion of their warships seems to be their tactic. After pondering this, the Baba Empire Marshal immediately deduces Lin Fan's intentions and becomes more convinced that his assumptions are correct. The Baba Empire Marshal realizes that the enemy's strategy might be to avoid heavy losses in the artillery battle, close the distance, and engage in close combat, which plays to their strengths. Don't worry about the changes in the enemy's formation. Continue advancing. Yes, Grand Marshal Baba. Before long, the distance between the two sides is close to nearly 1 million kilometers, which for interstellar fleets is considered close combat, although not yet at the level of melee combat. Clearly, the artillery fire between them becomes more precise, with higher hit rates. However, the Baba Empire Marshal's expression begins to darken. Grand Marshal Baba, what's wrong? The deputy is puzzled since everything seems to be going well according to the data. The hit rate has reached the expected level, and their fleet vastly outnumbers the enemy's. However, the Baba Empire Marshal's grim expression puzzles the deputy. Something seems off. Can't you see what's wrong? The Marshal retorts, staring at his deputy with frustration. Confused, the deputy looks again at the data on the command terminal. The total number of enemy warships is shown as 3,297,815. Wait, wasn't it 3.3 million before the battle? Does that mean they've only destroyed 2,175 enemy warships? How is it possible when their hit rate is high, and their fleet is 5 times larger? The deputy is bewildered, especially considering their own losses amount to 12,000 warships so far. Are they missing something here? Shouldn't the casualties be more evenly matched between the two sides? Grand Marshal Baba, what's going on? I can only say that the enemy commander is a complete and utter genius. Meanwhile, aboard the Urano flagship of the Federal Fleet, Lin Fan issues rapid-fire commands, directing different fleet groups in a coordinated attack strategy. There is a precision in their movements that seems calculated and strategic. The battle unfolds with unexpected maneuvers and precise strikes, showcasing the fierce tactics employed by both sides in this intense conflict. Chapter 268, Decisive Battle to Determine the Outcome Part 1. The battlefield was extremely strange. Even though one side had significantly more ships than the other, and the difference in combat capability between the two sides was not too great, at least not across generations, the side with more ships had losses that were a full 6 times greater than the other side. Within the flagship of the Empire of Babawi, Babatana's deputy officer stared at the tactical images, feeling somewhat stunned. Finally, he understood the words of the Grand Marshal. The enemy's commander is a monster. What was even more terrifying was that upon closer observation, it was apparent that the enemy hadn't dispersed their fleet. Instead, they had split their entire fleet into 330 smaller fleets. The enemy commander directly controlled these 330 fleets as if they were his own limbs. The deputy officer questioned himself. With his abilities, he could probably only command 3 fleets simultaneously at most, and there would likely be some confusion even then. Even the Grand Marshal of their own side probably couldn't command more than 10 fleets at once. So, For the enemy commander to command 330 fleets simultaneously to this level, if he wasn't a monster, then what could he be? The battle had been ongoing for a full 20 minutes, during which Babatana had tried several methods to counter, but all ultimately failed. The current losses were greater than before, reaching a ratio of 8-1. In these 20 minutes, the Empire of Babawi had lost 1.2 million ships, while the enemy had only lost 150,000. While 1.2 million ship losses for Babatana's fleet were crippling, being firmly trapped in place, while the enemy's fleet, millions of kilometers away, had already regrouped 20 legions once more, comprising a total of 6 million warships, struck fear into him. His own fleet of over 10 million support fire ships was still slowly crawling at 1.5 kilometers per second, aiming to reach the battlefield, a task that would take at least another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, these 12 million warships would indeed arrive, and even after 10 minutes, his remaining battle strength would likely still be relatively intact. However, the crucial point was that in 10 minutes, the enemy's assembled warships would number at least 9 million, all of them 4th-tier warships. As for his 12 million warships, politely called support fire ships, but realistically, they were armed merchant vessels at best, or even inferior. The enemy's 9 million warships could easily obliterate them at any moment. Considering all factors, this battle had no chance of victory. Realizing this, Babatana quickly made up his mind to stop the meaningless fight and preserve their remaining forces by initiating a retreat from the capital region. Inform the side with the support fire ships that in 3 minutes, the entire army is to retreat towards Realsis, passing through the wormhole there, heading toward the first spiral arm and rendezvous with His Majesty. At the same time, arrange to leave behind 1 million warships and deploy them all to the outer side of the array. Yes, Grand Marshal Babatana. Although Babatana didn't explicitly state the purpose of deploying 1 million warships to the outer side, his deputy officer understood without needing to be told. They were there to shield the main force during the retreat, as activating the jump required shutting down the energy shields and halting the ships. Once the energy shields were down, the ships were left defenseless, making them easy targets. Therefore, during this downtime, someone needed to protect the ships, put more positively as guard, or more bluntly, shield against incoming fire. Of course, it wasn't about leaving them all behind. They would jump together, but once outside the array with the shields down, the success rate of the jumps was uncertain. As the deputy officer began deployment, on the other side of the battlefield within the Uranus, Lin Fan was observing the array changes of the Empire of Babawi's fleet. 1 million warships moving to the outer side of the array. And they were not in attack formation, but appeared to be guarding the rear array. Interesting, are they planning to flee? In just an instant, Lin Fan discerned the enemy's intentions. Release the jump disruption device immediately, and notify the 20 legions that are already assembled at the rear to prepare for ultra-short-range jumps, awaiting my orders. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. About 5 million kilometers behind Lin Fan's array, Liang Shinken's Wargot had already arrived with the second batch of fleets at this point. Watching the battle ahead, Liang Xingchen couldn't help but feel moved. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring the 6 million warships up to help, but Lin Fan's combat style was such that there was no room for his intervention, and in fact, his presence might disrupt Lin Fan's overall advantage. Simultaneously, Liang Xingchen also realized that in terms of fleet command, Lin Fan had long surpassed him by a significant margin. Lin Fan was now undeniably a true monster. Commander, the Supreme Commander has issued orders for us to prepare for ultra-short-range jumps, awaiting his command. Ultra-short-range jumps. What is this kid Lin Fan up to now? Listening to his deputy's words, Liang Xingchen looked at the tactical images with doubt, then quickly understood Lin Fan's intentions. So that's it. Order all legions to prepare for ultra-short-range jumps, group by groups of 5, each locking coordinates. Liang Xingchen immediately planned for most advantageous attack points, where it wouldn't impact Lin Fan and could maximize the impact of their assaults. Yes, Commander. While both sides prepared, 3 minutes quickly passed. Grand Marshal Babatana, the outer fleet has completed deployment and is ready to start. Good. Immediately order the entire army to turn towards Realsis. Yes. Grand Marshal Babatana. Instantly, the immense fleet of the Empire of Babawi ceased fire and began to turn. After all, jumping required aiming at a target. This scene did not go unnoticed by Lin Fan. Notify Commander Leon. The time has come, and he can mobilize the fleet now. Understood. Within seconds, the command reached Leon Shinken's War God, where the 20 legions were already prepared and awaiting orders for departure. Full fleet. Jump. Seizing the moment, Leon Xingchen decisively gave the order to jump. With a sudden contraction of the void, the entire 6 million warships vanished on the spot. 5 million kilometers away, the army of the Empire of Babawi completed their turn. Grand Marshal Babatana, the turn has been completed, and all ships are locked onto Realsis. Good. Order the entire army to drop the energy shields and prepare for jump. Yes, Grand Marshal Babatana. The end of this chapter. Chapter 269. Battle Deciding the Outcome Part 2. In the battlefield, the red energy shield that had been flickering due to continuous attacks in the void disappeared completely in that moment. Following this, giant fireballs appeared one after another. Without the protection of the energy shield, the outer array of the vast barbarian empire army instantly turned into a scene resembling hell, with one warship after another being shattered. However, all of this was within Barbaratana's expectations and within his acceptable range. Yet, what happened next was beyond his anticipation. Suddenly, the 6 million federal warships that were originally far away performed a short-range jump and directly appeared behind the Barbarian Empire's array, seizing the moment when the Barbarian Empire removed their shields and launching a fierce assault. Damn it! Did they completely catch our retreat timing? Barbaratana said angrily as he watched the fleet's losses increase dramatically. Marshal Barbaratana, the Alkal jumping preparation is ready. Jump immediately. Yes. Though the losses were several times higher than anticipated, it had finally come to an end. After issuing the jump order, Barbaratana thought to himself, however, in reality, whenever you think you've succeeded and let your guard down, accidents always follow closely behind. Suddenly, alarms blared inside the warships. Marshal Barbaratana, the jumping engines have malfunctioned and cannot be started. All warships? Barbaratana asked as he heard the officer's report, startled. Then immediately asked, yes, all warships. Damn it, inform all warships to shut down the jumping engines, restart the energy shields quickly. Barbaratana knew that a 5th-level civilization possessed a technology called jump disruption. Though he didn't understand the technical details, he knew this technology could prevent jumping within a certain range. Judging by the various means the other side had displayed, which were even more terrifying than the for major 5th-level civilizations in the galaxy, it was not surprising that they possessed jump disruption technology. Half a minute later, the warships in the array gradually raised their shields again, but it was already too late. According to statistics, during the minute or more from when the shields were removed for jumping to when they were reactivated, more than 8 million of the Barbarian Empire's 14 million warships were directly destroyed. It was a massacre. If it were only the shields that were gone, the casualty rate wouldn't have been so high. The critical point was that during the jumping process, the warships were stationary, not in motion, making all the Barbarian Empire's warships sitting ducks, continually getting destroyed by the nearly 9 million federal warships with an almost 100% hit rate. Although the shields were raised again now, the casualties plummeted to a very low level. Barbaratana's expression was not good at all. He couldn't win the fight. Escape was impossible. Marshal Barbaratana, the 6 million warships that jumped here earlier have left, targeting the firepower support ship array behind us. Upon hearing the officer's report, Barbaratana didn't need to think much. He immediately understood the fate of those 12 million support ships behind, and it was bound to be a complete massacre. He was currently entangled with the monster-like commander in front, unable to do anything. Just as Barbaratana suspected, after his army reactivated the energy shields, Lin Fan sent Leon Xingchen to annihilate the 12 million messy fleet behind. Lin Fan called it a messy fleet, and he was right. Within the fleet, there were various types and sizes of ships, clearly emergency modifications of civilian ships, slow in speed, lacking energy shields, and weapons. The role of these warships was not difficult to guess. They were simply there for firepower support. At the same time, if Leon Shinken's 6 million warships joined the main battlefield, it would undoubtedly limit Lin Fan's floating cannon tactics from being fully utilized. Therefore, Leon Xingchen was put in charge of the rear 12 million modified firepower support ships. Meanwhile, On the main battlefield, as Barbaritana lost most of his warships, the battle became even more challenging, and the damage ratio reached a new high, directly reaching a 12-to-1 ratio. 10 minutes later, just as Lin Fen expected, Liang Xingchen quickly resolved the other side's 12 million firepower support ships on the other side. These modified ships were slow and lacked shields, only slightly better than fixed targets. Without the cooperation of the main warships, they were just cannon fodder. They were quickly swept away completely by Liang Xingchen without pause. Marshal Barbaritano, what should we do next? Inside the flagship's bridge, the officer witnessed the rapid destruction of the 12 million firepower support ships and the main fleet being reduced to fewer than 3 million warships. Looking at Barbaritana with despair. Forget it. Send a signal of surrender to the other party. Hopefully, we can save those imperial subjects who haven't evacuated to the first spiral arm empire. Barbaritana sighed, after glancing at everyone's expressions in the bridge. To him, continuing the fight would only mean certain death. Even if he wanted to inflict more damage on the enemy, it would be in vain. It was better to surrender voluntarily, trying to save the empire's citizens. Perhaps one day, Emperor Babaraya could come back with the help of the Veal Alliance. If that day comes, the countless citizens saved today will be the foundation for the empire's rise in the future, right? After a minute, Commander, the other side has sent a signal of surrender. On the bridge of the Uranus, Liang Zhu reported to Lin Fan. Sitting in his seat, Lin Fan tapped the armrest rhythmically with his fingers, contemplating. Continuing the fight could wipe out the enemy in another 20 minutes, but was it really necessary? After all, their losses were already significant, with over 30,000 warships lost. If he refused the surrender and annihilated them completely, at least another 30,000 or so warships would be lost. While 30,000 warships might be insignificant to other civilizations, for the current human population, it was a huge loss. Moreover, in terms of his system task, Lin Fen seemed to have no great pressure. The system task only required him to help the Federation become the dominant power in the Orion Arm, not to completely destroy the Barbarian Empire. And the most crucial point was that the Federation indeed needed to keep some high-ranking members of the Barbarian Empire to acquire various technologies and intelligence, especially information on how they destroyed the Way of the Stars, which was particularly important. After thinking it through, Lin Fen made a decision. 1 hour later, the remaining nearly 3 million warships of the Barbarian Empire had all fallen under the control of the Federation, and there was no longer any resistance in the entire capital region. This highest power center of the Orion Arm, which had been in barbarian hands for millennia, had officially changed hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 270. The Battle of Hangnu Pass in the Federal Zone. 97 years of history. The Human Federation launched a surprise attack on the capital region of the Babavi Empire, annihilating 745 million Babavi Empire warships and capturing 2.5 million warships. According to post-war statistics, humanity lost a total of 57,000 warships and a staggering 380 million casualties in this battle. Of course, these were human losses, but the real casualties were in the AO Federation and affiliated civilized coalition, roughly 10 times the losses on the human side. After all, they deployed more warships, albeit with slightly lower performance compared to humans, resulting in greater losses. But for them, those losses were still considered negligible. For the AO Federation, losing the number of warships equivalent to a legion was just a minor setback. As for the affiliated civilized coalition, the losses were even less significant when spread across each civilization. It was almost less of a concern compared to the AO Federation. It was only the humans who felt the pain, given their small population of just over 30 billion. With nearly half of them being minors. Fortunately, they had entered a phase of population growth, with a significant number reaching adulthood every day. Additionally, with the emergence of genetic enhancement drugs, human lifespan had greatly increased, almost entering a phase of pure population growth. According to feedback from the research department, the development of the second generation of genetic enhancement drugs was already underway, showing significant progress. One successful human lifespan would be calculated in terms of thousands of years. Dabalin, the former capital region of the Babavi Empire, now renamed by the Federation as Babylon. Although the capital region of the Babavi Empire had been captured, its territory was vast, with many regions still needing to be gradually conquered. The key point was that despite intelligence from Babatina, Emperor Babaraya had fled with the elite and 500 billion people towards the first major spiral arm. However, within the entire territory of the Babavi Empire, there were still over 10 million warships stationed in various places. Besides the 10 million main fleet warships, the number of local fleets was even more astonishing. Almost every star system had a local fleet ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands of warships. According to intelligence, the total number of local fleet warships within the entire territory was no less than 50 million. The good news was that whether remnants of main fleets or local fleets, they were highly dispersed, with no large fleet concentrations. In this scenario, the task of clearing these fleets and occupying other star systems within the Babavi territory was left to the affiliated civilized coalition. Meanwhile, humans and angels had more critical tasks at hand. They needed to swiftly head to Raelsis and completely seal off the only wormhole passage between the Hunter's Arm and the 4 major spiral arms. In fact, Linzen had renamed Raelsis as Hangnu Pass, signifying its strategic importance as an impregnable barrier and the exclusive gateway in and out of human territory. It would also be an area where 80% of human forces would be stationed, emphasizing Linzen's high regard for it. After a week of rest, the Federation forces mobilized once again. Among them, 169 affiliated civilizations with over 20 million warships continued to operate under coalition mode, under the command of Lian Xingchen. Aside from the 2nd Legion of the Federation led by Lian Xingchen, the remaining Federation legions and Angel legions were all under the command of Lin Fan, ready to move towards Hangnu Pass. For the foreseeable future, Lin Fan would serve as the overall commander of the Hangnu Pass battle zone, stationed there. To ensure absolute security at Hangnu Pass, Linzen directly placed 80% of the Federation's forces under Lin Fan's command. Additionally, as per agreement, the IO Federation would also deploy at least half of its forces there, also under Lin Fan's command. As a result, Lin Fan commanded a force approaching tens of millions, all elite Federation fleets, without any civilized coalition fleets mixed in. Half a month later, Lin Fan's fleet arrived at Raelsis, once known as the brightest jewel of the Babavi Empire. But now, the place was in ruins. The reasons were twofold. First, the outbreak of the Galactic War followed by the invasion of the Swarm Crisis had caused the Verla Alliance not to engage in trade with Raelsis for over a decade, plunging the entire star system into desolation. The other reason was when Emperor Babaraya, along with all the Empire's top officials and 500 billion people, arrived and retreated towards the first major spiral arm. Seeing their own emperor fleeing, did the people of Raelsis just sit idly by? No, they did not. Those with means and private spaceships followed the emperor's retreat, while those without means frantically sought passage. Where did they obtain these passages? Mostly from those who had means and spaceships, escaping while taking a few along with them. Of course, this came at a cost. Purchasing passage using various codes as the Babavi Empire's currency was not accepted. Ultimately, those with means or those who managed to secure passage fled. As for the remaining populace, they descended into chaotic disorder. Looting and violence were rampant, with incidents occurring constantly, albeit without fatalities, at least initially. However, a portion of the population resorted to extreme measures such as murder, theft, and resource hoarding. These reactions illustrated that in times of existential crisis, any species could resort to extreme measures. Presently, Raelsis had no functioning spacecraft left. Those who didn't stay had no hope for the future. Consequently, the ensuing chaos felt almost inevitable. As resources ran out and order deteriorated further, more dire events will unfold. After all, Raelsis was solely a trading hub with the major spiral arms, lacking heavy industry, agriculture, or livestock production. It meant that when external trade channels severed and resources depleted, more catastrophic events awaited. Upon arriving, Lin Fan saw only empty space and utter chaos on the planets. Inside the bridge of the Ulanos, witnessing the turmoil on these planets, Lin Fan took decisive action, issuing orders directly. Clear them all within 3 days. We need a clean home. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. End of this chapter. Chapter 271. Crazy Viltro changes in Orion's Arm. The first batch of troops from the Milky Way Alliance has arrived as the Orion's Arm undergoes a major transformation. This time, The composition of the Milky Way alliance is much more complex compared to previous occasions. For example, the fleet from the second major spiral arm not only includes the ships of the Hyle Alliance itself, but also 200 billion third-level civilization warships, originating from over 1,000 civilizations in the second major spiral arm. If one could see the entire panorama, they would notice that this fleet resembles a museum, with warships of diverse styles. 1,000 civilizations mean 1,000 styles. This statement couldn't be more accurate. The fleets from the other three major spiral arms are similar to the second major arm and have turned into a showcase of interstellar warships. However, regardless of how strange the fleets may seem, the scale is indeed massive. Just the number of third-level civilization warships from the four major spiral arms already reaches 500 billion. Aside from this, out of the four major alliances, only the Galaxy Alliance is able to offer 500 billion warships due to significant losses in the previous Milky Way war, while the other three major alliances have all mobilized 1 trillion warships, totaling 3.5 trillion warships. Even though the number of third-level civilization warships may be higher, these are high-level civilization warships, with the lowest grade being fourth-level civilization warships. A total of 8.5 trillion warships are currently deployed at the juncture of the middle end of the first major spiral arm. Over the past year, the Vel Alliance has constructed a defensive line named Versailles, spanning the entire first major spiral arm and completely cutting off the end and middle sections of the spiral arm. Of course, the other three civilizations have also provided significant assistance, such as sending out numerous fleets during construction to help with defense, protect, and provide various defensive platforms for the defensive line. In short, faced with the massive threat from the insect race, the four major alliances have cooperated unprecedentedly. However, what surprised everyone was that even though the four major alliances had prepared hard for the impending insect onslaught, the insect race had surprisingly not attacked the Verse defensive line for an entire year. If it weren't for the surveillance equipment remnants in the star systems at the end of the arm, the Verla Alliance could monitor, one might have thought that the insects had already retreated through the cracks in the wormhole. In the virtual conference room, Viltro, why do you look so bad? Is it because of any unusual activities from the insect race? Just as Hessian entered the virtual conference room, she saw Viltro already seated there, looking very grim. It's not about the insect race, it's about what's happening in the Orion's arm. Orion's arm? What significant event could possibly happen in the remote region that nobody cares about except you? At that moment, Moras and Seath also entered the meeting room and overheard Viltro's words. Moras immediately switched to mockery mode. However, Seath was taken aback. Could it be that Linzen had caused trouble on that end? Viltro, did you just say something happened in the Orion's arm? What's going on? Seath turned his eyes towards Viltro and followed up with a question. It's not something significant. It's just that a new civilization has emerged in the subarm of Orion's arm, and its civilization level is at least 4th level. Oh, that's interesting. I remember your proxy in the Orion's arm was a civilization called the Babawi Empire, right? After passing tens of thousands of years of peaceful days, it's time to have a challenger, otherwise, it would be boring. Seath said with a smile, but inwardly confirming that it must be related to Linzen's doings. After all, his people had already scouted the entire Orion's arm, and the only civilization capable of reaching a 4th level status in that subarm was the Human Federation that Linzen led. However, Linzen's actions were too quick. According to Seath's knowledge, when they first encountered the Human Federation, they had only a few 100,000 warships and had just entered the 4th level civilization status, significantly lower than the long-established 4th level civilization of the Babawi Empire. Based on Seath's estimation, with his support, it would take at least 200 years for them to have the strength to challenge the Babawi Empire. But how many years had passed now? Just over 20 years. Too impulsive, too overestimating one's capabilities. At this moment, the image of Linzen in Seath's mind had turned into a figure who couldn't stand up on their own. Forget about the troubles in the Orion's arm for now. The first batch of troops has already reached the defense line, and the insects haven't shown any activity for a whole year. However, according to our surveillance, it seems like the insects have sensed that we are about to act. Over the past year, they have been vigorously developing, increasing their numbers several times compared to a year ago, Viltro said solemnly. The other three were surprised, increasing their numbers several times. Are you kidding me? The predicted number of insects a year ago was already exaggerated, and now you're telling us that this number has multiplied several times. So, I believe we can't just defend blindly. Otherwise, letting the insects develop without restraint at the end of the arm. Viltro glanced at the others, knowing full well what they were thinking, and continued, "We need to take the initiative. Are you suggesting a preemptive strike?" Mora stared at Viltro and asked after a few seconds. "Yes, a preemptive strike. Target the planets in the star systems at the end of the arm directly for a devastating blow. Cut off the foundation of the insect's development." "Viltro, have you gone mad? Are you suggesting destroying billions of planets?" Hessian stood up abruptly and shouted at Viltro. The other two also looked at Viltro incredulously. End of the chapter. Chapter 272. In the virtual conference room of the Life Planet Covenant, Vilter paid no attention to the gazes of the other three individuals. "It's not like we're blowing up your planet. Why are you all so worked up?" Vilter said disdainfully from his seat. "Vilter, have you forgotten about the Life Planet Covenant?" Hazen glared at Vilter, her face filled with anger. The Life Planet Covenant was jointly formulated by the 5 major civilizations of the year, and all civilizations in the entire galaxy must strictly adhere to it. The main content of the Covenant primarily focuses on 3 types of planets. The first type is natural life planets, where every natural life form is a treasure in the universe and is not allowed to be destroyed under any circumstances. Not even massive destruction is allowed. The second type is the later stage modified life planets, whose value is lower compared to natural life planets, but is still a precious existence. They are also prohibited from destruction and large-scale damage. The last type is planets with potential for modification, but have not been modified yet. In the Covenant, these planets are only prohibited from destruction, with no explicit requirements on the degree of damage. It is important to note that there are only this many planets in the entire galaxy, and natural life planets are particularly rare. With current technology, destroying a planet is a simple matter. There were cases where warring factions recklessly destroy each other's life planets to diminish their war potential, resulting in a decrease of life planets in the entire star region by 70% after the war ended. This incident caused a huge uproar at the time. Wars between 4th-level civilizations, using jump engines, allowed one to attack a planet within a star system with no effective method of prevention. Once one side opened this Pandora's box, the other side would immediately follow suit, leading to massive destruction of planets. After the war ended, the winning side realized that even though they had taken over the opponent's planet, their own planet count was not more than before the war, and often much less. This made the war meaningless. After that battle, the practice of destroying planets during interstellar wars became more common. Over the dark centuries that followed, statistics showed a 10% decrease in life planets in the entire galaxy, with an even greater decrease in other types of planets. Eventually, the 4 major 5th-level civilizations in the galaxy stood up together and formulated the Life Planet Covenant. Anyone who violated the Covenant would face annihilation by the 4 major civilizations, without exception. From that day on, incidents of life planets being destroyed decrease until 2 outlawed 4th-level civilizations were completely destroyed by the 4 major civilizations. Since then, there have been no more incidents of destroying life planets. In order to alleviate concerns of other 4th-level civilizations about effectively protecting their own life planets, the 4 major 5th-level civilizations established the 4 major alliances of the galaxy, using the Life Planet Covenant as their foundation. After all, with all 4th-level civilizations in the entire spiral arm joining the alliance, it was largely to gain the technological protection of 5th-level civilizations and ensure the safety of their life planets. Now, Vilter proposed a direct destructive strike on the planets at the end of the first main spiral arm, even though these planets belong to the Vera Alliance itself. The leaders of the other 3 alliances still found this unacceptable. This was the biggest taboo in the entire galaxy, and the foundation of the current galactic order. How could it be shaken so easily? If you don't want to spare the life planets, then provide a solution, Vilter said, looking displeased at the other 3. This statement left the other 3 stunned. At the current pace of development of the insect race, it would be difficult to deal with them without striking at their roots, sending ground troops to clear them out on the planet. No one dared to joke about that. Even though 5th-level civilizations had individual combat capabilities far from what the insect race had, all civilizations had largely ceased developing ground armaments, within their planets since entering the interstellar age. The four major civilizations had also assessed ground combat and concluded that it would need at least 10 times the armed forces to have a chance at winning. That is, if a planet had 3 billion insects, it would require deploying 30 billion ground forces at the least to have a shot at winning. Even if they eventually succeeded, their own damage would be at least 80%. The key question was if you wanted to compete with the insect race in numbers. Nonsense. Alright, I agree with Vilter's plan. It's not the time to hesitate. Otherwise, not just these life planets, the whole galaxy is at risk of falling. Just then, Sith, seemingly coming up with another bad idea, changed his tone immediately. Sith. You. Hazen and Moros looked at Sith, incredulous. Vilter is right. If you have a better solution, speak out. But if not, the two fell silent upon hearing Sith's words. Was there a better solution? The answer was obviously no, but could they really take this route? If the four major Covenant-designated nations personally did not comply, what would happen to the order in the galaxy in the future? If this continued, would the Life Planet Covenant still hold any power? After all, a covenant only has binding power when no one violates it. Once someone does, it becomes irreversible. This way, the galactic order that the four major civilizations had spent thousands of years establishing would collapse instantaneously. Actually, we can make a moderate adjustment to the covenant and add an exception clause. In the event that the galaxy faces invasion from an alien race it cannot defeat, the ban could be temporarily lifted. Sith proposed, offering a way out as the other to fell into silence. Sith's proposal is feasible. If that's the case, I agree. After Sith finished, the two thought for a moment and eventually nodded in agreement once more. It was an unavoidable solution. At least after doing this, there would be some control over the situation, right? Since everyone agrees, let's discuss the specific plans below. 10 days later, on the Vils defense line, 500 billion warships from various third-level civilizations and 300 billion warships from the four major alliances had been deployed on the Vils defense line, making it impenetrable. At the same time, the four major alliances had completed the amendment procedure of the Life Planet Covenant and formed a guerrilla fleet composed of 500 billion warships. They would be dispersed to the end of the first main spiral arm and use jump engines to attack the star systems at the end of the spiral arm one by one, destroying all planets with insect race presence. A war strategy to strike and eliminate the war potential of the insect race. End of the chapter. Chapter 273. Lin Tia's crown as the new king in order to ensure the destruction of the planet at the fastest speed. According to calculations, each assault team would need to possess at least 100,000 warships. Taking into account potential battle losses, the final number of warships for each assault team was set at 200,000, with a total of 500 billion warships formed into 250,000 assault teams. At the tip of the first spiral arm, how many target planets were there? According to data, there are over 5 billion stars above the tip, with more than 800 million star systems formed. Within these over 800 million star systems, the number of naturally inhabited planets is close to 30 million, while the number of modified life planets has reached 1 billion. Additionally, considering that these insect species can survive in space environments, many non-life planets have become their bases, totaling over 4 billion such planets. Therefore, the final conclusion is that the number of target planets for this operation is over 5 billion, with an average of 20,000 mission targets per assault team. Of course, the four major fifth-level civilizations do not expect to complete such a massive mission in a few years, but instead are prepared to fight the insect species and destroy their war potential gradually throughout the long war. As the insect species bases dwindle, the tide will turn gradually until a complete reversal. In this major battle against the insect species, all four major alliances have issued general mobilization orders, ready for a sustained operation lasting for hundreds, even thousands of years. However, for now, none of this concerns humanity. Currently, humanity is busy with 3 matters. The first is to clear and seize the main arm of the Orion arm, just as the sub-arm was handled, preserving promising races and incorporating them into their allied systems, while obliterating all other civilizations. The second matter is the construction of the Han Valley Defense Zone, a massive project as the Han Valley's mission is to guard against the 4 major alliances in the main spiral arm, including the Zeo Alliance. To achieve this goal, heavy troops are stationed, and a leap blockade spanning 30 light-years is being prepared with the Han Valley as the center. This means that even if the Han Valley were to fall, enemies would be unable to escape the leap blockade zone for decades or even centuries. With such time, the Federation can complete the massive evacuation of humanity. As for where they will evacuate to, this is related to the third matter. This final matter is a plan that Lin Zhen has long prepared and is now ready to execute. The Encircle the City with Rural Areas strategy. As I mentioned before, the galaxy includes 12 satellite galaxies such as the Large Magellanic Cloud, Small Magellanic Cloud, Ufu Constellation, etc. While these satellite galaxies are not as vast as the Milky Way and may not have as many star systems when combined, they are quite significant. Take the Large Magellanic Cloud, for example, which has around 10 billion stars, roughly 1/10 of the Milky Way. The other galaxies follow suit, with star numbers ranging from hundreds of millions to over a billion. Upon conquering these satellite galaxies, it becomes evident that their total star count is comparable to the Milky Way. Crucially, the four major fifth-level civilizations lack means to reach these satellite galaxies. It's worth noting that no wormholes linking to these satellite galaxies have been found in the Milky Way. Without accessing wormholes, directly crossing the void zone is very risky. However, humans are different. They have mastered spatial transport technology, enabling rapid travel within up to 1 million light-years, taking just 7 minutes. Therefore, Lin Zhen plans to establish 12 expedition legions over the next 20 years, each to explore one of the 12 satellite galaxies. Given the unknown number and advanced civilizations within these satellite galaxies, intelligence gathering is prioritized before dispatching fleets for occupation. With federal matters unfolding systematically, a swift announcement spread across the Federation. The Elfie Queen of the AO Federation declared an early abdication, passing the next Angel King title to Lin Tia, the first male angel born from the union of humans and angels. Speaking of Lin Zhen and Bella's son, Lin Tia, he is now 31 years old. Well, not quite, considering human lifespan. He should be just 31. However, Lin Tia is widely known within the AO Federation, being the first successor born from the union of humans and angels, inheritor of the angelic traits as per legends. Moreover, his parents, one being the leader of the Human Federation, the other the former leader of the AO Federation. A combination of such formidable factors makes it impossible for him to fade into obscurity. Hence, within the AO Federation, there was no opposition to Elfie's decision to have the 31-year-old Lin Tia succeed the throne. In fact, over the recent decades, the angels in the AO Federation have nearly regarded their federation and the Human Federation as a single civilization. Even the current human-angel unions are becoming more common. Only due to the human population being 1/10 that of the angels, the Federation has introduced certain barriers to intermarriage between humans and angels. Otherwise, believe me, humans would readily marry off all the angels. At least at present, a full opening of intermarriage between the two is premature. What would human women do? Would polygamy be next? Regardless, it's not the right time, and this issue can only be resolved once the human population increases. Fortunately, both sides are in no rush, with angels having lifespans surpassing thousands of years. Waiting for a few decades to a century is no concern. Though the current average human lifespan is around 300 years, significant progress in second-generation genetic evolution drugs has been made. Once successful, human lifespans will hardly differ much from angels. Thus, this matter can be completely resolved in about 100 to 200 years without a hitch. Federation Year 98. The AO Federation held a grand ceremony in its capital circle, where Lin Tia, as the new Angel King, was formally crowned. As tradition dictates, new kings declare their first decrees. Lin Tia was no exception. However, 1 minute after, everyone present, be it angels or invited humans, was left dumbfounded. No one anticipated Lin Tian's first decree to be about the initiation of the AO Federation merging with the Human Federation. He announced, "I officially decree the start of the merger process between the AO Federation and the Human Federation. Soon, I will lead the leaders of the 12 tribes to negotiate with the elite of the Human Federation." End of this chapter. Chapter 270. For I want to spend a whole month looking for elves. The main media of the Federation keeps reporting about the merger of the two federations. The intensity of the situation is continuously rising. At this moment, where is the instigator of all this? Not far from the presidential palace, there is this villa. Just by looking at it from the outside, you can feel how different this villa is. Inside and outside the villa, there are guards from not only a whole integrated platoon of the Central Guards, but also the Royal Guards of the AO Federation. They protect the entire villa in an airtight manner, not even allowing a fly to sneak in. In the hall on the first floor of the villa, a male angel is reclining on the sofa without any image. If others were to see this, it would surely cause a sensation. After all, this is completely different from the image he usually portrays. It's comfortable at home. These days have been so boring. You rascal, suddenly causing such a big mess and not tidying up, but slacking off here. Linzen looked at the young man in front of him with disdain. What's the big deal? Anyway, negotiations have the leaders of their 12 tribes present. There won't be any problems. This male angel is Lin Tia, the son of Linzen and Bella, who made a stunning declaration in the AO Federation capital not long ago. Old man, you have no idea. The Angel King must reside in the Angel Temple during his term, not even allowed to step out, for a whole 1,000 years. Oh, my goodness, that's 1,000 years. I would definitely go crazy from being cooped up. Moreover, being surrounded by countless top beauties every day. Old man, are you sure your son, me, will have a normal sexual orientation after 1,000 years? Once Lin Chia started, he immediately began an endless spree of complaints, making Linzen cover his face on the side, wondering how he gave birth to such a whimsical person. With countless beauties around you, you still can't satisfy yourself, right? Looking at Lin Chia, who was spouting crazily, Linzen retorted, Old man, you really don't know, or are you pretending not to know? Even the youngest angel in the Angel Temple is of the same level as my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother. Can I lower myself to that level? I can't get past the mentality in my heart. Do you think everyone is like you? Okay. Lin Chia was clearly teasing his father for marrying Bella, who is thousands of years old, even though he himself is only in his 40s. Don't speak so bluntly to me. Also, I'll say it again, call me dad or father, not old man. What's the big deal? Brother always calls you that. I haven't seen you correcting him. Or am I just a prepaid gift for you, not really your own, so you treat us differently? If you have half of your brother's abilities, you can call me whatever you want. Linzen expressed that he was truly exhausted dealing with his son. Despite having exceptional talents, this guy refuses to put in any effort at all, even though just 1% of effort could lead to great achievements. Alright, old man, let me tell you something important. Lin Qian's expression, rarely serious, caught Linzen by surprise. He didn't expect his son to show such a serious expression. Go on. Linzen sat on the sofa facing him and said, Aren't we about to embark on an exploration mission to the Galaxy satellite system? Give me a spot. Ha, what spot do you want? Linzen was somewhat surprised to hear this. Could this brat finally be showing signs of wisdom and deciding to join the military? Well, it's better than doing nothing all day and wasting youth. Suddenly, Linzen felt a bit relieved. Of course, it's a spot in the Expeditionary Legion. After the merger of the Human and IO Federation, I want to lead a legion of angels to explore one of the star systems. Is this kid really showing some wisdom? Giving him a spot to explore a star system with a legion of angels doesn't seem like a bad idea. Perhaps, after this mission, our family may produce another star. At that moment, Linzen felt a sense of excitement. And then, the next words from Lin Tia shattered all the relief he had just felt. Speaking of which, I'm not interested in human girls. I'm even less interested in angel girls. So I thought, am I going to grow old and lonely like this? That's absolutely not acceptable. So I remembered the elves I saw in a movie. Elves, yeah. I'm interested in that. Old man, angels can exist, so who's to say elves aren't real? If we live without dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish, right? But we've already searched through the database of civilizations from the IO League, and there are no elves. So I thought, since there are none in the galaxy, why not search the satellite systems nearby? Maybe I'll really find them. What do you think, old man? Lin Chia kept rambling on. Meanwhile, Linzen sitting across from him had a face as black as charcoal. You hopeless rascal. After holding back for a while, Linzen could only say this, not knowing what else to say. Just tell me if it's alright or not. No, really not. Forget about it. Alright, Old man, you forced me to do this. With that, Lin Tia picked up a communicator and a beautiful figure instantly appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Kristen Chief, when negotiating with the Human Federation, at a condition that when they explore the satellite system, they must reserve a mission slot for me to lead a legion of angels to execute. Yes, Your Majesty. Well, that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Soon, the communication was over. Lin Tia lifted his head and saw his father Lin Zhen looking at him with a shocked expression, smiling triumphantly. Old man, you forced my hand. Lin Zhen was speechless, only then realizing that his son is currently the Angel King of the AO Federation. With the merger of the two federations, if the AO Federation side proposes such a condition, he has no reason to refuse. He believes no one in the negotiating team would object. That is it really alright to abuse power like this? Listen here, old man, don't look at me like that. I gave you a whole federation, and you still won't fulfill this small wish of mine. Doesn't that hurt your heart? Lin Tia gazed at Lin Zhen sorrowfully. Do as you please. With that, Lin Zhen stood up directly and left the villa. However, his tone carried deep helplessness. End of this chapter. Chapter 275 Lin Tian's Nemesis, negotiation between humans and angels, ended smoothly and without any obstacles. In fact, both sides had long reached a consensus on the merger, and it was just that Lin Tia had pushed forward the timeline. Of course, after Christine's proposal, the human negotiation team immediately agreed to Lin Tian's small request without hesitation. After all, they considered it a trivial matter. In this way, Lin Tia became the commander of the Magellanic Expeditionary Force and directly became an admiral of the Federal Fleet. This was not to take a backdoor approach, but based on the negotiation content. After the merger, the former Yo Federation generals would receive equivalent military ranks in the Federal Fleet. As the King of Angels, Lin Tia was already the highest commander of the Yo Federation's military forces, so in reality, being made an admiral was actually a demotion. According to the agreement, he should have been given the rank of marshal. However, fortunately, he insisted on not accepting the rank of marshal, saying that if he became a marshal, he wouldn't be able to roam around casually, which was the same reason he didn't want to be the king of the Yo Federation. Finally, after discussion, okay, let's go with Admiral. Although Lin Zhen had no way to deal with Lin Tia, it did not mean that there was no one in this world who could control him. Pro, you're already a 3-star Admiral. In the communication, Lin Tia looked at the holographic image of Lin Fen in front of him, with a 3-star Admiral badge on his shoulder. He said pleasingly. At this moment, Lin Fen had already become a 3-star admiral after the battle in the capital city of Babawi. I heard you're also an admiral in the Federal Fleet now, and you're going to the Magellanic Galaxy to find elf girls. Lin Fen did not respond to Lin Tian's attempts to please him and said with an indignant expression, Pro, this is to help you find a sister-in-law. It's definitely a big deal for our family. And how is it a big deal for our family? Let me tell you, I don't object to you leading the team to the Magellanic Galaxy, Lin Tia said, laughing and buttering up Lin Fen at once. I knew it, bro, you're the best to me. Before Lin Fen could finish speaking, Lin Tia immediately started flattery with a beaming smile. Don't be too happy yet. I don't object, but in order to prevent you from causing trouble to others, come to Hangugwen first. I will personally train you for 2 years before you go. Anyway, the exploration plan of the satellite galaxy won't start for another 2 years. Lin Fen said to Lin Tia with a serious expression. Lin Fen had always been strict with military officers and did not tolerate any nonsense. He knew very well the kind of person his brother was. Allowing him to lead a legion now might result in the entire legion being wiped out in the Magellanic Galaxy. Fortunately, there were still 2 years left, so he could train him properly. After all, he knew about his brother's talent, which was no less than his own. But Lin Tia, standing nearby, immediately looked crestfallen. What kind of joke was this? Going to his brother's side, and being trained by him for 2 years, could he even survive? Don't think of refusing or running away. Otherwise, I'll personally lead the fleet to capture you, and it won't be just 2 years, but 20 years since your upgrade. Seeing Lin Qian's expression, Lin Fen knew exactly what the little guy was thinking. He was definitely trying to come up with excuses to refuse, or planning his escape. But would he let him have his way? Lin Fen just chuckled and said, Bro. Hearing Lin Fen's words, Lin Tia put on a mournful face and pitifully called out, "Brother, give yourself a week to report to Hangugwen. If I don't see you within a week, I'll personally lead the fleet to catch you." Without giving Lin Tia any chance, Lin Fan immediately hung up the call after speaking and headed for the VO's hall. Lin Tia watched Lin Fan's figure disappear and felt dumbfounded. Did he just dig a hole for himself? At this moment, he did not notice that a certain president was hiding at the entrance of the hall, eavesdropping, with a big smile on his face. Asking Lin Fan, that bratty kid, for help turned out to be the right move. It seemed like one trouble could indeed solve another. Lin Tia had no thought of resisting the big boss Lin Fan. He had no choice but to go to Hangugwen and begin the unforgettable 2 years of his life. In the 99th year of the Federation, after several months of negotiations and various preparations, the merger process between the Human Federation and the Yo Federation officially began. According to the plan, the entire merger process would take about 2 years to complete. At the same time as the two federations began to merge, the war on the first spiral arm also reached a fever pitch. Since half a year ago, the four major alliances had dispatched 250,000 assault squads, achieving significant results. Apparently, the bug race did not have effective means to stop the leap. The assault squads easily acquired planets, moved to the edge of the planets, and launched a round of simultaneous firing with the main guns of tens of thousands of warships at the planet with maximum energy output. After the bombing, before the bug race could react, they would leap away. What was left behind was a planet on the verge of destruction, or already destroyed, with countless planet fragments scattering around. This way of attacking exploited the bug race's slow speed and lack of capabilities to prevent leaping, directly hitting their weak points. After losing many planets, it was definitely a significant blow to the bug race's war potential. This made Socrates in Delmore extremely furious. For tens of thousands of years, when had he been so humiliated? And there was no effective means to prevent it. It was really frustrating. In fact, solving this problem was not difficult. Although a 5th-level queen bug could only breed 3 types of bugs, combat bugs, jet bugs, and nest parasites, there were 4 more levels of queen bugs in the bug race. And even above the queen bugs, there was the emperor bug, which could breed more and more powerful bugs, including a type of spatial bug that could disrupt leaping. However, the bug race had a rule. The star system belonged to whoever took it. If they brought a higher-level queen bug to help, and together they took over the star system, how could they guarantee their share of the benefits? At least half of it would be divided up, and they might not even get a single hair in the end. Socrates was unwilling to accept this. Even if he sought the help of a higher-level queen bug, it was not the time yet. For this reason, Socrates decided to take a gamble. Since you want a bomb, I will destroy all these planets. I will lead the entire bug race army to launch a full-scale attack on your territories, engaging in continuous warfare and pushing forward. I will conquer all the planets in your territory, establish control, develop, and continue attacking. If you have the ability, destroy all the planets in the entire star system. With his decision made, Socrates directly issued the order through the bug race's spiritual network to all adult bugs, immediately beginning to gather and launch a full-scale offensive against the enemy's defense lines. In an instant, bugs in units of thousands at the end of the spiral arm began moving and charging fiercely towards the Vils line of defense. End of this chapter. Chapter 276, Galactic Mobilization. In the virtual conference room, leaders of the 4 major Tier 5 civilizations gathered once again. However, at this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 4 were all grim. 10 days ago, the insect race suddenly launched a massive attack, vigorously assaulting the Vels defense line. According to the intelligence of the Vera Alliance, all insect bases on the outer edge of the spiral arm were amassing vast numbers of troops towards the Vels defense line. The total scale of the impending attack could be 100 times larger than the current insect swarm already assaulting the defense line. This revelation left the leaders of the other 3 major Tier 5 civilizations stunned. The current insect assault on the Vels defense line was estimated to involve about 100 trillion troops, and the defense line was already fiercely engaged. Now, Verdo claimed that the final scale could be 100 times larger than the current assault, which was unimaginable. A total of 10 quintillion troops. Was this a joke? It seemed impossible to withstand. Therefore, the leaders of the 4 major Tier 5 civilizations convened once more to discuss the situation, but despite a long period of deliberation, they still had no concrete plan. However, One thing all four agreed on was the necessity to block the insect race on the first sway arm. For Verto, this was the stronghold of the Vera Alliance and could not be abandoned. For the other three leaders, they could not allow the war to reach their territories, making the first sway arm the most strategic battleground. Even if the entire first sway arm was destroyed, it would not greatly affect the other three leaders. We must mobilize the entire galaxy's strength. All Tier 3 civilizations in the galaxy must send their warships to the first sway arm. At the same time, the other supporting arms of the galaxy should not be exempt. Although their strength is weak, when combined, the Tier 3 civilizations there can still muster tens of billions of warships. Even if small, every little bit counts. In this war, no civilization in the galaxy can afford to stand alone. After a moment of silence, Verto stood up, impassioned. None of the other leaders rebutted Verto's words, understanding that if the first sway arm fell, the other three arms would soon follow. This war, indeed, as Verto stated, was a galaxy-wide conflict where no civilization could act in isolation, requiring a united effort. Speaking of which, the civilization on the Orion arm that defeated the Babawi Empire is a Tier 4 civilization, right? Yes. Hearing Hessian suddenly ask this question, Verto's expression soured. Verto had some resentment towards this new Tier 4 civilization, which opportunistically seized their territory while they were distracted by the galaxy-wide war and the insect threat. It was unheard of for a Tier 4 civilization to seize control of a primary arm alliance. Being able to defeat the Babawi Empire shows their strength is no less. It's probable their combat capabilities are on par with Tier 4 civilizations on the primary arms. We need to contact them and request they send fleets to aid in the battle. It's necessary, Verto said resentfully, but we have to acknowledge their sovereignty over the Orion arm. While the other two leaders hadn't reacted yet, Verto slammed the table heavily, rising to his feet, and shouted directly, Verto, calm down. How can I be calm? This is intentional, isn't it, sis? Verto. Seeing Verto's rage, Sis also raised his voice. This momentarily quieted Verto. Sis, give me a reason, Verto said, looking at Sis and sitting back down slowly. It's simple. If you were that civilization, would you agree to send your fleet to assist when your status isn't being recognized and acknowledged? What if they refuse? Are we going to send troops to eliminate them? Do we have the capacity for that? It would not only deplete our already scarce forces, albeit a small part, but we'd also lose a potential force that could be valuable in our fights. Don't you think that's foolish? Furthermore, it's just the Orion arm, a remote and impoverished area. Other than you, no one values it. You're simply concerned about losing face, but in the current situation, is saving face really a priority for you? Sis's words left Verto dumbfounded. The issue had no flaws in Sis's argument. Sis is right. It's only the Orion arm. In return for 10 billion or even tens of billion forces, including a stronger tier for civilization, isn't this a good deal? Indeed, Verto, even if you're not satisfied, we could wait until after the insect threat is over before revisiting this matter. Are you afraid you won't be able to handle a tier for civilization then? Hessian Nan Moras, on the sidelines, also concurred with Sis, persuading Verto. All right, I agree. It's just the Orion arm. I've even abandoned 50 billion stars at the end of a primary arm. I should be able to let go of this backwater, under the joint persuasion of the three. Verto finally understood. The top priority now was to defeat the insect race and survive. Everything else could wait. In that case, Verto, I know you may not want to communicate with that civilization. Let me handle it. Sis suddenly turned towards Verto, displaying concern. Upon hearing Sis's words, Verto nodded and expressed a hint of gratitude. Additionally, everyone knows that Tier 3 civilizations lack the capability to travel to the first sway arm due to the lack of transference technology. So, I propose massive construction of simplified super-heavy transport ships to expedite the transport of Tier 3 civilization warships. If necessary, we could even sell transference engines to Tier 3 civilizations, as long as we retain a backdoor. After settling the matter concerning the Orion arm, Sis made another suggestion. Indeed, considering our current transport capabilities, it would take hundreds of years to move all Tier 3 civilization warships to the first sway arm. I also concur. Selling transference engines to Tier 3 civilizations is viable. We could leave a backdoor to deactivate the engines once the insect threat subsides. We can exclude non-essential systems, increase the production of simplified heavy transport ships by more than tenfold. This proposal is excellent. After hearing these suggestions, all three leaders expressed their agreement. After all, as Hessian mentioned, with the current capabilities, transporting all Tier 3 civilization warships to the first Sway arm would take centuries. Only Tier 4 and Tier 5 civilizations possess transference engines. Alright, since everyone is on board, let's issue the Galactic Mobilization Order. End of chapter. Chapter 277. Federation's Preparation. Human Federation. Presidential Palace. At this moment, Linzon was in his office, communicating with someone. How about it, President Lin? Do you like this gift? Sis smiled at Linzon. Just now, Sis told Linzon about the latest movements of the insect race and the content of the last for Great 5-level civilization leaders meeting, all of which have not been made public to other civilizations in the galaxy. After listening, Linzon was also quite shocked. He had not expected that the disaster brought by the insect race had reached such a point. Even the four great alliances couldn't handle it. This further strengthened Lin Zhen's satellite star system plan. He needed to speed up and expand the investment, get the whole plan running as soon as possible, and arrange a way out for humanity, just in case. I didn't expect it to come to this point. However, Your Majesty says, even if we send troops now, it won't be much. You must know that those loyalists of the Babavi Empire and those third-level civilizations, without enough potential, have been directly wiped out by us. Now, on the Orion arm, the number of third-level civilizations has decreased from 187 to 29. Based on my preliminary estimate, being able to mobilize 300 million warships is already quite good, Linzon said to Sis. Although he was hiding the actual number of warships to some extent, it was only a small part. After all, these warships were to be left behind to carry out the satellite star system exploration plan. Sis did not doubt Lin Zhen's words, because in this situation, it was quite normal. When a regional hegemon changes, a large number of civilizations will inevitably be destroyed along with it. However, Sis did not expect Linzon to be so ruthless. Generally, people would only wipe out the loyal civilizations under the previous hegemon. But what about Linzon? In addition to those loyal civilizations, he wiped out all the civilizations with insufficient potential. Out of 187 civilizations, only 29 remain. How ruthless is that? Alright, I understand. I will tell them about your situation when I go back. We can provide less initial support, but our reinforcements must keep up later. No matter how unpleasant Verto is, he was right about one thing. This is a survival battle for the entire galaxy. No civilization can survive on its own. After thinking for a moment, Sis said to Linzon. Linzon agreed. They both believed, as Verto had said, that this was not just a battle for a single civilization, but for the entire galaxy. If the first main arm were to fall, the whole galaxy would follow suit. Therefore, Linzon believed that besides the fleets related to the satellite star system plan and the essential defense forces for the Huanu Pass, all other fleets would be sent out. Regarding information about the insect race, the Federation would share it with all partner civilizations. In the following 5 years, the Federation and all partner civilizations would enter a phase of rapid militarization, aiming to have over 1 billion military strength after the 5 years. As part of this militarization plan, the Federation decided to give a 10% discount to partner civilizations when exchanging points for warships or other single devices within the next 5 years. Additionally, all third-level civilizations under the Federation would join in the manufacturing process of warships. Lin Zhen's goal was to reach an annual production capacity of 300 million warships for the Federation within 5 years. This goal was ambitious, requiring vast resources, which even with the contribution of the partner civilizations, might still not be enough. However, Linzon was not concerned as he had a backup plan. The upcoming Galaxy Satellite System plan. Once the satellite systems were secure, the total resources acquired would rival that of the entire galaxy, strengthening the Federation's advantage. In terms of technology, Linzon also set a primary goal. Although other technologies could be put on hold, the research department had to fully miniaturize and make practical the ZP-B0 bomb within 5 years. Achieving this would boost the Federation's strength against the insect race or the four great arms of the galaxy, even if they were to join forces. Soon, the entire Federation operated like a tightly wound clock, accelerating its pace in all aspects. The revelation of the insect race's information put everyone in the Federation on edge, except for one person, Lin Tia, who was undergoing rigorous training by Lin Fan. The satellite star system exploration plan was advancing a whole year ahead of schedule. In 9 months, I will be free. After 3 months of intense training by Lin Fan, Lin Tia was ecstatic upon hearing the news. What are you slacking off for? I know what you're thinking. You're just happy that the plan is moving ahead, and you get to be free early, right? Well, since we have 1 year less, let's intensify the training and strive to complete the original program of 1 year and 9 months within the remaining 9 months. Lin Fan, noticing Lin Qianzhou, couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "No, please." End of this chapter. Chapter 278. The system announced to Lin Fan that the time of rebellion had arrived in the Federation's history of 100 years. Through space transportation technology, the Federation could swiftly deploy troops. In just 1 year, they had already conquered all the territories of the Babawi Empire and other loyal civilizations, completing the unification of the entire Orion arm. At that moment, the cold voice of the system rang in Lin Fan's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate assessment mission of the Novice Period final stage, helping the Human Federation become the ruler of the Orion arm. Ding! Since the host completed the mission in less than half of the designated time, an additional reward of 5 million points is hereby granted. Ding! The system is starting an upgrade, with a 24-hour upgrade time. Please be patient, host. Not having heard this voice for decades, Lin Fan was filled with infinite emotion, wondering what changes would occur after the system's upgrade. For Lin Fan, the most desired thing at the moment was more powerful technology. Considering the current situation in the galaxy, only through a thorough technological breakthrough could humanity find a way out. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to retreat to satellite star systems. As for the war on the first spiral arm, after learning about the intelligence of the insect race, Lin Fan was not optimistic about the major alliances. The most direct question was, the spatial rift still existed in Dio, showing no signs of disappearing. How could one be sure that the invading insect race was their entirety? Originally, only over 10,000 ant nests of the insect race had entered the galaxy through the spatial rift. Judging by the development speed demonstrated by the insect race, Lin Fan doubted that over 10,000 ant nests represented the entirety of the insect race's main base. Lin Fan even suspected that the insect race arriving in the galaxy was probably only a small part, perhaps even just a scouting team. Therefore, Lin Fan believed that the key to victory in the war was not in eliminating the insect race on the first spiral arm, but in finding a way to close the spatial rift. If the spatial rift could not be closed, no matter how hard they fought, it would be in vain. However, it seemed that the major alliances were not aware of this issue, so Lin Fan had no confidence in them, ultimately relying on humanity itself. On this matter, Lin Fan's thoughts were somewhat different from Lin Zhen's. In Lin Zhen's logic, this was a war involving all civilizations in the galaxy, and humanity should participate to the fullest extent. Of course, this was also because Lin Zhen lacked confidence, believing that if the first spiral arm fell, then the Orion arm would only survive for a few more years. However, Lin Fan thought otherwise. For Lin Fan, the goal was to eliminate the insect race, close the spatial rift, and enable humanity to control the entire galaxy, establishing the galaxy as a main base, expanding to the surrounding 12 satellite star systems, and eventually spreading throughout the entire system group. This was the preliminary goal Lin Fan set for himself, albeit just the initial phase. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On the Mars Star battleship, inside the command center, Lin Fan was sitting in his command seat, closing his eyes as if meditating. No one noticed that Lin Fan was softly murmuring to himself. 3210. Ting. System upgrade completed. The Supreme Commander System official version is now at your service. The system's voice was no longer cold, but had transformed into a pleasant female voice, much to Lin Fan's satisfaction. System, what are the differences with the official version? Can you provide a brief introduction? Ting. Certainly, host. Ting. Simply put, the novice version's role was only to cultivate the host's basic abilities, while the official version serves the host in dominating the entire universe. Ting. Within the official version, the host can exchange for everything needed to dominate the path within the system. Ting. Of course, these are not free but require points for exchange. After a simple introduction, Lin Fan understood the changes in the official version. As the system mentioned, the novice version was solely for developing basic abilities. Once these were achieved, the system would issue a novice assessment mission. Only by passing this assessment could one acquire the real system, that is, the official version. Unlike the novice version, where one had to complete missions to obtain technology, the official version allowed for purchases using points, not limited to just technology, but other items as well. Compared to the novice version, this was a significant enhancement. However, a question arose that required clarification from the system. System, can you explain how points are earned? Ding. Of course. Points can primarily be obtained through 3 ways. Ding. The first is through resource exchange. For example, every 1 million tons of steel can be exchanged for 1 point, and other types of resources can also be exchanged, albeit at different rates. Ding. The second is by the host or commanders under the host in warfare. Starting now, after every battle, the system will evaluate the host and commanders, awarding points based on this assessment. Ding. The third is by completing system-issued missions periodically. Based on the mission completion evaluation, the system will provide corresponding points. Hearing this, Lin Fan was relieved as, in the current environment, apart from the first method not being suitable for him, the other 2 ways posed no issues. With a stable channel for earning points, development was no longer a problem. Now, Lin Fan was curious to know the value of the system's reward of 5 million points after completing the novice assessment. It should be decent but not exceptional. After all, to exchange 1 point required 10,000 tons of steel, meaning 5 million points equated to 5 trillion tons of steel. While 5 trillion tons was massive, it was insignificant from a cosmic perspective. Ting. Now the host is assigned a system mission. Ting. To better utilize this system, the host needs a more independent environment. Please acquire, within 30 years, a fully autonomous main base at the level at least on a galactic scale. The sudden mission from the system left Lin Fan momentarily stunned. He was just contemplating that the first method of earning points was not suitable for him. Unexpectedly, the system immediately issued a mission that required him to acquire a main base at a minimum galactic level with absolute autonomy. This posed a challenge, given Lin Fan's position as a senior commander in the Federation. According to the current Federation's regulations, it was strictly forbidden for any commander to possess an autonomous territory. This amounted to an act of rebellion that would revolt against his own chain of command. Was there anything more absurd than this? What's crucial was that the system's mission specified that the main base must be at a level equivalent to a galaxy. What was the concept of a galaxy? The galaxy was a star system. In other words, the system demanded an entity on the same level as the galaxy itself. Wait a moment, the upcoming satellite star system plan, with its 12 satellite star systems, though smaller than the galaxy, were still star systems. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled something and a plan came to mind. The chapter of the Orion Arm has concluded, and from here on, a new chapter will begin, the Galaxy Dominance chapter. In this chapter, the focus will be on the involvement of the galaxy and its 12 satellite star systems. Of course, after the unification of the Orion Arm, with over 100 chapters, the system's novice assessment for the protagonist was finally completed. How many readers still remember this system that disappeared for decades? End of this chapter. Chapter 279. The Magellan District Rebellion in Da Mai is an impossible rebellion. I really thought it was like those novels from my past life, where with a system, one would betray their own civilization and go out to establish a new civilization to become an emperor. Lin Fan would say, these people should all be executed by firing squad. Once they have capital, they forget their own surname. Moreover, the president of the Federation is Lin Fan's father, right? The son rebelling against his father. What's wrong with him? To solve this problem, in fact, it's not difficult at all. Just confront Lin Zhen directly. There's nothing to hide within the family. As long as things are made clear, with Lin Zhen at the top, there are plenty of ways to resolve it. Must they end up like those protagonists, hiding things from family and friends, ultimately creating one tragedy after another? After making a decision, Lin Fan also contacted Lin Zhen, informing him that there are important matters to discuss face-to-face. Communication is not secure. Must return to Earth to talk. Although Lin Zhen was very puzzled, wondering what was so important that it required coming back to Earth to discuss face-to-face, but when he saw Lin Fan's serious demeanor, he agreed and informed Sanders that his son Lin Fan needed to return to Earth for an important matter. After all, Lin Fan is the highest-ranking frontline general. He cannot leave easily. There must be sufficient reasons to do so. Speaking of which, going back to Earth now is simply relaxing and enjoyable. Passing through the Stargate, as long as the distance does not exceed 1 million kilometers, no matter how far, it only takes 7 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Fan was already seated in Lin Zhen's presidential office. The two stared at each other until after a minute, Lin Fan finally spoke. During this confrontation, Lin Fan confessed everything to Lin Zhen except for one thing. It's not that Lin Fan didn't want to reveal everything, but this one thing had to be kept hidden, that he's a time traveler. He couldn't tell Lin Zhen, actually, your son died when he was 9, and I'm just a counterfeit using your son's body. As for the amnesia from back then, Lin Fan explained it was due to some side effects caused by the system integrating with him, resulting in losing his past memories. In summary, there were no significant loopholes. Through Lin Fan's narration, Lin Zhen was truly shocked. He knew Lin Fan had his own secrets, but as a father, he chose not to touch upon Lin Fan's secrets, and it had been like this for decades. However, what she didn't expect was that Lin Fan's secret was so astounding. It was like watching a sci-fi movie. No, even more futuristic than a sci-fi movie. So, that system reactivated at the moment when the Federation unified the Orion arm? Yes, you can understand it that way. Lin Fan nodded and said, to establish a territory where one can have complete freedom at the level of a galaxy. Kid, do you have a way? Lin Fan smiled then looked at Lin Zhen, saying, he didn't believe that Lin Zhen had no way. Even he himself had come up with several feasible solutions. You little brat, there is a way, and there are several, among which the best way is to let you go out and establish a sub-civilization for the Federation. Sub-civilization? Lin Fan was clearly very interested in this term. Yes, indeed. Recently, Uncle Ed and I have been in discussions, planning to establish a sub-civilization for the Federation. In fact, it can also be considered as an alternative seed plan for the Federation. However, who will control this sub-civilization? We're not sure for the time being. After all, if this person grows ambitious, it could lead to trouble. But if it's you who goes, I believe Ed will agree. Won't he? Listening to Lin Zhen's explanation, Lin Fan's eyes also lit up. This method was completely different from what he had in mind, but it was better than his ideas. This old man was truly remarkable. What do you think? This method is great, I agree. But what about the location? The large Magellanic Cloud, with a star count of 10 billion, equivalent to half a main arm of the galaxy, ample for your development, and also meets the requirements of your system. In fact, do you have other intentions? Lin Fan smiled then spoke to Lin Zhen. The moment he heard about the large Magellanic Cloud, Lin Fan already knew that his dear old man was up to something mischievous. Oh, my foolish brother, the old man has been worrying about you. You understand, I'm giving you 5 billion people, including 1 billion humans, 4 billion angels, in addition to entrusting you with 5 federal legions. Apart from your 1st legion and Chris's 5th fleet, I'll assign 3 more angel legions to you. Is that enough? It's enough. But I need one more person. I got it. You can take Bai Zixuan with you. But you must send back the latest research results to the Federation every year. When Lin Fan mentioned needing one more person, Lin Zhen immediately understood he was referring to Bai Zixuan. By now, Lin Zhen had realized that Lin Fan didn't possess extraordinary research capabilities, so after acquiring various technological data through the system, he needed a formidable research expert to turn that technology into reality. And among the entire Federation, no one was more suitable for this task than Bai Zixuan. Old man, thank you. Enough. Just remember one thing. Although it's a sub-civilization, this sub-civilization will always be a part of the main civilization. It's only when the main civilization faces imminent destruction that the sub-civilization will truly come into play. Otherwise, it's just an administrative region of the Federation, and you're just the president overseeing the military and government within this region. Looking at Lin Fan, Lin Zhen spoke earnestly. In the concept of a sub-civilization, Lin Zhen's thoughts were actually different from the typical idea of a sub-civilization. Generally, a sub-civilization is meant to be distant from the main civilization, developing independently without interfering with each other. This is to prevent total destruction of a race in case of a crisis, the concept that one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. This way, the survival chances for the entire human race would greatly increase. Even if one group were annihilated, another distant group would continue the species. However, what Linzen described regarding a subcivilization was different. Considering that humans currently don't have the ability to venture too far, with the maximum operational range being 1 million light-years, which barely covers the 12 satellite galaxies in the Milky Way. Thus, the conventional main and subcivilization plan was evidently unsuitable. Lin Zhen's scheme was to establish 12 administrative regions for the Federation on the 12 satellite galaxies, where one of them, while appearing as an administrative region, actually carried out a separate mission to act as a seed for full evacuation when the main civilization faced absolute crisis. The key here was that this administrative region would be unique compared to the other 11. In terms of development, all positions would be established according to a specific civilization structure, rather than as an administrative region. Only in this way, if this administrative region were to evacuate completely, it could still maintain an intact civilization system to better continue on. And this special administrative region was prepared by Linzen for Lingfan, the Magellan district. End of chapter. After everything was confirmed, Linfen bid farewell to Linzen and returned to Hangugwen. After all, this matter was not something that they could immediately act on just by agreeing between the two of them. There were many people to convince, and a lot of preparation work to be done. It would take at least half a year or more to truly implement it. 3 months later, the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters issued the latest orders. Due to the current formation of the Interstellar Fleet being unable to meet the current operational needs, the Federal Fleet decided to adjust the fleet formation. After the adjustment, the new formation of the Interstellar Fleet was divided into 7 levels. Level 1, Galaxy Cluster, with a full complement of 1 billion warships. Level 2, Galaxy Legion, with a full complement of 100 million warships. Level 3, Galaxy Fleet, with a full complement of 10 million warships. Level 4, Starfield Fleet, with a full complement of 1 million warships. Level 5, Stellar Fleet, with a full complement of 100,000 warships. Level 6, Planetary Fleet, with a full complement of 20,000 warships. At the same time, the Federal Interstellar Fleet will reserve formations of 10 galaxy clusters within the Milky Way galaxy, and 12 satellite galaxies will each reserve a galaxy cluster formation. Of course, this is only a reserve formation. Currently, the Federal Fleet cannot even fill up the Galaxy Legion formation, let alone the Galaxy Cluster formation. This is a 100-year development plan proposed by the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. In the days ahead, the reserve formations will gradually be filled. And so, Hangugwen began to reorganize according to the new formation. Currently, Hangugwen's permanent combat strength consists of 48 Federal Legions, including 10 Human Legions and 38 Angel Legions. The fleet composition given to Hangugwen by the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters is to Galaxy-level fleets, which is 10 million warships. Therefore, under this requirement, Linfen began the reorganization work. After the reorganization, the two fleets were named Hangugwen First Fleet and Hangugwen Second Fleet, both at the Galaxy level. Following the reorganization, the commander of the Hangugwen First Fleet was Chris, while the commander of the Hangugwen Second Fleet was John Hai. Since John Hai is currently still hunting down remnants of resistance forces with Liang Xingchen, Li Kangqian is acting as the interim commander. However, there was a minor incident when Linfen announced Li Kangqian as the commander of Hangugwen's Second Fleet. A certain female commander was extremely unhappy and dragged Li Kangqian into her room that night, spending the whole night disciplining him. After everything was settled, it was already the beginning of the 101st year of the Federation, and it had been exactly 7 months since Linfen and Lin Zhen's secret discussions last year. Finally, the time has come. Within the War Star, Linfen looked at a joint command from the Presidential Palace and the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters and softly said, with a smile, this order was very simple. Excluding Chris, Linfen was to lead all his core commanders back to Earth after handing over to Liang Xingchen. Liang Xingchen would arrive at Hangugwen in 3 days to take over as the new Supreme Commander of Hangugwen. After reading the order, Linfen left the command center with Liang Zuan headed to the simulation training room. Inside, Two simulators were conducting a simulated fleet battle training. Lin Fen looked at the real-time virtual battlefield projection with satisfaction and nodded. One fleet was fervently attacking the other. Although it was described as fervent, it was only referring to its efficiency in attack. The defense team was actually very meticulous in their strategy. The defending fleet was struggling, and their defeat was becoming apparent. After 10 minutes, unsurprisingly, the attacking side achieved a crushing victory. Soon, the doors of the two simulation pods opened, and two young men stepped out, one of whom was Lin Fan's younger brother, Lin Tia, and the other was Qin Tia, the youngest fleet commander under Lin Fan's command, who used to be commander of the 12th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Bro, how was that? My fleet command skills are pretty good, right? Lin Tia walked out of the simulation pod and saw Lin Fan's eyes light up, running over with an eager expression as if to say, "Praise me." Not bad. I now declare that your training is over. In 7 days, head to Earth to prepare for the mission in the Magellanic Galaxy. Yad. Canshin, the days of suffering are finally over. Magellanic Galaxy, here I come. Beautiful elves, here I come. In that moment, Lin Tia was so excited beyond words. Seeing his extraordinarily excited face and his slightly goofy expression, Lin Fen couldn't help but smile, and even Lianzu standing aside couldn't help but chuckle. All right, calm down. In 3 days, General Liang Xingchen will arrive at Guanguan Gorge to take over as the Supreme Commander of the Hanguguan Theater. After I hand over with him, we will return to Earth together. Bro, are you going back to Earth too? And how did Uncle Liang take over your position? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Tia looked puzzled and asked, "What are you saying? What do you mean by Uncle Liang taking over my position? I have a new mission to explore a satellite galaxy," Lin Fen said, impatiently. At that moment, Lin Tia suddenly remembered that Uncle Liang was his brother's father-in-law, and that his daughter, his brother's wife, was right in front of him at the moment. Thinking of this, Lin Tia immediately scratched his head cautiously and looked at Lianzu. Lianzu smiled slightly at Lin Tia, indicating that she didn't mind at all, which relieved Lin Tia. He knew that his sister-in-law might seem harmless, but when she got tough, she was terrifying. He had been through a lot of training from her over the past year, almost as tough as his brother. After letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Tia suddenly remembered something and looked back at Lin Fan. "Pro, you said you're going to explore a satellite galaxy too. Which one?" Lin Fen looked at Lin Tia, didn't answer, but gave a mysterious smile, and then left with Lianzu, leaving Lin Tia there with a puzzled look. 7 days later, Lin Fen and Liang Xingchen completed the handover, and then with Lianzu, Lin Tia, and over 20 corps commanders under his command, returned to Earth through the Stargate. After a day of rest, everyone who returned with Lin Fen also received appointment documents from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, including Lin Tia. The content of these documents mainly stated that the Federation would form 3 Starfield fleets to explore and develop the Magellanic Galaxy. Lin Fan was somewhat amazed to see this order, as the number of warships mentioned was twice as much as discussed initially. At the same time, Lin Tia, who was resting in the villa, was taken aback when he saw the order, because the document stated that Lin Tia would be the deputy commander for the mission to the Magellanic Galaxy, with the commander being his brother, the demon-like Lin Fan, whom he thought he had escaped from. If you enjoy the tale of the strongest commander in the galaxy, please bookmark. Updates for the strongest commander in the galaxy are the fastest. Chapter 281. Another powerful creature. The 3 Federation's domain-level fleet was currently cruising in the outer region of the Magellanic Galaxy. Any results yet? Lin Fan glanced at Lianzu beside him and asked. According to the scans, just like the previous few star systems, the life-bearing planets here have all turned into dead stars completely. Is it really the case? Lin Fan's Magellanic Galaxy exploration fleet had arrived here a month ago. During this time, Lin Fan led 3 domain-level fleets to explore over 100 star systems. However, without exception, every star system they encountered that had a life-bearing planet had turned into a dead star. What is a dead star? There are 2 main ways a planet can be destroyed. One is like what happened at the end of the first spiral arm, where the planet is directly blown up. The other is the situation Lin Fan encountered, where the planet wasn't blown up, but all the energy in its core had been drained. Although the planet maintained its original appearance in this situation, it had completely lost its vitality, unable to nurture life anymore and couldn't be called a life-bearing planet. Throughout Lin Fan's month, in the Magellanic Galaxy, he had encountered this scenario dozens of times. This made Lin Fan furrow his brows in deep thought. What had happened to this galaxy? If the entire galaxy was in this state, exploring it would be completely meaningless. Let's head further in this time. Target D7781 to 211. Understood. With Lin Fan's orders, the fleet locked onto coordinates and began another warp jump, this time heading even farther, 500 light-years away to a star system. 1 month later, in the Magellanic Galaxy, at Lakers, in the empty space, a fierce battle was happening. On one side was clearly a technological civilization, reaching a level 3 civilization in technology, with their fleet arranged neatly in over 10 formations, each consisting of 50,000 warships relentlessly attacking the other side. On the other side were giant monsters resembling Western dragons in human fantasy works and, like the insect race, able to survive in space. From the way these creatures endured the attacks of the level 3 civilization, with their bodies covered in armor-like scales, it was evident how tough they were. The level 3 civilizations typically needed several main cannon hits to break through a scale, and even when the scale was lost, their skin still had excellent defense. Without attacks equivalent to dozens of main cannon hits, they couldn't be killed completely, at most just injured. These were incredibly powerful creatures, even more formidable than the known insect race. The dragon horde had already breached the forefront of the enemy formation, and the slaughter was ongoing. At close range, the 100,000 warships in that formation had no resistance at all because their secondary guns and point defense turrets were too weak, posing no real threat to the dragon race. The technological level 3 civilization, called the Taro civilization, was a vassal civilization of the Astal Empire, a level 4 civilization. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? Not yet. According to the information, it will take at least 70 days to arrive. 70 days. I can't hold on for even 70 hours. Commander Calvin was full of despair. He wanted to retreat, but he couldn't. There was a strict rule in the Taro civilization's army that no one was allowed to desert during a war. Otherwise, they would be executed, and their families too. So even though Calvin knew he was doomed, without orders, he couldn't issue a retreat command. Furthermore, if he did order a retreat, the soldiers would rebel. After all, this rule wasn't just for the commanders, but for the whole fleet. If anyone dodged, all the families of that fleet would be executed. Therefore, the soldiers would rather die than be seen as cowards. Even if Calvin dared to order a retreat without following the rules, the soldiers would, without hesitation, take him out first, then continue to fight on their positions. Commander Calvin, a large number of warships have appeared at the rear of the fleet, numbering 3 million. 3 million? Could it be the reinforcements from the Astal Empire? Upon hearing his deputy's report, Calvin's first thought was that the Astal reinforcements had arrived. After all, in the Magellanic Galaxy, there were only a few civilizations that could deploy 3 million warships at once, and among those civilizations that could deploy hundreds of warships, there was only the Astal Empire. Of course, there were a few other civilizations that could mobilize 3 million forces, but practically, that would be their entire military force. Calvin didn't believe that any civilization would bankrupt itself to support him. Commander Calvin, that isn't the Astal Empire. Look, this is the footage we capture. Huh. After hearing his deputy's words, Calvin looked at the image displayed on the side, and his eyes suddenly widened. In the image, there was an enormous fleet, just like the Astal Empire, all composed of a single ship model, and all were battleship-class giants. However, Calvin had never seen this style of battleship before. Quick, compare it with the database. See which civilization it is. Yes, comparing with the database now. Report. No matching civilization found. How is that possible? Our database was provided by the Astal Empire and should include all civilizations in the Magellanic Galaxy. How could there be a civilization not in the database? And it appears to be a level for civilization like the Astal Empire. Calvin's mind was in chaos. What was this suddenly powerful civilization that appeared? Were they friend or foe? Whatever. Fight it out, or all hope would be lost. Immediately send a signal to the other side. Request their assistance. Yes, Commander Calvin. On the other side, Lin Fan was currently sitting on the bridge of the Uranus, observing the long-range images projected. Another species that can survive in space, and it looks much stronger than the insect race. But why do they look so much like the legendary Western dragons? Obviously, Lin Fan was very interested in these Western dragons, completely indifferent to the ongoing battle with the Taro civilization. Just a level 3 civilization, seen many of those, and this level 3 civilization was quite ordinary, with no unique characteristics. Commander, the other side is sending a distress signal to us. This is getting interesting. But indeed, we do need to understand what exactly happened in this star system. Understood. Should we send Lin Tia? Liang Zhu smiled, then asked softly. End of chapter. Chapter 280 to Lin Tia plays with the giant dragon in the Magellan Galaxy. Lakers. At this moment, an array at the forefront of the Tataro civilization has already fallen apart, with only less than 10,000 out of 50,000 warships remaining, engaged in a desperate struggle. The cause of this situation is just over 20,000 enormous dragon-like creatures, but the Tataro civilization can't seem to find a way to deal with them. The other 10 arrays also dare not come forward to help. It is important to note that although these dragons do not have long-range attack capabilities, they are absolutely overwhelming at medium and close range for a third-level civilization. The key is that the dragon's flight speed in space can reach 30,000 kilometers per second, compared to the Tataro civilization's warship speed of just 8,000 kilometers per second. This is why the Tataro civilization has divided the entire fleet into more than 10 arrays, and each one maintains a relative distance between them. After all, once these distances break within a range of 1 million kilometers, they can emit a beam of energy from their mouths, powerful enough to pierce through an entire Tataro civilization warship with a single shot, causing severe damage even if it doesn't hit a vital spot and leads to a direct explosion. When these dragons charge into close combat range, their sharp claws can easily tear through the hulls of the warships, resulting in an uncontested massacre for the Tataro civilization. Hence, Calvin's strategy can be understood. It can maintain full firepower while preventing the dragon swarm from approaching all the battleship arrays at once. On the battlefield, over 20,000 dragons are fiercely attacking the forefront of the Tataro civilization, formed by the 7th Fleet Array. However, just as they are about to completely destroy the warships in front of them, they suddenly sense something and turn their heads towards a certain direction. Quick, take this opportunity. Let the surviving warships of the 7th Fleet retreat. Calvin, observing this scene, decisively gives the order. Obviously, the civilization not found in the database has received their distress signal and dispatched 1 million warships to confront those darn planet destroyers. At this moment, if the surviving warships of the 7th Fleet are not withdrawn, the outcome will be one of two possibilities: either obstruct the attack of that civilization or be attacked by it as well. Either way, it's not a good situation. Therefore, Calvin immediately orders the remaining forces of the 7th Fleet to begin a retreat while joining up with other battleship arrays. On the battlefield, the more than 20,000 dragons pay no attention to the retreat of the Tataro civilization's fleet, but instead focus their gaze on the direction of the Federation fleet. Their instincts are continually sounding the alarm, indicating that those are the real threats to them. In the next moment, the entire dragon swarm turns towards the direction of the new enemy. Vice Commander, the dragon swarm is heading towards our direction, currently 7 million kilometers away. All right. Start attacking at 5 million kilometers. Utilize the speed advantage to pull back to 5 million kilometers after 2 million kilometers and continue the attack. Just repeat this operation. No need to make it too complicated. Understood. Speaking of which, Lin Tia has undergone more than a year of training with Lin Fan and Liang Zhu. Although he usually maintains the same appearance, once he starts commanding the fleet, he immediately becomes very serious. It has almost become his instinct. One must admit the training over this past year has been quite effective. Lin Tian's tactics employed at this moment are actually so simple that they can't get any simpler. Many times, it's not necessary to implement overly complex tactics, but rather the simplest tactics are the most practical. Understanding the weaknesses of the opponent and the strengths of oneself, fully utilizing them to the extreme, and winning the war in the simplest way possible. This is Lin Tian's current command style. If we were to compare Lin Fan and Lin Tia, Lin Fan is like someone who has practiced countless sword techniques with unpredictable moves, while Lin Tia has not practiced any other sword techniques, but has simply refined the basics to the extreme. Although every move seems very simple and lacks any amazing features, it can defeat all sword moves. Shortly after the dragon swarm approaches within 5 million kilometers, they face the first wave of attacks. Unlike the Tataro civilization before, the Federation now can be considered a peak-level 4th civilization, with plasma cannons on their warships being 3rd-generation weapons, far more powerful than the main cannons on the 1st-generation Tiger Shark-class battleships. When the Dragon Swarm and the first wave of main cannons collide, a brutal scene emerges within this void. Just one shot from a plasma cannon shatters a large portion of their scales, yet it must be acknowledged that these dragons' defenses are indeed formidable, only managing to shatter scales with a single shot and not deliver a fatal blow. However, not getting a kill with one shot doesn't mean these dragons can withstand the second or third shots. Dragons that the Tataro civilization would need dozens of main cannon hits to eliminate can be dealt with by just 2 to 3 shots here in the Federation. At this point, the Dragon Swarm also catches on. These foes are no pushovers compared to the previous ones. Soon, within the roar of one of the dragons, please disregard the fact that sound does not travel in space. All the dragons surprisingly converge towards the center, forming an assault formation. This astonishes everyone. Do these beasts understand formations? But that's beside the point. Don't mind them. Continue the planned operation as usual. Lin Tia said disdainfully. So what if they understand formations? I'll just focus on your slow speed and close attack range. Repeating the same actions is enough. As expected, the dragons, with their weak points exploded, despite their struggles, are completely dominated by Lin Tia. 1 minute later, as the dragon swarm drops over 10,000 dragon corpses and finally approaches the distance of 2 million kilometers, the Federation fleet stops the main cannon fire, using secondary cannons to attack while starting to fly in curved trajectories to increase their distance. As the distance opens up further, the lead dragon in the swarm once again begins to roar, seemingly angrily shouting that it's too despicable. After roaring for a while, it realized that it seemingly couldn't deal with the enemy, promptly turned around with the remaining dragon swarm, and began to flee. But can they escape? Obviously, it's impossible to escape. The speed difference between the two sides has reached a full 50,000 kilometers per second, as the Federation fleet pounces on the fleeing dragons with a fierce bombardment. And when they turn back for another attack, the Federation fleet once again begins curved flight, infuriating the lead of the dragon swarm, gnashing its teeth, its dragon face contorted. Unbeknownst to it, within his warship, Lin Tia watches its expression through the long-range detection system. I just love it when you can't stand me, but can't do anything about me. Inside the bridge, Lin Tia reveals a wicked smile. End of the chapter. Chapter 283. Shocking in the empty void of Calvin, the dragons were being effortlessly defeated, leaving only the leader dragon and around 30 ordinary dragons. This process made Calvin, who was watching from afar, feel nervous and jittery. The power of this weapon, the speed of this battleship, were all much stronger than what he knew of the Aster Empire. As far as he knew, the battleship speed of the Aster Empire could only barely reach 30,000 kilometers per second now. As for the power of the weapons, Calvin had seen the battles between them and these giant beasts, and compared to the power of this mysterious civilization in front of him, there was a big gap. Of course, if Calvin knew that the Aster Empire was only at the early stage of a level for civilization, and the Federation was at the peak level of a level for civilization, he wouldn't be surprised. Order the fleet to cease fire, deploy 100 battleships to move forward, maintain a distance of 2.5 to 3 million kilometers at the Dragon Group, use secondary guns to wear them down slowly, aim to heavily injure but not to kill. We need live subjects for research. Yes, Vice Commander. In reality, Lin Tian's orders weren't finished, but that last sentence was said to himself. Live dragons are fresher and should taste better when cooked. Immediately, the entire fleet stopped attacking. Subsequently, 100 battleships started to advance and began firing with secondary guns. Although, at a distance of 2.5 million kilometers, the accuracy of the secondary guns was low, and because there were only 100 battleships attacking, they couldn't form a broader firepower network, which further decreased the hitting rate to an exasperating level. However, it didn't matter since these dragons couldn't escape anyway. Slow and steady was the way to go. On the Uranus ship in the rear, You rascal! Lin Fan laughed angrily. He understood very well the mischievous ideas of Lin Tia. Seeing the arrangements he was making now, he immediately knew that Lin Tia was planning to capture a live specimen. So, why would he want to capture a live specimen? Most people would instinctively assume that Lin Tia wanted to capture dragons alive for research purposes. However, Lin Fan wouldn't think that way, as he knew Lin Tia well. This kid never had such serious intentions, so his purpose must be something else, like capturing them to taste dragon meat. Lin Fan thought that was probably the reason. After a whole hour, more than 30 ordinary dragons were immobilized and 2 of them couldn't move due to their injuries. The rest didn't survive. After all, trying to inflict injuries severe enough to immobilize them without killing them at a distance of 2.5 million kilometers wasn't an easy task. Of course, the leader dragon of the dragon group had a stronger vitality compared to the other dragons and survived as well, but it had lost most of its scales and was covered in various terrifying wounds, with a lot of blood floating in the surrounding void. Contact the commander at the rear and ask them to send over some experts in this field to see how to handle this. Looking at the results in front of him, Lin Tia nodded in satisfaction and said to his angel lieutenant beside him, "Yes, Vice Supreme Commander." From a distance, Calvin saw this scene, and his eyelids twitched. He immediately understood why the other party suddenly stopped firing and only sent out 100 battleships using low-power secondary guns, spending a whole hour doing so. Calvin wasn't a fool. He immediately understood that the other side intended to capture live dragons. Not even the Aster Empire would dare to do such a thing, right? But the other side did it anyway, and did it effortlessly. How could he not be shocked? "Commander, the other side is requesting communication. Should we accept it?" "Nonsense. Accept it immediately." Calvin, who was still in shock, was startled by his subordinate's words and immediately replied, "Come on, a civilization as powerful as this one refusing communication. Isn't that practically seeking death?" Soon, the communication was established, but in the next moment, both sides were a bit stunned. Lin Fan was stunned because the other party looked exactly like a humanoid pig-faced marshal. Tianpeng marshal, too similar, right? Calvin was stunned because the race in front of him was so similar to the people of the Aster Empire, except for some differences in the ears. There were hardly any other distinguishing features. "Hello, sir. I am Commander Calvin of the Theteros civilization, the commander of the Rachis division of the fleet. Thank you very much for your assistance. The Theteros civilization will never forget this," Calvin said respectfully. "Hello, this is the Star System level fleet under the Human Federation. I am Commander Lin Fan. The incident just now was just something we did on the way here. No need to pay it any mind. However, I'm curious about one thing. Commander Calvin, could you answer a question from me?" "Of course, Commander Lin Fan. Please go ahead." Although Lin Fan introduced himself as a commander, Calvin didn't dare to call him Commander Lin Fan. One obvious reason was that the other party was clearly a level 4 or even level 5 civilization, while he was only a level 3 civilization. Another reason was that the other party was commanding 3 million battleships, while he was only commanding 600,000 battleships, indicating they weren't on the same level. If others addressed him as Commander Calvin, he couldn't possibly address the other party as Commander Lin Fan. That would be forcefully lowering the other party to his level, right? Calvin wouldn't do something so foolish because it was absolutely correct to address Lin Fan with respect. "How about this? We have just arrived in this star system as well, and we're not very familiar with this place. I have many questions to ask, so if Commander Calvin is willing, you can come aboard my ship for a meal and we can talk in detail. How about that?" In an instant, Calvin widened his eyes. He caught an extremely shocking keyword. Star system. Yes. The other party mentioned we just arrived in this star system as well. What is a star system? And how could Calvin not know that? At that moment, all the doubts in Calvin's mind instantly cleared up. Yes. It was no wonder he couldn't find any matching civilizations in his database with the other party. No wonder the other party was so powerful. This wasn't a joke. The other party actually came from a different star system. Even the nearest main star system to himself, the Milky Way, was a whopping 160,000 light-years away. And all the way there are terrifying void regions. How terrifying are void regions? Calvin had heard of it before. Even the Astor Empire wouldn't dare to wander around in Voti regions, let alone spanning over tens of thousands of light years or even hundreds of thousands of light years. And as a civilization that could cross Voti regions and arrive here, how could they not be powerful? More powerful than the Astor Empire? That was only natural. Yes. Great Lin Fan. I am honored. At this moment, Calvin, compared to before, was even more respectful. End of this chapter. Chapter 280 from Meeting Room of the Star Devourer Uranus. At this moment, Lin Fan was looking at Calvin in front of him, feeling somewhat amused, but he forced himself to hold back. Calvin looked almost identical to the Supreme Marshal in his memory. Commander Calvin, as I mentioned earlier, we have just arrived in this star system recently and need to understand the situation here. You don't need to be nervous. All right, Master Lin Fan. What aspect would you like to know about? Calvin's current attitude was even more respectful than when speaking with their own civilization leader. In the universe, when a lower civilization faces a higher civilization, even if it's just a difference of one level, the domination is absolute. Moreover, Calvin felt that the Federation here was definitely more than one level higher than their civilization. Well, any aspect, such as the distribution of power in this star system, information about the creatures we just encountered, etc. Any information you know can be shared with me. All right, Master Lin Fan. Currently in this star system, or we are, there used to be two level for civilizations, the Fane Federation and the Astal Empire. Wait, you mean used to be? Not anymore. Lin Fan caught the key words in Calvin's words and asked keenly. Yes, Master Lin Fan. Now only the Astal Empire remains. What happened? This needs to be discussed from 50 years ago. For a moment, Calvin was caught up in the meeting and his expression began to darken. It seemed that this was not a simple civilization war, but something else had occurred. Watching Calvin, Lin Fan thought to himself, 50 years ago, in the Great Magellanic System, there were two major powers, as mentioned earlier, the Fane Federation and the Astal Empire. Among them, the Fane Federation was an extremely skilled level for civilization in biological technology, and the Astal Empire was a level for civilization with a mass-produced path in physical technology. As for other level 3 civilizations, they all depended on these to level for civilizations. After all, only with their jumping technology could level 3 civilizations quickly reach other star systems for development. Otherwise, to go to other star systems, the journey alone would take decades, even centuries, making development impossible. Cosmic paths. Don't you have cosmic paths here? Calvin's words surprised Lin Fan. With the jumping technology of a level for civilization being the only way to reach other star systems, either they stayed put or spent decades or even hundreds of years on the road. Why didn't anyone walk the cosmic paths? Even if not fast, they could at least travel at 3 times the speed of light. The journey of decades to centuries. Even if you reached a neighboring star system, with such a long distance, it would be impossible to effectively dominate, right? Master Lin Fan. What is the cosmic path? Calvin was puzzled, having never heard of it before. All right. Lin Fan realized he was limited by his ingrained thinking. Perhaps the cosmic path did not exist in the Great Magellanic System. Understanding the situation here appeared to be somewhat clearer. Without the help of a level for civilization, it would be extremely difficult for a level 3 civilization to develop. This was quite interesting. It seemed that the level for civilizations here played the role of interstellar shipping companies and made a lot of profit from it. Obviously, a level for civilization could not directly sell jumping engines to level 3 civilizations. Through previous scans, Lin Fan had already known that the fleet of this Tataruo civilization did not have jumping engines on their warships. If that were the case, how did these hundreds of thousands of warships get here? And the answer was already obvious. This was a system completely different from the Milky Way. In the Milky Way, with the existence of cosmic paths, even level 3 civilizations could easily expand their territory, owning dozens or even hundreds of star systems. But things were different in the Great Magellanic System. Without the cosmic path, level 3 civilizations needed to completely depend on level 4 civilizations, paying a huge price to reach neighboring star systems with their help. Well, never mind. Please continue. Lin Fan shook his head, indicating for Calvin to continue. Although Calvin was quite puzzled about what Lin Fan meant by the cosmic path, he understood that it wasn't the right time to ask questions now. After sorting out his thoughts, he continued with the previous content. According to this system, with the help of the two level 4 civilizations, the lower level civilizations in the entire star system gradually developed. Although it required great sacrifices, overall, the development of the entire star system was thriving. Until one day, the Fane Federation's biological technology touched upon a taboo, releasing a demon that ultimately devoured their own civilization completely. According to the information we later obtained, the Fane Federation initially intended to create a creature that could survive in the cosmic environment, but a problem arose during the experiments, causing this creature to suddenly mutate. After the mutation, it needed to rely on devouring energy to survive and grow, evolving constantly in the process. As it devoured more and more energy, its size continued to grow, from the size of a warship to eventually comparable to the size of a planet. Initially, it behaved very gently towards the Fane Federation, but it was all a sham, a facade deliberately put up to make the Fane Federation drop its guard. Once it had enough power, it no longer pretended, instead directly killing all the researchers and devouring all the energy of the entire planet, turning it into a dead star. From that day on, it gained a nickname, the Star Devourer. Although the Fane Federation immediately recognized the seriousness of the problem and tried to surround and attack it multiple times, all attempts failed. As it devoured more and more planets, it grew stronger and even used a portion of the devoured energy to prolifically reproduce, which are the giants that Master Lin Fen just took care of. Later, it evades all of the Fane Federation's encirclements, while launching surprise attacks and devouring more planets. As time passed, it gradually formed its own group, and their numbers were constantly increasing. Finally, when it had enough power, it launched a counterattack against the Fane Federation. That battle was said to be earth-shattering. Even though the Star Devourer ultimately emerged victorious, its own strength was severely damaged. According to the information, its population that had multiplied over decades suffered a loss of over 80% in that battle. And now, as it continues to devour planets, it is in the process of recovery. Therefore, now all the civilizations in the Great Magellanic System have gathered under the only level 4 civilization, the Astal Empire, to collectively fight against the Star Devourer. After saying this, Calvin had almost unraveled the situation for Lin Fan. In simple terms, a certain biological technology-based level 4 civilization recklessly touched upon technologies it couldn't control, leading to the destruction of their civilization. The Pandora's box they opened continued to threaten all the other civilizations in the system. It was a typical series of self-destruction. However, it felt somewhat similar to the insectoids. Speaking of insectoids, could they have been created by another biological-based advanced civilization? Lin Fen couldn't help but think this way. End of this chapter. Chapter 285. The Magellanic Galaxy in the Sirius Star Domain. Lacris. At this moment, Lin Fan was digesting Calvin's information in the meeting room, lost in brief contemplation. Calvin dared not disturb the scene and even refrained from moving, afraid to interrupt the noble person in front of him. Commander Calvin, do you have the star map of the Magellanic Galaxy, including power distribution? Half a minute later, Lin Fen lifted his head to ask Calvin. Yes, I'll have my deputy send it over immediately. Great, thank you. Lin Fen remained polite, making Calvin feel somewhat flattered, prompting him to contact his deputy right away. Lin Fan was not considering the Planet Eater at the moment, nor the Astal Empire. Instead, he was contemplating which place should be claimed as his first territory. Originally, the Fane Federation's homeland was undoubtedly a good choice. As one of the two level 4 civilizations in the galaxy, its capital region must be extremely fertile, at least within the Magellanic Galaxy. However, there was a problem with this idea. The Fane Federation wasn't just destroyed by the Planet Eater. More importantly, its planets were devastated, probably resembling dead planets now. Moreover, Lin Fen didn't intend to confront the Planet Eater so soon, because he knew very little about it. The limited information available was from a Legion commander of the Totoro civilization, which couldn't guarantee the accuracy of the intelligence, and most crucial information was missing. This wasn't because Calvin was intentionally hiding anything. In fact, he had disclosed all he knew. Simply put, even with a level 3 civilization like the Totoro, not even a Legion commander could possibly know much crucial information. It seemed Lin Fan would have to rely on himself. Commander, we have received the star map data from the Totoro civilization. Shall I open it? Liang Zhu reminded Lin Fan. Yes, open it. Let's see where would be a suitable place to settle. The next moment, a complete three-dimensional star map was projected in the meeting room. It was a star map provided by the Astal Empire to all Level 3 civilizations, mainly for updating the current situation of the war. The map showed that about 90% of the Magellanic Galaxy was colored light blue, while the remaining 10% was red. When the red area was magnified, one star system was marked with Planet Destroyer and confirmed 30 days ago. Extremely dangerous. Obviously, this was the most recent location of the Planet Destroyer confirmed by the Astal Empire, within the former Fane Federation's territory. After restoring the map to its full view, Lin Fan scanned it once more and noticed an abnormal area in the central region of the Magellanic Galaxy. According to the map, this was the densest area of stars in the entire galaxy. However, neither the former Fane Federation nor the Astal Empire had claimed this region, which was highly unusual. A region with such dense stars would surely have been occupied by the two Level 4 civilizations. Calvin, what's with this area? After Lin Fan's question, Calvin followed his finger and his eyes widened. Lord Lin Fan, this star domain is called the Sirius Star Domain, one of the most fertile areas in the Magellanic Galaxy with a high density of stars. Most stars are less than half a light year apart. Then why haven't the two Level 4 civilizations taken control of this area? Lord Lin Fan, the perimeter of that star domain has a void belt of 10 light years. Even the Astal Empire dares not send warships into the void belt, and most crucially, it's impossible to perform leap transitions in the void belt. When Calvin explained this, Lin Fan understood the situation. The Sirius Star Domain was surrounded by a void region, leaving the two Level 4 civilizations unable to enter. Not even the 4 major Level V civilizations in the galaxy could easily cross into the Void region. However, for Lin Fan, it was not an issue at all. If they couldn't enter, he could. And he had a natural mode as protection. What an incredibly advantageous environment. The decision was made. The Sirius Star Domain would be the central region of the Magellanic Administrative District, radiating control over the entire galaxy from there. Lord Lin Fan, you don't intend to go there, do you? Seeing Lin Fan's excited expression, Calvin asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lord Lin Fan, there is a voided region there, similar to the void belts between galaxies, and it's impossible to pass safely. Then how do you think we arrived in the Magellanic Galaxy in the first place? Lin Fan found it somewhat amusing to see Calvin constantly reminding himself nervously. However, this innocent remark startled Calvin. Indeed, how did they enter the Magellanic Galaxy? It seemed that they couldn't have arrived here without passing through the Void Belt. Furthermore, not only did they cross the Void Belt, but they also traversed a very long one. Calvin knew that even the nearest star system to the Magellanic Galaxy was over 100,000 light-years away. Having come this far, why worrying about a mere 10 light-year Void Belt? It turned out that he had asked quite a foolish question. All right, Commander Calvin, thank you for coming to answer my questions today. We're about to depart. Let me have someone escort you back to your ship. Yes. Lord Lin Fan. After Calvin left, Lin Fan glanced at Liang Zhu, who immediately understood and called to assault team members to escort Calvin to the spaceport. Once Calvin has left, have the fleet head towards the Sirius Star Domain. Use the Stargate ship. Understood. Nearby, when Calvin returned to his flagship, he gazed towards the direction of the Federation fleet, still feeling somewhat incredulous. Commander Calvin, a strange warship has emerged from the enemy fleet, and its hull is disintegrating. I'll transmit the footage. After the deputy spoke, real-time imagery from over 2 million kilometers away was displayed on the bridge. In the footage, a peculiar, gigantic, and bloated spacecraft was being disassembled by a group of robots, as if it were undergoing maintenance. End of this chapter. Chapter 286. The extremely rich Stargate ship, as the name suggests, is a spaceship specially manufactured for Stargates. This is not an ordinary spaceship in the conventional sense, but a spaceship designed with a large Stargate as its foundation. Its exterior may look bizarre because, apart from the core ship body, all other parts are made up of various modules from the Stargate. When these modules are released and activated, they automatically assemble themselves, eventually forming a large circular Stargate with a diameter of about 30 kilometers. At this moment, this large Stargate has been fully assembled and is presented in front of Calvin. Of course, Calvin has no idea what this thing is. He has never heard of spatial teleportation technology, let alone understand it. Commander, the Stargate has been assembled, and the zero-point energy crystals have been connected. It can be activated at any time. Contact Calvin and I will give him some instructions. Yes, Commander. When the communication reached Calvin, he didn't dare to delay for a second and immediately answered, Lord Lin, what are your orders? Calvin still appeared extremely respectful, and Lin was quite satisfied with his performance. This means that things will be easy to handle, and there's no need to expend effort. We are now heading to the Sirius star domain, but I will leave a large Stargate as a passage between the Sirius star domain and the outside world. Furthermore, I will leave behind a fleet of star domain level, with 1 million warships stationed at Lacrise. Is there any problem? Of course not. Lord Lin leaving a fleet here makes us more than happy. We wouldn't oppose it. Calvin thought it through. Lacrise is on the front line of the entire battlefield, constantly facing dragon attacks. His small fleet can't possibly defend it. Moreover, if someone wants to annex Lacrise, they wouldn't bother wasting time with him. They could easily wipe him out. Therefore, Lin leaving a star domain fleet should only be to protect the so-called passage. With this fleet here, the security is significantly enhanced, and only a fool would refuse it. Thinking about this, Calvin took a deep look through the porthole at the distant large circular Stargate. What kind of device is this that can create a passage from Lacrise to the Sirius star domain? Clearly, this is not technology that a fourth-grade civilization could possess. Very well, Commander Calvin, rest assured, this star domain fleet will not only protect the passage, but also help you defend against dragon attacks. Thank you, Lord Lin. Hearing Lin's confirmation that the fleet will protect Lacrise, Calvin's face was full of excitement. All right, that's it. We are about to depart from here. Yes. Lord Lin, please take care. After Lin nodded in satisfaction, he cut off the communication. Let Li Kangqiang lead the 3rd Expedition Fleet to stay behind and establish an outpost at Lacrise. Understood. What about Sophia? Fine. Sophia will stay too, but the command system will revolve around Li Kangqiang. Additionally, feel free to ask for help from Calvin's side in building the outpost. I believe they won't refuse. Yes, Commander. 30 minutes later, the Stargate opened, and a faint blue-colored passage like water appeared in the circular ring, leaving Calvin wide-eyed. Could this be a wormhole? Although Calvin had never seen a wormhole, he had read about them. After all, there was a wormhole in the Milky Way galaxy. The information he read and the scene before him were strikingly similar. Could the Federation artificially create wormholes? Thinking about this, Calvin looked towards the Federal fleet in the distance with even more respect. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Lin was not using an artificial wormhole, but a more advanced spatial teleportation technology. Otherwise, Calvin might have knelt down and begged for mercy. A 30-kilometer diameter Stargate is not considered large. It is even smaller than the Star Row in the galaxy. Just thinking about transporting 2 million warships through it would take several days. However, given the current situation, speed was not a problem. After the large Stargate was activated, Lin did not rush the fleet to enter. Instead, he arranged for an advanced fleet, commanded by Qin Tia, to enter and conduct preliminary exploration. 7 minutes later, the advanced fleet arrived at the Sirius star domain, and Qin Tia reported back, Commander, we have arrived at the Sirius star domain and are currently conducting initial scans. Good. Report back immediately with the results. Yes. The region connected by the large Stargate based on the Milky Way star map had been meticulously selected by Lin. It was a gigantic binary star system called Odd, consisting of 278 planets, 3 of which were suspected to be life-bearing planets. The key point was that within a 5-light-year radius of this star system, there were more than 30 other star systems, each substantial in size. It was undoubtedly the most fertile area in the Sirius star domain, perfect for establishing the future capital of the Greater Magellanic Administration. An hour later, in a virtual conference room. All right, everyone is here. Qin Tia, go ahead and introduce the situation in Odd. At the main seat, Lin looked around at all the corps-level officers who had assembled. He nodded and said, Yes, everyone. According to our preliminary investigation, Odd is a gigantic binary star system with a total of 278 planets, including 3 natural life-bearing planets, 67 planets suitable for later modifications, and 208 resource planets. It can be considered exceptionally fertile. As Qin Qian's voice fell, the others in the meeting room showed signs of excitement. This richness was beyond belief, with 3 natural life-bearing planets in a single star system, something unprecedented even in the Orion arm of the galaxy. It was like a miraculous dream. Moreover, we have conducted preliminary scans of all these planets. While the 3 life-bearing planets have diverse flora and fauna, they lack sentient life forms, which means they are entirely ownerless. Although ownership or lack thereof doesn't make much of a difference to us, ultimately, unclaimed is better. As for the 200 resource planets, they are abundant in various resources, with vast reserves. Additionally, within this binary star system, there are 9 asteroid belts, the smallest of which is 100 times the size of the solar system's asteroid belt. After an hour, Qin Qian's throat was dry, but he had finally introduced the entire situation of the binary star system. At this moment, Lin was also somewhat surprised. While he had guessed that Sirius must be fertile, he hadn't expected it to be this rich. This was truly an unexpected jolt. At this moment, Lin had already made a decision. Odd would become the capital of the future Greater Magellanic Administration. Order, in 3 hours, except for Li Kangqian and Sophia leading the 3rd Expedition Fleet to temporarily stay at Lacryce, all other fleets will depart and head to Odd. Yes. End of this chapter. Chapter 287 Unexpected Guest Magellanic Galaxy, Sirius Star Domain. The star system of O. Not far from O2, a large area of space began to blur, and after a few minutes, a large number of spacecraft began to fly out from it. This was a fleet that came from the Orion arm through the Super Stargate, consisting of 90% heavy transport ships and the remaining 10% were immigrant ships. A month ago, Lin Fen arrived at O and reported the situation of the Magellanic Galaxy to Earth. Soon after, Earth sent out the planned immigrant fleet, transport fleet carrying various supplies and equipment, and a large research vessel. 10 minutes later, a small shuttle docked at Ulano's spaceport. As soon as the door opened, someone rushed down impatiently and quickly approached Lin Fen, grabbing his shirt collar. "You little rascal, didn't you say you would focus on research after dealing with the Baba Empire?" It was obvious that Bai Zixuan was extremely unhappy about Lin Fan's sudden departure. "Bai Lao, calm down. Didn't I ask you to come over? Also, I have made some recent discoveries. Please take a look and see if they are useful," Lin Fan said, as he took out 2 storage cards from his pocket and handed them to Bai Zixuan. Just like in the old days, these storage cards were outdated technology from decades ago, but Lin Fan had no choice. Every time the system provided technical data, it was in this form. After complaining to the system and venting his frustration, Lin Fen had to choose to upgrade. With 5 million points in hand, he was not in a hurry. Upgrading to level 1 cost 500 points and allowed him to exchange for all level 1 civilization technologies. Upgrading to level 2 cost 5,000 points and allowed him to exchange for all level 2 civilization technologies. After reaching level 4, Lin Fen had already spent 555,500 points. Looking at the upgrade conditions for level 5, which required 5 million points, Lin Fan's face darkened. This 5 million points seemed to be useless according to the trend. Level 6 upgrade would require 50,000 points, but he had no means to acquire them. After setting aside the system's issues, Lin Fen planned to earn points once he arrived at the Magellanic Galaxy. Until a month ago, after commanding a fleet to destroy more than 20,000 void dragons, Lin Fen earned his first points in life. The normal battle was rated by the system, classified as minor scale, and awarded 10,000 points. Additionally, since it was his first points acquisition, the system rewarded him with an extra 1 million points. Lin Fan's total points exceeded 5 million again, so without much thought, he upgraded the point exchange module to level 5, allowing him to exchange for level 5 civilization technological data. After sorting it out, Lin Fen quickly found the space shield technology and its specialized miniaturized unidirectional space barrier technology, each requiring 300,000 and 100,000 points respectively. Without hesitation, he exchanged for them as planned. These technologies were the gap between the Federal Union and the major level 5 civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. With this weakness now covered, at least technologically, the Federal Union was no longer inferior to the top civilizations, though they were still far behind in quantity. After Bai Zixuan accepted the old storage cards, he glanced deeply at Lin Fan, then turned and walked back into the shuttle without saying a word, leaving Lin Fan somewhat speechless below the gangway. This White Law was indeed quite old-fashioned. With a large amount of equipment and supplies brought from Earth, Dio began a major construction. The infrastructure technologies of the Federation were advanced, with numerous construction robots and revolutionary building equipment, enabling a city of tens of millions population to be completed within a month. 2 months later, one after another, huge modern cities rose from the 3 life-supporting planets, with the largest being Dio 2. 6 billion people had already been relocated by immigrant ships, and the remaining population would be settled according to the plan within 1 month. The entire administrative region was divided into 3 function departments: administration, research, and military, temporarily overseen by Lin Fan as the governor, with Bai Zixuan as the Minister of Research. The Minister of Administration was recommended by Lin Zan and was one of the former staff members of the Presidential Palace. Ryan, if you have forgotten who this is, you can refer back to Chapter 195, Territory Distribution. Everything proceeded orderly. Governor, Li Kangqian has a communication for you. Bring it over. Yes, soon. Li Kangqian appeared in front of Lin Fan. Kangqian, what's up? Reporting to the governor, representatives from the Lakers have arrived. It's the fleet of the Astral Empire at the level of a star domain fleet. What is their purpose? We haven't made contact yet, but according to Calvin, they asked for help from the Astral Empire more than 2 months ago. However, the Astral Empire's response was delayed, as there were no fleets nearby and it would take 70 days for reinforcements to arrive. But later when we intervened and resolved the crisis, Calvin forgot about that previous plea for help. Lin Fan understood that they had come from Lakers to assist the Taitoro civilization, but 70 days seemed awfully late. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, based on the information provided by Calvin, Lin Fan judged that the Astral Empire was just an early-stage civilization at level 4, and the speed of movement within the star system was too slow. Not to mention a level 5 civilization, even without mastering spatial teleportation technology, the movement speed within the star system was still slow. Therefore, requiring 70 days for support was quite normal. You can make contact with them first and allow them to send representatives to Dio. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan said, Yes, Governor. Due to the author's recent busyness, there will be about a week's time with only 2 chapters updated daily. After the busy period, the regular schedule of 3 chapters daily will resume. Thank you for your understanding. End of this chapter. Chapter 288. The elves truly exist. 70 days ago, the 4th Legion of the Aistal Empire, which was undergoing rest and reorganization in Kreitz, suddenly received a rescue message from Loclaeus. The 4th Legion had just gone through a difficult battle, with the Legion originally composed of 3 million warships now reduced to only 1.8 million, with nearly half of them damaged, showing the intensity of the fighting. Despite the poor condition of the 4th Legion, the Legion commander, Bioritis, still ordered 800,000 warships to stay behind and guard, while she led 1 million warships to the rescue. Bioritis was a commander with a strong sense of responsibility. For her, the Aistal Empire was the hope of all civilizations in the entire galaxy. It was absolutely unacceptable to stand by and watch, as it could lead to the disintegration of the entire alliance against the planet Devourers in no time. Furthermore, the Aistal Empire itself had orders that if possible, rescue must be carried out within their capabilities. After sending a reply message to the other side, informing them that the rescue fleet would arrive in 70 days, she set out with 1 million warships towards Loclaeus. 70 days later, Bioritis arrived at Loclaeus. On the way, she considered many possibilities, the biggest one being that she was too late and Loclaeus had already been massacred. After all, with only a level 3 civilization fleet there, consisting of tens of thousands of warships, it was impossible to withstand the attack of over 20,000 void dragons, let alone for 70 days. They probably wouldn't even last for 7 days. However, upon reaching Loclaeus, she was dumbfounded. It seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Various spacecrafts were shuttling back and forth between several planets, appearing very busy, and there were many large constructions taking place in space, including forts and starports. Legion Commander, we have scanned an unfamiliar fleet with a strange device. Details. Yes, the size of the fleet is approximately 1 million warships, and its composition is similar to ours, all consisting of a single type of ship, unlike level 3 civilizations with multiple types of ships. Additionally, next to this fleet, there is a large device whose function is unknown. And this is the influence we observed. While the adjutant reported and manipulated the data, the image displayed was of a large 30-kilometer diameter Stargate. What was this thing? Bioritis looked at the Stargate in the image, feeling puzzled. She couldn't determine what this device was. What had happened at Loclaeus? Legion Commander, there is communication coming from that unknown fleet. Connect immediately. Yes, soon. The communication was connected, but both sides were visibly stunned. Looking at Bioritis, tall stature, delicate facial features, perfect golden blonde hair, and the distinctive, dainty and exquisite pointed ears different from humans, Li Kangqian felt a bit flustered. Could that boy Lin Tia have precognitive abilities? He had previously bet with him that there were no elves in the Magellan Galaxy. Li Kangqian suddenly remembered the bet with Lin Tia and the punishment for losing, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Bioritis was equally unsettled. Though the Ystol Empire had records of all civilizations of level 2 and above in the Magellan Galaxy, she had never known of a civilization whose individuals looked so similar to her own race. While not completely identical, there were some subtle differences that could easily be overlooked. In other words, both parties shared almost the same aesthetic perspective. Who are you? Bioritis, recovering from her shock, asked Li Kangqian. Sorry, we are so similar that I got a bit distracted. My name is Li Kangqian, commander of this fleet. We are from the Human Federation in the Milky Way Galaxy, crossing 160,000 light-years to come here. According to our governor, we are currently a quasi-level 5 civilization, and in a few months, we will officially become a level 5 civilization. These words were like a thunderbolt to Bioritis's ears. A civilization from the Milky Way Galaxy, crossing 160,000 light-years and traversing the void to reach the Magellan Galaxy, was now a quasi-level 5 civilization, soon to become an official level 5 civilization. This left Bioritis quite shocked, as in the tens of thousands of years recorded history in the Magellan Galaxy, the highest level of civilization had only reached the late stage of level 4, and there had never been a level 5 civilization. The Ystol Empire, despite being the leader of the entire galaxy, was merely a level 4 civilization in its early stages. Therefore, a level 5 civilization in the Magellan Galaxy was truly a distant legend, and now, this legend seemed to be right in front of her. We are a fleet dispatched by the Federation to the Magellan Galaxy for exploration. As we passed through here, we happened to see the Tidnoro civilization fleet being attacked by the Void Dragons. So we helped out and dealt with those Void Dragons. Even with her million warships, dealing with over 20,000 dragons would still require some effort and undoubtedly result in some damage. Yet, on the side of the Human Federation, it seemed to be just a casual act. How powerful were they? In this current situation, the appearance of such a powerful civilization could be seen as a good thing or even a more terrifying disaster than the planet devourers. Bioritis felt the need to clarify the true intentions of the other party. Commander Li Kangqian, have you come to the Magellan Galaxy for prosperity or destruction? Bioritis's expression was serious as she asked Li Kangqian one word at a time. Sorry, as you know, I am just a small fleet commander. Regarding this question, I think you can ask our governor. Our governor? Then may I meet and discuss with this governor? Of course. Currently, our governor is in Dio at the Sirios Starfield in the Magellan Administrative Region, building the capital of our Federation Magellan Administrative Region. There were previous instructions that if you wish, we can take you there. Again, Bioritis was shocked by Li Kangqian's words. What did she just hear? The Sirios Starfield? The governor of the Human Federation not only went in but was also in Dio, in the Sirios, beginning construction of the capital of their administrative region. Most importantly, Li Kangqian mentioned the Federation Magellan Administrative Region, which clearly revealed their intentions. However, whatever the case may be, since they were inviting, she had to go. She had to meet this governor from the Human Federation. Then I'll trouble Commander Li Kangqian. End of this chapter. Chapter 289. Meeting with Elva standing on the bridge, looking out through the portholes. Up until now, Bioritis still couldn't believe that she had arrived at Dio, in the Sirios star system, an area known as the most fertile in the Greater Magellan, yet forever unreachable. Just 10 minutes ago, She was in Larkus, watching the activation of the large Stargate. Following Li Kangqian's guidance, she commanded her battleship to enter the Stargate. And now what came next? Daryl Rodis just felt the scenery suddenly change before her eyes, and she was already here. Wasn't it supposed to take 7 minutes to pass through the spatial channel? Wasn't that a lie? It was even faster than the blink of an eye. Legion Commander, we have incoming communication. Patch it through. Yes. Shortly, a beautiful figure appeared on the bridge. Even Daryl Rodis secretly admired her beauty, on par with her own. On the other end of the screen was Lian Zhu, representing Lin Fan to welcome Daryl Rodis's arrival. Given the significant difference in their civilizations, and Daryl Rodis being just a Legion commander, while Lin Fan was a governor of a galactic region, it was impossible for him to personally greet her. Nevertheless, Lin Fan didn't care much about such hierarchical differences, but basic diplomatic etiquette still had to be followed. Legion Commander Daryl Rodis, welcome to Dio. I am Lian Zhu, Deputy to Governor Lin Fan. You can also call me Vice Lian. Hello, Vice Lian. Can I ask a question? Of course, ask away. Well, Commander Li Kangqian previously informed me that crossing through the spatial channel would take 7 minutes, but why didn't it take even a second? And I'm already here. This was the question Daryl Rodis most wanted to ask at the moment. Though she had jestingly commented earlier, she didn't think Li Kangqian was lying, yet her experience indeed showed an instantaneous arrival. Without understanding this point, Daryl Rodis felt somewhat unsettled. Legion Commander Daryl Rodis, it's like this. Within a distance of 1 million light-years, regardless of proximity, the transit time in the spatial channel is always 7 minutes. However, inside the channel, beings will not sense any passage of time. That's why you mistakenly thought you arrived instantly, when in actuality, 7 minutes had already passed since your departure. Lian Zhu answered with a smile. She also understood that experiencing wormholes or spatial channels for the first time could seem incredulous. Without someone explaining, one wouldn't realize that time had quietly elapsed. Oh, I see. No wonder I felt the scenery change in the blink of an eye. Thank you for clarifying. You're welcome. Now, please dock your battleship at our fortress spaceport. The flight path has been sent to your ship. I'll be welcoming you inside the spaceport. All right, we'll set off following the flight path. Thank you. After the conversation, Lian Zhu nodded to Daryl Rodis with a smile and ended the communication. Immediately, Daryl Rodis instructed her deputy to bring up the flight path sent by Lian Zhu and began proceeding towards a fortress on the orbit of Dio 2. As the battleship docked at the spaceport, Daryl Rodis descended the gangway, where Lian Zhu was waiting at the bottom. Welcome to Dio, Commander Daryl Rodis. When face to face, even Lian Zhu was amazed that elves truly existed. The vastness of the universe was truly diverse. Hello, Vice Lian. Is this still under construction? Since the battleship had entered, Daryl Rodis noticed that this was a partially completed fortress, with many areas still under construction, bustling with robots working everywhere. Yes, Commander Daryl Rodis. We've only been here for 2 months, and this star fortress will take at least another 3 months before it's fully operational. For now, it can only remain in orbit as an immobile fortress. Huh, did you say this is a star fortress? That's right. Daryl Rodis looked around curiously. Although she was familiar with the concept of a star fortress from the history of the Greater Magellan System, where a mid-level for civilization had constructed one, what she didn't know was that it was merely a semi-complete star fortress, with mobility, but lacking jump capacity. After all, enabling such a massive object to jump required at least a peak, if not level 5 civilization. That was why in the galaxy, only level 5 civilizations possess star fortresses. Legion Commander Daryl Rodis, this way, please. Governor Lin Fan is waiting inside. All right. Daryl Rodis and her entourage followed Lian Zhu towards the interior of the star fortress. Brother, is it really elves? Don't trick me. Inside a meeting room in the star fortress, Lin Qiansheng excitedly asked Lin Fan seated at the main seat. In the last 10 minutes, he had asked the same question more than 30 times. Lin Fan's face had darkened by now. Let me tell you, behave yourself later, or I'll immediately send you back to Earth, never allowing you to step foot in the Greater Magellan System again. Do you understand? Lin Qian's posture changed instantly, presenting a serious demeanor that was quite different from his earlier behavior. This scene left Lin Fan speechless. Transforming his attitude so swiftly, He thought it would be a waste if Lin Tiad didn't pursue acting. Knock, knock. Governor, Commander Beryl Rodis and her entourage have arrived. Shortly after, Lian Zhu arrived at the door of the meeting room, knocking and informing Lin Fan. All right, please let them in. Yes. After speaking, Lian Zhu stepped aside, signaling them to come in. Soon, led by Beryl Rodis, a group of 9 Nels entered one after the other. Similar to the angelic beings, not one of them was unattractive, not even average looking. Comparing them to humans, their genetic makeup excelled in certain aspects. Lin Fan became somewhat concerned. As human-angel intermarriages grew more common, would it affect the angelic genetic lineage, potentially leading to each generation being less beautiful? Thinking about it, at least for now, it wasn't a concern for Lin Fan. Hello, Commander Beryl Rodis. I am Lin Fan, Governor of the Human Federation's Greater Magellan Administrative Region. As Beryl Rodis approached Lin Fan, he extended his right hand with a smile. Realizing the gesture, Beryl Rodis quickly shook his hand, recognizing it as a gesture of courtesy. Hello, Governor Lin Fan. I am Beryl Rodis, Legion Commander of the 4th Legion of the Astal Empire. End of chapter. Chapter 290. Lin Fan speculation. Lin Qiansheng stared at Lin Fan's hand with a pair of eyes full of envy and jealousy, holding Bilwodi's right hand. However, Lin Tia soon felt a murderous intent and immediately looked in that direction, only to see Lian Zhu standing at the door of the reception room, staring at him with a fierce gaze. Lin Qian was shocked and quickly concealed his embarrassing expression, returning to his extremely serious look just now. On the other side, after Lin Fan and Bilwodi greeted each other, they both sat down. Governor Lin Tia, I have a question, although it may be disrespectful, but I still want to ask you in person. After sitting down, Bilwodi looked at Lin Tia and said seriously, Commander Bilwodi, feel free to ask your question directly. All right, I want to ask, when the Human Federation arrived at the Magellanic star system, did they come to conquer and rule here? Yes. Lin Fan responded without hesitation. This caught Bilwodi somewhat off guard. Although she had already guessed the Federation's intentions, she thought Lin Fan would answer more tactfully. But who would have thought Lin Fan would be so direct? Is this really okay? Bilwodi was very unaccustomed to Lin Fan's way of handling things. Well, originally yes. Originally? Just as Bilwodi was a bit perplexed, Lin Fan added another sentence, which made her even more puzzled. What does it mean by originally yes? Does that mean you no longer want to conquer the Magellanic star system? Is that a good thing? Yes, originally, before I met you. After Lin Fan said this, Bilwodi was not too surprised, just a bit confused about the meaning. However, Lin Tia on the side was unable to stay calm. Since Bilwodi entered, he had been staring straight at her, unable to look away, immediately entering a state of love at first sight. But now, hearing Lin Fan say that they were prepared to conquer and rule the Magellanic star system before meeting Bilwodi, Lin Tia couldn't stay calm. Can Governor Lin Fan please explain what you mean by that? Sure. Do you notice the person next to me? Lin Fan nodded towards Bilwodi, saying, Bilwodi had been paying attention to Lin Fan since she entered, and hadn't noticed anyone else in the reception room, as she thought the conversation was only with Lin Fan. It wasn't until Lin Fan mentioned it that Bilwodi turned to look at Lin Tia, and Lin Tia was also a bit bewildered, wondering what his brother was up to. Is he trying to matchmake us? I'm not ready yet. This is my younger brother Lin Tia, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of the Military Department in the Magellanic Administrative Region. Commander Bilwodi, do you see any differences between us? Lin Fan said with a smile, gesturing for Lin Tia to stand up. And when Lin Tia stood up, the pair of wings behind him became very prominent. That naturally holy pair of wings, even Bilwodi was slightly surprised to see them. Commander Lin Fan, is he really your blood relative? Why do I feel like you two are not the same race? Hehe, you are correct, Commander Bilwodi. Lin Tia and I can be said to be of the same race, but also different races. Lin Qian's words once again puzzled Bilwodi. What does this mean? What is the governor trying to express? Seeing Bilwodi looking perplexed, Lin Fan explained in detail about the angel race and Lin Qian's background. Governor Lin Fan, so you mean the angel race is now an official member of your federation, right? After listening to Lin Fan's narrative, Bilwodi seemed to understand something and asked, Yes, I think Commander Bilwodi already anticipates what I am going to say. In fact, have you ever thought that what happened between humans and angels was originally something impossible to happen? And now there is also your elven race. If you are similar to the angel race and belong to the same race as humans in essence, able to reproduce offspring without barriers, do you think this situation is normal? Indeed, this situation is highly abnormal. Just within a galaxy and its many star systems, there are 3 similar races. If there were only 2, Lin Fan could attribute it to a natural miracle, an almost impossible coincidence. But now with the appearance of a third, Lin Fan could no longer consider it a coincidence. Gulwodi naturally understood Lin Fan's meaning. In the universe, the almost identical physical traits between 2 different races, able to reproduce offspring without barriers, this possibility is almost zero. But now, within the small scope of the galaxy, not only did it occur, but there might even be a third instance now. This situation could no longer be described as a coincidence. I suggest conducting a physical examination on the elven race individuals. It can be completed in a few minutes. Commander Gulwodi, would you agree? I agree. Gulwodi responded without hesitation. In her view, whether this matter was a coincidence or something else, it didn't matter. For the Astal Empire, this was only beneficial, not harmful. Firstly, there was no need to worry about what the Federation would do to their empire. Secondly, with the Federation's assistance, they could smoothly resolve the crisis in the Magellanic star system. And lastly, merging with a level 5 civilization was also acceptable to the Astal Empire. Of course, pending the Queen's approval. But Gulwodi believed that the Queen would definitely agree. All right, Liangzu, take Commander Gulwodi and her team for a comprehensive body examination. Yes, Governor. Kid, they are gone. Stop staring, Lin Fan said, impatiently, looking at Lin Tia still staring blankly at the reception room door on the side. Brother, do you really think the elven race will have a situation similar to the angel race? Lin Tia finally came to his senses, looking at Lin Fan and asked, I don't know. All I can say is that the possibility is very low, almost impossible, but I have a feeling. Humans, angels, elves, and perhaps in the future, we may encounter more races similar to these. It's not just a simple natural occurrence, but behind it, there is an inevitable arrangement, as if in a place unknown to us, there is a big hand orchestrating everything. Brother, are you overthinking it? Listening to Lin Fan's speculation, Lin Tia suddenly felt a chilling sensation, shivering all over. End of this chapter. Chapter 291. 10 minutes after the Queen's decision, Belladis and the others returned to the reception room. Just by looking at their expressions, Lin Fan already knew the outcome. Just as expected, Governor, here is the detailed report. Liangzu came to Lin Fan and handed him a report. After Lin Fan took it, he quickly scanned it, finding it to be practically a copy of the report from the Angel Clan. Well, Legion Commander Belladis, it seems that things are developing in the most unlikely direction. What do you plan to do? Putting down the report, Lin Fan looked at Belladis and said, I cannot make the decision on this. I need to report to Queen Alwyn and let her decide. Belladis naturally understood what Lin Fan meant, shook her head, and said, All right, I'll contact the Queen immediately for her decision. It shouldn't take too long. Okay. 1 million light years away from Ode. There is a rich star system, of course. Compared to Ode, it is still quite inferior. This is the capital circle of the Empire of Aster, Selen. On one of the life planets, there is a huge forest. Not only is it very large in size, but the trees are also unusually large. Among them, one tree surpasses the others, with a diameter close to 100 meters, and its height pierces the clouds. This tree, thousands of years old, is known as the Tree of Life by the elves. Legend has it that all elves were originally nurtured and born by this Tree of Life. Now, around this huge Tree of Life, the elves have built a huge capital city in this forest, the style of which is very primitive, but surprisingly harmonious with the forest. Queen Alwyn, the commander of the 4th Legion, Belladis, has requested urgent communication and asks to speak privately with you, Your Majesty. Who is Belladis? She is the daughter of the elven Queen Alwyn, and Alwyn knows her well. For her to make such a request, something unimaginably significant must have happened. Connect the communication to my room and arrange for the guards to be outside the door. No one is allowed to enter during this time. Yes, Queen Alwyn. After saying that, Alwyn walked to her room. Belladis, what has happened? After returning to her room and connecting the communication, Alwyn looked at the female elf in front of her who bore some resemblance to herself, and asked, "Mother, this matter is too significant. I dare not make a decision lightly, so I can only leave it to you to decide." In the next 10 minutes, Alwyn did not say anything, just listened quietly to Belladis's account, but her expression already showed that she was extremely shocked at this moment. When Belladis finished speaking, Alwyn still did not say anything. She was organizing the unbelievable information she had just heard. "Belladis, tell me, how long can the Empire of Aster hold on?" After sorting through her thoughts for a long time, Alwyn did not directly respond to what Belladis had just said but inquired about the situation of the Empire. "Mother, forgive my bluntness, currently, we are barely holding on. Before the planet Devourer and its main forces strike, we can just about maintain a balance. But once they launch a full-scale offensive, the current strategic balance will likely collapse in an instant." "That's right, other races may still have hope, but I know how terrifying the planet Devourer is, and its main forces are not these tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of minor skirmishes we have now. Once they launch a full offensive, we are simply defenseless." Alwyn nodded and said, "Perhaps other civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy think that under the leadership of the Empire of Aster, they can resist the planet Devourer, but that is just an illusion. In fact, over the past few decades, the planet Devourer has been regaining its strength, and its main forces are also licking their wounds. Once they return to their peak, it will be a disaster for the entire galaxy, and the Empire of Aster simply cannot hold on." "Mother, are you suggesting, Belladis, this is the only way out for our elven race, and the only hope for the entire galaxy? Isn't it just integrating into the Federation? It's not like becoming slaves or subordinate civilizations. What is there to hesitate about?" Alwyn seemingly casually said, but in reality, this was the conclusion she came to after much contemplation. The only way out for the elven race, the only future. Moreover, Belladis also mentioned the situation she learned about the Angel Clan, a civilization that was at the upper mid-level 3 decades ago, which, with the support of the Federation, quickly advanced to the late-level 1st stage, and after merging into the Federation, they can now even call themselves a level 5 civilization. Most importantly, after examination, the elven race and the human race can be considered the same race. It feels like reuniting with lost relatives. Therefore, Alwyn did not have much resistance to merging into the Federation, but rather was somewhat pleased. The future of her race is secure, instead of like now, calculating how many days they can hold on. "So, Mother, do you agree to merge into the Human Federation?" "Yes, that's the idea, but the specific terms of the merger can still be discussed. However, we do not have the space teleportation technology like the Federation. Ask Governor Lin Fan if it is possible for them to come to Selen and, like Rakes, build a Stargate." "Okay, I'll go now." When Belladis met Lin Fan again and informed him of Alwyn's request, Lin Fan immediately agreed to the request without hesitation. "Lin Shan, take a Stargate ship and go with Commander Belladis to Selen. Upon arrival, use the Stargate ship to build a large Stargate in Selen for spacecraft to pass through. At the same time, help build a small Stargate within their capital to facilitate personnel passage. This time you don't need to ride a battleship there. Just take Commander Belladis's battleship directly." "Commander Belladis, is there a problem?" "Of course not." After a moment of thought, Lin Fan added that Lin Tia should not go with a battleship but directly board Belladis's battleship. Then he looked at Lin Tia meaningfully, and Lin Tia responded with a meaningful look, as if they were having a conversation through their eyes. "You scoundrel, I've arranged everything for you. It's up to you now whether you can make it happen." "Brother, you are truly my brother." Lin Tia, who understood everything in a second, looked at Lin Fan gratefully. End of this chapter. Chapter 292. Agreement reached in the Magellan Galaxy, Sirius Starfield, Star System Odd. Inside the Mercury-class battle star, after Belladis and Lin Tia left, Lin Fan began to ponder about the upcoming plan. After dealing with the Eastern Imperial Empire, the Federation would become the new backbone of the Magellan Galaxy, and as the backbone, Lin Fan decided to take action against the Star Devourer. In the first phase, Lin Fan would establish several rapid response fleets to completely suppress the Void Dragon's attacks, using the speed advantage of space teleportation technology. The rapid response fleets could arrive at any attack star system within 7 minutes. Through this method, the front line would be completely stabilized, and during this time, all Level 3 civilizations would be armed, especially the Leap Engine, to prepare for the second phase. The second phase, a full-on counterattack. During this phase, the main force would be the Eastern Imperial Empire and numerous Level 3 civilizations, beginning a comprehensive assault on all the occupied areas of the Void Dragons. In the process of the attack, if any civilization encounters Void Dragon groups they can't handle, they can signal the Federation, and the Federation fleet will arrive within 7 minutes to join the battle. As the second phase of the operation continues, the Star Devourer's territory would be continuously compressed, and when it is compressed to a small enough range, it would transition into the third phase, the annihilation battle against the Star Devourers. The third phase would proceed in the simplest, most direct, and most violent manner, directly utilizing zero-point bombs. Of course, the rapid response fleets in the first two phases, with the current 3 million battleships of the Federation, are still somewhat insufficient to be effective. However, with the Eastern Imperial Empire in place, there is no need to worry. They can draw several legions to join in. As for why Lin Fan is in such a hurry to act, it involves two reasons. One is the issue of the insect race within the galaxy. For years, the Federation will have to send troops to the first spiral arm to participate in the battle against the insects. Lin Fan doesn't have much time to leisurely solve the problems in the Magellan Galaxy. It must be resolved as quickly as possible. The other reason is that although system points can be obtained through material exchange even without combat, the Sirius is currently in a major construction phase. It is simply impossible to accumulate enough resources to convert into system points. And in order to be able to deal with the insects and even the level 4 and 5 civilizations later on, Lin Fan needs more cards in hand. Lin Fan needs a large number of system points to support all of this. Without system points, everything is just wishful thinking. And in the short term, war will be the main source of Lin Fan's point acquisition. Fortunately, the opponents this time are not troublesome and do not pose a great threat. 3 days later, to Lin Fan's surprise, the negotiation team from the Eastern Imperial Empire was led by Queen Alwyn herself. Queen Alwyn, I am authorized to offer the Eastern Imperial Empire the same agreement as the IO Federation. Lin Fan clearly doesn't want to spend too much time on this negotiation. After all, Lin Fan really doesn't have much time to waste. Therefore, he directly laid out his bottom line right from the start. Can you explain in detail, Governor Lin Fan? Alwyn did not express any dissatisfaction with this. In fact, compared to the Federation, the Eastern Imperial Empire has even less time to delay. Of course, first, after the integration, the original territory of the Eastern Imperial Empire will still belong to the Eastern Imperial Empire. The Eastern Imperial Empire will not be abolished. It will just become a part of the Federation, and all Eastern Imperial Empire citizens will receive the same treatment as Federation citizens. There will absolutely be no differential treatment. Secondly, in terms of the military, although after the integration, the fleets of the Eastern Imperial Empire will be integrated into the Federation's interstellar fleet, all the ranks of Eastern Imperial Empire soldiers will be retained and converted to equivalent Federation ranks, just like the AO Federation. Finally, in the highest power institution of the Federation, that is, the President's office staff team, the Eastern Imperial Empire will receive 2 seats, just like the AO Federation, to jointly participate in decision-making on all Federation matters. These are the most important things. There are many other details included in this agreement. Queen Alwyn can carefully read them. Lin Fan handed over the prepared agreement and stopped talking, waiting quietly for Alwyn to finish reading it. After taking over the agreement handed over by Lin Fan, Alwyn also carefully examined it. Half an hour later, Alwyn put down the agreement. From her expression one could tell that Alwyn was quite satisfied. In fact, it was indeed the case. The agreement signed by the Federation and the Angel Clan years ago can be said to be full of sincerity, and even better than the best scenario the Angel Clan itself had anticipated. And now, the Elf Clan has received the same agreement. In this agreement, all the privileges that Alwyn had previously wanted to fight for are included, and even more is given by the Federation. In this sense, what is there to be dissatisfied with? What else is there to strive for? Alwyn is not the type that the more the other party gives, the more she wants. The negotiation went very smoothly. The only point of dispute was the handling of the level 3 civilizations in the Magellan Galaxy. According to Lin Fan's original idea, he was still prepared to assess all civilizations, just like what happened with the Orion Arm Support Arm, and eliminate all civilizations that did not meet the potential, leaving the rest to become part of the Federation's affiliated civilization system. However, Queen Alwyn was not willing to do so. After all, for her, over these many years, these civilizations have all united around her empire, working together as allies to resist the Star Devourers. And now most of them would be cleared due to insufficient potential, something Alwyn simply could not accept. Ling Fan could understand this and made some compromises. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement. Potential assessment would still take place, but civilizations that did not meet the threshold of potential would not be eliminated. However, similarly, only civilizations that meet the potential threshold can enter the Federation's affiliated civilization system. This was the best condition that Alwyn could have fought for them. After all, the civilizations could still continue to exist, right? However, they would miss out on this opportunity for rapid development. It should be noted that the level 2 civilizations in the locked Nur domain back then have now all become level 3 civilizations, and 7 civilizations have even reached quasi-level for civilizations, just a step away from true level for civilizations. Outside the Orion Arm Support Arm, those level 3 civilizations on the secondary arm, 3 of them that were already in the late level 3, have now become true level for civilizations. From this, it can be observed how entering the Federation's affiliated civilization system will have such a significant boosting effect on the development of a civilization. Not all civilizations are qualified to enter this system. After 101 years, the Eastern Imperial Empire formally joined the Federation. End of this chapter. Chapter 293. First rescue. On this day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Magellan Galaxy. The Estel Empire officially announced that it would join the Human Federation and become a part of the Federation from now on. This shocked all civilizations. The Estel Empire is currently the most powerful civilization in the Magellan Galaxy and the only level for civilization. And now, this Estel Empire is actually going to merge with other civilizations. So, what exactly is the background of this Human Federation? In the following days, as more news from the Estel Empire gradually emerged, all the civilizations in the Magellan Galaxy also gradually gained an understanding of the Human Federation. However, the more they understood, the more shocked they were. A level 5 civilization, actually a quasi-level 5 civilization, exaggerated as level 5 for publicity from the Milky Way galaxy. It's actually a level 5 civilization. This was the most shocking to all civilizations because, as mentioned before, there has never been a level 5 civilization recorded in the history of the Magellan Galaxy. As these news continued to shock the entire galaxy, Ling Fan also timely released a piece of information. The Federation will establish a rapid response fleet. In the Magellan Galaxy, any region attacked by void dragons can send a distress signal to the Federation. And after receiving the distress signal, the Federation's rapid response fleet will arrive at the battlefield in just 10 minutes. Why not 7 minutes? After all, even the rapid response fleet needs to activate the Stargate and align it with the target before setting off. In any case, this news left all civilizations in the Magellan Galaxy stunned. 10 minutes. Any region in the galaxy? Are you sure this is not a joke? Faced with this news, most civilizations remained skeptical. In their minds, even if it was a level 5 civilization, it couldn't be that impressive, could it? This is talking about any place within the entire galaxy, not just any place in a certain star domain. No, it means any place in a specific star domain. Isn't that too exaggerated? In fact, not to mention the Magellan Galaxy, where there has never been a level 5 civilization, even in the Milky Way galaxy, probably no civilization knows about spatial teleportation technology. After all, this is the technology of a level 5 peak civilization. And in the recorded history of the Milky Way galaxy, no civilization has reached the level of a level 5 peak civilization. No wonder they had doubts about this news. It wasn't until 5 days later that a level 3 civilization called Ahira Republic was invaded by 200,000 void dragons. They used the communication devices distributed by the Estel Empire years ago to all level 3 civilizations and, with a trial mindset, sent a distress signal to the Federation. The Ahira Republic was 7,000 light-years away from the Federation in the Silius Star Domain. Order Li Kangqian to lead the 1st to 5th Rapid Response Fleets immediately set off target the capital circle of the Hero Republic. Yes, Lin Fen divided 2 of the 3-star domain-level fleets into 20-star-level fleets, forming the initial Rapid Response Fleet. As for the 38 legions of the original Estel Empire, they are currently undergoing reorganization and battleship retrofit work are temporarily unable to participate in operations. Rapid Response Fleets focus on speed, so Lin Fen specifically built 10 large stargates to deploy around the entire Rapid Response Fleet's headquarters. Basically, once a mission is received, the fleet only needs to wait for the stargates to open to quickly reach the target location at the fastest speed. At the capital circle of the Hero Republic, 3 million warships are engaging in fierce combat with 500,000 void dragons, making the situation extremely intense. Marshal Keitel, do you think this human federation will come? We are a full 7,000 light years away from them. I can't imagine how they can deploy their fleet here within 10 minutes. Inside the flagship, the deputy asked help with a skeptical expression on his face. Do we have any other options? Without reinforcements, in a few days at most, we will all be wiped out. Believe it or not, for now, we can only force ourselves to believe that this is our only hope, right? Indeed. Let's hope that this so-called level 5 civilization is really that strong. The deputy nodded and said, just as Kelt said, no matter how much doubt one had, right now, they had to force themselves to believe that the Federation's rescue fleet would arrive in 10 minutes. Marshal, the 6th fleet has been infiltrated by the Dragon Group. Commander Stellark sent a message with only 4 words. Read. Fire at me. With the communication officer's words, the entire bridge fell silent. It was quite apparent that Stellark knew that his fleet was beyond rescue. For a level 3 civilization, once infiltrated by the Dragon Group, what followed was a massacre, with no chance of survival. That bastard Stellark, what does he mean by fire at me? Kelt banged the table, his face looking grim. Speaking of Stellark, although he was Kelt's subordinate, privately, the two were also the best of friends. Having to give the order to fire at his best friend, even for the renowned iron-blooded Marshal Kelt, there was a hint of hesitation. Just then, a large amount of firepower hit the Dragon Group, causing significant losses among the Void Dragons. Who the hell is firing without my command? Marshal, it's not our fleet. About 4 million kilometers away from the 6th fleet, suddenly, more than 100,000 unidentified fleets appeared, and their numbers are increasing. Moreover, the fleet didn't directly attack the 6th fleet's formation, but targeted the rear of the Dragon Group outside the 6th fleet's array. The scout officer was also somewhat shocked and immediately reported the situation he observed to the Marshal. Marshal, we have received a message from that unidentified fleet. The communication officer turned back and reported to Kelt. Read it. Kelt suddenly became a little excited, although somewhat unbelievable. This seemed to be real. Yes. This is the Human Federation Rapid Response Fleet. We have received your distress signal and are ordered to come to your rescue. We will attract the attention of the Dragon Group and lead them away. You can take this opportunity to withdraw the remaining warships ahead. The communication officer read while also finding it hard to believe. It's true. It's actually true. It's been only 9 minutes. 9 minutes? How on earth did they cross 7,000 light years so quickly? The deputy, who had been extremely skeptical about this, was also somewhat incoherent at this point. Quick! Inform Stellark immediately to withdraw as soon as he has the opportunity. Yes. While the deputy was questioning life, Keitel decisively issued the command, at the same time feeling deeply grateful to the Federation in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 294. The vastness of the void is fully unfolded, with the giant dragons roaring and the battleships roaring. Obviously, after Lin Qian's textbook-like battle before, Li Kangqian had no pressure dealing with the Void Giant Dragon. Marshal, they are simply playing with the Void Dragon. The deputy looked at the situation ahead with widened eyes and said to Keitel, what was presented on the battlefield was a completely one-sided slaughter. The entire Dragon Group in the Void, unable to catch up with the Federation's fleet due to the huge difference in flying speed, couldn't even make any attacks. Not to mention attacking, they couldn't even escape. Yes, this is purely a technological crush. Keitel also looked at the scene on the battlefield, nodding and expressing. 1 hour later, Ting, congratulations to the host for obtaining victory in a small battle. According to the system's evaluation, this time you gained 100,000 system points. Lin Fen inside the water Star Wars star suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Lin Fen smiled slightly. It seems that things were done in the Hero Republic. That's quite a lot of points. A full 100,000. It looks like it's because of the larger number of Void Dragons this time. Looking at it this way, the Rapid Response Fleet Formation is truly an excellent way to earn points. Safe, rapid, and it can train the troops. One day later, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Great Magellan Galaxy, reaching the ears of all Level 3 civilizations. After the Hero Republic was attacked by 500,000 Void Dragons and sought help from the Federation, in just 9 minutes, the Federation's Rapid Response Fleet arrived at the battlefield and completely crushed the Void Dragon group. This news immediately made all the previous questioning voices disappear, replaced by fanaticism from all civilizations. Crossing 7,000 light years in 9 minutes. What does this mean? It means that all civilizations no longer need to worry about the attacks of Void Dragons unless you can't hold out for these 10 minutes. For a time, the prestige of the Human Federation in the Great Magellan Galaxy reached a terrifying height, simply described as being at its peak. And with the occurrence of the second and third rescues, Lin Fen also took advantage of this opportunity to immediately announce a new policy. The Federation will recruit affiliated civilizations. When Lin Fen announced the deployment of this policy for the development of civilizations, he also sent the terms for affiliated civilizations to all Level 2 and 3 civilizations. When these civilizations saw the terms, they were shocked. Are you telling me these are terms for affiliated civilizations? Does the Federation have a misunderstanding about the term affiliated civilizations? These are clearly cooperation terms. In the Federation's system of affiliated civilizations, there are no mandatory terms, not even tribute. It completely left all civilizations dumbfounded, as this was completely different from what they had in mind about affiliated civilizations. Not surprisingly, all civilizations were tempted. However, becoming an affiliated civilization of the Federation is not something you can easily achieve. Here, there is a major premise, which is that you must pass the Federation's potential test, otherwise, you won't even get a chance. After the Federation opened the application process, in just one day, they received over 100,000 applications to join the Federation's system of affiliated civilizations, all from Level 2 and 3 civilizations in the Great Magellan Galaxy. Luckily, the Federation had a very efficient evaluation system. The initial review didn't even require human input, just need each civilization to provide various data as required by the Federation, and the system will automatically conduct the initial review. Only after the initial review was completed would the Federation conduct further checks on the civilizations that passed the initial review, and the initial review would directly screen out 99% of civilizations. Once the secondary review began, the human review team would start to check the civilizations that passed the initial review to verify if any false data had been submitted to improve their ratings. Balancing efficiency and accuracy. Within just 3 months, all civilizations had been evaluated. In the end, a total of 218 Level 3 civilizations and 1189 Level 2 civilizations passed the evaluation and became affiliated civilizations of the Federation. When these civilizations passed the evaluation and obtained access to the Federation's affiliated civilization platform terminal, they immediately drooled over the items available for exchange inside. Jump engines, energy shields, sublight engines, 4th level civilization battleships, and more. It was dazzling to all civilizations. You must know that in the Great Magellan Galaxy, there were no star paths. Ordinary Level 3 civilizations, after paying a huge price to get help from 4th level civilizations to transport personnel and goods, would only occupy a few star systems, with the most ambitious not exceeding 10 star systems. However, now the Federation directly opened up access to these devices, even allowing entire ships to be exchanged for points. This was incredibly attractive to Level 2 and 3 civilizations. Buy. You must buy. Well, you can't actually buy them, you can only exchange points. And where do the points come from? Donate resources, contribute your unique technology, or complete missions released by the Federation. Regarding resources, it's like a snowball effect. Initially using your own resources to exchange for a batch of 4th level civilization battleships from the Federation, then expanding into more extensive territories to obtain more resources, and then buying more battleships. Of course, as this snowball grows bigger, all the resources end up in the Federation's pockets, and the Federation only needs to contribute a few battleships. The resources needed to make these battleships, not even 1,000th of what the purchasing party contributes. In short, everyone benefits. The Federation may win a bit more. Okay. This more needs air quotes. If you don't have enough initial resources to start this snowball rolling, what do? That's okay. Upload your technology. There are countless paths to technological development, and every civilization, whether high level or low level, always has many unique technologies of their own, right? By uploading these technologies, based on the Federation's evaluation, you can gain a considerable amount of points. Don't have any unique technologies? Then you must have specializations in other areas, such as planetary transformations, city construction on planets, etc. After all, the Sirius Star region is so vast. Just relying on the 10 billion population immigrating to the Federation and those construction robots, it's impossible to fully develop it every 100 or 80 years. Therefore, you can undertake relevant construction missions, provide a large number of workers, or various excellent designs for planets or cities, and similarly earn your first pot of gold. So if none of the above options work, what do? Well, congratulations, the Federation will send a team of experts to your civilization. Don't get the wrong idea. This professional team isn't there to help you, but to conduct a comprehensive reassessment of your civilization, to see if there were any flaws in previous assessments, if any garbage had slipped in. End of this chapter. Chapter 295 Space Shield Federation celebrates its 102nd year. At this moment, it has been 2 years since Linfen entered the Magellanic Clouds and 6 months since the Astal Empire merged into the Federation. The Rapid Response Fleet now boasts a scale of 20 million battleships, mainly due to the addition of the refurbished original Astal ships. While these upgraded battleships have reached the standard of level for civilization battleships, they still have a certain gap compared to the Federation's main battleships. However, as the Rapid Response Fleet against the Void Dragons, they are sufficient for the task at hand. Of course, this is only a temporary measure, as the production line of the Federation's main battleships is gradually being established in the Sirius Star system. These ships will gradually be phased out to be used for exchanges with affiliated civilizations. In the past few months, the Rapid Response Fleet has achieved significant victories. With the increase in the number of battleships, they have not only continued rescue missions, but have also begun to take the initiative in attacks. This marks the second phase of Linfan's initial 3-stage operation plan, moving from defense to counterattack and gradually shrinking the activity range of the Void Dragons. The planet Devourer, still hidden within the original Fane Federation territory, regaining strength. Its main force is nowhere to be seen. Regular Void Dragons are no match for the Federation. Under these circumstances, in just a few months, the Federation managed to compress its activity range towards the original Fane Empire direction by a full 1,000 light-years, conquering a vast number of star systems. Everything is progressing smoothly according to Linfan's planned scheme. At this moment, a crucial test is being conducted in a star system 3 light-years away from Woad. In the Void, a huge spacecraft is stationed, the large research vessel of Bizixuan. Inside the bridge, dozens of white-coated researchers are conducting final tests before the experiment. Behind them, Linfen stands with more than 10 people observing, including several corps generals under Linfan's command. Even Alwyn and Belodes are present. Minister, all inspections are complete. The test can begin. Could activate the spatial shield system of the test ship. Yes. A few seconds later, the test ship 5 million kilometers away suddenly blurred for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Afterward, a white barrier appeared around its hull. When viewed up close, the barrier formed by numerous small hexagonal shields looked completely different from energy shields. Energy shields appear as a whole, while spatial shields are made up of countless small hexagonal shields, giving a much stronger visual impact than energy shields. Is this the spatial shield of level 5 civilization? It's beautiful. The Lodes looked at the image of the test ship and couldn't help but admire. It's pretty, isn't it? I'll mention it to my brother later and have your direct fleet be the first to be equipped. Someone overheard and immediately came to Belode's side, speaking softly. Although the voice was low, everyone here has undergone genetic enhancement drugs and has keen hearing. But no one said anything, as the fame of someone like Belode's Tiagu no one is well known, and such words weren't surprising. However, Belodes completely ignored Lin Qian's meaning, even showing a hint of disdain. Minister, the spatial shield of the test ship has been deployed, and the energy output is stable. Good. Start the first test. Activate the plasma cannon at maximum power and fire 3 consecutive shots at the test ship. Yes. Minister. Plasma cannon startup in progress. Charging complete. Ready to fire. Fire. As Bai Zixuan gave the command, the third-generation plasma cannon installed on the research ship's back suddenly fired. Inside the bridge, everyone nervously watched the test ship on the screen. First shot hit in 3 seconds. 321 hit. In the image, an energy projectile struck the spatial shield, absorbed half of it, and disappeared completely into the shield in less than a second, reappearing at the rear of the test ship and continuing its trajectory. Soon, the second and third shots ended the same way. The test ship remained unharmed. Success! Inside the bridge, someone shouted, and all the researchers excitedly jumped up, hugging and shaking hands. Quiet, the test is not over yet. However, the joyous atmosphere didn't last long as Bai Zixuan's loud shout abruptly silenced everyone. Instantly, everyone calmed down, remembering that today's 3 tests were not over yet, and it wasn't time to celebrate. Immediately start the second test, release the drones. Yes, Bai Zixuan ordered again. Soon, not far from the test ship side, a long box resembling a container suddenly opened its sidewall, revealing numerous drones inside. Subsequently, dozens of drones were ejected, engines activated, heading towards the test ship. Order the drones to hit the ship at maximum speed. Yes, the drone formation is accelerating and will impact at maximum speed in 3 seconds. 321 impact. In the image, everyone clearly saw dozens of drones in formation directly hit the test ship side, and then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Just like the first test, it felt as if the space shield had swallowed up all the drones. However, the drones quickly reappeared on the other side of the test ship as if the shield on the other side had spat them out, creating a bizarre scene. The second test tested the defense capability of the spatial shield against physical objects, and it was clearly successful. This time, the white-coated researchers didn't cheer like before but had serious expressions. This was because the climax of the entire test was about to begin. The third test would examine how the spatial shield responded to living organisms. Okay. Let's move on to the final test. Release the Void Dragon. Yes. Minister. 5 million kilometers away, not far from the test ship, a giant square metal box opened, revealing its contents. Inside was a Void Dragon bound and immobilized, roaring furiously with its mouth wide open as depicted in the image. End of chapter. Chapter 296 The Severed Void Dragon. In the void, the recently unbound Void Dragon glared fiercely at the testing ship with its blood-red eyes. It recognized this ship. It was just like the ones that had severely damaged it before, capturing it. This was a deep-seated grudge. Within seconds, the Void Dragon lunged towards the testing ship, unleashing a powerful beam of energy from its mouth. The two sides were only a few 100,000 kilometers apart, and the energy beam reached the testing ship almost instantly, crashing onto its spatial shield with immense force, seemingly on the verge of piercing through the entire ship. However, the immense power quickly dissipated, as if half of the energy beam had been swallowed up, disappearing without a trace into the spatial shield. The next moment, from the other side of the ship's shield, a beam of energy shot out towards the distance at high speed. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the enraged Void Dragon accelerated, preparing for a relentless battle with the detestable ship. Last time, it had been beaten badly because the ship was too fast for it to catch. This time was different, with the ship so close that there was no time to create distance. With just a distance of 100,000 kilometers, the Void Dragon could cross it in seconds with its speed. The testing ship had no intention of fleeing and remained still, waiting for the Void Dragon to arrive. This only further fueled the dragon's anger, making its eyes redder, almost black. Moments later, the Void Dragon arrived at the testing ship and swung its thick, long tail rapidly, ready to cut the ship in half. However, when its tail abruptly struck down from above the ship, the Void Dragon felt confused. It did not encounter any resistance and seemed like it had struck nothing at all. Turning back to the ship, it found the vessel intact, unmoved and undamaged. Perplexed, the Void Dragon reassured itself, attributing the failure to being rusty from being imprisoned for so long. It decided to try biting the ship instead, raising its head in preparation for a direct attack towards the ship's bridge. With 12 times its usual biting force and immense teeth, The Void Dragon was confident it could crush the ship, but something felt off, as if it had bitten but not bitten anything at all. Meanwhile, on a research ship 5 million kilometers away, the crew observed the bizarre scene. The Void Dragon was bewildered. It seemed to have broken its own teeth in the fierce clash. The two sets of unyielding teeth met, shattering each other due to the dragon's anger-fueled biting force. Thinking it had bitten something but not quite, the Void Dragon appeared puzzled. Disable the spatial shield immediately. Suddenly, Bai Zixuan had an idea, prompting the operators to act swiftly. While Lin Fen and a few others understood his intentions, the rest were bewildered by the sudden change in plans. The disabling of the spatial shield would surely lead to the testing ship being ripped apart by the Void Dragon. The crew quickly complied with Bai Zixuan's orders, deactivating the spatial shield. Back in the void, the Void Dragon realized too late that it had severed its own neck with the spatial shield closed. Its head and a portion of its neck floated below the testing ship, while its massive body remained suspended above, motionless. I thought there might be a special spatial connection to maintain the severed body parts. Bai Zixuan sighed, providing a new perspective on the situation. As the crew continued to watch the shocking developments, Bai Zixuan's thoughtful approach left Lin Fen speechless. Experimentation was necessary to understand the complexities of spatial technology fully. The end. Chapter 297. Except for the final part modified by Bai Zixuan, all the tests of the main force group proceeded very smoothly. And in the third test, the spatial shield also exhibited its absolute suppression towards the Void Dragon, making all participants very satisfied, especially Alwyn and Bai Luodici. For the two of them, although they knew that the Federation could easily repel the Void Dragon, that was after all just an ordinary Void Dragon and not a head-on confrontation. Once the planet Devourer and its main force group launched an attack, the Federation's ability to easily handle the situation remained uncertain to them all along. However, today's spatial shield test, especially the results of the third test, greatly boosted their confidence. Although they had heard Lin Fen mention before that the spatial shield was one of the signature technologies of a level 5 civilization and very powerful, but they didn't expect that the technology was so powerful, to the point where they couldn't even imagine how it could be breached. After the tests ended, Lin Fen immediately ordered the research department to quickly complete the mass production plan for the spatial shield and start setting up production lines. Other departments had to make way to a certain extent for this project in terms of planning. At the same time, the military department had to prepare for the mass refitting of warships. Of course, regarding the refitting of warships, many had suggested to Lin Fen to design a new warship and produce it in large quantities. However, Lin Fen directly rejected this suggestion without even thinking about it. Firstly, the fast refitting speed could make the fleet combat ready in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, redesigning a warship would take at least several months for continuous verification before finalization and starting production. Moreover, there was a clear efficiency difference between mass-producing a single module and refitting existing warships in service versus producing an entirely new warship. Secondly, Lin Fen knew that designing a new warship from scratch would certainly result in slightly better performance compared to rushed refittings. However, the problem was that a level 5 civilization's warship was not just about having a powerful shield. Once you had the strongest shield, you also needed the strongest spear, right? Bai Zixuan had previously said that it would take at least half a year for the application of the miniaturized one-way spatial barrier technology. If you designed a new warship now, wouldn't you have to redesign and rebuild the warship after 6 months to incorporate weapons using the miniaturized one-way spatial barrier technology? This was impractical, so Lin Fen decided to proceed with mass production of spatial shield modules on a large scale, refit existing warships with them to replace the energy shield modules. The replaced energy shield modules could then be supplied to various affiliated civilizations, accumulating a substantial number of points. After the research department successfully applied the miniaturized one-way spatial barrier technology, a new generation of the Federation's main warship would be designed, produced in mass, and gradually replace the current warships. Lin Fen believed that this plan was the most practical solution. Once all plans were confirmed and set in motion, the research department acted swiftly and had already completed the mass production plan for the spatial shield devices within just 10 days. Subsequently, a large number of production lines were rapidly set up in several military-industrial towns around Dao. Soon, the first batch of 1 million spatial shield devices was delivered, with Lin Fan directly allocating them to the 2nd Fleet under the command of the 3rd Legion of the Federation. Now, the fleet organization in the Great Magellanic Galaxy was formed into a galaxy cluster, totaling 10 billion warships. Of course, reaching full capacity was still a long way off, but they had at least set the initial framework for organization, to be gradually filled in later. Within this cluster, there were 10 legions, each subdivided into 10 stellar-level fleets. Currently, the organization was not yet complete, with the 3rd Legion lacking a legion commander. Emma and Bai Luosi currently served as commanders of the 1st and 2nd Fleets, respectively. Additionally, the warships in the 2nd Fleet were all refitted from the warships of the former Empire of Azlector, performing significantly better in terms of performance compared to the Federation's 3rd-generation Tiger Whale-class battleships. Therefore, considering all factors, the first batch of spatial shield devices was prioritized for refitting the 2nd Fleet commanded by Bai Luosi. However, it was unclear whether Bai Luosi had misunderstood something, but after learning this news, she seemed less disdainful towards Lin Tia and before. 1 month later, in the Bossa region, it was now the 102nd year of the Federation's history, and the 2nd stage of operations led by the 3rd Legion was in its final phase. By deploying rapid response fleets for rescue operations, the Void Dragons were prevented from advancing further for half a year. Simultaneously, after 6 months of counter-offensive operations carried out by 3 fleets of the 3rd Legion, the activity range of the Void Dragon was successfully compressed back within the original territory of the Fein Federation, with the Bossa region being the outermost border region of the former Fein Federation. The closer to the original territory of the Fein Federation, the more Death Stars were present, and up to now, after Bai Luosi led the 2nd Fleet into the Bossa region, these Death Stars were ubiquitous. This damn planet devourer, it should not exist. Along the way, while observing this desolate scenery, Bai Luosi couldn't help but curse. The adjutant beside her also nodded in agreement. Indeed, such a thing should not exist. It was like a cancer cell constantly destroying the universe. However, it seemed like all of this was coming to an end soon. They were familiar with Lin Fan's 3-stage operation plan, especially the 3rd stage, where zero-point bombs would be used to completely eliminate the planet devourer. Initially, Bai Luosi had some doubts about what exactly the zero-point bomb was and how it could destroy the planet devourer. After all, she knew that in the final battle between the Fein Federation and the planet devourer, her own mother star was manipulated to explode when the planet devourer defeated the Fein Federation fleet and began absorbing the energy core of her mother star. The Fein Federation detonated their own mother star, hoping to perish together with the planet devourer. However, this only resulted in it sustaining some minor injuries. Considered the immense energy released from a giant planet, this outcome seemed minimal. Bai Luosi couldn't fathom how a zero-point bomb could destroy the planet devourer until Lin Fan showed her information about the zero-point bomb and footage of its previous use by the Federation. Bai Luosi became convinced that the zero-point bomb could indeed destroy the planet devourer. In fact, there likely wasn't anything in the world that couldn't be destroyed by a zero-point bomb. Commander Bai Luosi, a Void Dragon group has been detected ahead, numbering 5 million. This is the main force group of the planet devourer. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 298. Top Secret Larsart Magellanic Galaxy. Original Fen Territory. Bassar Star Domain. Stellar System Razors. The main force group. This word still casts a shadow in Bilidesi's heart to this day, representing the strongest combat power under the banner of the planet devourer. Within the Void Dragon clan, all dragons undergo a selection process once they reach adulthood, and the most powerful batch will enter the main force group and undergo the planet devourer's evolution cultivation to become even stronger. The ones eliminated will become ordinary lineages, and their evolutionary path comes to an end. In the Void, the 2nd Fleet had already deployed in battle formation under Bilidesi's command, and more than 10 million kilometers ahead, millions of Void Dragons were swiftly approaching. These Void Dragons were vastly different from those the Federation had previously battled. The biggest difference was in their size, being more than 3 times larger than ordinary Void Dragons, even slightly larger than a battleship. Additionally, these Void Dragons possessed very high flying speeds. Although it is unknown if they had reached their maximum flying speed, their speed had already reached 50,000 kilometers per second. Although this speed was lower than the Federation's battleship's 80,000 kilometers per second, the difference was small enough to render the Federation's kiting tactic ineffective. After all, arc maneuvers are not conducted in reverse, and without a significant speed difference, it is difficult to create distance with this tactic. Most importantly, according to information previously disclosed by the Fen Federation, the Void Dragons within the main force group had an attack range of nearly 3 million kilometers, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary species. As the two sides drew closer, 10,000 light-years away in the Sirius star domain, the administrative capital of Odd, Governor, Commander Bilodesi has sent a message, encountering the main force group under the planet Devourer in Razorls. Their number is 5 million, and they are about to engage in battle. Liang Zhu came to report to Lin Fan. Is Lin Tia still on Larsart? Yes. Larsart, 380 light-years away from Odd, located on the edge of the Sirius star domain, similar to Odd, is a super-large stellar system. However, under Lin Fan's command, Larsart had been completely locked down, with jump disruption devices covering a range of 10 light-years on the periphery, even extending to cover 27 neighboring stellar systems. Not only was there a jump blockade, but under Lin Fan's command, all Stargate devices in the Magellanic Galaxy had locked onto Larsart's position, making it impossible to teleport to Larsart without Lin Fan's authorization. After the construction of the affiliated civilization system in the Magellanic Administrative Region was completed, with many affiliated civilizations joining, Lin Fan could continuously acquire vast resources, of which 20% was allocated to a top-secret project. This project reached the highest level of confidentiality within the Federation, where only 5 people had access to view project details and track progress. Lin Fan, Liang Zhu, Lin Zhen, Bai Zixuan, and Lin Tia. Not even Lian Xingchen and Emo were included, showing the high level of secrecy. Other than Lin Fan, the remaining 4 were the only ones who knew Lin Fan's secret, and yes, apart from Lin Zhen, Lin Fan had shared his secret with the others as well. From that moment on, Lin Tia was responsible for the complete lockdown of Larsart. So, what exactly was in Larsart that made Lin Fan so cautious? This leads to the question of where Lin Fan had used the massive points obtained through war and affiliated civilizations. In the current official system, points exchange could be used not only for acquiring technology, but also for acquiring resources, equipment, warships, and even personnel. Yes, even people could be obtained, but these were not real people. According to the system, they were all biohumans. However, despite being biohumans, they were almost identical to normal people, experiencing emotions, reproduction, and their offspring being no different from humans. The only difference was that their thoughts were programmed through biological technology by the system. It was similar to implanting memories. Furthermore, in the manufacture of these biohumans, the system engraved within their subconscious minds or spirits a single principle: absolute loyalty to Lin Fan. In simple terms, these biohumans were humans with programming. According to the system, this technology was only possessed by level 7 biological civilizations, and it was normal that humans couldn't understand it. Upon meeting the above conditions, Lin Fan circled and locked down Larsart, and within just half a year, Larsart had undergone a complete transformation. Now, the void was filled with battleship production lines and fleets of biohuman soldiers who had been fully equipped. Then let Lin Tia lead the already formed First Legion with 2 fleets to depart immediately. Understood. The First Legion and the Second Legion were specially reserved by Lin Fan for the biohuman fleet, which was the reason Emma and Bilodesi were part of the Third Legion. Quickly, the order reached Larsart. What? Trouble on Bilodesi's end? Command the First Fleet and the Second Fleet to prepare for battle and get ready to activate the Super Stargate. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing Bilodesi's name, Lin Tia immediately became serious. The biohuman deputy officer beside him also followed suit. It was a good thing that they were an officer. Otherwise, they would have likely sworn Lin Tia. Simultaneously, more than 10,000 light-years away in the Bassar star domain. At this moment, the Void Dragon Group had already approached within 5 million kilometers of the Second Fleet led by Bilodesi. All fleets begin covering fire mode. Commence firing. Seeing the enemy reach firing range, Bilodesi decisively gave the attack order. At this distance, concentrated fire would be ineffectual. Instead, employing covering fire, although resulting in lower damage per target, significantly increased accuracy. Overall, at 3 million kilometers, covering fire was a more effective strategy. A full range of fire from over 10 million warships toward the Dragon Group, illuminating the entire void as it seemed to light up. 10 seconds later, after the first wave of attacks struck the Dragon Group heavily, it was clear that it hadn't caused much damage, with not a single Void Dragon being killed. At most, some scales were shattered. Of course, this situation was within Bilidesi's expectations. After all, under covering fire, each Void Dragon wouldn't be hit with too many attack waves at once. What's more, these were the main force groups, not ordinary ones, their defense far superior. However, a positive aspect was that Void Dragons did not have energy shields like those of the 4th level civilization, where if you stopped attacking them for a while, their shells would recover rapidly. This meant that by continuously accumulating damage, even under covering fire, a significant number of Void Dragons could be killed. Similarly, there wouldn't be any significant gains from the initial waves. Chapter 299 of the First Shield of Space. The energy bullets and energy beams are flying like crazy in the sky, smashing towards the virtual Dragon Group. At this moment, it is already the 5th wave of volleys, and the virtual giant dragons are beginning to suffer casualties, although very few, not even 1,000, have been killed. The main force of the planet Devourers is indeed powerful. Looking at the tactical image, Belotus couldn't help but sigh. The Third Army, led by her Second Fleet, although still the battleships of the former Astal Empire, after undergoing modifications by the Federation, their combat power has undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially the 4 major components of the battleships: weapons, shields, sublight engines, and jumping engines. The weapon systems have been upgraded to 3rd-generation plasma cannons as the main guns and 3rd-generation positron cannons, secondary guns, making them battleships with attack power at the peak of the 4th-level civilization. But even so, under the attack of 10 million battleships in 5 rounds, less than 1,000 virtual giant dragons have been destroyed. Although with the increasing number of attacks, the casualties of the virtual dragons will increase exponentially, it is enough to see how powerful the purified virtual giant dragons from the main force tribe are in defense. If it were ordinary virtual giant dragons, the casualties would have been in the tens of thousands long ago. Commander Belotus, the Dragon Group is approaching within 4 million kilometers. All right, have the First Fleet act according to the plan. Immediately engage. At the same time, the rest of the battleships maintain formation and initiate reverse thrust to begin retreating. Yes, soon. The First Fleet, under the Second Fleet's command of 1 million battleships, sailed out from the massive fleet, unleashing firepower, all racing at full speed toward the Dragon Group ahead. The remaining 9 million battleships continued the assault while using reverse thrust to slowly retreat at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second. The next moment, a strange scene unfolded. It seemed as if the First Fleet that had just launched the attack were the enemies, as the main array of the Second Fleet showed no intention of diverting the fire, continuing to volley at the Dragon Group. Naturally, a large number of shells struck the rear of the First Fleet array, directly hitting many battleship shields. However, all these attacks were absorbed by the shields, without causing any ripples. Subsequently, new attacks emerged from the front shield of the battleships, continuing to advance forward. Some attacks even pierced through more than 10 battleships, continuing towards the distant Dragon Group. The First Fleet remained calm, enjoying the support of friendly fire, and continued to charge forward. This scene was so bizarre that even Belotus, who had planned the operation, was taken aback at the sight on the screen. These space shields were truly abnormal. Under the full-speed charge of the First Fleet, in just over 20 seconds, with its speed relative to the Dragon Group, it had closed the distance between itself and the Dragon Group to 2.8 million kilometers. This distance fell within the firing range of these main force tribe virtual giant dragons. Sure enough, the next moment, a large number of virtual giant dragons opened their mouths, and countless energy beams shot towards the First Fleet. The Dragon Group's attack will contact the First Fleet in 5 seconds. In Belotus's flagship, the scouting officer reported loudly, on monitoring the data on the control panel. Belotus clenched her fists, feeling somewhat nervous. After all, it was the first time the Space Shield faced an attack from the main force tribe. The moment of truth had arrived. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inform the First Fleet status immediately. Yes, verifying the report, the First Fleet is intact, no damage suffered. The long-range attacks by the virtual giant dragons are completely ineffective against the space shield. Good. Tell the First Fleet to charge into the dragon group and make some noise in there. Understood. Listening to the report from her subordinate, Belotus finally let go of the tension in her heart. Although she had known the result beforehand, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter, isn't it? At this moment, the dragon group of virtual giant dragons had a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, while the First Fleet had a speed of 80,000 kilometers per second, bringing the closing speed between the two to a staggering 130,000 kilometers per second, almost half the speed of light. At such speeds, the 2.8 million kilometer distance was not too far at all. After 2 rounds of firing, the First Fleet fiercely entered the dragon group. The previously unsuccessful dragon group attacks had already become extremely angry, immediately slowing down and surrounding the First Fleet. In response, the First Fleet also slowed down to match the speed of the dragon group, using all available weapons to fire wildly in all directions, disregarding the surrounding friendly battleships, as there was no need to be concerned. Even though the First Fleet had slowed down at this moment, it still maintained a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second, just enough to pierce through the dragon group within seconds before being surrounded and attacked. As they pierced through the dragon group, they flew out from the other end. Seeing this, the virtual giant dragons were unwilling to give up and immediately turned to pursue. As the First Fleet, now moving at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second, was quickly caught up by the dragon group. Commander Belotus, as planned, the dragon group has turned around to pursue us entirely. Additionally, to attack the First Fleet, as the dragon group surrounds and attacks, its overall formation is rapidly shrinking. Excellent. Immediately order the fleet to cease retreat, readjust the formation, and prepare to concentrate fire on the dragon group. Yes. Meanwhile, the First Fleet had been completely surrounded by the dragon group. The density of the virtual giant dragons surrounding them was increasing, making it like shooting fish in a barrel, with an accuracy rate of over 90%, even with eyes closed. As the density of the dragon group increased, their overall array also continued to shrink, with nearly 5 million virtual giant dragons now surrounding the First Fleet, its size reduced to at least 5 times smaller than before. It's time. Open fire. Yes. Watching the screen, Belotus decisively ordered to fire. After adjusting the formation, all the firepower was focused on a small area, launching a concentrated fire strike on the significantly reduced dragon group. Instantly, numerous energy bullets and energy beams were fired again. This was not like the previous coverage attacks, it was a real concentrated fire attack. At a distance of 3 million kilometers, the First Fleet's battleships continued to travel casually at a speed of 40,000 kilometers per second in the opposite direction of the main array, firing a few shots casually as well, without needing to aim much, as the surrounding space was packed with virtual giant dragons, hitting them no matter how they shot. The virtual giant dragons were completely bewildered, looking as lost as the one that participated in the space shield test earlier. In the process of pursuing and surrounding, they left behind many broken tube fragments. End of this chapter. Chapter 300 Hidden Dragon Clan West Leoro Starfield. Capital Load. At this moment, Lin Fan is inside the water Mercury star battling, watching the intense battle in the boss's starfield through real-time images. When he saw Belody using 1 million warships equipped with spatial shields to lure the Dragon Clan into a siege, causing the size of the entire Dragon Clan to shrink, and then having the Second Fleet form a concentrated firing formation, he nodded in satisfaction, affirming Belody's commanding ability. However, although the small-scale tactics were performed well, there were still some issues on a global scale. Has Lin Chia set off? He is set off and is expected to start arriving at Rassos one after another in 5 minutes. Liang Zhu answered with a hint of doubt. Currently, it is obvious that Belody's Second Fleet has absolute dominance, and it is only a matter of time before these void dragons are eliminated. Though why is Lin Fan still concerned about when Lin Qian's fleet can arrive? Are you thinking, why do I need Lin Chia to go when the outcome of the battle is already determined? Lin Fan asked Liang Zhu as he looked at her. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Liang Zhu nodded slightly. In fact, it's simple. According to the information provided by the Estelle Empire before, the main force of the Void Dragons participated in the war with the Fane Federation for decades. The minimum scale when they were deployed was 30 million. This can be understood as their basic dragon clan formation. But how many do you see on the battlefield now? Liang Zhu, upon hearing this, immediately remembered all the information provided by Alvin. It seemed like not only Liang Zhu, but the federal fleet that had long fought against ordinary void dragons had formed a subconscious perception. Perhaps, apart from Lin Fan, most people had forgotten this point. That if this was a trap, where are the hidden millions of void dragons? Although void dragons have teleportation abilities, when Beloti used the teleportation interruption devices at the beginning of the war, they were blocked. Liang Zhu nodded and then expressed another perplexity. Yes, this is what I am worried about. According to the information, the planet devourers are constantly evolving, and with their evolution, their internal organs will also optimize according to needs. For example, after White Chuan's research revealed that after the evolution of the void dragons, an organ similar to a teleportation engine appeared in their bodies. All this information is from over 10 years ago, and some are even from decades ago. Now, the planet devourers and their main force have evolved to what extent? No one knows. And don't you think their evolutionary path is somewhat similar to our technological civilization's path to ascension? Liang Zhu suddenly realized that what Lin Fan said was indeed true. However, if the void dragons had already evolved teleportation organs, what level could they reach with further evolution? Could it be, it shouldn't be happening so fast, if they are this amazing? Then what about other civilizations in the universe? This fears that it would take only 100 or 200 years to be classified as a level 10 civilization. Don't worry too much. This is the worst possible scenario. And I don't think, in just a decade or so, the void dragons can evolve to the level of a 5th level civilization. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Liang Zhu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the content of her random guesses just now was too terrifying. In fact, you need to understand one thing. What is the difference between biological evolution and technological research? Biological evolution does not require an understanding of principles itself. It naturally forms based on the needs of organisms. Technological research is different. You must first understand the principles before you can proceed. In simple terms, it is a matter of being able to use it, whereas the other, besides being able to use it, also requires the ability to manufacture it. This left Liang Zhu somewhat stunned. Although it was indeed the case, when Lin Fan put it this way, Liang Zhu suddenly felt that technological civilization was really lacking. For example, a third-level civilization might need to research for hundreds or even thousands of years to develop energy shields and teleportation engine technology to ascend to the 4th level. Whereas in a biological civilization, the need arises, and the body evolves the corresponding organ slowly. It was like shouting, "I want to teleport." And after a period of time, the teleportation organ is formed within the body, just like a bug. I know what you're thinking, but you're thinking too much. Generally speaking, biological evolution is much more difficult and consumes much more time than the advancement of technological civilization. The planet devourers and the void dragons they bred evolved so rapidly because the Fane Federation took into account the teleportation organ during their manufacture. Coupled with later mutations and evolution, the teleportation organ was born quickly. Unlike spatial teleportation, the Fane Federation lacks such technology. If the planet devourers want to possess this ability, they can only rely on slow evolution over a long period, which could take thousands of years to begin. Now, what I'm more concerned about is the large number of planets around the Second Fleet, Lin Fan said, staring at the image in front of him. Planets? Liang Zhu seemed to have understood, and she nervously looked at the battlefield image. At the same time, in Rassil's, waves of concentrated attacks one after another caused heavy losses to the void dragons. Now, around the First Fleet, there were over 4 million void dragons squeezed tightly together, with such high density that the Second Fleet's attack hit rate was off the charts. As a result of every wave of attacks, tens of thousands of void dragons were killed, showing how high the efficiency was. Commander Beloti, Governor Lin Fan has sent a message. Oh, read it quickly. Yes. Immediately send out probes to scan the surrounding planets in detail. Scan the surrounding planets. This puzzled Beloti. The battle was currently intense, so what's with scanning planets? Wait a minute, could it be? Quick, immediately arrange some warships to scan the planets around the array in all directions. Yes. However, it seemed a bit late. Suddenly, In the entire star system, countless void dragons burst out from all the planets, and according to observations, these void dragons had previously been hiding behind the planets relative to the position of the Second Fleet. According to a simple statistic, there were tens of thousands of void dragons concealed on almost every planet. Some were just a few million kilometers away from the Second Fleet array, while others were located several astronomical units away, with a total number exceeding over 25 million. And they were all rushing towards the Second Fleet from all directions, seemingly on the verge of completely encircling the entire Second Fleet. Trouble came if they charged into the Second Fleet array. Even if the fleet could eventually win, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. The Lodi doesn't believe that the energy shields of a fourth-level civilization can withstand the attack of the Void Dragons. End of the chapter. Chapter 301. The First Legion arrives, surrounding the array of the Second Fleet with 25 million Void Dragons, all the main tribes under the Planet Devourer's command. At this moment, they have split into more than 100 dragon groups and are converging on the array of the Second Fleet. This is not the situation that Belderus had hoped for. After all, the 90 million warships in the Second Fleet are just ordinary level for civilization warships, with limited ability to resist the attacks of the Void Dragons. Belderus felt somewhat reluctant as she watched the nearly 1 million Void Dragon groups she had already taken out in front of her. But even if she was reluctant, she understood that they couldn't stay here any longer. Only by creating distance and redeploying could they continue the battle. Putting the other 90 million warships of the Second Fleet in extreme danger to annihilate the 4 million Void Dragons ahead was clearly not a wise decision. It was like having meat right in front of you, ready to bite into it, but having to give up at the last moment. It was bitter. But now was not the time to hesitate. Every second that passed without making a decision meant one more chance of not being able to break out of the encirclement safely. Order the fleet to stop, and immediately perform an ultra-short-range leap forward, spanning 10 million kilometers. Understood. Soon, as the void illuminated by numerous attacks dimmed once again, returning to darkness. After a slight adjustment, the array of the Second Fleet was prepared for the fleet-level leap. Commander Belderus, leap preparation is complete. Leap immediately. Yes. Deep beep beep. Leap engine malfunction. Unable to leap. Unable to leap. Just as Belderus issued the final leap command, not even 3 seconds passed before the central mainframe alarm blared throughout the entire battleship. What's going on? Belderus, observing through the porthole as the fleet remained motionless, suddenly felt a chill in her heart and shouted immediately, This can't be happening. Is it the leap interference device? Several seconds later, looking at the data feeds in front of her, Belderus couldn't believe her eyes. Leap interference device. Are you sure? Based on the data feedback from our leap engine, it's exactly the same as the error data, and encountering a leap interference device. Damn it! How could the Void Dragons have the ability to interfere with our leaps? Belderus slammed her palm on the armrest of her seat, cursing under her breath. Can we determine the location of the leap interference device? In the process of locating it, although there had been no breakthrough in cracking the leap interference device that the Federation had been playing for decades, pinpointing its location was still possible. Hurry up, or they will encircle us. Belderus watched the approaching dragon groups anxiously, urging. The assistant behind the scout also sweated, staring at the operations of the scout ahead. Found it, 8 million kilometers away. Deploy the observed image. Suddenly, the scout shouted and immediately projected the location and real-time image of the interference point onto the bridge. The image of the location was nothing special, but the real-time image of the interference point left everyone in silence. It was nothing like the leap interference device they had imagined. It was a distinctively different special Void Dragon that, like hibernating, remained motionless in a bunch, continuously emitting leap interference. What's going on? Have the Void Dragons evolved a new variety with leap interference ability? Looking at the image, around this special Void Dragon, there were approximately 3 million dragons protecting it, making it impossible to eliminate them in a short time frame. Quick, have the first unit head to the interference point and eliminate the target. The Second Fleet's main formation is to set up for an assault. We must break through before the encirclement is complete. Yes, Commander. Report. At a distance of 1 million kilometers from our fleet, there's a spatial channel reaction. This data, it's a spatial channel constructed by the Super Stargate. Just as the assistant was about to issue the command to the fleet as Belderus did before, a spatial channel of the Super Stargate suddenly formed next to the fleet. This meant something that the assistant naturally knew. Currently, only the Federation had the capability to use the Super Stargate, and it was only necessary for a Galaxy-level fleet to use spatial teleportation. And at this moment, the opening of a spatial teleportation channel through the Super Stargate indicated that the Federation had dispatched a support fleet. Moreover, this fleet was at least a Galaxy-level fleet, starting with 10 million warships. Thinking of this, the assistant immediately reported to Belderus with some excitement. Hearing this news, Belderus also felt a sense of relief. With an additional Galaxy-level fleet, the battle would be much more manageable. The only question was, who was coming? Was it the First Fleet of the Third Legion led by Emma? As Belderus speculated on who it might be, a large fleet had already emerged from the spatial channel, with an impressive 500,000 warships descending at once. From this, one could see the terror of the Super Stargate. However, upon seeing the appearance of the warships, Belderus and the others were a bit perplexed. These warships were unfamiliar. They weren't even Tiger Whale-class battleships, and their style was somewhat different from Federation warships. But, clearly engraved on the hull of the warship was the First Fleet of the First Legion. This reminded Belderus of the First Legion and Second Legion, classified as the highest level of administrative confidentiality in Federation archives, and no one had ever seen them before. Commander Belderus, the opposing commander has initiated communication access. Put it through. Soon, a figure appeared before Belderus. However, this person was completely unexpected to Belderus. Belderus, are you okay? Lin Tia asked with concern as the communication connected. I'm fine. But why are you here? It's good that you're okay. Let's not dwell on that. I brought a Stargate ship over. You should retreat. I'll take care of this place. Why? Your warships don't have spatial shields, and fighting against a large group of dragons inevitably leads to losses. I told you before, let your fleet retreat. Now the spatial shields of the First Fleet have been installed. It's your turn. Come back to the front line after the refit is complete. There's no need to create unnecessary casualties. Lin Tia was very serious at this moment, completely different from his usual carefree demeanor. This made Belderus somewhat uncomfortable, but she understood that Lin Tia was speaking the truth. If she were to cause casualties that weren't necessary just for the sake of her pride, it would be wrong. Okay, I'll go. Be careful. Making a quick decision, Belderus nodded towards Lin Tia and said, but the time has come to clean you up. After ending the communication, Lin Tia looked at the tactical image, with numerous red dots approaching to encircle himself, speaking with a cold look on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 302 Exceeding Civilizations Part 1. At this moment, the void is filled with the corpses of void dragons, clearly indicating that a fierce battle has just taken place here. However, to describe it as a battle would not be accurate. It should be more appropriately described as a one-sided massacre. Throughout the void, there are no remnants of any federal warships to be seen. Only the corpses of tens of millions of void dragons. Even the main force of the planet Devourers, when faced with the First Legion fully equipped with spatial shields, proved to be powerless, or rather, they did retaliate, but to no avail. Originally, Hypnos only intended to set up an ambush and test the newly cultivated special breed, but he had not anticipated the outcome. The entire ambush operation can be considered very successful, of course, if the opposing side had no spatial shields. The problem is, things did not go as Hypnos had expected, as the spatial shields displayed an insolvable side, completely reversing the situation and resulting in his main lineage being subjected to a one-sided massacre. This disastrous battle was witnessed entirely by Hypnos, stirring a sense of fear within him, an emotion he had never experienced since birth. Who was he? He was the emperor of the entire Void Dragon race, known as the Planet Devourer by all races. And yet, with all his power, he was now feeling a hint of fear. Although Hypnos did not want to admit it, the fact remained that his lineage seemed to be no match for the federal forces, even when he personally engaged. He seemed unable to inflict substantial damage on the enemy. After contemplating for a moment, Hypnos realized that his level of evolution was still too low, needing to devour more planets and evolve further to have a chance against the federal forces. However, Hypnos did not believe that the Federation would give him that time. After confirming the absolute superiority of this battle, the Federation would immediately dispatch a large fleet to thoroughly encircle and eradicate his lineage, root and branch. It can be said that Hypnose's speculation was entirely correct, as Lin Fen had already ordered the First Legion not to retreat to Losaltz, but to continue advancing. At the same time, Emma was to lead the Third Legion's First Fleet, already fully equipped, to set off immediately to the territory of the original Federal Commonwealth, to support the First Legion's actions. The Second Fleet would return to battle immediately after completing their outfitting. The final siege against the Void Dragons was about to commence. This was not a good situation for Hypnose, though he sensed that his next evolution was imminent. He still needed time. Was his only option to take a risk with that method? Hypnose was hesitant, unable to make a firm decision, as that method was extremely dangerous. 3 months later, in the Magellan Administrative District, the capital, Brother, the progress is smooth as of now. We have compressed the activity area of the Void Dragons down to the Mu star domain. Currently, out of the 10 star domains in the original federal territory, we have already taken 9. Inside the flagship of the First Legion, Lin Chansheng was communicating with Lin Fen, reporting the latest battlefield situation. Lin Fen nodded approvingly, very satisfied with the progress. Very good. Your next task is to locate the planet Devourer and completely eliminate all areas in the Mu star domain except where it is located. Surround the planet Devourer. Afterward, I will approve your use of a 0-point bomb to completely eradicate the planet Devourer. Got it. I understand. But brother, are you really not considering capturing it alive? Or should I just lead the fleet to kill it outright? After all, its body should have significant research value. If we use a 0-point bomb, there may not be anything left of the planet Devourer. In Lin Tian's view, destroying such a thing without anything left was a bit of a waste. Capturing it alive directly or finding a way to kill it and bring back the corpse for research, wouldn't that be better? No. It's not necessary. This species is too dangerous. Given enough time, it might be even more terrifying than the insect race. We can't afford even a fraction of a risk. Its tracks must be completely eradicated. Despite considering bringing back the planet Devourer for research, Lin Fen eventually gave up on the idea. Firstly, Lin Fen was not sure if the Federation had the capability to detain it indefinitely. Secondly, even if there was a way to monitor it, it would be very risky. Just thinking about how he dealt with the Federal Commonwealth in the past made it clear. Lin Fen did not want to end up being played to death just because he felt too self-assured. Finally, for the current Lin Fen, was it necessary to take the risk of studying the planet Devourer? If he really needed certain technologies, couldn't he just exchange points with the system for them? Therefore, there was absolutely no need to take such risks. Okay, you are the boss. Your decision is final. 10 days later, the entire Mu star domain, except for Phoenix, had been completely wiped out by the Federation. Is this the only way? Inside Phoenix, Hypnose looked at the deep red huge star in front of him, and repeatedly asked himself the same question. Devouring a star, Hypnose could sense that once he evolved once more, he could devour a star. However, there was no time left already, and his only current hope was to directly devour the star, using the immense energy of the star to trigger his immediate evolution. But the problem was, with his current level of evolution, he was probably unable to start devouring the star before being burnt to ash by it. Still, did he have a choice now? Hypnose could already feel that, except for some Void Dragons in Phoenix, all other races in the entire Magellanic Galaxy had been eliminated by the Federation. The vast Void Dragon race now only had himself and these millions of Void Dragons left. Without gambling, he would surely die, but with a gamble, perhaps there was a 1 in 100 chance of success. Hypnose decided to take the risk. Shortly after, Hypnose made up his mind and gradually approached the star. Stop. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Hypnose's mind. Who are you? You are not yet capable of devouring a star. If you attempt to do so forcefully, it will only result in your own destruction. What are you? Show yourself. Hypnose was a bit flustered, encountering such a situation for the first time. Not only because this voice had appeared in his mind for no reason, but also because this voice instinctively made him afraid. And Hypnose had an intuition that if the owner of this voice wanted to destroy him, it would be as easy as breathing. Heh. Little one, I can offer you a way out. Once you pass through it, you will arrive in a distant galaxy where there are no advanced civilizations in the surrounding star systems, absolutely the best place for your evolution. Remember, you only have one chance. After the voice fell silent, a huge and colorful passage appeared out of thin air in front of Hypnos. End of this chapter. Chapter 303 Exceeding Civilizations Part 2. Looking at the colorful passage in front of him, Epirus hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his determination. Yes, no matter who this mysterious person was, with such extraordinary means, if he wanted to eliminate me, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Furthermore, he indeed had no way out anymore. Whatever the other party's intentions were, at least for now, this was his only possible way out. Epirus no longer hesitated and plunged directly into the passage. Moments later, his entire huge body disappeared into the passage. Suddenly, at the spot where Epirus disappeared, a figure manifested in the form of a flame-like energy, gradually taking the shape of a human figure, indistinguishable from a human being. In the next moment, another energy form appeared and also materialized into a human figure. The two stood facing each other in the void, forming a bizarre scene. Fane, what have you done? Have you forgotten the iron law of exceeding civilizations, which prohibits any interference in lower civilizations in any form? The young man addressed as Fane seemed indifferent to the question and even smirked slightly. What are you smiling at? Lin Han, do you have the authority to manage me? Do you think no one knows what you've done? I'm curious, how were humans born? Upon hearing Fane's words, it was evident from Lin Han's expression that he was shocked. This was the highest secret of the council, known only to the 5 directors of the civilization. How did Fane know about it? Could there be a traitor within the council? Where did you hear this from? It doesn't matter. What matters is, I just wanted to use that broken dragon for an experiment. Can't you turn a blind eye to it? It's good for everyone, isn't it? Fane's meaning was clear. Today's events, pretend you didn't see them, and I'll keep your council's little secret as well. This hit Lin Han right at his core. He was one of the 5 planners of that council plan, and the reason why the plan was classified as top secret was that its contents trampled on all the rules of their civilization. Once exposed, not only would the council be irretrievable, but even the order of the entire universe could collapse as a result. As the Alpha civilization, the only exceeding civilization in the universe, all rules were established by them, or more precisely, by the highest council of the Alpha civilization. Yet the rule makers themselves were the first to violate all the rules. How could you expect others to follow the rules? Fine, I'll pretend I didn't see anything today, but as for the matter regarding humans, you better keep it to yourself, or don't blame the council for completely wiping you out. Rest assured, I have no interest in your petty plan. That's it, I'm out. With that, Fane raised his right hand and closed his eyes. Shortly after, a massive entity appeared out of thin air in front of him, the Planet Devourer. However, this was not the actual Planet Devourer, but a shell created by Fane's gathered energy, merely a facade. After completing all this, Fane smiled at Lin Han. He then began to dissipate, transforming back into energy and gradually disappearing into the void, leaving behind a deeply troubled Lin Han. A few seconds later, Lin Han, looking at the mock Planet Devourer created by Fane, shook his head, transformed into energy as well, and vanished on the spot. After both had disappeared, a space passage suddenly opened up at their original locations, and soon a battleship emerged from it. This was no ordinary battleship but the Zero-Point Bomb Carrier specially designed by Zixuan. Commander, the Zero-Point Bomb Carrier has arrived and confirmed the position of the Planet Devourer. Outside the 5 light years, within the flagship of the First Legion, the deputy officer reported to Lin Tia. Good. Initiate the Zero-Point Bomb Detonation Procedure immediately. Yes, the Zero-Point Bomb Detonation Procedure is starting. Number 1 Zero-Point Energy Crystal beginning to release. Numbers 2 through 10 Zero-Point Energy Crystals starting to release. Zero-Point Particles released. Activate engines 1 through 100 for leap propulsion. Encounter Zero-Point Particle Interference. Continue with forceful activation, entering overload mode. All leap engines successfully operating in overload mode. 3 seconds until reaching critical point. 3, 2, 1 critical point reached. Zero-Point Bomb detonation successful. Suddenly, the Zero-Point Bomb erupted, causing all the Void Dragons to tremble in fear. In the void, the entire space kept compressing, with multiple spatial rifts intersecting repeatedly. The affected range was thousands of times larger than the one used by the Federation in the capital circle of the Babuf Empire back then. There was no safe place in the whole star system. Not to mention the void dragons, even the numerous planets here couldn't escape this devastating blow. If caught in the compressed space, at least one could leave behind a corpse. But if caught in a spatial rift, one would be dragged into it, leaving no trace behind. In short, Fiennes was like hell now, or rather, even more terrifying than hell. 15 minutes later, the chaotic space gradually calmed down, but whether it was stars, planets, or void dragons, they had all disappeared without a trace. Fiennes seemed to have been wiped out, completely ceased to exist. Commander, as calculated, the detonation period of the zero-point bomb should have ended. Dispatch an unmanned reconnaissance ship immediately, travel through the Stargate to Fiennes, and verify the results. Understood. Soon, the Stargate that had just transported the zero-point bomb carrier was activated again. A small reconnaissance ship flew out of Lin Qian's flagship and plunged into the newly opened Stargate, headed towards Fiennes. 7 minutes later, the unmanned reconnaissance ship transmitted back images, which made Lin Qian, who had been prepared, take a deep breath. The entire Fiennes, not to mention the planets, couldn't even find a star. In the void, one could only see a few lucky ones who had escaped the spatial cracks, but the bodies of compressed void dragons, as for the planet Devourer, had vanished without a trace. Commander, based on statistics, the main target planet Devourer has been confirmed eliminated, and the secondary target void dragon kill rate is at 100%, mission completion rate 100%. After a comprehensive scan of the entire Fiennes, the deputy officer reported the results to Lin Qian. The zero-point bomb truly lived up to its name as a weapon of mass destruction. Once deployed, the entire star system was destroyed completely. End of this chapter. Chapter 304. Intelligence gifted by the system. Magellanic Administrative Region. Capital City. Odd. Governor. Lin Qian has sent a message that the planet Eater has been eliminated. Within the Mercury War star, Lian Zhu approached Lin Fan and reported. However, Lin Fan was first stunned upon hearing the news, followed by a deep frown. This reaction surprised Lian Zhu. This should be good news, indicating that the biggest threat in the Magellanic Galaxy had been eliminated. Why did Lin Fan not look happy at all, but rather seemed like something bad had happened? System. Open the task panel. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and spoke to the system in his mind. Ding. The task panel has been opened. Main task 1. Repel the insect race and complete the unification of the galaxy. Upon completion, reward is 0-point energy manufacturing technology. Main task 2. Complete the unification of the galaxy. Upon completion, reward is intergalactic level space teleportation technology. Side task 1. Eliminate the planet Eater. Upon completion, reward is 10 million system points. Side task 2. Complete the unification of the Magellanic Galaxy. Upon completion, reward is 30 million system points. Ding. Due to the intervention of the Ultra-Limit Civilization, Side Task 1 has undergone significant changes and will be reissued based on actual circumstances. Ding. Now issuing the Side Task, Host please thoroughly eliminate the planet Eater. Due to unexpected changes, the task level has been upgraded from C to S, the time limit from 5 years to 5,000 years, and the reward upon completion has been increased from 10 million points to 10 billion points. Ding. Host, please continue striving and aim to complete the task as soon as possible. A series of system sounds left Lin Fan bewildered. What on earth was going on? The planet Eater wasn't dead, and it was the intervention of the Ultra-Limit Civilization. Lin Fan remembered the system once gave definitions of civilization levels, from low to high divided into 10 levels, and above the 10th level, there were the Super Civilization and Ultra-Limit Civilization. But now, the system was telling him that the planet Eater wasn't dead because of the Ultra-Limit Civilization's intervention. This was a big deal. Forget about the Ultra-Limit Civilization. Even if a level 6 civilization came now, they could easily crush the Federations. Ding. Due to the unexpected intervention of the Ultra-Limit Civilization, the system will gift the host with some information. Ding. Within this universe, there is only one Ultra-Limit Civilization, named Alpha T Civilization. The civilization has a strict rule that prohibits any interference in the natural development process of ordinary civilizations. Ding. The ordinary civilizations mentioned by the Ultra-Limit Civilization denote civilizations from level 1 to level 10. Just as Lin Fan was pondering the implications of Ultra-Limit Civilization's interference, The system's voice sounded in his mind again. Nonsense, what do you mean by no interference, when they are clearly intervening now? After listening to the intelligence provided by the system, Lin Fen immediately scoffed. Ting. In any civilization, there are always some who break the rules, but the host doesn't need to worry. These exceptional cases are also unlikely to repeatedly interfere. Otherwise, they would be discovered by others within their civilization. Therefore, based on the system's prediction, the ultra-limit civilization will not intervene in the Federation's development for at least 1,000 years. Hearing this from the system, Lin Fen understood and felt relieved. If the Alpha D civilization intervened or directly acted against the Federation would be overpowered. Indeed, not just the Federation, but no civilization in the entire universe could withstand it. After all, they were the sole ultra-limit civilization. At the same time, Lin Fen keenly grasped several key terms in the system's words. The only ultra-limit civilization in this universe. Did this mean that there were not only one but many universes, just like the countless stars in his universe, making it impossible to count the number of universes? Furthermore, Lin Fen had always believed that the system was a product of some advanced civilization. But now, judging by how detailed the system knew about the Alpha T civilization, it seemed even more remarkable than the ultra-limit civilization. In that case, was the system from a civilization more advanced than Alpha T? One thing Lin Fen was sure of was that the system, although it might not speak often, wouldn't lie when it did. So, concerning the claim that Alpha T was the only ultra-limit civilization in this universe, would likely be accurate. Following this train of thought, could the system be from a civilization higher than Alpha T? Was there a 13th level beyond the 12th level of civilization? Ting. The host's current thoughts are too far-fetched. The system advises the host to focus on developing and leading the Federation to the peak step by step. Other issues are not currently necessary for the host to consider. Alright, after contemplating for a while, Lin Fen found out that the system had been listening to his thoughts. Lin Fen couldn't help but wryly smile. That the system's statement was true. These issues were indeed too far-fetched and not yet needed to be pondered upon. It would be better to focus on development. As one rose in status, some questions would gradually reveal their answers naturally. Governor, Lin Fen had unintentionally sat there meditating for 5 minutes, leaving Liangzu somewhat worried. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. Tell Lin Chia that he can bring the First Legion back to Losselth. Understood. By the way, how are Ziyu and Kedin doing? After discussing official matters, Lin Fen suddenly asked Liangzu about his two children. Lin Yu and Lin Kedin were both 28 years old now. It might sound old, but in the current Federation, 28 was still considered young in most people's eyes, although legally, they were considered adults at this age. Both of them seemed to have been influenced by their parents as they had chosen to join the military, displaying exceptional talent in fleet command. They are doing well. Both of them have earned many merits this time, enough to be promoted to colonel. Well, although they are far behind me, it's still good. Watching Lin Fan's sudden narcissism, Liangzu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Were you promoted based on merits back then? At the age of 19, you graduated and were immediately promoted to colonel by my father. And at that time, destroying tens of thousands of warships was enough to become a general. If it were now, even annihilating 100,000 warships would probably not be enough to promote to lieutenant colonel. When they return this time, let's arrange for them to join Lin Tian's team. Hopefully, before we return to the galaxy, they will have the ability to independently command a star system fleet. Okay, I understand. After saying that, Lin Fen stood up and walked to the porthole, looking at the stars outside, lost in his thoughts. End of this chapter. Chapter 305. The Difficult Defense Line Federation has a history of 103 years. After 2 years, Lin Fen completed the unification of the Magellan Galaxy, becoming the first administrative region to completely unify the entire galaxy in the Federal Satellite Galaxy Plan. At this moment, 3 years remain until the initial agreement date between the Federation and the four major alliances. Whether it is the Hunter arm of the Federal Headquarters or the Magellan Galaxy, they have all entered a frenzy of military escalation. Moreover, the forces that are escalating are not ordinary soldiers of warships equipped with space shields. Their battlefield survivability is definitely not comparable to 4th-level civilization warships. However, towards the insect clan, Lin Fen still doesn't believe that they can be crushed as easily as the Void Dragon. The most direct reason, which can be explained with one question, is how did the insect clan come to the Milky Way? They must have some means in terms of space to arrive in the galaxy through space fissures, and Lin Fen has always believed that the insect clan currently in the galaxy is only a small part of their race, maybe even just a reconnaissance team. Otherwise, you can't explain why, with the insect clan's horrifying reproductive capacity, there are only so few of their kinds in the galaxy. You have to remember that the current vast number of insect clan did not come through space fissures. They reproduced within a short time after arriving in the galaxy. Milky Way Galaxy, First Arm, Vers Defense Line. Commander, Sections A718 and A815 of the defense line have encountered an onslaught of billions of insects. These bugs are truly relentless. Mobilize 10 billion 4th-level civilization warships and 30 billion 3rd-level civilization warships to support these two sections of the defense line. Yes. After issuing the order, Belt rubbed his slightly throbbing head, trying to relax as much as possible. In situations like just now, on the Vers defense line, there are dozens of occurrences every day, non-stop for 2 years, without giving the station soldiers any rest time. One can imagine how great Belt's pressure is right now. What troubles him the most is that the intensity of the insect clan's attacks is increasing. More than 2 years ago, when the defense battle on the Vers defense line began, each insect swarm attack was generally just a few billion, at most 10 billion. And now, insect swarms of billions are a daily occurrence, and their attacks have no purpose or target. Any segment of the defense line could become their target at any time. This compelled Belt to spread his limited forces in minimum defensive arrangements across every segment of the defense line and keep sufficient reserve fleets. Wherever an attack occurs, the reserve fleet will immediately move to support the corresponding defense line. It is because of this that, though the Vers defense line looks like it's on the brink of collapse, it has still held its ground. Although the four major alliances send hundreds of billions of 3rd-level civilization warships and massive fleets of 4th and 5th-level civilization warships each year, the rate of increase in the insect clan's numbers is much faster and significantly larger than the combined forces of the Milky Way Alliance. Belt sees the current situation very clearly. The inevitable collapse of the Vers defense line is just a matter of time. The only question is how long the Alliance can sustain the depletion. Speaking of which, the Vers defense line is not a qualified defense line. It stretches across more than 2,000 light-years, dividing the entire First Arm in half. It is different from defending Stardust Roads or the Silver Core route where defending a few key points suffices. On the Vers defense line, within the span of 2,000 light-years, any point can become a target of the insect clan's attacks. In fact, in the past 3 years, every segment of the defense line has been attacked by the insect clan. Although everyone knows this defense line is highly disadvantageous, the four major civilizations have no choice but to defend it, as once breached, the entire central region of the First Arm will fall completely. By then, with a larger territory, the insect clan will be able to exponentially increase their numbers in just a few years. At that point, it will be nearly impossible to fight back. Everyone, the situation is even worse than we thought. According to Belt's report, if we continue like this, we will inevitably be overwhelmed someday. We need to find a solution. In the virtual meeting room exclusive to the four leaders, Versto looked at the leaders of the other 3 alliances and said, in a serious tone. From Versto's grim expression, everyone could see how dire the situation had become. Versto is right. It's clear to everyone that the insect clan we are facing now is just a small part of their forces in the galaxy. The main forces are still on their way and won't arrive at the Vers defense line for at least 5 more years, one leader said. However, this small vanguard force has already put us in such a predicament in these years. I believe the main reason is that we have been unable to deploy our military forces rapidly to the defense line. After Versto finished speaking, Sis nodded, stood up, and continued. Although the quantity of insect swarms attacking the Vers defense line over the past few years has been significant, it's still incomparable to the combined forces of the entire alliance. The why have only 100 trillion insects pushed the entire alliance to such a point? The main reason is that despite the orders of the four major civilizations, every civilization with a third-level rank or higher underwent an emergency mobilization in the galaxy. However, the problem lies in how these third-level civilizations lack the ability to lead. Their capabilities depend on the heavy transport ships or war stars dispatched by the four major alliances to transport their fleets to the front lines. And in these 3 years, even though the four major alliances have ramped up transport capabilities, they have still only transported less than 1% of the total. Considering there might be hundreds of thousands of third-level civilizations in the galaxy, even if each civilization only mobilizes 10,000 warships, it would still be billions. And how many of those third-level civilizations have not mobilized millions or even tens of millions of warships? Because of this, CIS had suggested before that the LEAP engines should be made available for purchase to all civilizations, though at that time, the other 3 civilizations agreed it was a good idea and should be considered. It has not been actualized until now. And now, the circumstances no longer allow for any more delays. I must once again suggest that we immediately open the purchase of LEAP engines to all third-level civilizations to ensure the rapid convergence of all military forces within the VERS defense line. With that, the virtual meeting room fell silent again. End of this chapter. Chapter 306. A year later, launching a comprehensive open LEAP engine attack on all level 3 civilizations. Since the last proposal from 3 years ago, the other 3 have also considered it, but have never been able to make a decision. The reason is simple. They are afraid of losing control over numerous civilizations. The control system that has been formed over tens of thousands of years has deeply rooted in their bones, and even though they know it is not the right time, it is not easy to break it. However, the current situation seems to leave them with no choice but to agree. In fact, this change has become their only way out. I agree to loosen the control over the LEAP engines, but there must be a condition. The LEAP engines we distribute must have a backdoor for future destruction. In the virtual conference room, Verdo was the first to break the silence and speak. After all, the battlefield is on the first main spiral arm. If it's going to end, he will be the first to go. For him now, as long as he can solve the crisis of the insect race, he can agree to whatever conditions. I also agree. As Verdo said, we must include a backdoor, and the 4 of us must sign an agreement that after the crisis with the insect race, we will use the backdoor together to destroy all distributed LEAP engines. My opinion is the same as Moras. The agreement must be signed. Following Verdo, Moras and Heisen also agreed, but added a precondition. Of course, this condition was not opposed by anyone, not even CIS himself. All right, this precondition, I didn't need you to say it. I would have brought it up myself. Yes, indeed. CIS and Verdo responded immediately. Okay, since everyone has no problems, let's sign the treaty now and implement it as soon as possible. As CIS spoke, he manipulated the void, and for virtual contracts appeared in front of everyone. No one hesitated and quickly signed them. The next day, a message quickly spread throughout the entire galaxy. The 4 major alliances jointly announced that they would open the procurement channel for LEAP engines at low prices to all level 3 civilizations, and each civilization could directly place orders at their respective level for civilizations. This news excited all level 3 civilizations greatly, even though the prerequisite was that after purchasing the LEAP engine, it must be used on a battleship and the battleship must be sent to the VEL's defense line for combat. However, once they had purchased it, they could study and test it for themselves. Perhaps their civilization would ascend to a level for civilization because of this. Therefore, almost all civilizations went crazy placing orders with the level for civilizations. After just 1 month, the orders sent to the member countries of the 4 major alliances were as countless as snowflakes falling from the sky. Similarly, to quickly help the fleets of level 3 civilizations migrate to the VEL's defense line, almost every level for civilization increased its production of LEAP engines by dozens or even hundreds of times. A large number of LEAP engines were rapidly produced and delivered to the hands of the ordered level 3 civilizations. Linzen, the situation has changed now. You no longer had the original 5 years, as mentioned before. The hunters must also contribute. Your Federation and the level 3 civilizations on your arm need to form a coalition and go to the Vel's defense line for battle. While the entire galaxy was going crazy for the leap engines, Sis also found Lin Zhen and said seriously. Looking at Sis' expression, Lin Zhen also understood that the situation of the four major alliances was really not in a good state. The fact was that, despite the absolute self-defense capabilities possessed by the four major level 5 civilizations against the current strength displayed by the insect race, ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against their spatial shields. So why were the four major level 5 civilizations so anxious? The key lay in the quantity of the insect race, which was simply too high for the four major level 5 civilizations to handle. To put it simply, even if the insect race invaded the territory of the Vela Federation, indeed, the Vela Federation's battleships could go to intercept and completely crush them. But the problem was, for every 100 battleships you sent, the insect race could have 1 million creatures. For every 10,000 battleships you sent, the insect race could have 100 million. Your battleships could crush the insect race, but the insect race could just ignore your battleships and charge directly towards your various planets. How many creatures could you destroy before the insect race entered your planet? 10%? 20%? In short, even if the insect race stood there and let you kill them without resistance, it would take you maybe decades. However, for the insect race to completely occupy your territory, it might only take a few years. In the end, all planets would be occupied by the insect race. And even if you didn't lose a single battleship, what good would it do? You might even tragically discover that the insect race, once occupying all your planets, would reproduce even faster than you could kill them. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the insect race. Perhaps some might suggest putting everyone into battleships and various spacecraft and equipping them all with spatial shields. However, this was an impossible task. As an ancient level 5 civilization that had existed for thousands of years, the population base was so large that it was unimaginable. For a civilization, the combined capacity of all spacecraft usually accounted for only about 1% of the total population. After all, this number was sufficient for the entire civilization to operate. This was similar to the situation on Earth. If you added up all the airplanes, ships, and trains for long-distance transportation, what percentage of the total human population could they carry? The logic was the same. Therefore, it was unrealistic to transport the entire population via spacecraft. More importantly, even if you could transport the entire population, losing the planets would only lead to your demise, albeit temporarily extending your survival. Unlike humans, there was a critical factor that was missing for the four major civilizations compared to level 5 civilizations: spatial teleportation technology. This allowed humans to easily move to other star systems, thereby securing an invincible position. Alright, but you have to give me some time to gather the fleet. Even though these level 3 civilizations now have leap engines, it will take at least a year for the entire fleet to gather at the wormhole leading to the Silver Heart Corridor. After considering all factors, Lin Zhen said to Sis. In this statement, half was true and half was false. It was true that gathering the fleet at the Hongguan will indeed take at least a year through leaping. However, the false part was that if humans really wanted to assemble quickly, no matter where they were in the Hunter's Arm, it would only take 7 minutes to reach Hongguan through the Stargate. Of course, Sis was unaware of spatial teleportation technology. After hearing Lin Zhen's words and not sensing anything wrong, he nodded towards Lin Zhen. Okay, a year from now, you will depart from the Hunter's Arm to the first main spiral arm. End of this chapter. Chapter 307. Lin Zhen secured the scale and bought another year of time for the Federation. He immediately contacted Lin Fan. Kid, things have changed. We need to strike early. Sis just contacted me. Yeah. We indeed need to act sooner. After all, if the Wells defense line collapses, it's not good for us. The insect race, with the endless planets and resources, who knows how powerful they will become. After listening to Lin Zhen's description, Lin Fen pondered for a moment and then said, yes, that's what I think too. Do we have any progress on destroying the insect nest channel, the spatial rift opened by the insect race on by Zixu and Sai? There has been progress, but it will still take some time. Alright, you need to hurry with this. Based on the information I have, even if we join the fight along with the entire third-level civilization of the galaxy, the Wells defense line can only hold up for a dozen years at most. We don't have much time. Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, Lin Zhen solemnly said, "Don't worry, based on my calculations, Bai Zixuan's project should be completed within 3 years. I have assigned more than 1,000 top biomechanical scientists to him, and he is very satisfied." It said that his research efficiency has increased manyfold. That was why Bai Zixuan became the fourth informed person besides Lin Zhen, Lin Tia, and Liang Zhu. With so many top biomechanical scientists under Lin Fan, the situation couldn't be explained, so they had to cooperate with Bai Zixuan to fabricate some reasons to prevent others from becoming suspicious. Bai Zixuan was thrilled to receive this group of scientists, even claiming that they were only slightly inferior to himself. Lin Fan chuckled at this, but didn't expose him. At least until the intermediate brain domain development drug appeared, Lin Fan didn't think Bai Zixuan was better than this group of scientists. With the rapid increase in strength of the research department, the key technology for the extermination of the insects, the destruction project of the insect nest channel, was rapidly progressing. Currently, the technology had taken on a preliminary form, but as Lin Fan told Lin Zhen, it still required some time to be practically applied. "Alright, besides that, how many forces can you assemble after a year?" "Well, my plan is this. It would be better not to mobilize the federal fleet from the Magellan Administrative District. The crisis of the Planet Eaters has just ended there, and a large fleet is still needed for stability. So, I suggest deploying only the Losselt fleet. After a year, I expect to expand to 2 sector legions, with 200 million pseudo-5th-level civilization battleships." After some calculations, Lin Fan said to Lin Zhen, 200 million warships were already impressive, considering it had only been just over 2 years since the Moon system had started to develop. Apart from Losselt, the Magellan Administrative District was still in a period of major construction and was far from reaching the stage of deploying a massive military force. Therefore, 200 million pseudo-5th-level civilization battleships was quite remarkable. That's fine, but a fleet from the Administrative District should also be sent out. Alright, arrange a sector-class Elven fleet and let them witness this war. It will benefit your future rule. Apart from that, have the affiliated civilizations also contribute a united force of 90 million warships for a total of 300 million warships in the entire Magellan system. When it came to military matters, Lin Fan outperformed Lin Zhen by far, but in terms of governance, Lin Zhen was way ahead of Lin Fan. The tasks Lin Zhen needed to do were straightforward. The recently unified Elven race into the Federation was not as integrated with humans as the Angel race was in the beginning, thanks to decades of interaction between the Angel race and humans, as well as various reasons that led to a seamless integration. The Elves lacked this foundation, and their integration into the Federation was rushed and lacked the bonds present in cases like Bella, Lin Tia, and so on. Thus, artificial efforts were needed to make the two groups more closely connected. Another purpose was to expose the Elven race to real Galaxy-level warfare, making them realize how insignificant they were in the universe once they were separated from humans. By bringing in other affiliated civilizations, the goal was to facilitate interaction with civilizations on the Orion Arm that had advanced under the Federation's assistance, including to second-level civilizations that were originally from the Lulan Galaxy system. Alright, I will arrange it. While Lin Fan might not excel in these intricate matters, it didn't mean he couldn't understand Lin Zhen's guidance. On the contrary, he immediately grasped the intention and nodded in agreement. Okay, after a year, I will appoint you as the overall commander of the entire expeditionary fleet. Liang Xingchen is go, but he tends to be conservative in command. I plan to let him continue guarding Hangu Pass, which suits him better. Alright, I have no problem with that. I will bring the fleet to meet the expeditionary fleet on the Orion Arm after a year. Great, that's settled then. Keep me informed if there are any developments. Okay. After ending the communication, Lin Fan immediately got busy. To compile 200 million warships in Losselt within a year, he needed a large amount of resources. However, if a significant portion of resources were utilized, it would have a significant impact on the entire administrative district's construction plans. Therefore, he had to figure out a way to obtain resources. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind, but this smile was somewhat wicked. End of this chapter. Chapter 308 Bye. 1 day later, Lakers. The current Totoro civilization can be said to be incomparable to the past. Just a year ago, After barely reaching the minimum score line of the Federation's affiliated civilizations, it became one of the Federation's affiliated civilizations. In this past year, the entire civilization has developed at a rocket-like pace, expanding from the original 3-star systems to a total of 27 star systems, and still rapidly expanding. As the Magellan Galaxy, the first person to contact Lin Fan, Calvin at this moment in the civilization also holds an uncheckable position, and has even been designated as the next leader of the civilization, currently undergoing a power handover. In the office, Calvin sat in his position, looking at the reports coming from various regions, feeling somewhat excited. The initial decision was indeed correct. Now the snowball is getting bigger and bigger. The overall strength of the civilization has increased tenfold compared to a year ago. Look at these reports. Every region is thriving. With this momentum, Calvin even feels that in another 20 years or so, the Tataro civilization will be even stronger than the former Ostale Empire. If this had been put a year ago, would you have dared to believe it? Look at the current strength of the Tataro civilization. Having 27 star systems, including 9 natural life planets, over 100 non-natural life planets being transformed, nearly 2,000 resource stars, and a territory spanning 50 light years. In terms of fleet, there are 1 million level for civilization battleships and 8 million pseudo-level for civilization battleships. In the past, even 1 legion of the Estelles could have been mashed. Without any exaggeration. Setting aside the report, Calvin took out the Federation's affiliated civilization platform terminal device. Upon activation, a virtual screen immediately appeared in front of him. As Calvin was about to check if any suitable missions had been released recently for his civilization, he suddenly noticed that the entire interface compressed downwards, followed by a prominent banner ad appearing at the top. This was too conspicuous. Calvin couldn't overlook it and instinctively clicked on it. The next moment, the entire interface disappeared, revealing a dedicated page for an activity. On the page, there was a row of items labeled as vouchers. Battleship class 10 billion point vouchers, with 10 issued daily, until all are claimed, can be used when exchanging points to reach 100 billion, and deducted. Of course, there were also vouchers for other technologies, equipment, and more, all with 10 issued daily. In addition, there were general vouchers, ranging from a minimum of 100 points with no threshold to an extravagant 10 billion point voucher, covering everything. Looking further down, the page was divided into several major categories showcasing discounted goods. For example, the 3rd generation Tiger Whale-class battleship, originally 100,000 exchange points, was now on sale for 95,000 points during the promotion period. And the 1st generation positron cannon technology, originally 8 billion exchange points, was now priced at 7 billion during the promotion period. Various categories, all available. Scrolling down further, there were sections such as 3 for -1 exchange zone, discount zone, group purchase zone, and so on. Numerous columns that dazzled the viewer. This left Calvin feeling a bit bewildered. What was going on? Have the civilizations in the Magellan Galaxy ever experienced the boundless creativity of human e-commerce? Moreover, a small advertisement was floating beside the interface. Regardless of how the interface moved, it remained fixed on the right edge, with some text visible on it. 1. Each day, 3 orders will be selected from all exchange orders for free. The points consumed in the selected orders will be fully refunded. 2. Within a year, there will be a monthly tally, and the civilization with the highest exchange volume for the month will receive a prestigious gift from the Federation, 10,000 level 5 civilization battleships. 3. For individual exchange orders with points exceeding 100 billion, an additional 20% bonus will be given when paying points. 4. Alright, there were more than a dozen points listed out there, and Calvin's eyes were almost bulging at the sight. The level of discounts was so high. How could one not take advantage of this time and buy like crazy? Everyone in the entire civilization wouldn't miss out on it. However, there were too many activities going on, and Calvin was also at a loss for a moment on how to buy what he needed at the lowest price. Quick! Immediately get all the economists of the entire civilization, as well as those successful businessmen, to report to the Lex's leader's mansion. This is the top priority, understood. After pressing a button on his office desk, Calvin ordered. However, this command confused his deputy. What was going on? all the economists of the entire civilization, and all successful businessmen within the civilization. Leader, do you know how many people that is? It's not just 1 million, but perhaps several tens of millions. What's wrong? Didn't you understand? Noticing that his deputy did not respond, Calvin repeated, his tone full of dissatisfaction. No, I heard, leader, but inviting such a large number of people will be incredibly challenging. How will we accommodate them? The deputy said helplessly. And don't you think that recruiting all these people at once will surely cause chaos? Imagine, one day suddenly all the economists, all the big businessmen have disappeared. What kind of impact will it have on the civilization? This is something you must figure out a solution for. I only want results. Even if they all have to sleep on the floor here, get them all together. This is crucial for the future development of the entire civilization and the heights it can reach. Understand? Yes, leader. I will see to it. When Calvin defined the entire event to the future of the civilization, the deputy no longer said anything, immediately responding. After all, the hat was too big, and the deputy could sense Calvin's seriousness from his words at this moment. The entire Magellan Galaxy, not just the Tataro civilization, but all the affiliated civilizations of the Federation, received this news. Once the leaders of these civilizations got over their initial confusion, they all immediately began to gather their forces. Thus, all affiliated civilizations entered a frenzy mode, and the Magellan version of the e-commerce festival officially kicked off. If at this moment you were to interview the leaders of these civilizations and ask them about their thoughts, they would undoubtedly say without hesitation the 9 classic words. Buy. I'll buy. Why shouldn't I? End of chapter. Chapter 309. The Titan-class battleship Gong of the Lagrange star system is in a frenzy. The entire Milky Way galaxy is in a crazy state right now, not for anything else, but for chopping hands. Yes, crazy chopping hands. However, soon all the leaders of civilizations realized one thing. They didn't have enough points. Under the frenzy of chopping hands, the points accumulated for a long time were instantly cleared. Well, it's time to stop. But when they saw the various activities constantly increasing on the platform, they just couldn't resist. However, there haven't been many tasks recently that can quickly earn a large number of points, and the technologies they could upload have already been uploaded. To earn points, there is only one way left: contributing resources. Located in the Lacra star system, the new capital of the Titan civilization. Have you calculated it? In the meeting room, Calvin asked the group of economists and businessmen. In the situation where points were insufficient, Calvin made the same choice as other civilizations, which was to exchange resources for points. However, how to exchange in a way that minimizes the impact on oneself and maximizes the points obtained is quite particular. For example, currently the Titan civilization only contributes 20% of its resources annually to the Federation to avoid affecting its own development, while the remaining 80% of resources are reserved for major expansions. Now, Calvin needs more resources to exchange for points, so professional calculations are needed here. If too much is given, it will significantly impact the development of the civilization, but if too little is given, it will result in not maximizing benefits during the Federation activities, which can also be considered a loss. Therefore, Calvin needs these economists and well-known merchants within the civilization to calculate how much should be taken from the 80% to achieve a balance, minimizing the impact on oneself and maximizing the benefits during this event. Leader, we have calculated it, and we believe that changing the original 20:80 ratio to a 40:60 ratio is the most suitable. What? Are you saying we only need to keep 40% of the resources? Won't that have a significant impact on our civilization? Calvin was surprised after hearing this. He thought a 40:60 ratio was reasonable, with the civilization keeping 60%. But now the experts told him that the civilization only needed to keep 40%. Leader, the thing is, if we only keep 40%, all ongoing projects can still be maintained, just at a slightly slower pace. However, by saving resources to exchange for points in the Federation and redeeming other things, the benefits obtained will far exceed the loss of project speed. Of course, 40% is already the limit. Once it exceeds 40%, this balance point no longer exists, and many projects may stop as a result, leading to unrecoverable losses. The representative of the expert group nodded to Calvin explaining. Now Calvin understood and was even pleasantly surprised that he could utilize 20% more resources and yet anticipate it. All right, execute the plan immediately according to this plan. Hand over all excess resources to the Federation in exchange for points, and at the same time, start expanding the scale of resource mining immediately to get as many resources as possible before the event ends. After confirming, Calvin immediately ordered his deputy. Yes, similarly, in almost all third-tier civilizations in the galaxy, they chose the same path as the Titan civilization. As a result, the points exchange activity once again reached a climax. Each civilization, in order to chop hands, almost emptied out all the resources they could use. With enough resources, Lin Fan divided them into 3 parts. One part was exchanged for system points to buy more biochemical soldiers. Another part was used to continue buying production lines and laying them in Losalit. The last part was supplied to Losalit to meet the needs of all battleship production lines. 1 year later, in the Federal Year 104, 3 billion battleships lined up neatly, facing the Super Stargate, waiting for the departure command. Among them, 2 billion battleships belonged to Lin Fan's 1st Legion and 2nd Legion, each composed of a Galaxy-class Legion with 1 billion battleships. The temporary codename for this operation was the Expeditionary 1st Legion and the Expeditionary 2nd Legion. In addition to the fleet in Losalit, there were another 1 billion battleships. Within this 1 billion battleships, 10 million battleships were part of the 3rd Legion's 2nd Fleet, led by Luodisi. There were also 90 million battleships composed of 4th-tier civilization battleships and pseudo-4th-tier civilization battleships attached together from affiliated civilizations, totaling 1 billion battleships. The temporary codename for this operation was the Expeditionary 3rd Legion, commanded by Luodisi. Governor, the Super Stargate is ready, and we can start at any time. Well, start immediately. Task through in order of the legions, yes. The Milky Way Galaxy, Orion Arm, Hangul Pass. Commander, 10 billion battleships are ready. Now we're waiting for General Lin Fan's fleet. Well, the time is almost up. Lin Fan should be arriving soon. Hearing the report from his deputy, Lian Xingchen looked out through the porthole at the immense fleet outside and nodded. Commander, a spatial channel has been detected. Judging by the scale, it should be a Super Stargate. Just as Lian Xingchen was admiring the fleet outside, inside the command center of the battleship, the radar officer turned to Lian Xingchen and said, "Well, before confirming the other party's identity, don't let down your guard." Yes, soon. 500,000 battleships quickly rushed out of the spatial channel, and Lin Fan's flagship, the Uranus, was among the first batch of battleships to pass through. It had been over 3 years since leaving, and now he was back in the Milky Way Galaxy. After leaving the spatial channel, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. Now thinking about it, he had been away from his hometown for many years. Despite the magnificence of the Milky Way Galaxy, it was still not as good as his hometown. Governor, General Lian Xingchen is on the line. Good. Put him through. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Lin Fan. This was his old boss, and also his father-in-law, the human military god of a generation, Lian Xingchen. Lin Fan, we've been waiting for you. Sorry, got stuck in traffic. Seeing Lian Xingchen, Lin Fan responded playfully. All right, stop fooling around. Go to receive your new flagship. New flagship? Yes, the Titan-class battleship Gonggong. It took 3 full years to build, specifically prepared for you by President Lin. While smiling, Lian Xingchen sent the relevant information to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was stunned. He was well aware of the Titan-class battleship, and the system had blueprints for it, which were too expensive, so he had been reluctant to exchange for it. Not only were the blueprints expensive, but the cost to build it was even higher. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that all these years, Linzen had secretly built one and now gave it to him as a new flagship. After quickly reviewing the data and observing the location of the Gonggong, Lin Fan murmured, "Old man, you really think it through?" Looking at the image of the huge and magnificent battleship, he said softly. End of this chapter. Chapter 310. The Expeditionary Force strikes Titan-class battleship Gonggong. Class: Titan-class battleship. Tonnage: 3 billion ton. Ship dimensions: length 35,889 meters, width 4,725 meters, height 3,788 meters, armor thickness 87 meters at the front, 55 meters elsewhere, Fortress-class main gun, gamma-ray cannon with nuclear explosion guidance, quantity 1 main weapon, fourth-generation triple-barreled 25 meters caliber plasma cannon, quantity 36 secondary weapon, fourth-generation double-barrel 8 meters caliber positron cannon, quantity 328 close-range defense weapon, rapid-fire electromagnetic railguns, quantity 4,960 other weapons, multi-purpose missile launch silos, quantity 2,560 defense system, first-generation space shield sublight speed engine, 100,000 km, superluminal engine, 2,880 times the speed of light special armament, 0-point bomb carriers, quantity 12 crew, 78,275 people. Looking at the data sent by Liang Xingchen, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the might of the Titan-class battleship. Just this one battleship alone could easily annihilate a fleet of a level 4 civilization, and if there were no efficiency requirements, it could even single-handedly wipe out an entire level 4 civilization. Speaking of the Titan-class battleship, Lin Fan had some understanding of it before. Currently, the 4 major level 5 civilizations in the galaxy possess this class of battleship. However, even the largest quantity held by the Thean Alliance was only 3 ships, while the other 3 level 5 civilizations each had 2 ships. This didn't mean that the 4 major level 5 civilizations couldn't afford to build these types of battleships, but rather their technology was not mature enough to provide powerful core energy sources, resulting in their Titan-class battleships being unable to sustain prolonged combat. On the other hand, the Titan-class battleships they built were essentially enlarged versions of level 5 civilization battleships, lacking any outstanding combat capabilities. Therefore, for the 4 major level 5 civilizations, it was more worthwhile to build a large number of level 5 civilization battleships rather than investing a large amount of resources in building these. After all, they didn't have the Federation space transportation technology, 0-point energy, or the devastating weapon like the 0-point bomb. Lin Fan's Gonggong Titan-class battleship, on the other hand, was different. With 0-point energy as its core energy source, it was capable of engaging in combat for decades without the need for energy replenishment. Additionally, equipped with 2 large Stargate modules and 12 0-point bomb carriers, it had unparalleled destructive power. To put it bluntly, the Titan-class battleships of the 4 major level 5 civilizations were just for showing conventional warfare. Lin Fan's Gonggong, on the other hand, was a strategic weapon capable of easily destroying millions or even tens of millions of battleships and even destroying an entire star system. However, correspondingly, the Gonggong also had its shortcomings, the biggest one being that it currently lacked weapons to penetrate space shields, aside from the 0-point bomb. Here, we're referring to ship cannons. Soon, Lin Fan's Uranus-class battleship arrived beside the Gonggong. Originally, it already looked exaggerated from afar, but now next to the Gonggong, well, there was simply no comparison needed. It was just a little brother. At this moment, over 70,000 crew members on the entire battleship were already in position. Once Lin Fan and the command team arrived, the entire battleship could officially set out. 1 hour later, on the bridge of the Gonggong. How is it? Satisfy. Liang Xingchen's figure stood in front of Lin Fan, smiling. Satisfy. I couldn't be more satisfied. Lin Fan also smiled in response. How could he not be satisfied? The entire battleship was custom-made for Lin Fan from the initial design. Even the appearance and colors were designed according to Lin Fan's preferences. The sleek and magnificent hull, painted silver white throughout, and more. This made Lin Fan unable to say the words not satisfy. Governor, all fleets have assembled a total of 1.3 billion battleships, divided into 13 galactic legions. At this time, Liang Zhu stepped forward, holding a virtual terminal in her hand, reporting to Lin Fan. Good. Inform the entire army. We set off in 10 minutes. Yes. Commander, we bid farewell here. Take care. Watching Liang Zhu go to make arrangements, Lin Fan turned to Liang Xingchen and said, Be careful. I understand. 10 minutes later, the expeditionary fleet chose not to use the Super Stargate to travel to the first Sagittarius arm, prepared to go through a wormhole located at the Khalid Gate. After all, Lin Fan was not yet ready to expose the space transportation technology to the 4 major level 5 civilizations. As for the space shield, That was not a big issue. They were just a newly emerged level 5 early civilization. The four major level 5 civilizations wouldn't start a civil war with them over that issue while fighting the insect race. However, space transportation technology was different. For a level 5 civilization, it was a life-saving technology allowing them to escape to other star systems even if they were at a disadvantage in the future. Therefore, in order to obtain this technology, the four major level 5 civilizations might even unite and strike against the Federation first. This was not the situation Lin Fan wanted, so, unless he had no choice, Lin Fan would absolutely not use the space transportation technology. Expeditionary Force, advance. With Lin Fan's command, the massive fleet began to move. According to the planned departure sequence, first was the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion led by Rosselt, followed by the 3rd Legion led by Bilrodus, and finally, the 1st Galactic Cluster of the Federation. According to the established order, all fleets began to enter the wormhole one after another, heading towards the Silver Core channel between the 1st Sagittarius Arm and the 2nd Sagittarius Arm. Is that so-called Human Federation coming today? Yes, they are connected to the Theo Alliance, and the confirmation message they sent indeed says today. 1st Sagittarius Arm, Vila Federation Capital Star, Leader's Palace. Verdo confirmed with his deputy. Verdo had always been displeased with this Human Federation. In his view, the Human Federation had taken advantage of his lack of attention to take a piece of territory from his alliance. In tens of thousands of years of history, the four major alliances had never lost territory. This was an absolute first. Most importantly, this civilization that took a piece of territory from his alliance was just a level 4 civilization. What an embarrassment. However, the current situation made him unable to do anything, and even under the joint pressure of the other 3 major alliances, he had to temporarily acknowledge the Human Federation's dominion over the Orion Spur as a concession to get their full support for the Vol's defensive line. This made Verdo even more frustrated, but he could do nothing. Tell Sterling that when the Human Federation fleet arrives, give them a show of force. Understood. Watching his deputy walk out of the office to make arrangements, Verdo showed a cold smile. This show of force is just the beginning of your nightmare. Wait until you reach the Vol's defensive line. Hehe. End of this chapter. Chapter 311. Exerting dominance at the Silver Heart trade route, situated between the 1st main spiral arm and the 2nd main spiral arm, closer to the side of the 1st main spiral arm. Here lies a natural wormhole, connecting the Silver Heart trade route with the Orion arm, and serving as the sole passage between the 2 locations. Commander Sterling, the leader's office has sent a message that requires your personal attention. At the entrance of the wormhole, inside a command center of a war star, the deputy officer reported to Sterling. This is the garrison of the Vera Alliance at the wormhole, housing a war star and 100 million warships, with Sterling being the commander of this fleet. After casually responding to the deputy officer, Sterling activated the virtual terminal and saw the message that required his permission to unlock. Interesting, it seems the leader harbors deep resentment against this Human Federation. However, daring to occupy the Orion arm while we are preoccupied is a lesson that must be taught. Looking at the contents of the message, Sterling chuckled and remarked nonchalantly, "Commander, does the leader want us to stir up trouble with the Human Federation?" The deputy officer, not unintelligent, immediately understood Sterling's intentions. However, he asked a foolish question and received a sharp glare from Sterling, prompting him to lower his head immediately. The Alliance has relayed a message that many King Worm followers have infiltrated the forces coming to aid various factions, preparing to cause havoc at the Vel's defensive line. We are ordered to carefully inspect all passing warships. Seeing the deputy lower his head, Sterling stated sternly, "Yes, I will ensure the fleet meticulously inspects all passing ships to prevent any King Worm followers from infiltrating the Vel's defensive line." This time, the deputy acted wisely, echoing Sterling's seriousness to meet the impending threat. Sterling was pleased, nodding to the deputy to proceed with the arrangements. Half an hour later, the previously quiet wormhole suddenly fluctuated, and a large number of warships emerged, numbering in the millions, as the Human Federation expeditionary fleet began to arrive. Due to the wormhole's size, the Federation could efficiently transit over 1 million warships in each wave. Send our identity information to the Vera Alliance garrison at the wormhole entrance. Yes. Alongside the first wave of warships, Commander Lin Tie, who served as the commanding officer of the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Great Magellanic Galaxy, ordered the deputy as they emerged from the wormhole. Shortly after, the deputy complied with Lin Tian's request and sent the identity information, receiving a response seconds later. However, this response made even the deputy, a synthetic human, wear an uneasy expression. "Commander, the other side demands that all our arriving warships shut down their engines and undergo boarding inspections." "What?" Hearing the report, Lin Tian's brow furrowed instantly, finding it hard to believe what he just heard. "Shut down our engines and submit to boarding inspections. What kind of joke is this? Intentionally looking for trouble, aren't they?" As the fleet emerges from the wormhole, deploy a defensive formation. Do not allow the other party to approach, and get me connected to the Supreme Commander. Understood. This blatant provocation Lin Qiao would never agree to. Considering he knew many of Lin Fan's secrets, he remained unshaken, ready to dispatch a singularity bomb without hesitation. Even if the 5th-level civilizations joined forces against humanity, as long as they held the wormhole exit at the Hangu Pass, humanity would have the upper hand. Even if the situation escalated, humanity could easily traverse space to the satellites, watching the other civilizations being decimated by the Worm Clan before returning. "Lin Qiao, what's going on?" Soon after the communication was established, Lin Fan appeared before Lin Qiao. "It's this." In less than a minute, Lin Qiao summarized the situation. Having understood the scenario, Lin Fan knew it was related to the occupation of the Orion arm by the Human Federation. Lin Fan believed they wouldn't engage in combat now due to the circumstances. It was likely a show of strength to assert themselves. How many troops do they have stationed there? Approximately 100 million 5th-level civilization warships. Do not allow them to board for inspection. Warn them that approaching within a range of 1 million kilometers around our fleet will result in direct attacks. Also, be vigilant. If they make any aggressive moves, immediately activate the spatial shields. "Yes, sir." With Lin Fan's instructions, Lin Qian's confidence grew, and he immediately directed the deputy to relay the message to the other party. Inside the War Star of the Vera Alliance, 5 million kilometers away. "What? They're warning us not to approach within 1 million kilometers of their fleet. Who do they think they are?" Initially planning to assert their dominance and humiliate Sterling, they suddenly felt embarrassed as the table turned. A 5th-level civilization dared to warn a 4th-level civilization. Where did they get the audacity? Order the fleet to move forward and assume a combat formation. I want to see how they'll react when we approach within 1 million kilometers. "Commander, is this a good idea? We have the Worm Clan as formidable enemies now. A display of strength is one thing, but engaging in a battle would not end well for us." Watching Sterling, who seemed enraged, the deputy felt uneasy. Attempting to provoke the other side for a little satisfaction was fine, but initiating a war, even if they won, would likely end with them bearing the blame. Civil war is a big taboo now. Do they really think the other 3 major alliances would buy their flimsy excuses? Enough chatter. I know what I'm doing. I'm not that foolish. Now, follow my orders, and have the fleet move forward. Yes. Sterling's words reassured the deputy, implying he hadn't lost his rationality. As long as there was no war, the commander could handle things as he pleased. End of chapter. Chapter 312. Lin Fan arrived in the Milky Way galaxy, in the Silver Heart route, between the 1st and 2nd spiral arms. In the void, 2 gigantic fleets were facing off. One side was the Human Federation, which had just emerged from a wormhole with a legion of an entire galaxy. 1 billion warships, with more ships continuously coming out. The other side was the main fleet of the Vela Alliance, with a fleet of 1 billion warships. Tensions were high between the two sides, with a sense that a battle could break out at any moment. Although the number of warships in the Human Federation had surpassed that of the Vela Alliance, and more warships were appearing over time, Sterling was not worried at all. What was there to worry about? In the face of a level 5 civilization, a level 4 civilization was as insignificant as ants, no matter how many warships they had. Just as a conflict seemed imminent, the void suddenly shrank and a fleet of over 1 billion warships appeared through a leap. This was the fleet of the Vern Alliance under the Heo Alliance, a level 4 civilization, following orders from Sis, heading towards the Verse defense line and coincidentally guiding the Human Federation on their first arrival to the Spiral Arm. Originally a simple task, but when the warships came out of the leap, what the commander, Vilt, saw left him confused. It seemed like the two fleets were gearing up for a showdown. He recognized one of the sides as the Vela Federation fleet, but the other side was unfamiliar. However, Wilt had a guess that this must be the Human Federation. After all, their warships were continuously emerging from a wormhole that connected the Silver Heart route to the Orion Arm. But what was happening now? Quick, connect me to the commander of the Vela Federation fleet. Yes, Commander. Commander. The other party refused communication and sent a message telling us to leave immediately and not interfere in the matter here. Yes, even if they were part of the major alliances, Sterling also looked down on the Verne Coalition, being a level 5 civilization, while the Verne Coalition was merely a level 4 civilization. How could they be qualified to have an equal dialogue? This made Wilt's face darken. How arrogant could you be to not even bother communicating with me? Then connect me to the commander on the side of the Human Federation. Yes, the communication was quickly established. Lin Qian's figure appeared in front of Wilt. You are the commander of the Human Federation, right? That's correct, but I am only the commander of one fleet. The overall commander of the expeditionary force is still in the wormhole and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Listening to Lin Qian's words, Wilt nodded, indicating he understood. Since both sides were equal in status, Wilt proceeded to ask directly, Commander, what happened between you and the Vela Federation? Well, it's like this. Lin Tia quickly explained the situation without any exaggeration, as the facts alone were compelling enough. However, after listening to Lin Tian's explanation, Wilt looked strange. What? Shutting down all engines and boarding inspection. And the reason was to search for Wang Chong faction. I don't believe this. The Wang Chong faction is clearly a group from the Spiral Arm, while the Orion Arm is isolated, with the gateway guarded by the Vela Alliance fleet, making it impossible for outsiders to arrive on the Orion Arm. What are you inspecting? There must be something fishy going on here. Commander Lin Chia, let me contact His Majesty Sis. You guys stay put and don't make any hasty moves. Wait for me to contact His Majesty before making any decisions. All right, but if they make a move, we won't hesitate either. After nodding, Lin Chia said. However, these words left Wilt speechless. What do you mean if they make a move, you won't hesitate? Do you not realize that the fleet on the opposite side is a level 5 civilization? How can a level 4 civilization dare to act without hesitation? Without further ado, Wilt immediately had someone contact Sis through communication. Wilt, why did you use the emergency line to contact me? Did something happen with the Human Federation? Sis asked Wilt, as using the emergency line was only permitted in critical situations and not casually. At this time should be when Wilt was meeting the Human Federation, which made Sis speculate that there might be an issue on the Human Federation's end. Yes, His Majesty says, it's like this. In 2 minutes, Wilt explained the entire situation. Why did Wilt take 2 minutes, and Lin Tian's explanation to Lin Fan took less than a minute? The reason is simple. Sterling had slighted Wilt earlier, so Wilt took the opportunity to vent to Sis, adding some embellishments. Sis immediately understood that Wilt wanted to show some authority to the Human Federation. At times like this, Wilt was petty. I know what's going on. I will talk to Wilto. You keep an eye on the situation there and report any changes directly to me. Yes, His Majesty says. 1 minute later, in the virtual conference room exclusive to the 4 giants, one person after another appeared. They were the leaders of the 4 level 5 civilizations. Sis, what's the matter? Why did you call us here so urgently? Moros, entering the conference room, questioned Sis directly. The others, including Hazen, looked at Sis with confusion, while Wilto had a hunch. After all, he had received information about the situation along the Silver Heart route, knowing that both sides were currently in a standoff, with a fleet from the Heo Alliance also present. This was probably the matter at hand. Wilto, earlier I communicated to send the civilization on the Orion Arm to fortify the Verse defense line to help you against the Insect Clan. But what did you do? Humph. What could I do? Wilto replied. All right, let me explain the situation and hear everyone's thoughts. Another minute later, Sis detailed the entire situation to the others, opening the real-time footage transmitted by Wilt. Upon seeing this, Hazen and Moros looked at Wilto with speechless expressions. How could they not be speechless? People came to help you, and you decided to stir up trouble and use such a poor excuse. Wilto, you're in the wrong here. It's about time you stop messing around. A mistake here could even affect a larger situation. That's right. Vilto, your actions are disgraceful. Vilto's face darkened as Moros and Hazen scolded him. He was about to say something but suddenly froze. As Vilto remained speechless, the others, following his gaze, looked at the real-time footage opened by SIS. A massive, silver battleship emerged from the wormhole. Titan-class battleship. End of this chapter. Chapter 313. The virtual conference room is about to explode. The Fur looked at the image of the gigantic silver and magnificent Titan-class battleship that had just emerged from a wormhole, and were dumbfounded for a moment. Is this a joke? A level for civilization producing a Titan-class battleship? How was the energy issue resolved? Even level 5 civilizations struggle with energy technology. Also dumbfounded was Velt, who was present at the scene, but his surprise only lasted for a short moment before he regained his composure. Even if they could create a Titan-class battleship, so what? With the technology of a level for civilization, there was no way they could solve the energy problem. Furthermore, even if the energy issue was resolved, being able to engage in long-term warfare with level for civilization's weapons and energy shields posed no real threat to themselves. Thus, in the face of a level 5 civilization, this Titan-class battleship was just a massive coffin. Commander Sterling, there is a message from the Titan-class battleship on the other side. What did they say this time? They warned us to immediately clear the way, or face the consequences. Dang. Warn us. Who do they think they are? Order the fleet to raise the spatial shield and charge the ship cannons. After hearing the lieutenant's words, Sterling slapped the armrest of his command chair heavily and then sneered. Yes. The lieutenant, looking at Sterling's somewhat uncontrollable emotions, sighed inwardly and responded. It seemed like he was going to be in deep trouble this time. Sterling would definitely be scapegoated afterward, and there was a high possibility that he, as the deputy, would also be dragged into it. He wondered if it was still possible to submit a retirement application now. He was waiting online and getting anxious. 10 seconds later, the 100 million ships of the Vero Federation immediately activated their spatial shields and began charging their ship cannons. The entire defending fleet was like a unit ready to charge, waiting for the commander's order. Of course, this situation was naturally noticed by Lin Fan on the other side. Order all fleets that had exited the wormhole to raise their spatial shields immediately, and have the ships that come out afterwards do the same. At the same time, charge the gamma ray cannon of the Gongon and prepare for launch. The next moment, Cetylin was truly dumbfounded and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Each battleship of the Human Federation, a level for civilization, had raised their spatial shields now. How did a level for civilization have spatial shield technology already? And not only had nearly 200 million battleships come out of the wormhole, but each one had raised their spatial shields. The crucial point was that behind them, there were at least 10 billion more battleships. How could they still play this out when the opponent demonstrated level 5 civilization strength? Sterling's entire face collapsed instantly as his earlier high and mighty posture disappeared without a trace. Commander Sterling, weapons on the enemy's Titan-class battleship are being charged. Based on our detection, that weapon on board their battleship is most likely a Fortress-class gamma-ray cannon. A gamma-ray cannon and a Fortress-class. Sterling was also surprised to hear this. It would take at least a level 5 civilization to manufacture a gamma-ray cannon like that. Speaking of the for major level 5 civilization spatial shields, they were indeed invincible, but it also depended on the opponent. After all, the spatial shield couldn't absorb and transfer attacks indefinitely. When the attack volume exceeded the shield's absorption and transfer rate, it could be breached. However, with level for civilization's weapons, even if they concentrated 10,000 battleships, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. But if it was a Fortress-class gamma-ray cannon, that was a different story. It would sweep through level 5 civilization battleships just like it would through level for civilization battleships. Thinking of this, Sterling broke out in a cold sweat. At the same moment, in the private virtual conference room of the 4 powerhouses, TSK. I never expected the Human Federation to have become a level 5 civilization. Moros, who had always been at odds with Velt, said sarcastically, causing Velt's veins to bulge. In fact, there was another person there who was also having mixed feelings about this turn of events. It was Sis, the leader of the Heo Alliance. You see, the Human Federation was just a pawn he casually prepared back then, one he could discard after using it. Although over the years, Linzon had made quite a few surprising moves, and sometimes even cooperated with Sis's schemes. In reality, Sis had never truly respected the Human Federation. After all, it was just a level for civilization that emerged from a backwater region. But now, his underling had suddenly become a high-status figure, almost on par with him. Yes, with the Federation, the Hea Alliance became unique in the galaxy, possessing an alliance with two level 5 civilizations. However, it's also meant that Sis had to relinquish many benefits within the alliance to Linzon, something Sis could never accept. Nevertheless, Sis had to keep all these thoughts to himself. After all, he couldn't just stand up and say, "This was a pawn I arranged on the Orion Spur arm back then," or reveal that the battle between Velt and Moros had been part of a plan. "Velt, quickly contact your subordinates, have them clear the way. What time is it, and you're still causing such trouble?" At this moment, Hashan stood up and spoke. To be honest, Hashan was very disdainful of Velt's behavior, finding his actions immature and unbecoming of a leader. On what grounds? Based on the fact that they can wipe out your 100 million battleships at any moment. You'd be even more embarrassed then. Looking at the still stubborn Velt, Hashan retorted directly. Indeed, everyone was a level 5 civilization. One side had over 10 billion battleships, and the other side had 100 million battleships, all in the open space of the Silver Heart Channel. Did the outcome still need to be pondered? No. Absolutely not, especially when the other side had a Titan-class battleship with a Fortress-class Gamma Ray cannon on it. The 100 million battleships of the Vera Federation stood no chance at all. Of course, this was based on the assumption that they regarded the Federation battleships as those of a level 5 civilization, when in reality, the Federation's battleships were just pseudo-level 5 civilization battleships that lacked one crucial element: the various attack weapons produced based on miniaturized one-way spatial barrier technology. Velt, it's really not the time now. If you really want to deal with the Human Federation, it should be after the Worm Crisis, and we can help you deal with them together. After all, none of us here wants another level 5 civilization emerging to share the spoils, right? But at the moment, it's really not appropriate. Just as Velt was feeling unwilling but helpless, Sis's voice rang out in the conference room. End of this chapter. Chapter 314. The reputation spreads. After Sis finished speaking, Hashan and Morolos also nodded in agreement. The interests of the galaxy had long been divided up cleanly by their 4th and 5th level civilizations, and absolutely could not allow their civilizations to meddle in. Not to mention civilizations outside the 4 major alliances. Even the civilizations within the 4 major alliances had collaborated to destroy several civilizations that had ascended to the peak of the 4th level over tens of thousands of years. This was also why, within the 4 major alliances now, there were only civilizations at the mid to late 4th level, and no peak level civilizations. Of course, the 4 of them were very secretive and never left any loopholes, and each time they acted, there were convincing reasons. After thinking about it, Velt realized that it was indeed his own fault. As a newly ascended 5th level civilization, even if he didn't take action against the insect race threat, the other 3 civilizations would crush him together, so there was no need to cause so much trouble now and lose face. Alright, I understand. Having come to this realization, Velt nodded to the other 3, and then Nope and the communication with Sterling. Leader, do you have any instructions? Have your people withdraw and let them through. Looking at Sterling's figure, Velt said calmly. But leader, now that things have come to this point, how will other people view us if we withdraw? No buts. Did you not understand my orders? Right now, the most important thing is to unite against the insect race. Everything else can be put aside for now. This left Sterling confused. You were the one who sent me the confidential information before, asking me to deal with this person from the Human Federation. Now why are you asking me to withdraw with a righteous face? Thinking that Velt was making him a scapegoat and trying to appear good himself, that he was the leader. So what could you do? Understood, leader. I will handle it immediately. Alright, that's settled then. After ending the communication, Sterling's face turned dark. Cease charging all weapons on the battleships and clear the flight path. Yes, Commander Sterling. Unlike Sterling, the deputy officer let out a sigh of relief after listening. If things really escalated, they would surely be the ones destroyed, and not only that, they would also be blamed for stirring up trouble. Finally, all the ships that received orders shut down their weapon systems and moved aside, clearing the path through the wormhole. On the other side, the flagship of the Werner Alliance. Watching the scene before his eyes, Vailto was simply dumbfounded. The Vera Federation had actually backed down. When was the last time this happened in so many years? To think that there was a civilization outside the 4 major 5th-level civilizations that made the Vera Federation back down. After the shock, Vailto left and opened the terminal of the Hio Alliance and entered the discussion forum. Just now, he had already posted about the incident here, even live streaming it. Now, all members of the Hio Alliance were discussing here, but most of them were not optimistic about the Human Federation, especially since their opponent was one of the 4 major 5th-level civilizations, the Vera Federation. Upon entering the discussion, Vailto immediately updated the content of the thread, changing it to the Vera Federation backing down and clearing the flight path. Not only that, Vailto even uploaded a video showing the Vera Federation shutting down their weapon systems and then clearing the flight path. This shocked all the civilizations within the terminal. Wow, is the Human Federation really from the Orion arm? I remember the previous Heedman was the Bobavi Empire. I could take 10 of him. Blue-eyed civilization, Sekris Orion arm, blame the Bobavi Empire for losing. As the 5th-level civilization in the galaxy, making the Vera Federation back down, the Bobavi Empire would be a joke. Derek Empire. Andre speaking of the Vera Federation, they are not magnanimous enough. They are the native civilization of the Orion arm. Fighting the Bobavi Empire is just a matter of course. And they are even coming to support your Vera defenses, and yet you are here trying to trip them up. Black Emperor. Oleg, did you not notice their flagship? It's a Titan-class battleship, and our entire alliance has only 3. It's amazing. Black Emperor. Oleg, the main point is not this, but the fact that their Titan-class battleships are equipped with Fortress-level gamma-ray cannons. How did they solve the energy problem? Werner Alliance. Ivan, alright, now that the matter has been resolved, Vailto should quickly bring them to the Veil's defenses. No time should be wasted. Hittite Empire. Lord Zis. At the same time, not only the Hio Luminous Dream, but the other 3 alliances also received the news and were fervently discussing in their respective terminal systems. After tens of thousands of years, a 5th-level civilization had finally emerged in the galaxy, which was a big deal. However, everyone was highly critical of the Vera Federation's behavior of tripping up others at this time. Hello, I am Vailto from the Werner Alliance under the Hio Federation. This time, I am specially following the orders of Lord Zis to guide you to the Veil's defenses. Upon receiving Zis's orders, Vailto didn't dare delay for a moment and immediately contacted Linfen, showing utmost respect. This was a civilization at the same level as their alliance master, the Hittite Empire. How could he not be respectful? Hello, I am Linfen, the Supreme Commander of the Human Federation Expeditionary Army. I will trouble you in the coming days, but our fleet has not yet arrived and will need to wait for about half an hour. No problem, please wait until your fleet is fully assembled, and we will set off together. When Linfen spoke, he was very friendly and did not give Vailto a high-handed feeling at all, which even made him feel pleasantly surprised. Half an hour later, all 1.3 billion warships passed through the wormhole and successfully arrived at the Silver Heart Passage. Around the Galactic Worker, they formed a massive fleet. All right, our fleet is ready. Please lead the way. Sir Linfen, since the journey to the Veil's defenses requires passing through the territories of 11 Vera Alliance civilizations, and these civilizations basically have self-jumping barrier devices for self-protection, we can only advance through a special channel opened by the Vera Alliance. Also, because this channel is not a straight path, we will need to jump 17 times to finally arrive. I will now send you the route points. Thank you very much. Soon. Linfen received the route sent by Vailto and the positions of the 17 nodes. To reach the Veil's defenses, they could only jump from node to node, as directly jumping would be blocked by the barrier devices. Of course, if Linfen wanted to, he could easily teleport through space, but there was no need to reveal this ability at this time. Therefore, Linfen ordered everyone to follow the route and start moving forward. According to the planned route, the entire army sets off. End of chapter. Chapter 315, a 211 defense zone. After 3 months, the Federal Expeditionary Force finally arrived at the Will's defense line. Commander, the Human Federation fleet has arrived. Oh, is it that newly rising 5th-level civilization? Hearing the report from his deputy, Bert asked with interest. Yes, it's them. Immediately connect me to their commander. Yes. Speaking of which, Bert is also a member of the Vera Federation and one of the 7 highest commanders of the Vera Federation. 3 months ago, he had heard of the incident in the Silver Heart Channel, but his views were completely different from most of the Vera Federation people. First of all, the other party is a native civilization of the Orion Arm, while the Babavi Empire is a foreign civilization. So, when they defeated the Babavi Empire and took over control of the Arm, it was only natural. There was no basis for attack. Secondly, the Human Federation is here to help now, and what the leader has been up to is really messy. Bert even thought that Verdo, as the leader, was already very unqualified. He couldn't distinguish what was most important at the moment and solely focused on making small moves to vent his frustrations. Is this the behavior expected of a leader of a 5th-level civilization? Lastly, when the human fleet prevented the Vera Federation from approaching within 1,000,000 kilometers of the fleet, tensions rose, and a civil war was almost incited. But was this the fault of the humans? Clearly not. If anyone dared to intercept the Vera Federation's fleet and demand boarding inspection, their fleet would likely not even exchange words before opening fire. In comparison, the Human Federation was rather tolerant. Therefore, deep down, Bert actually admired the Human Federation more. How could one not admire them for growing all the way to where they are now in the Orion Arm and daring to directly challenge their own federation? Just as Bert was pondering, his deputy had already connected to the communications of the Gongong No. 1, and the figure of Lin Fen suddenly appeared in front of Bert. Hello, I am the commander of the Will's defense line, named Bert. Thank you very much for coming to support us. Bert looked at Lin Fen and said sincerely. Lin Fen could naturally tell that Bert's words were sincere, not just formalities. He also developed some good feelings towards him. Commander Bert, you are too polite. After all, this is a crisis for the entire galaxy. Unfortunately, we are in a place like the Orion Arm. With scarce resources, we cannot provide much support. The warships I brought with me now already make up 70% of our forces. Similarly, Lin Fen behaved very politely, as the other party was nice. However, he spoke half-truths, half-lies. Indeed, the 13 billion warships Lin Fen brought now made up 70% of the current Federation's strength. Although resources were scarce in the Orion Arm, with the addition of the Great Magellanic Galaxy, 5 satellite systems were now under the Federation's control, constantly supplying abundant resources. In fact, the Federation's yearly resources surpassed any of the 4 major 5th-level civilizations. And with the further development of the satellite systems, along with the control of the other 7 systems, it was likely that all 4 of the major civilizations combined would not match the Federation's wealth in terms of resources. Commander Lin Fen, you are too modest. Many civilizations have not even supported half of their fleet. They are hesitant and indecisive. To support us with 70% of your forces on the first attempt is indeed remarkable. Thanks for the understanding. Commander Bert, may I know which area of the defense line we are responsible for? Ha. While others think of staying in the base camp, you are willing to go to the front lines. Honestly, I admire you. This was a sincere expression from Bert's heart. After all, when those 4th-level civilizations arrived, they insisted on staying in the base camp while forcing the 3rd-level civilizations to go to the front. Even in the current situation, there were hardly any civilizations willing to go to the front line and fight desperately. Therefore, most of those on the front lines now were voiceless and many 3rd-level civilizations forced onto the battlefield. When Lin Fen arrived at the Will's defense line and asked which section of the defense line he'd be responsible for, Bert was very surprised, and at the same time, he gained even more respect for Lin Fen. Don't mention it, this is what we should do. After all, if only low-level civilizations are sent to the front while high-level civilizations watch from the rear, it is not a long-term strategy and not conducive to the overall progress of the battle. You are absolutely right. If every civilization could be like your Human Federation, we could definitely defeat the Insectoids. It's a pity. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Bert couldn't help but feel emotional. In that case, you will be responsible for the A-11 defense zone. Just today, that area experienced an attack by the insect swarm. Many of the several dozen 3rd-level civilizations stationed there have lost half of their fleet. I was preparing to dispatch a new fleet for defense. As Bert spoke, he sent a deployment document of the Wills defense line to Lin Fan. Upon opening the document, Lin Fan saw a virtual image of the entire defense line, quickly finding the A211 defense zone he needed to head towards. The area covered approximately 5 light-years and currently had 87 third-level civilizations stationed there, totaling 15 billion warships. However, the number had decreased to less than 4 billion now, indicating the intensity of the recent battle. In reality, losses like those in the A211 defense zone occurred multiple times each day along the Wills defense line, due to the frequent attacks by the insectoids. Alright, since the front line is urgent, I will immediately lead the fleet to depart. The next time I return here, I will definitely invite Commander Bert to a good meal, so you can taste our human cuisine. Yes, let's do that. I'll be waiting for your meal. Best of luck in your battles. Thank you. After ending the communication, Lin Fan immediately transmitted the deployment document provided by Bert to all commanders. The commanders on the Federation side were relatively calm, as they had already heard about the situation there. However, the commanders from the Great Magellanic Galaxy, including Bioroads and other affiliated civilizations, were dumbfounded. What kind of extraordinary battle was this? The entire Wills defense line had more than 3 trillion warships stationed at the front lines alone, with an additional 10 trillion warships in the rear base camp, ready to support all areas of the defense line at any time. This truly shocked them. This was the real war. The battles they had fought in the Great Magellanic Galaxy seemed like child's play compared to this. Not to mention, there were over 150 fourth-level civilizations, and the number of third-level civilizations was counted in the tens of thousands. With such a massive force, their opponents were just a group of insects. What kind of amazing insects were these? Just as the commanders from the Great Magellanic Galaxy were stunned by what they saw, Lin Fan's orders had already been relayed to every fleet. Target: Wills defense line, A211 defense zone. All fleets, prepare to depart. Full army departure in 3 minutes. The author has recently finished being busy and will resume the 3 updates. End of this chapter. Chapter 316. The fierce first main rotating arm of the defense line, the Wills defense line, 211 defense zone. As the commander of the defense zone, Odo's face is full of seriousness at this moment. Of the total 15 billion battleships, now only 3.8 billion remain upon inventory, and among them, less than 1 billion remain with intact combat capability. This is the current situation on the front lines, facing insect swarms numbering in the billions. The third-level civilization is finding it very difficult to fight, and the 4th and 5th level civilizations are gathering at the main camp and will not engage unless absolutely necessary. This is also why Lin Zhen believes the Wills defense line can only hold for a few more years. In Lin Zhen's view, this is basically a battle of attrition with the insects. But can you outlast the insects in such a battle? Originally, it should have been a battlefield, where advanced civilizations act as the main force and lower civilizations support, but now it has turned into a situation where lower civilizations are fighting to the death while advanced civilizations watch from the rear. This is simply ridiculous. Commander Belt Marshal has sent a message that the Human Federation's fleet is on its way to support us. The Human Federation? The one that stood strong at the Silvershine Passage and resisted the Vila Federation? Yes, it's them. They have just arrived at the Wills defense line and are rushing to support us. The deputy nodded, confirming. It seems that this Human Federation is different from the other 4th and 5th level civilizations. If all advanced civilizations were like them, we wouldn't suffer such heavy losses. Asterisk sob, asterisk. Just as Odo was feeling emotional, the alarm suddenly sounded, startling him. What's happening? Report. The monitoring device has detected an insect swarm approaching us, numbering 700 billion, 10 astronomical units away, expected to reach our defense zone in 42 hours. 700 billion? This made Odo a little unsettled. The previous insect swarm was less than 500 billion, and after a whole day of fighting, with significant losses, they were only able to eliminate it completely after losing a large portion of the fleet. Now, facing another 700 billion, what can they use to defend against it? How long until the Human Federation's battleships arrive? At that moment, Odo suddenly remembered the Human Federation that was coming to their aid and asked anxiously, Commander, According to the information from Marshall Belt, it should take another 45 hours to arrive. 45 hours. So we have to hold out for 3 hours. This made Odo very uneasy. Now, he only has 1 billion battleships with intact combat power in his hands. Of the remaining 2 billion plus battleships, not even 1 billion are lightly damaged, and the rest are either severely damaged or disabled. In other words, he only has less than 2 billion battleships that can be used for defense, and this number is simply not enough to organize sufficient firepower to effectively resist the insects' advance. Once the insects break through their defenses, they will face a brutal slaughter. They must come up with a plan. Immediately carry out emergency repairs on all severely damaged battleships. They just need to be able to fire, and summon the suicide squads throughout the entire defense zone. We have to give it our all. Yes. 42 hours later, in Defense Zone 8 to 11, among the 3.8 billion battleships, excluding the 20 million that cannot be repaired, the remaining 3.6 billion battleships have all been deployed in defensive formations on the defense line. Even the battleships that have been disabled, repaired only enough to be able to fire, have been dragged to the outermost edge of the formation, and some battleships haven't even had time to repair their life support systems, with the crew directly operating in space combat suits. And all the crew members on these battleships are members of the suicide squads temporarily assembled from the defense zone. From the moment they stepped on these dilapidated battleships, it was destined that they would no longer have a chance to survive. Commander Odo, the front of the insect swarm has entered our firing range. In the command room, the scout officer's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Fire all weapons immediately. Use everything that can be used, at all costs. Organize the insect's approach. As long as we hold out for 3 hours, we can survive. Yes, Commander. Immediately, the entire defense line, with billions of colorful beams and energy projectiles, rushed towards the empty space in front of them at extreme speed. More than 10 seconds later, from the tactical images, it can be seen that the front of the insect swarm stopped for a moment, but that was just a brief pause. After all, third-level civilization weapons are unable to kill these insects in one blow, usually requiring 3 to 5 shots to eliminate one insect. Fortunately, the speed of the insect swarm is not fast, only less than 10,000 kilometers per second, and there are no jet insects among them. It's very odd that since the insect swarm began to continuously assault the Wells defense line, there have been very few jet insects appearing. The insect swarm is mainly composed of combat insects continuously assaulting. It's as if they are coordinating with the Alliance forces to mutually consume each other. Wave after wave of gunfire struck the insect swarm, but the effect was not very good, as there were only over 3 billion battleships left. Compared to the previous 15 billion battleships, the firepower has significantly decreased. 10 minutes later, after dropping tens of billions of insect corpses, the front end of the insect swarm approached within 100,000 kilometers of the defense line, about to break into the defense line. At this moment, all the carrier aircraft in the fleet immediately took off, hundreds of billions of fighter aircraft, charging madly towards the insect swarm. According to past experience, the damage caused by aircraft to the insect race is extremely limited. Therefore, in general defensive battles against the insect race, aircraft technology is not usually used. However, the 8 to 11 defense zone is different. Each fighter aircraft is carrying a bomb underneath. As the fleet flies and shoots, without much time, the aircraft group encounters the insect swarm head-on. The insects also sense this, relying on their absolute speed advantage over the aircraft. One combat insect swiftly lunged towards each aircraft. One insect excitedly pounced beside a fighter aircraft, then raised its right foreleg, and with a swift strike, split the aircraft in half, preparing to extract the food from the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the pilot looked at the somewhat excited and ugly insect before him, grimaced, and then pressed a red button inside the cockpit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a loud noise, the bomb carried by the aircraft exploded, engulfing the pilot and the insect together in a huge fireball. In the midst of such an explosion, the pilot naturally perished. However, the combat insect could not survive either. This same scene is repeatedly occurring on the battlefield. At this moment, countless fireballs are constantly igniting from all directions, and each fireball represents a pilot dragging at least one combat insect, perishing together. This incredibly intense scene is driving every soldier on the defense line insane. End of this chapter. Chapter 317. The terror attack on the Vale defense line, Zone A-11. The battle had intensified, with the carrier aircraft numbering in the tens of billions reduced to less than 5 billion within just over an hour. Their sacrifice had contributed significantly to the defense line, entangling the insect swarm for over an hour and even cooperating with the battleships to eliminate nearly 10 billion combat bugs. However, at this moment, they had no strength left to continue delaying, and the entire swarm once again began moving forward slowly. They've all done well. Now it's up to the suicide fleet. Inside the flagship's bridge, Captain Odo, with red eyes, said while watching the real-time images of the front line. Soon, without the hindrance of carrier aircraft, the SWAR easily breached the front lines of the defense array. The fleet of the third-level civilization had limited firepower. Once the insects had closed in, the main guns couldn't attack, and the secondary guns couldn't match the combat bugs' flying speed. Only the point defense cannons could effectively hit the combat bugs, but at most, it could only injure them. Killing them was indeed extremely difficult. Therefore, for the fleet of the third-level civilization, once breached by the insects, it meant total slaughter. As usual, the insects that breached the fleet array felt the abundant life within the battleships and immediately became excited, rushing towards each battleship. At the forefront of the array, over 30 combat bugs were lying on the hull of a cruiser, continuously cutting through its external armor with their razor-sharp front legs. This didn't last long. Just over 10 seconds later, a large gash had been cut on the thick hull of the battleship, and the combat bugs surged in through the opening. Soon, cries of agony echoed throughout the battleship's interior. Immediately initiate reactor overload operation. Captain. Inside the bridge, the captain, with red eyes, commanded upon witnessing the dismal state of the battleship's interior areas. Reactor overloaded operation meant everyone knew what that implied. However, within the entire bridge, no one faltered, all with bloodshot eyes, awaiting the arrival of the final moment. Half a minute later, a combat bug's sharp front leg sliced open the gate of the bridge. Upon seeing dozens of people inside, it became excited, emitting an eerie cry before rushing inside. Captain, the reactor has reached criticality. Let's go to hell together, you monster. Upon hearing the first mate's words, the captain calmly faced the combat bug with its gaping bloody mouth ready to strike. The next moment, the entire battleship turned into a massive fireball, engulfing over 20 combat bugs within and around the battleship, reducing them to cosmic dust. Such scenes were unfolding continuously at the forefront of the array. The daring crew members driving heavily damaged or even paralyzed battleships or displaying the brightest glory in their lives. How long have we endured? Inside the flagship, Odo looked at the nearly exhausted fleet at the front of the defense line with red eyes and asked the adjutant, "It has been 2 hours already. Is there another hour left?" Now, within the entire defense line, all carrier aircraft and slightly repaired battleships among the nearly 2 billion heavily damaged ones had been practically wiped out, leaving just over 90 million intact battleships and over 80 million lightly injured battleships. Honestly, Odo didn't have much confidence in holding on for another hour. After all, once the intact battleships were targeted up close, there wasn't much difference from the heavily damaged ones. They might not endure longer than the nearly 2 billion heavily damaged battleships before. Commander Odo, we have received a signal from the Human Federation. They sent a document and a message. Quick, open it. Let me see. Yes. The adjutant promptly opened the received documents and read out the information. Immediately evacuate from the radiation. The document was the current defense zone map, marking a 200,000-kilometer diameter radiation beam with 5 words and a timestamp. Gamma ray cannon, 172, and the number was decreasing continuously, clearly indicating a countdown. Upon seeing this, Odo was startled. Odo had heard of the gamma ray cannon, known to be mounted on some fortresses of 5th-level civilizations, with terrifying power, but had never seen it in action. Quick, immediately distribute the radiation data to all units. Command them to move away from the radiation beam. Quick action. Yes, Commander Odo. Soon, all battleships received the command from Odo, along with the attack path data of the gamma ray cannon, and began evasive maneuvers. At this moment, there were still over 40 billion combat bugs in the swarm crowded together, attacking the front line of the defense line, with the remaining troops highly concentrated. Over 2 minutes later, a space suddenly contracted on the defense line, and an enormous Titan-class battleship appeared. This battleship was Lin Fan's flagship, the Jinzhong Titan-class battleship. Powered by zero-point energy as its core source, the Jinzhong utilized full power operation of its LEAP engines to arrive an hour early before the main fleet. Commander, the gamma-ray cannon is fully charged, the target is locked in, and the Allies have evacuated from the radiation. We are ready to attack. Commence firing. Clear the bugs on the radiation beam. Yes. Gamma-ray cannon firing process initiated. Safety lock open. 10 seconds to firing. 98. 32. Fire. Instantly, an incredibly terrifying energy shot out from the massive device deployed from Jinzhong, hurtling towards the front at extreme speed. As gamma rays are invisible, the attack was unseen along the way, only causing the surrounding space of the beam to become somewhat blurry. Several seconds later, the powerful energy released by the gamma-ray cannon collided fiercely with the swarm, swiftly passing through. Nothing survived where it had passed, all turned into nothingness. At that moment, the entire space, whether it was the defenders within the defense zone or the insect swarm, stopped in awe, staring at this horrifying scene. End of chapter. Chapter 318. Clearing the remaining enemies. When it came to clearing out the remaining enemies, the scene was truly shocking. Edu swore that in his entire life, he had never been so shaken. Although gamma radiation was invisible to the naked eye, through tactical imagery and real-time footage from the battlefield, it was clear that at the center of the swarm, just above the gamma radiation rays, not a single living creature remained. Almost 12 billion combat insects had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. In addition to the directly hit 12 billion combat insects, around 2 billion combat insects near the edges of the radiation were just affected by the aftermath. Already in critical condition with fractured exoskeletons and green blood floating in the surrounding vacuum. Just one hit caused the loss of 14 billion combat insects in the swarm. However, the terror was far from over and even more horrifying events were yet to unfold. Report: the gamma radiation cannon continues to output in a stable mode. Could adjust the angle of the firing port. Continue the attack. Yes. The current gamma radiation cannon was no longer the same as the initial Starry Sky cannon at Shanhaiguan. With the powerful support of zero-point energy, it could extend the duration of its radiation, reaching a sustained level of irradiation. Taking advantage of this, the Federation had improved the original gamma radiation cannon to allow for a certain degree of deviation in the firing port angle, creating an even more terrifying killing range during the irradiation process. After Lin Fen issued the command, the artillery commander on the bridge immediately began to direct the operation. Gamma radiation cannon firing port deflection safety device released. Released. Begin lateral deflection at an angle of 37 degrees. Understood. Angle 37 is set. Commencing lateral deflection. Instantly, the gamma radiation cannon's firing port deploy in the belly of the Gongong-class vessel began lateral deflection while maintaining irradiation. Due to design limitations, it could only deflect laterally and not omnidirectionally. After all, if it angled upwards, it would attack its own vessel. Of course, there was a way to deflect vertically by utilizing the ship's auxiliary thrusters to raise or lower the bow during irradiation, achieving the desired effect. As the gamma radiation cannon started to deflect, the irradiation path followed suit, engulfing the severely wounded insects who had barely escaped the earlier shockwaves, turning them to cosmic dust. This sight left Edu utterly stunned. How was this possible? The gamma radiation cannon could do this, maintaining irradiation and moving the irradiation path, essentially turning it into a sweeping attack. This was too terrifying. With such a weapon, who would fear a mere insectoid species? Indeed, with such a weapon, there was no need to fear insectoids. However, the catch was the inability to use it continuously, not due to energy constraints, but because after each attack, the gamma radiation emission port needed replacement, a process taking at least an hour. In other words, the emission port was disposable. In Lin Fan's Titan-class battleship, there were only 10 spare emission ports. Dealing with a single swarm was manageable, but taking on an entire subjugated swarm or even an entire insectoid species before night fell was a far-fetched dream. Report: we have reached the irradiation limit. The attack has ceased. A minute later, the gamma radiation cannon's firing port had reached its limit, forcing the artillery commander on the bridge to cease the irradiation. concluding the assault. Could immediately calculate the remaining combat strength of the swarm. Lin Fan nodded towards the artillery commander before turning to Liang Zhu, issuing orders. Yes. According to the scans, following our recent attack, a total of 35.2 billion combat insects were eliminated, 5.5 billion were critically wounded, and 3.2 billion combat insects are still capable of maintaining full combat strength. Could activate the subspace engine, Gonggong vessel advance, target the location of the remaining enemies, and notify the commanders in the defense zone to follow my ship and eliminate all remaining enemies. Yes. In the flagship's bridge of defense zone A211, Edu was still gazing at the tactical imagery, stunned. Over 35 billion combat insects gone just like that, in a single minute, and over 5 billion critically wounded, leaving only around 3 billion. Commander Edu, the Federation's battleship has sent a message. Read it. The aide's report snapped Edu out of his stupor. Follow my ship, clear out the remaining enemies. 8 simple words, no necessary phrases. Upon hearing the message, Edu immediately turned to look at the tactical imagery of the Gonggong-class ship's position. It had already begun to advance at considerable speed. Quick, order all troops to follow the Federal Titan-class battleship and clear out all remaining enemies. Edu shouted excitedly. In history, the Insectoids had always assaulted the defensive lines of the Milky Way Galaxy Coalition, with no fleet ever taking the initiative to charge into the enemy to eliminate the swarm. Defense was already challenging enough. Thinking about an offense was another matter entirely. Now, with the arrival of the Human Federation, Edu was given a unique opportunity, ever before enjoyed by other civilizations, to march out, eradicate the swarm completely. Once today passed and he retreated for rest, he could boast to other civilizations for years. In the next moment, nearly 2 billion warships along the defensive line also activated, delivering firepower while following the Gonggong vessel into the swarm, unleashing a relentless barrage. Inform them that when delivering firepower, they do not need to deliberately avoid our warships. Understood. Ever since the recent events, the Gonggong vessel and its surrounding areas were designated no attack zones by Edu. How would they deal with accidentally hitting the Gonggong vessel? Edu felt uneasy and dare not give the order to fire even within a 50,000-kilometer radius. However, the message received from Lin Fan caused some awkwardness. During your fleet's firepower delivery, there is no need to deliberately avoid our ship. Seeing this message, Edu couldn't help but sigh. They were a level 5 civilization. And what was the hallmark of a level 5 civilization? Naturally, it was spatial shielding. Not even their 3rd-level civilization could break through their spatial defense. So, his worries were completely unnecessary. Who did he think he was looking down upon? They must be thinking that about him right now. Inform the entire fleet, lift all restrictions on attack zones and do not bother avoiding the Federal battleship. We are incapable of causing any harm to it. Yes, Commander Edu, with the Gonggong vessel taking the lead, attracting the swarm, the nearly 2 billion defense fleet warships continually delivered firepower while following, collectively driving forward towards the swarm. In less than an hour's time, even before the Federation's main fleet had arrived, the remnants of the Insectoid forces had been completely eradicated. Once again, peace returned to the void of Defense Zone A211. End of this chapter. Chapter 319. De Greedy for Giants and Arago, the main camp of the Whale's defense line. At this moment, Bert was extremely anxious. 2 swarms of worms attacked the same defense zone within the same day, which had never happened before. Bert naturally knew the situation in Zone A211. With a swarm of 70 billion worms, it was wishful thinking to even delay them for a few hours. Now, I can only hope that Odo can hold on until Lin Fan arrives. Standing in front of the porthole, looking at the starry sky outside, Bert muttered to himself, Supreme Commander Bert, Commander Odo of Zone A211 has sent a message. The Human Federation has already arrived and is currently clearing the remaining enemies. What? How can this be so fast? By the time, shouldn't their fleet still need another hour to arrive? Bert widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Commander, according to the information from Commander Odo, the Human Federation has only arrived with 1 battleship, the Titan-class battleship. It is equipped with a more rapid lead engine than other battleships, so it left the fleet and advanced alone to Zone A211. But this doesn't make sense either. The Titan-class battleship is indeed powerful, but it should not be able to single-handedly destroy a swarm, right? Commander Oda also sent a tactical video recording. Would you like to see it? Quick, open it immediately. Yes, soon. The adjutant opened the tactical video recording file sent by Oda. From the almost frantic attack on the worm swarm along the entire defense line to the imminent collapse, the Gong arrived in time. And finally, a Fortress-class gamma-ray cannon directly swept through the entire swarm. This made Bert's scalp tingle. Did he misunderstand something about the Titan-class battleship? As the top-ranking general of the Vela Federation, Bert's flagship was also a Titan-class battleship. He was very familiar with this type of warship. However, after seeing the battle style of the Gong, Bert suddenly realized that his warship was like an enlarged battleship, far from being classified as a Titan-class battleship. In fact, this is true. Due to the limitations of core energy issues, the Titan-class battleships of the four great Tier 5 civilizations could not be freely designed. Maintaining the huge space shields and the massive energy consumption of the entire giant ship was already a struggle, not to mention using Fortress-class weapons that could continue to fire for a minute and a half. In this universe, energy is the basis of everything, the premise of everything, and the extent to which a civilization utilizes energy also determines its strength. Therefore, Bert immediately confirmed that the Human Federation must be using extremely powerful energy sources, even more powerful than the four great Tier 5 civilizations. This complex situation left him puzzled. Logically, having a powerful civilization join would be a good thing for the entire defense line. However, Bert understood very clearly what would happen once this recorded tactical information fell into the hands of the leaders of the four great Tier 5 civilizations. Once they gained this kind of energy technology, the strength of the four great Tier 5 civilizations would definitely rise at least one level. It was very likely that they would unite and directly attack the Human Federation. If that happened, things would be majorly twisted. It was very possible that before the final battle with the worm race, the galaxy would experience a civil war. The outcome of this civil war was unpredictable. After all, the Human Federation was located on the Orion Arm Spur. To travel from the primary spiral arm to the Orion Arm Spur, there was only the wormhole on the Galactic Center Passage. There was no other way. This meant that the human side would have a significant defensive advantage. With just 10 billion warships and some super weapons, they could block the wormhole, leaving the four great Tier 5 civilizations powerless. Should he suppress this matter? After a brief consideration, Bert shook his head. No, it was not realistic at all. In the end, Bert reluctantly chose to proceed according to the regular procedures and publicize the detailed battle report, hoping that things would not develop into the catastrophic scenario he anticipated. However, when this battle report appeared before the leaders of the four great Tier 5 civilizations, their focus shifted from the worm race. Greed was the common affliction of any species, and when the targets reached a certain level, for the sake of plunder, they could be more fearless than even the bravest soldiers. In the virtual conference room, the four giants gathered once again, with Odo's tactical video recording and real-time battlefield footage playing above. When they saw the Gong Titan-class battleship continuously sweeping the swarm with the gamma-ray cannon, the expressions of the four individuals varied. What do you think? After a few minutes' silence, Moras broke the calm and asked, "What is there to think about? It's the same old rule. Let's join forces to wipe out the Human Federation. As for their energy technology, we'll share it." Without hesitation, Verto spoke up. He had hated the Human Federation for a long time. Due to the situation with the worm race before, he had to temporarily endure it. But now that there was a chance, he was naturally the most eager. Not only could they eliminate the Human Federation, but they could also obtain powerful energy technology. Was there any need to consider it further? Verto, why are you hesitating about the Human Federation? Although I agree to act according to the old rules and eventually share the technology, I believe we should deal with the Human Federation after we resolve the worm crisis. Hessian glanced at Verto, saying nonchalantly, "Hessian, spare me. With our current strength, do you not know if we can ultimately stop the worm race? However, with the humans' energy technology, our combat power will directly surpass them. By then, we'll have a better chance of dealing with the worm race. Isn't that right?" Verto said solemnly and righteously. "Yes, only by obtaining this advanced energy technology can we save the entire galaxy. For the sake of all civilizations within the galaxy, the Human Federation should willingly share their technology with the four great Tier 5 civilizations. I also agree with Verto's opinion. We should act immediately. While the worm race has not fully assembled, we still have time and resources. At this moment, Sis also spoke up. In fact, Sis's desire to eliminate the Human Federation was not any less than Verto's. It might even be more. After all, for the Vera Alliance, although there were some conflicts in the past, it was not an all-out enemy like it was for Sis. On the one hand, the Human Federation was currently part of the Zhao Alliance. Once this identity was exposed, the Zhao Alliance would no longer be dominant internally. This was a significant threat to Sis's rule over the second Spiral Arm. On the other hand, the Human Federation knew too many of Sis's secrets, especially how he instigated the entire galaxy war. Sis had a premonition that if things dragged on for another 10 or 20 years, even with the alliance of the four great Tier 5 civilizations, they might not be able to handle the Human Federation. Therefore, now that there was an opportunity and a legitimate reason for the four civilizations to act together, Sis naturally did not mind pushing for it. End of the chapter. Chapter 320 Shameless Noticino. The Human Federation has become the hero of the entire Vel's defense line. All civilizations know that there is a newly ascended 5th-level civilization at the forefront, even sending a single ship to rescue the numerous 3rd-level civilizations in Defense Zone 8-11. Various deeds are widely circulating within the defense line. Li Zhu immediately dispatch warships and set up a buffer zone around Defense Zone 8-11 with jump transition interception devices. This time, we have exposed continuous gamma-ray bombardment. The four major 5th-level civilizations are not foolish. They probably already know that the issue lies in energy technology and may directly attack us. After clearing the battlefield and the withdrawal of the original garrison led by Aldo, Lin Fen spoke to Li Zhu. In fact, it's not that Lin Fen has a savior complex, willing to expose one of his trump cards just to save a few fleets of 3rd-level civilizations. It's that Lin Fen needs to assert his authority, turn the four major 5th-level civilizations into 5, and even need to obtain the highest command of the Vel's defense line. For this, he must demonstrate enough strength to force the other four 5th-level civilizations to acknowledge the existence of the Human Federation, even if only verbally, with no need for agreement in their hearts. Otherwise, with the way the four major 5th-level civilizations operate, it would nearly be impossible to defeat the bug race. Therefore, Lin Fen devised a plan, with the first step being to find the right opportunity, partially reveal his cards, and incite the greed of the four major 5th-level civilizations. As long as those four giants become greedy, Lin Fan's plan can be considered half successful. What follows will be the time for the performance. Several days later, a joint notice issued by the four major 5th-level civilizations spread throughout all civilizations, causing an uproar. In light of the current bug crisis, the galaxy is at risk of falling at any time. The four major alliances unanimously passed a resolution requiring the Human Federation to share its energy technology within 48 hours to enhance the fighting force of the four major alliances against the bug crisis. It's finally begun. In the main camp of the Vel's defense line, Bert felt complicated as she looked out at the dark void beyond the porthole and muttered quietly. At the same time, Aldo, who was also resting in the main camp, was furious as he read the notice. To him, the Human Federation was his savior. Aldo could never forget the scene of the single ship, Gong Gong, descending like a god and sweeping through the bug swarm. Unlike the other 5th-level civilizations, the Human Federation extended a helping hand wholeheartedly. But what was this notice about? Obviously, it was an attempt to forcefully take their technology. How shameless! For resisting the bug race, for the entire galaxy, they really had no shame. Throughout the defense line, most of the 3rd-level civilizations had similar thoughts to Aldo. After all, the four major 5th-level civilizations treated them as expendable resources to be used in consumption against the bugs, offering no support or aid themselves. However, the Human Federation's frontline support in Defense Zone 8-11 made them distinctly feel that this newly ascended 5th-level civilization was vastly different from the original four major 5th-level civilizations, creating a high degree of identification with them. The day after the notice was issued, over 300 billion warships from the 5th-level civilizations boldly entered the main camp of the Vel's defense line. After a brief resupply, they set off for Defense Zone 8-11. This was a joint force formed by the four major 5th-level civilizations, totaling 350 billion warships. Commander-in-Chief, we have received a message from Commander Aldo, reminding us that the fleet of the Four Titans is here. Lin Fen smiled then asked. This situation was already within his expectations, but he didn't anticipate Aldo to be quite courteous. If there was a chance in the future, it might be possible to absorb their civilization as a support for the Federation. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. How large is our buffer zone now? Centered around 8 to 11, with a radius of 3 light years. Good. Inform me when their fleet arrives. Understood. At this moment, all civilizations within the defense line were discussing whether the Human Federation should submit and hand over its technology, or resist to the end, potentially triggering a galaxy-wide war. Most civilizations believed that the Human Federation should surrender their technology, considering this was a joint force of the 5th-level civilizations with over 300 billion warships, capable of facing even the largest bug swarms, without fear. Though many civilizations were disgusted by the actions of the 4 major 5th-level civilizations, would the opposition of the 3rd-level civilizations matter? No, it wouldn't. It might even lead to calamity for their own civilization, so they silently cheered for humanity, hoping for a miracle to occur and for humanity to give the 4 major 5th-level civilizations a lesson in return. 3 days later, the jump transition of the 5th-level civilization joined fleet suddenly stopped, forced out of the transition state, and back into normal space. What's going on? Why did we exit the transition before arriving? Trist, the current commander of the joint fleet from the Hitalian Empire, walked swiftly into the bridge and asked the command group, Commander, we haven't left the jump transition voluntarily, but rather the other party has set up a jump transition interception device. The estimated interception range is about 3 light years. Damn humans, they moved fast. Inquire with the main camp for instructions. Jump transition interception technology was a problem even for 5th-level civilizations. There were only 2 ways to counteract it. The first was to traverse the region at sublight speeds, but even for 5th-level civilizations, sublight speeds could only reach about 0.3 times the speed of light, making it impossible to increase further due to time dilation issues. The second way was to decipher the interference frequencies of the interception device of the opposing party, as using an interception device shouldn't prevent one's own ships from transitioning. This required finding the correct frequency to counteract the interference and proceeding with the jump. While all 5th-level civilization warships were equipped with jump transition interception countermeasures, the decryption process required the opposing party's encryption key, making it a lengthy process that could last months to years, entirely dependent on luck. Another method to resolve it was the Federation's spatial transmission technology, which unfortunately, the 4 major 5th-level civilizations did not possess. Commander Trist, we've detected a spatial anomaly 10 million kilometers ahead of my ship. I've never seen such strange data before. Show the real-time images of the anomaly. Yes. Soon, a dark and somewhat unclear image of the Void appeared on the bridge. What in the world is this? End of chapter. Chapter 321 Announcement from Lin Fen. This is a circular area with a diameter of approximately 30 kilometers, with no thickness on its side, making the empty space within it blurry. What on earth is this? Looking at the abnormal area in the image, Trist inexplicably felt a sense of unease from the bottom of his heart. Unclear, after comparing with the database, no similar situation was found. Observe carefully, record all the data. Send it to headquarters for analysis by the experts. Yes, something has appeared inside the abnormal area. It is a battleship, of the battleship class. Just then, a battleship sailed out from the abnormal area and was immediately caught by the joint forces radar. Only one? Yes, Commander, only one. And it hasn't made any moves since appearing. Wait, strange energy fluctuations detected. Huh, what strange fluctuations? Trist quickly inquired, having an inexplicable feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This fluctuation, is it like a leap engine overload? The officer unsurely said. Leap engine overload? Trist was puzzled. Regardless, immediately send out the landing craft, arrange for people to board the battleship and take control of it. Yes. Just as the officer was about to relay the command, a shocking change occurred. Around that eerie battleship, the entire void began to tremble. Subsequently, a space fissure measuring up to 3 astronomical units in length suddenly appeared without warning. A part of it sliced through Trist's fleet, directly sucking in a large number of battleships that couldn't resist in any way. After the first space fissure, more and more space fissures appeared repeatedly, splitting the entire space like a cut, quickly returning to its original state only to be split open again seconds later. Eventually, the entire space was riddled with openings as space fissures mercilessly destroy everything in that void. After several minutes of relentless ravaging by the space fissures, spatial compression began, flattening the battleships that had narrowly eluded the fissures. This wasn't ordinary compression, but spatial compression. After being flattened, people couldn't even see their skin rupture or blood flow. It was purely compression on a spatial level. Simultaneously, as those subjected to spatial compression lost their three-dimensional space necessary for existence, they would lose vitality within seconds. Trieste looked out of the porthole at the hellish scene outside, and fell silent. He had tried various methods of self-rescue, even attempting leap evacuations, but in the chaotic space where zero-point bombs were rampant, the level of chaos was 10,000 times more terrifying than the effect caused by the leap disruption device. No spacecraft could perform a leap in this environment, let alone open a leap corridor. After trying and failing various methods, Trieste had given up hope of survival and could do nothing but quietly await the final moment. And that final moment didn't keep Trieste waiting long. Just over 10 seconds later, a space fissure instantaneously swallowed his flagship, 3 light-years away, inside the bridge of the Titan-class battleship Gongon. How long has it been? It's been half an hour since the zero-point bomb was activated. According to calculations, it should be over now. Code: reopen the space passage, send an unmanned reconnaissance drone over for confirmation. Yes. Shortly after, a large Stargate formed by a Stargate module on the Gongon reopened and an unmanned reconnaissance drone was launched from within, diving headfirst into the Stargate. 7 minutes later, the drone transmitted scanning data and real-time images. Lin Fen and his team had seen such scenes before, filled with warship wreckage deformed by compression, and no matter how it was calculated, the amount of wreckage was less than 1 billion. No life signals were detected anywhere within the entire region. Send a message to the entire Ville's defense line. Since they sent an announcement, we'll send one too. Say it like this: yes, I'll take care of it right away. All right, the second phase is over. When will you come to talk to me for the crucial third phase? I'm looking forward to it. After Liang Zhu left, Lin Fen sat at his command post with a curve forming on his lips, muttering to himself. Minutes later, inside Commander Bert's flagship at the Ville's defense line headquarters. Commander Bert, the Human Federation just sent an announcement to the entire defense line. Read it quickly. Commander Bert had been closely following the progress of this matter because he admired both Lin Fen and the Human Federation, but due to their differing positions, even if he admired them, Bert couldn't betray the Verla Federation to help Lin Fen. The announcement from the Human Federation states that the 4 great Level 5 civilizations, in their greed for our Federation's technology, disregarded the galaxy's resistance against the Sworn and brazenly deployed 35 billion warships to attack the 8-11 defense-only guard. In the face of no other choice, we had to rise up in defense and have now completely defeated them. I, Lin Fen, hereby solemnly warn the 4 great Level 5 civilizations that if there is a next time, we will reserve the right to directly attack the capitals of the 4 great Level 5 civilizations. As the officer read, he was also extremely shocked. Only after finishing did he discreetly look up at Commander Bert and realize that their commander was completely dazed. At the same moment, numerous civilizations on the defense line also received the announcement from the Human Federation. Before reading it, most civilizations had thought that the Federation was conceding, issuing an announcement to share technology. However, after reading the announcement, everyone had the same question in mind. Is this a lie? According to the timeline, to join allied forces of the 4 great Level 5 civilizations should still take several hours to reach the 8-11 defense zone, so how could the battle already be over? And to top it off, being completely wiped out by the Human Federation. Could this be false news? Back in Commander Bert's flagship, Commander Bert, quickly, immediately establish communication with the expedition fleet to confirm the reality of the event. Yes, startled back to reality by his aide, Commander Bert immediately issued confirmation orders to the aide. From the sheer horror on his face, it was evident that Bert, in fact, already believed in Lin Fen's announcement. Commander Bert had met Lin Fen before and didn't think he would disseminate such baseless rumors. However, if this were true, The foundation of power possessed by the Human Federation was definitely beyond their reach. At the same time, the scene of the Human Federation completely annihilating the enemy in such a short time was beyond comprehension. Commander Burt, communication with the expedition fleet cannot be established. End of the chapter. Chapter 320 to Meeting of the Three Giants. For giants, in the virtual conference room, the faces of the 4 leaders of the 4 major 5th-level civilizations all looked a bit unpleasant. At this point, they had already confirmed Lin Fan's announcement. Although they didn't know how humans managed to do it, the fact that the Allied forces were annihilated was undisputed. Damn humans, what kind of cards do they have to instantly destroy our 35 billion warships? Verto slammed the table hard, saying angrily. Until now, he felt like he was living in a dream. The most impossible thing had happened. Verto, calm down. Rage won't solve the problem. Calm down? How can I calm down? 2% of the Vera Federation's fleet, that's a full 10 billion warships lost. Speaking of which, Verto and Cease were the ones most eager to take down the Human Federation. They each mobilized 10 billion warships into the Allied forces, while Hess and Moros mobilized 8 billion and 7 billion respectively. And now, the entire Vera Federation only has 50 billion warships. As Verto said, losing 2% in one go was a significant loss. Quiet down, Verto. Our losses are not small for all 4 of us. But what we should think about now is what the human announcement actually means. Moros looked at Verto, who seemed out of control, and said loudly, in his view, Lin Fan's announcement definitely had a deep meaning. If he was right, Lin Fan probably wasn't prepared to engage in a full-scale war with them. What else could it mean, other than to take advantage of the opportunity to promote the strength of the Human Federation? You're wrong, Verto. Humans have already shown that they can easily destroy our fleets. If they wanted revenge, do you think they would issue such a frivolous announcement? I think Moros is right. Humans have already demonstrated their strength, but instead of retaliating immediately, they issued this announcement. The purpose is likely to bring us to the negotiating table for a redistribution of benefits. At this point, Haas, who had been silent all along, also nodded and spoke. Moreover, you should have seen the battlefield investigation report. There were no human warship wrecks near Zone A211. Only ours. The wrecks were also in a strange condition, and we still can't understand how they were attacked to look like that. Furthermore, most of the warships, even their wreckage, have completely disappeared. Also, according to the monitors on the defense line, it is confirmed that the human fleet had not left Zone A211, and the battlefield was a full 3 light years away from Zone A211. Have you considered what this means? This means that the Human Federation likely has a weapon that can launch attacks over long distances. Finally, look at how Lin Fan's announcement said. If we continue, he doesn't rule out directly attacking our capital circle. This shows that his attack could directly reach the capital circles of our 4 major civilizations. Seeing the other 3 remaining silent, Haas sighed and continued. After listening to Haas's analysis, all 3 of them were sweating. Indeed, Haas' analysis was quite reasonable. If that were the case, wouldn't the Human Federation be able to strike wherever they wanted? Isn't that a bit too terrifying? I think we can talk to Lin Fan. If his demands are not excessive, we can consider accepting them, considering that we can't afford to start a full-scale civil war against the Human Federation. After thinking for a moment, Moros spoke, and Haas nodded in agreement. Cease, on the other hand, had an unsettled expression and did not make a statement for the time being. Wham! I disagree. Verto slapped the table hard and said loudly, what about you, Cease? Ignoring Verto, Moros looked at Cease and asked, I agree. Cease gritted his teeth and spoke, but it was clear from his expression that he was extremely reluctant. However, that was the difference between Cease and Verto. Moros was puzzled by Cease's behavior. He could understand Verto's outburst since there was a grudge between them, but what was going on with Cease? All right, it's up to you. Verto, enough. I just don't agree. Anyway, fine. Then let's go talk to Lin Fan, and make it clear to him that we only represent the 3 alliances, not the Vera Alliance. Surprised by Verto's stubbornness, Moros said, indifferently, do as you wish. Seeing this, Moros shook his head and didn't want to say anything more. A day later, Zone A211, inside the Gong Gong ship's bridge. Commander, we just received a message from the 3 major alliances inviting you to communicate through the virtual conference room. Huh, the three major alliances, not the four major alliances. When hearing Lianzu's report, Lin Fen asked curiously. Yes, it's the Hyo Alliance, Zola Alliance, and the Free Alliance, excluding the Vera Alliance. Hehe, it seems they hold a deep grudge against us. It's fine. Let's just make things more interesting for them. Set up a virtual conference room for me. Then reply to the three major alliances, asking them to enter an hour later. Yes, an hour later. Lin Fen entered the virtual conference room established by Liangzu. It was a serene place with a pleasant atmosphere. In the middle of the flower bushes, there was an open space with a very quaint table and four chairs. Sorry for being late. Looking at the three people already seated there, Lin Fen smiled and said, You must be Lin Fen, right? 3 years ago, when I first met your father, he told me about a very talented son, and today I finally get to meet you. Cease walked up to Lin Fen, smiling, and patting his shoulder. Lin Fen naturally understood what Cease meant when Cease mentioned meeting his father 3 years ago. He was subtly reminding Lin Fen not to let out any secrets about their previous encounters. Yes, you must be Uncle Cease, right? My father mentioned you. 3 years ago, you represented the four major alliances in negotiations with him. Lin Fen played along. Both of them had reasons not to reveal the past encounters, as it wasn't beneficial for either party. When Cease heard Lin Fan's words, he smiled even more. Understanding and sensible, the two foxes, old and young, smiled at each other, leaving Moras and Hass a bit puzzled. Cease, you seemed reluctant before to talk with Lin Fan, and now all is so cheerful. What's going on with this pleasant atmosphere? End of the chapter. Chapter 323. He will agree quickly. Zis introduced Moras of the Free League and Hasten of the Zola Alliance to Lin Fan, and the four of them sat back down. Lin Fan, let's not waste any more words. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want? It didn't take long after sitting down. Moras also cut to the chase, directly asking the core question. Well, actually, this question is really simple. We came here to help at your request, and from start to finish, we have been very responsible. Frankly, the performance of our Federation on the defense line is even more responsible than your four great 5-level civilizations. Look at what you all did. Letting the 3-level civilizations continue to consume against the insect race, while the 4 and 5-level civilizations watch from the rear. Do you want to defeat the insect race like this? You must be dreaming. I don't want your territory. I don't want your resources. You ask me what I want. I want the command of the Vale's defense line. Lin Fen replied with a smile, but this smile was a bit cold, sending chills down everyone's spines. However, Lin Fan's answer really surprised the three people. Originally, according to their expectations, the Human Federation would inevitably want to grab a share on the four primary spiral arms, such as territories, resources, and so on. Even the three great 5-level civilizations had made preparations to offer some benefits. However, it caught everyone off guard that Lin Fen didn't want any of these things. What he wanted was the command of the Vale's defense line. And what Lin Fen said, the current situation of the Vale's defense line, the three people also knew. This was what the leaders of the four great civilizations had agreed upon at the beginning, letting the 3-level civilizations consume first. However, they gradually understood that continuing this way would likely deplete all 3-level civilizations, and that might not even account for more than 10% of losses for the insect race overall, making it meaningless. It's just that when they were asked to personally charge into battle, they all hesitated. Not even the spatial shields could provide them with any courage. In Lin Fan's view, this was just downright foolish. However, getting the four great 5-level civilizations to hand over command was not a simple matter. After all, the Vale's defense line now almost gathered all civilizations of level 3 and above in the galaxy. Having command meant having control over all civilizations in the galaxy, and that significance was far from simple. Previously, the four giants had fought over this command, but in the end, it was snatched away by Verdo of the Vera Federation. After all, having the home advantage and using this advantage to make a certain threat, the other three giants had no choice but to compromise, each getting a title of deputy commander. Lin Fan, your request is a bit excessive. You might want to consider other conditions. Indeed, this request is not very realistic. Giving a deputy commander title can be considered, but the commander, that's really not possible. Zis tapped the table with his fingers as he spoke, and the other two echoed. What if I tell you that our Federation can solve that spatial crack? Ignoring the opposition of the three people, Lin Fan continued very casually. What? Are you serious? When the three people heard Lin Fan say this, they stood up immediately, looking at Lin Fan urgently, asking, I am serious. We have done a lot of research on the spatial crack, and as early as 10 years ago, we launched a project specifically to study how to close that spatial crack. And now, our project has made a significant breakthrough, just one step away from success. Our research team is very confident that we can complete this project within 3 years. Finally, I'm not afraid to tell you, your research on spatial matters is really superficial, just scratching the surface. Our Federation has come a long way on this path. After Lin Fan finished speaking, all three were somewhat dumbfounded. They were being looked down upon by other civilizations in the galaxy, and especially in the field of spatial technology. They were being described as only scratching the surface. But then, considering the means the Human Federation used to defeat their combined forces, as well as the strange wreckage left behind, all pointed to the fact that the other party had technologies they couldn't understand. Could this be the subsequent extension of spatial technology? Lin Fan, if what you say is true, then I agree to your request, but my agreement doesn't count. After all, the command is in the hands of the Vera Alliance. You also saw that this time it's only the three of us, and Verto has been stubborn, unwilling to negotiate with you. After all, the theft of the Hunter boot arm from him is a big grudge for him. After a moment of silence, Hasten said, in his view, since Lin Fan didn't want the benefits on the for primary spiral arms and genuinely wanted to defeat the insect race, protect the galaxy, and could solve that spatial crack, in that case, giving Lin Fan the command might not be impossible. But would Verto agree to hand over the command? Thinking about this, Hasten shook her head. It was totally impossible. Not only Hasten, but Zis and Moras also had the same understanding. Verto would definitely not hand over the command, especially to the Human Federation. Oh, the leader of the Vera Federation. Verto, he will agree. Lin Fan smiled confidently. Lin Fan, you really don't understand Verto. This guy is super stubborn and very face-saving. The matter of you seizing the Hunter boot arm has been a thorn in his heart all this time. Seeing Lin Fan's appearance, Moras thought that Lin Fan must not understand Verto to say this, so he spoke. Great, let's see what it looks like when spatial technology develops to a certain extent. Just as the three were looking at Lin Fan with doubt, Lin Fan waved his hand, and a real-time image appeared above them. In the image, it could be seen that this was a stellar system, very prosperous, with various spacecraft coming and going bustlingly. This is the seas of the Vera Alliance's capital. Zis stood up in shock and said, to see, the largest trading hub of the Vera Federation, and only 50 light-years away from its capital region. For this place, all civilizations had detailed information, and Zis had even been here, which was why he immediately recognized it. Exactly. This is the sea. Unexpectedly, Uncle Zis's sharp eyes recognized it immediately. No. Lin Fan, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Zis felt a strong sense of unease. Something big was about to happen. But Lin Fan was evasive in his response. I said he would agree. End of this chapter. Chapter 320 for Destruction. In the virtual conference room of Haiti, Zis and others heard what Lin Fan said, all having a bad feeling. Do you feel that the vote in the image is a bit blurry? Morlos looked at the image for a while and asked strangely. Indeed, it does feel a bit blurry compared to the surrounding areas. Exactly. Something doesn't seem right. Zis and Haishan also looked towards the direction Morlos pointed, carefully identifying it and confirming an agreement. However, within the area they were looking at, something suddenly appeared out of thin air and kept extending outward, causing the three of them to be a little stunned. But as this thing appeared halfway in the void, the three of them recognized it. It was a spaceship, sailing out weirdly from this strange void. What kind of technology is this? It's not teleportation, nor a wormhole. The three of them completely couldn't understand and had to look towards Lin Fan together. Why are you all looking at me? We are about to get to the exciting part, and I don't provide replays. You will miss it if you look away. Hearing Lin Fan saying this, the three of them turned their attention back to the real-time image above. By this time, the entire battleship had completely sailed out from that strange void, allowing the three of them to clearly recognize that it was a battleship. regardless of what method the Human Federation used to quickly transport the battleship 20,000 light-years across the Vels defense line to Haiti. The important question was, what did Lin Fen intend to do by sending this battleship over? Oh, finally discovered, but isn't this a bit too late? Just as the three were wondering, Lin Fen waved his hand, and a tactical image appeared on the side of the screen, allowing them to visually see the dynamics of the entire situation in Haiti. In the tactical image, it was clear that there were 1,000 battleships rapidly approaching the humans' battleship, and they were expected to make contact within 3 minutes. But Lin Fen seemed to have said something just now, right? Yes, he said. Isn't this a bit too late? In other words, before the fleet of the Vela Federation, with its 1,000 battleships, approached, that is, within the next 3 minutes, would Lin Fen have completed what he wanted to do? Realizing this possibility, the three of them widened their eyes, staring at the real-time image above, fearing to miss a crucial moment, and the next moment that appeared directly robbed the three of them of their voices. Due to its horrifying nature, even they couldn't make a sound, staring at the screen in terror. One after another, spatial fissures continuously appear in the image, each time bringing a scene as horrifying as hell. The void was torn, and all the ships near the fissure were instantly pulled in. There was even a fissure that appeared directly near the edge of a planet, almost touching it, immediately capturing the entire planet with its immense gravitational force, slowly moving towards the fissure and soon started disappearing into it. However, the spatial fissures came and went quickly. Due to the self-repairing nature of the universe, such fissures usually lasted only a few dozen seconds, as the space would restore and the fissures would disappear. And this fissure that was pulling the planet was no different. It only managed to swallow half of the planet before closing and disappearing. Thus, the image left behind was a terrifying one, a planet missing half of itself, narrating its unfortunate encounter. Moments later, spatial compression began to descend, but unfortunately, the three of them had no opportunity to witness it as a spatial fissure appeared near the monitor, swallowing it and causing the screen to vanish. How do you feel? Three of you. Looking at the three dumbfounded individuals, Lin Fen still smiled, then asked, "What exactly is this?" Waking up first, Zis immediately turned to Lin Fen, his voice still tinged with fear. "Nothing much, just an advanced application of spatial technology. If you ever reach the pinnacle of level 5 civilization, maybe you'll understand it then." Level 5 civilization pinnacle? And you're just saying maybe understand? Lin Fen, what level of civilization is the Human Federation? Zis's question was like a bomb, exploding in the minds of the other two, bringing them back to reality from their stupor. Indeed, what level is the Human Federation civilization? Such means were far beyond what a level 5 civilization should possess. Even at the pinnacle of a level 5 civilization, it wouldn't be feasible. What kind of monster have they provoked? Well, this indeed wasn't something a level 5 civilization should have. After all, 0-point particles were not something that could be collected by a level 5 civilization, as they were special particles existing in high latitudes. If they knew that all of this was caused by the Babawi Empire, the ones who destroyed the Star Road, subsequently allowing humans to discover and utilize 0-point particles, they would probably send out a fleet to wipe them out immediately. This question is not important. What's important is, do you think Verto will agree now? Ask them in half an hour to confirm. Was there even a need to ask? As long as Verto hadn't truly gone mad, they would definitely give in. The three looked at Lin Fan's smile and silently complained in their hearts. Half an hour later, in the capital of the Vela Federation, the leader's residence. The information from Zis. Is it about telling me the results of their discussion with the human Psi? Let me check on Haiti. Taking up the communicator on the table and reading the information sent by Zis, Verto was a bit puzzled. Check on Haiti immediately. What does that mean? Check on Haiti right away. See if something has happened. It wasn't much trouble to inquire, so Verto pressed a button on the table to relay the message. This button connected directly to Verto's deputy's communicator, and soon, the deputy's voice echoed in the room. "Yes, leader. I will go check immediately." 3 minutes later. "Leader, what happened? Did something happen in Haiti?" "Leader, we can't establish contact with Haiti. All communication methods have been tried, with no success. It's very strange." Investigate right away. Find out the location of the nearest ship to Haiti. Snap over there immediately. I want to know the details. Yes, this situation made Verdo feel uneasy. This specifically reminded him to check on Haiti, and at the same time, the Federation lost all contact with Haiti. Could this be coincidental? Did the Human Federation do something? But obviously, that was impossible. The human fleet was currently at the Vels defense line, a distant 28,000 light-years away from Haiti, which was simply unrealistic. So what was the real situation here? End of this chapter. Chapter 325. The tragic situation in Haiti. My name is Leno, a space merchant, and I am currently in a very pleasant mood. After more than 200 years of effort, I have finally obtained the long-term trading qualification for the Vela Federation's Haiti. Now, I am only an hour away from Haiti, finally able to witness this trading sanctuary, the largest trading hub in the Vela Federation. Captain, we have received a communication from the leader's residence in the Vela Federation. What? The leader's residence? Are you sure? Lena asked in confusion. He was just a small space merchant. Where is the leader's residence of the Vela Federation? That is where the entire Vela Alliance leader, Lord Verdo, is located. Logically speaking, he should not have anything to do with tasks at that level, right? Captain, I'm not sure either, but that's what he said. He claims to be the deputy of the Vela Federation leader, Lord Verdo. Then hurry up and connect me to him. Yes, Captain. Although Lena was still puzzled, taking a communication and saying a few words wouldn't hurt, right? Besides, maybe it really is Lord Verdo's deputy. Maybe the important person has something for him to do. Opportunities to enter the eyes of giants like this are rare. Once grasped, maybe he will rise to prominence in the future. Soon, the communication was connected. A figure appeared in the bridge. Lena nodded slightly after seeing it. Although he had never seen Lord Verdo's deputy, this person was indeed from Vela. Sir, how may I serve you? Well, the Federation has an urgent matter that we need your help with, and once you complete it, the leader will not forget your contribution. Lord Verdo's deputy, Sirio, nodded, very satisfied with Lena's attitude. Lena was also surprised by the sudden opportunity. He keenly caught the keyword that his favor wouldn't be overlooked by the leader, which meant it was for Lord Verdo. This was a rare opportunity. If he handled things well, he could catch the attention of Lord Verdo, leading to various benefits in the future. Sir, please tell me, I will do my best. Here's the situation. Haiti suddenly lost contact with the Federation. Currently, we don't know what has happened there. You are the closest ship to Haiti right now, only an hour away. Therefore, we need you to arrive there, figure out what happened, and report back to us immediately. Understood. I will definitely complete this mission. Sir, please rest assured. Lena was somewhat surprised. This mission was too easy. In his view, communication interruptions were not a big deal and happened frequently due to various factors in the universe that could temporarily disrupt communications. Lena felt that the Vela Federation was making a fuss over nothing. But what did it have to do with him? Arriving in Haiti in an hour, all he had to do was assess the situation and report back. Haiti was already his destination, so he didn't even need to divert his route. Was there an easier task than this? It was just too easy. All right, I'll be waiting for your report. Upon hearing Lena's response, Sirio nodded and then terminated the communication. An hour later, the first arm of the Vela Federation territory, the Haiti star system, over a dozen ships exited the jump state and arrived at Haiti. Navigator, are you sure we didn't end up in the wrong place? Is this really Haiti? Lena looked through the porthole at the dark void outside, feeling confused. They had jumped to the coordinates next to a life planet at Haiti. According to the data, there should be numerous starports around, apart from the expected life planet. But what was he seeing now? Nothing at all. Captain, if the ship's instruments aren't malfunctioning, then we definitely haven't deviated from the set coordinates. Our current position is indeed Haiti. But there's nothing here. Activate all scanning devices immediately and scan the surrounding area comprehensively. At that moment, Lena suddenly remembered why such a simple task had been entrusted to him so seriously by that person. Could something have really happened in Haiti? With that thought, Lena immediately ordered his subordinates to initiate a full-scale scan of the entire area. Soon, initial scan results were obtained. Captain, first, based on the comparison with the surrounding stars, we are indeed in Haiti. Secondly, we have detected a large number of warships and spaceship wrecks, and these wrecks look very peculiar. Finally, there should have been 329 planets in Haiti. But according to our scan, There are only 32 left, and none of them are intact. They've all been destroyed, and even some planets look very strange. I'll display the images, take a look. After reporting to his superior, the images appeared in the bridge. It was a dim celestial body, irregular in shape, with a distinctly clean split down the middle, as if sliced neatly in half with a knife. "What is this?" Lena asked, puzzled, looking at the image. "Captain, this is the life planet that should have been next to us at Haiti. Although we don't know why it has become like this, many features on it match those in the data." "What? You're saying this was a life planet?" "Yes." Lena was no longer calm. His subordinates informed him that the irregular celestial body in the image was, in fact, a life planet, the one that should have been next to them. Now, not only had the planet deviated from its original position, but it had also turned into an incomprehensible state, which was terrifying. With more and more scan results and comparisons appearing in front of Lena, he confirmed that the entire Haiti had been destroyed, with all the planets also obliterated. Horrified, he immediately had his subordinates contact Sirio. "Lena, what's going on?" As soon as the communication was established, before Lena could speak, Sirio anxiously asked, "Sir Sirio, something has happened in Haiti, something big. The entire Haiti is gone." "What are you saying? Explain clearly. What happened?" Upon hearing Lena's words, Sirio also showed signs of panic and demanded a clear explanation from Lena. "Sir, I have sent you all the detection and scanning information. I really don't know how to describe this situation. Please take a look for yourself." After saying that, Lena sent all the information over. If this information were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly cause endless panic. End of this chapter. Chapter 326, The Fifth Giant Head, the leader of the first spiral arm, the Villara Federation Capital Circle, the leader's mansion. At this moment, Vilto was looking at the Haiti intelligence sent by his deputy, Sarian, with pictures and footage that were all stimulating his nerves. Despite being angry, Vilto's heart was filled more with fear at this moment. Anger and fear merged together, making his expression quite complicated and changeable. "Is this a warning to me?" Vilto couldn't help but think this way. Then he picked up the communicator and looked at the information sent by Sis earlier, including the entrance to a virtual conference room. 1 minute later, Vilto arrived at the virtual conference room and quickly saw Lin Fan with a smile on his face, as well as the other 3 giant heads looking grin. "Speak, what do you want?" Vilto walked up, sat down on the empty seat, and directly spoke. "It's simple. Admit that the Hunter's Arm is under the control of my federation. In the future, the 4 giants of the Milky Way will become 5 giants. I can let go of any territory and resources on your 4 main spiral arms, but I want control of the Vel's defense line." "Impossible. I can agree to other things, but control of the Vel's defense line is not possible." Vilto slammed the table, stood up with a swish, and loudly said, "That the other 3 have already agreed, or do you really want me to take a walk in your capital circle?" As soon as these words were spoken, Vilto's face became colorful, definitely a strategic intimidation. Unfortunately, Vilto would not know that the Human Federation currently has less than 30 zero bomb carriers. After all, they do not truly possess the technology to obtain zero particles. They merely obtained a part through the destruction of the Starway by the Babavi Empire. Furthermore, humans need to reserve the majority of the acquired zero particles for energy use. It is impossible to convert all of them into zero bombs. Yes, the power of zero bombs is immense, enough to destroy a star system, but there are tens of thousands of star systems out there. So, Lin Fan is also gambling on whether he can scare the 4 giant heads. Once he fails to scare them, the Federation will withdraw from the ARN and regroup on the satellite system. Then they will come back later. You should know that, for the current Federation, only Fortress-level gamma-ray cannons and zero bombs can threaten the 4 level 5 civilizations. In a direct confrontation of battleships, it would be a one-sided situation since humans have not yet mastered the attack methods of level V civilizations, and conventional attacks cannot threaten spatial shields. Therefore, with an absolute numerical disadvantage, humans are almost impossible to defeat the fully mobilized 4 giant heads at the moment. Why do I need control? I hope you have some insight. If you continue like this, you will inevitably be defeated in a maximum of 15 years. The most important point, as I have mentioned to the other 3 before, Within 3 years, we can solve the spatial rift and completely block the possible support channel for the insect race. Alright, the choice is yours. Either give up control to survive, or hold on to control and welcome destruction. This is what Lin Fan wants to express, and of course, the 4 giant heads cannot be ignorant of it. Next, Lin Fan doesn't need to say anything more. Just quietly wait for Vilto to finish his internal struggle, then hand over control gracefully. I agree, but we need to sign a civilization agreement. After the insect crisis is over, the human fleet must leave the first spiral arm and return to the hunter's arm. At the same time, humans cannot occupy any territories in the 4 main spiral arms. Lastly, if 3 years later, you still can't resolve the spatial rift, you must hand over control. After a full 10 minutes of intense internal struggle, Vilto, who is finished, raised his head and looked at Lin Fan, and you could clearly hear that he was still reluctantly agreeing. It's just a matter of formality and can't allow him to disagree. The other 3 also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Vilto's stubborn temper would flare up and flip the table directly. Alright, okay, let's discuss the details next. After finalizing the civilization agreement, we will start signing. Okay. Lin Fan was not worried at all about the condition Vilto suddenly proposed. In fact, all the related technologies for White Way's project can be bought by Lin Fan in the systems mall. It's just that the price is too high, almost exhausting all the points he has accumulated. So, if White Way can handle it, he won't waste those points. A step further, even if White Way can't handle it within the time limit, Lin Fan can just exchange the parts of the relevant technologies that were not resolved at a high cost, not a huge loss. Therefore, Lin Fan can be said to have no pressure regarding Vilto's condition. 3 hours later, the civilization agreement was formally signed. The next day, a message spread quickly throughout the entire galaxy. Breaking the long-standing pattern, the galaxy welcomed the 5th giant head, the Human Federation. At the same time, the civilization agreement signed by the Human Federation and the 4 Level V civilizations was also publicly announced. There were many terms, but 3 were particularly important. Firstly, the 4 Level V civilizations recognized the Human Federation as the 5th giant head of the galaxy, with the right to establish the 5th Galaxy Alliance and acquire participation in the highest council of the galaxy, as well as a 20% voting right, which is essentially the exclusive virtual conference room of the former 4 giant heads and the corresponding power of speech. Secondly, the 4 Level V civilizations acknowledge the Human Federation's absolute dominion over the Hunter's Arm, but the Human Federation does not allow encroachment on any territory or resources in the 4 main spiral arms. Thirdly, Lin Fan will serve as the commander of the Vel's defense line, commanding the war between the Galaxy Alliance and the insect race. At the same time, the Human Federation must destroy the spatial rift of the insect race within 3 years, otherwise control will automatically be transferred to Vice Commander Belth. The elevation of the Human Federation made the entire galaxy bull with excitement, especially those level 3 civilizations in the Vel's defense line, who have no tomorrow. After all, the incident in the 8-11 defense zone had completely spread. Everyone knew that Lin Fan would not push them to sacrifice themselves like the former 4 Level V civilizations while hiding behind. It can be said that, within the Vel's defense line, Lin Fan has garnered the respect of all Level 3 civilizations. End of this chapter. Chapter 327 Lin Fan's new deployment. The first main arm, between the midsection and the distal end, the headquarters of the Vel's defense line. 2 incomprehensibly huge battleships are currently parallelly parked in the void, their massive bodies making all the surrounding battleships seem tiny. These are the chariots of Lin Fan and Bert, both Titan-class battleships. Lin Fan, I never expected that when we meet again, you would become the commander of the defense line. Well, according to you humans, you should be called a commander. In a meeting room on the Gong class, Bert was sipping red wine while watching Lin Fan with a wry smile. He had indeed made an appointment with Lin Fan to taste human delicacies when they meet again. But just 10 days later, they met once more, and this time Lin Fan also invited Bert to dine on the Gong class. The key point is, the identities of the 2 have completely reversed this time. Originally, Bert was the commander, and Lin Fan was just one of the many commanders under him, but now, this good buddy, Lin Fan, has transformed into the commander, while Bert has become the deputy commander. Indeed, Bert was quite curious about what Lin Fen had done to make their stubborn leader relinquish command of the Vel's defense line. He couldn't believe the reason was simply Lin Fen annihilating 4 of the 5 major civilizations' 35 billion battleships. There's no way around it. I believe you are well aware of the current situation at the Vel's defense line, but being constrained by your leader, Verto, even if you want to make changes, you are helpless, right? However, our human federation is different. As the 5th major power outside the system, I can do many things that you wish to do but cannot, Lin Fen said to Bert as he raised his goblet. These words rang in Bert's ears, instantly brightening his eyes. It seemed like Lin Fen was about to make significant adjustments. Commander Lin Fen, can you tell me how you plan to deploy specifically? Of course. Lin Fen nodded at Bert and continued. There are a total of 2,700 defense zones along the Vel's defense line. Currently, apart from our Federation's 8 to 11 defense zone, all the others are occupied by third-tier civilizations, with battleship quantities ranging from 1 to 5 billion. My first task is to send all 4th and 5th-tier civilizations to the front line. In the future, all defense zones will be dominated by 4th and 5th-tier civilizations, while 3rd-tier civilizations will only exist as firepower support. After allocating the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations' fleets to all defense zones, the 3rd-tier civilizations at the front lines will be withdrawn by 30% back to the headquarters for standby as a mobile force. Lin Fen set down his goblet and answered Bert. Commander Lin Fen's deployment is indeed flawless, but there are 2 key issues that, if not resolved, will make such a deployment difficult to accomplish. Oh, what are those 2 issues? Lin Fen's deployment undoubtedly would minimize casualties along the entire defense line, even achieving 0 casualties if the jet bugs didn't appear and were commanded properly. Bert had considered such a deployment, but there were 2 critical issues that needed resolution. Without addressing these issues, Lin Fen's deployment would be meaningless. The first issue is, if Commander Lin Fen wants to mobilize the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations to the front line, it may be met with resistance from the 4 major alliances. Even though I do not know how the commander obtained command, if the 4 major civilizations lead the resistance, the corresponding deployment cannot be achieved. And the second issue is, although a large part of the 3rd-tier civilizations were sent to the front lines for selfish reasons of the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations, it cannot be denied that the speed of 3rd-tier civilization battleships is too slow. Even if they had obtained 4th and 5th-tier civilizations' LE engines now, it is only a castrated version, with speeds reaching at most 500 times the speed of light. Therefore, stationing the 3rd-tier civilizations as a firefighting team at the headquarters cannot achieve the fundamental goal of rapid support. After organizing his thoughts, Bert voiced his concerns. These were 2 very practical issues. As Bert said, if Lin Fen couldn't solve them, everything would just be empty talk. In fact, these 2 issues are not difficult to resolve. Let's start with the first issue. At least for the next 3 years, the 4 major civilizations dare not openly oppose my orders. As for the reasons, since your leader did not tell you, I won't say more. And as long as the 4 major civilizations follow my orders, the 4th-tier civilizations won't cause any trouble. So, this issue is no longer a problem. As for the second issue, our human federation has the technology to transport fleets to any defense zone along the Vel's defense line within minutes. While the first issue surprised Bert, he could understand it since they had wrested command from the 4 major civilizations. However, the second issue truly shocked Bert. Did he hear correctly? Was Lin Fen saying they could transport fleets to any zone on the Vel's defense line within minutes? Commander Lin Fen, are you serious? You can transport a large number of fleets to any area on the Vel's defense line within minutes. Yes, we have this technology, and the leaders of the 4 major civilizations know about it. So, of course, I am serious. What kind of technology is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Well, you will find out when the time comes. Lin Fen didn't give a direct answer, but chuckled mischievously. The next day, Lin Fen announced the newly planned deployment of the entire defense line, which immediately sparked a huge controversy. Almost all of the controversy came from the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations, while on the other hand, all the 3rd-tier civilizations were celebrating. What a joke! Making us, as advanced civilizations, take the front line, while these 3rd-tier civilizations, who should exist as cannon fodder, hide in the rear for firepower support. and then having 30% of the third-tier civilizations on the defense line retreat to the headquarters as a mobile force. Ridiculous. How can third-tier civilizations stationed at the headquarters support quickly with their slow speeds? This newly appointed commander of the defense line is courting death, thinking just because he became a giant, he can get away with this. This will offend all the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations. We don't believe those above will allow you to act recklessly. Soon, the fleet commanders of the 4th and 5th-tier civilizations all provided feedback to their civilizations' higher-ups. However, they were dumbfounded to receive the same uniform response from all civilizations. Obey Commander Lin Fan's commands. End of the chapter. Chapter 328. Taking you home to meet the parents. Since Lin Fan took over the defense line of Vales, a month has passed. During this month, the casualties of the Galactic Union Army have decreased rapidly, with the total casualties not even reaching half of what it used to be in a single day. This has earned Lin Fan praise from all the third-level civilizations. The only ones with differing opinions are the soldiers from the 4th-level civilizations. Level 5 civilizations have spatial shields, and unless the insect race introduces special units, it is difficult for the combat and jet insects to cause damage. However, it is different for 4th-level civilizations. Although their energy shields are much stronger in defense compared to the 3rd-level civilizations' warships, they can still be breached, especially since Lin Fan arranged for the 4th-level civilizations to take the main offensive, meaning they are positioned closer to the front line. Therefore, during this month, the 4th-level civilizations suffered the loss of 500 million warships, while the 3rd-level civilizations only lost 400 million warships. After all, the 3rd-level civilizations now only play a role as firepower support and are positioned more towards the rear during battles, so casualties rarely occur unless they are engaged in close combat with the insect swarm in the array. This has made those from 4th-level civilizations resent Lin Fan immensely. Of course, in this month, there have been two crisis events, both of which involved multiple insect swarms attacking a defense zone simultaneously. It was these two crises that allowed Bert to witness the space teleportation technology. In just 7 minutes, the support fleet, from entering the Stargate to arriving at the besieged defense zone, only took 7 minutes, which was incredibly fast. After witnessing such powerful teleportation technology, Bert was in awe and also curiously asked Lin Fan about teleportation distance and time. Lin Fan did not reveal the whole truth but instead spoke half-truths. Lin Fan told Bert that regardless of the distance, the teleportation time would always be 7 minutes and would not be disrupted by leap interception devices. The false part was when Lin Fan claimed that the maximum teleportation distance of this Stargate was 100,000 light-years. Why say 100,000 light-years? In fact, Lin Fan had thought it through. The distance between the Milky Way and satellite galaxies is generally between 100 to 200,000 light-years, and where the Orion Arm is located, 100,000 light-years, usly enclosed all for great level 5 civilizations' territories. Therefore, 100,000 light-years work perfectly, not allowing escape beyond the Milky Way to other satellite galaxies, while posing a threat to the entire territories of the 4 great level 5 civilizations. Imagine when humans block the wormhole exit leading to the Orion Arm and continuously use space teleportation technology to drop zero-point bombs on crucial targets such as the capitals of all civilizations, trade hubs, fleet assembly points. Who could resist? Lin Fan had thoroughly intimidated the 4 great level 5 civilizations, so the exposure of the Stargate was not a significant concern. Of course, the premise is that the farthest teleportation distance without revealing the Stargate can reach 1,000,000 light-years, yet the 4 great level 5 civilizations are willing to fight to the death. The reality is, after receiving the intelligence of the Vales defense line, the 4 leaders became even more panicked. Could they point and attack wherever as long as they were in the Orion Arm, the human stronghold? And if humans strategically placed leak interception blocking devices at the wormhole exit within the Han Guan Pass, even if the 4 great level 5 civilizations desperately attacked and reached the Orion Arm, they would still be unable to leap. And all humans needed to do was wait for the attacking fleets of the 4 great civilizations to arrive before detonating a zero-point bomb. This simply wouldn't work. So, the 4 leaders were truly scared. Simultaneously, Due to the information about the Stargate's maximum teleportation distance being 100,000 light-years, the Fur leaders did not consider moving towards the satellite galaxies. Alright, you want command authority. You want the power to speak for level 5 civilizations. We'll give it to you. Just don't encroach on the benefits of the 4 great spiral arms. This is the true reflection of the 4 leaders' current state of mind. The federal calendar. January 105 years. Vale's defense line, A211 defense zone. Currently stationed here are the 1st Legion commanded by Lin Chiao, the Human Federal Expeditionary Army, and the 3rd Legion commanded by Bilodeau, totaling 200 million warships. In addition, there are 28 3rd-level civilizations with a total of 800 million warships. Xiaobi, after dealing with the insect race this time, come with me to Earth to meet my parents. How many times have I told you not to call me Xiaobi? What? You want to meet your parents? The leaders of the Federation and his wife? Yes. After ridiculing Lin Tia, Bilodeau suddenly realized what Lin Tia had said earlier about meeting his parents, indicating the current federal leader and his wife. Alright, Bilodeau didn't know what it meant for Earthlings when a man brings a woman home to meet his parents, but she immediately became interested. After all, the leader of the Human Federation was at the pinnacle of power in the entire Federation and happened to be the father of Lin Fan, the governor of the large Magellanic Cloud Administrative Region. If relations were established there, it would be of tremendous benefit to the Elven race. Well, Bilodeau chose to ignore the fact that Lin Zhen was also Lin Qian's father. Okay, after we deal with the insect race, I'll go to Earth with you. Code. It's settled then. Looking at Lin Qian's excited face, Bilodeau couldn't understand what he was so excited about. It was absolutely baffling. Woo. Just then, the alarm suddenly sounded on each warship. What's going on? Engaged in discussing meeting the parents with Bilodeau, the excited Lin Tia turned around and shouted to his deputy, Legion Commander, 5 AU away. The monitor captured a super swarm of insects, numbering 1 trillion, moving at a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second towards our A211 defense zone. Immediately send out a distress call to the main base, and order all warships on the defense line to prepare for combat. Understood. Woo. Before the deputy could send a message to the main base, the alarm that had just stopped began to sound again. Legion Commander, in another direction also 5 AU away, a super insect swarm has been found heading towards our defense zone. Alright, don't panic. Send all information to the main base first since at this distance at the speed of the insect swarm, it will take over 20 hours before they make contact with us. We have enough time to make arrangements, yes. At the same time, the Vale's defense line main base. Have you seen the intelligence? After establishing communication, Lin Fan looked at Bert and asked. I have seen it. This is the largest scale insect swarm attack since the war began, numbering a full 2 trillion. How do you plan to deploy? Immediately order all 4 and 5 level civilizations who are resting at the main base to prepare for departure. After their rest, we will replenish them. Besides that, gather 100 billion 3rd level civilization warships and depart with me. No. You are the Supreme Commander. How can you personally go to the front line? Let me go instead. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bert was shocked and immediately tried to stop him. End of this chapter. Chapter 3-9. The recent use of formation by insect race in the past month, Socrates' mood hasn't been particularly good. These past few years have been fine, engaging in a war of attrition with the opponents across from him, and he was happy to comply. After all, when it comes to attrition, no one can surpass the insect race. With all the insect swarms in the latter half of the spiral arm needing at least 10 more years to reach the verse line, Socrates had been selecting combat insect swarms from the ones already arrived daily to engage and wear down the enemy. As such, for many years, it became a daily occurrence for the insect race to send dozens of swarms to attack various defense zones. Naturally, the effects were very successful, causing damage in the billions daily to the coalition forces, while the losses for the insect race didn't faze Socrates at all. It was as if nothing affected him, not even to the extent of a single hair falling out. However, things took a turn a month ago when it seemed like the enemy suddenly adjusted their deployment strategies. Since that day, their losses sharply decreased to even less than before. Yet there was no noticeable change in the casualties for the insect race. What's going on? In order to understand the situation, Socrates directly sent 2 mixed insect swarms to probe the matter personally. Each of these 2 swarms had 800 billion combat insects and 200 billion jet insects, which could already be considered as regular combat swarms under Socrates' command. Whereas the previous coalition forces had become medium-sized and large-scale swarms, in Socrates' system, they could only be considered as militias. As for the probing location, Socrates chose the area where abnormalities first appear, which happened to be Defense Zone 8-11 of the verse line. No. You're the commander, how can you personally go to the front lines? Let me handle it. Inside the main camp of the verse line, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bird was taken aback and immediately tried to stop him. No, some matters I need to confirm myself, so I must go and command. Lin Fan decisively rejected Bird's proposal. In his view, this change in the insect race was indeed unusual. Lin Fan even had a hunch that there must be an intelligent insect commanding behind the scenes. Therefore, Lin Fan decided to personally go to the front line to take command. Through his command, he examined the corresponding behaviors that appeared based on his orders to further determine whether the insect race was acting on instinct or under unified command. Bird also noticed from Lin Fan's eyes that there was no point in further persuasion. Several hours later, 1 trillion third-level civilization battleships and the 150 billion fourth-level civilization battleships that were resting in the main camp had all assembled. Despite taking several hours, considering the numbers, the speed of assembling over 1 trillion battleships in just a few hours was already considered very fast. Looking at the massive fleet of over 1 trillion battleships before him, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at the speed of Bert's assembly. Soon, under Lin Fan's command, the Super Stargate began to activate, and the massive fleet began to disappear one after another. Although Bert had already seen the activation of the Super Stargate once before, witnessing it again still left him with a sense of inexplicable shock. Verse line. Defense Zone A-11. A huge battleship emerged from the spatial tunnel, followed by waves upon waves of battleships landing. Each wave had at least 200 million battleships. However, despite the high efficiency of the Super Stargate, it still took a long time for the over trillion battleships to all arrive, nearly approaching 10 days. Lin Chia moved the defense line 30 million kilometers forward to leave enough safe space for the large forces arriving from the rear. Once Lin Fan arrived at the 8-11 defense zone, he immediately deployed the defense line. Won't 30 million kilometers be too much? No. We must leave enough safety zone for the following fleet. After all, this time the attacking insect race has a large number of jet insects. The landing point for the support fleet must have sufficient depth and distance from the main battleground. I understand. I'll arrange it immediately. At the moment, with 20 hours remaining until the contact time of the 2 super swarms, Lin Fan calculated that they should be able to deploy approximately 80% of the nearly 120 billion fourth-level civilization battleships. With this quantity, the initial defense line should be able to hold steady. The current problem was whether the insect race had a commander of a higher intelligence. If not, then even before the arrival of the third-level civilization's 10 million battleships, the original force in the 8-11 defense line alongside the 15 billion fourth-level civilization battleship should be able to handle the 2 trillion insect numbers. But if there were, then the situation would be much more difficult. If Lin Fan commanded the insect race, there would be countless ways to break into the array on the defense line, causing significant casualties to the coalition forces. As for the Federation's 5th-level civilization battleships, they indeed were not afraid of the insect race. However, with the 2 trillion insect numbers, relying solely on the few 5th-level civilization battleships within a single defense zone, even if they stood there to fight, it would take them a very long time to finish. Therefore, the final main forces predominantly consisted of a colossal number of 3rd and 4th-level civilization battleships. Battleships continued to arrive and merge into the defense line. Soon, 20 hours had passed. During this time, Lin Fan had set up 3 defense lines as temporary deployments for the early stages of the war. The first defense line was composed of 100 million 5th-level civilization battleships from the Federal Expeditionary Army's 1st Legion and was positioned at the forefront. The second defense line was where Lin Fan's Gong Gong number personally oversaw, deploying 1 billion battleships from the Federal Expeditionary's 3rd Legion, and 120 billion 4th-level civilization battleships that had been brought in, forming a semi-spherical formation behind the 1st defense line, approximately 5 million kilometers. As for the 3rd defense line, it was entirely composed of 3rd-level civilization battleships, guarding the safety zone 20 million kilometers behind, considering even the 4th-level civilization battleships hadn't fully arrived yet, as the 1 trillion 3rd-level civilization battleships were still queuing up in front of the Super Stargate in the main camp. Therefore, the number of 3rd-level civilization battleships within the defense zone was only 800 million. Even if they were brought up to the front for fire support, it wouldn't be that meaningful. Interesting. Are they learning our tactics? Lin Fen observed the tactical images, noticing the approaching swarm getting close to the 1st defense line by approximately 5 million kilometers. Commander, is this true? Seems likely. It appears that behind the current insect race attack, there is an intelligent creature giving commands. Looks like there's no turning back. From the tactical images, it was evident that the initially rounded formations of the 2 groups of insects were gradually changing, ultimately transforming into 2 formations resembling a fleet assault formation. Although not entirely neat, everyone recognized that it indeed was an assault formation, like 2 sharp daggers, aggressively plunging toward the 1st defense line in the 8-11 zone. End of this chapter. Chapter 330. Wang Chan, the incompetent learner. In a certain star system, Socrates, with his fat and huge body, was lying motionless on the surface of a planet. It seemed as if he was in hibernation, but his powerful mental strength was commanding every insect attacking Zone 8-11 through the insect race's mental network. It's really a bit difficult to command 2 trillion war insects at the same time. It was his first attempt to command his subordinates so meticulously, and he immediately felt the strain. He reluctantly had to give up part of the command over the war insects and only ordered them to follow simply, focusing on commanding 1 trillion of them. This was why Lin Fen and others felt that the insect swarm had learned the assault formation, were somewhat disorderly and not in perfect alignment. After all, half of the insects were simply following the insects directly commanded by Socrates. However, from here, one could see how powerful the top king insect in the insect race was. It could truly be considered a masterful use of 1 trillion. After a lot of effort, Socrates finally managed to barely maintain the 2 insect swarms in an assault formation, although it still looked very disorganized. For the insect race, this was an unprecedented attempt. Verl's defense line, Zone 8-11. Watching the tactical images where 2 insect swarms were attacking the 1st defense line like 2 sharp knives, Lin Fan's expression became serious, as the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Although he had long suspected that there were intelligent insects capable of commanding within the insect race, he had never imagined that the insect race could go this far. The 1st Legion is ready to attack. The gamma-ray cannon of the Gongon is charging up. Tell Lin Chiat to create the most favorable conditions for our attack. Yes, Commander. Soon, the order reached the flagship of the 1st Legion located within the 1st defense line. Order. The entire Legion will form an assault formation and break through between the 2 insect swarms of the insect race. Yes, Legion Commander. All warships' rear subspace engines lit up instantly, the entire Legion moving forward and gradually adjusting into an assault formation. The scene on the battlefield now looks somewhat strange. On one side, 2 insect swarms formed into assault formations, attacking the 1st defense line simultaneously. On the other side, the 1st Legion also formed an assault formation, with the leading edge of the Legion in the center between the 2 insect swarms a gap. If things continued like this, the 3 assault formations from both sides would pass each other without interference. In reality, even Socrates is a bit confused now, as he was just starting to learn about this kind of formation in the galaxy. He could arrange a few decent formations based on imitation, but when it came to how to use them, how to change, how to respond, he was still at a beginner level. So, at this moment, he was really befuddled. The opponent was not playing according to the rules. Shouldn't he strengthen his defense now instead of organizing a counterattack? But why did the opponent also arrange an assault formation and initiate an assault from their 2 insect swarms? Wasn't that area supposed to be empty? Wasn't this formation meant for breaking through the enemy's defense? Socrates completely failed to understand Lin Tian's strategy, feeling that what he understood over the years was totally different. It was as if two people were fighting, and one side made a move, expecting the other to respond accordingly, but the other side completely ignored the move and continued with their own strategy, resulting in both sides just doing their own thing, not engaging. I shouldn't have learned this kind of thing. Sticking to the old tactics would have been better, just a direct charge. The 3rd Legion's speed, even when controlled, was still very fast, reaching a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, and quickly arrived between the two insect swarms. Seeing this, Socrates no longer insisted on playing with formations and just ordered both sides of the insect swarms to flank towards the center, preparing to overwhelm them in one go and secure victory in the first round. However, Socrates underestimated one thing: the speed of the 3rd Legion. It suddenly accelerated between the two large insect swarms' encirclement, using its speed advantage to break out of the encirclement directly. Subsequently, it decreased its speed again and maintained a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second, matching the speed of the insect swarms. To Socrates, this was a provocation, as if it was saying, "Come on, come chase me." Looks like it. In the center of the 2nd defense line, inside the huge Titan-class battleship Gonggong. Seeing the two massive insect swarms collide completely, Ling Fen nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Commander, the gamma-ray cannon is fully charged. Could immediately plan the best strafing route to ensure the maximum effectiveness." Understood. With the order given, Liang Zhu immediately summoned a virtual operating interface without wasting a second. She operated swiftly, almost making it difficult for others to follow. "Commander, the strafing route has been planned. The expected casualties among the insect race are 70 billion, with an error margin of no more than 10 billion. Good. Begin the firing procedure immediately. Also, send the data of the beam-man strafing route to the 3rd Legion, so they can evacuate the corresponding area immediately." The relevant data has been sent to the 3rd Legion. The gamma-ray cannon firing program is commencing. Safety lock released 10 seconds before the shot. 9, 3, 2, 1. 0 inches firing initiated. Instantly, a tremendous amount of energy shot out from within the huge device on the belly of the Gonggong, speeding towards the front. Since the gamma ray was invisible, no one could see the attack along the way. All that could be seen was the blur in the void along the beam's trajectory. Seconds later, the powerful energy released by the gamma ray cannon hit the insect swarm and quickly pierced through. Everything in its path was completely destroyed without mercy. However, due to the massive 2 trillion insect population, even though the beam's radius could reach up to 200,000 kilometers, it could only affect a tiny part of the swarm. Begin strafing according to the plan. Yes. Strafing procedure commencing. Gamma ray cannon strafing port deviation safety device released. Commence horizontal deflection at 45 degrees. Understood. Deflection set to 45 degrees, initiating horizontal deflection. Instantly, the entire beam began to sweep to the right side, until a minute later, the gamma ray cannon stopped outputting energy, and its firing port component was visibly destroyed. Replace the firing port component immediately. Yes. As the Gonggong began to replace the gamma ray cannon module's firing port component, all other civilizations on the defense line were astonished. In the distance, within the huge insect swarm, a central area appeared to be cleared out in the shape of a single character. Within this area, approximately 70 billion insects had completely disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 331. The scene of a qualified bait. Gamma ray cannon sweeping the insect swarm. Socrates experienced it as if he was there himself through the spiritual network of the insects. Even he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his body. How could they attack in this way? It's just like the 3rd level king insect. Within the insect hierarchy, at the bottom are various warrior insects, while above them are the king insects that command these warriors. Warrior insects have low intelligence, mostly acting on instinct, but unlike king insects, starting from the 5th level king insect, they possess intelligence and various abilities. Of course, king insects are also divided into levels, a total of 5, with significant differences in abilities between different levels of king insects. Someone like Socrates, a 5th level king insect, was actually one of the weaker king insects. At the top of the entire population, commanding all king insects, is the only emperor insect in the insect colony. As Socrates said, once evolving into a 3rd level king insect, They gain powerful attack methods, somewhat similar in essence to the Federation's Gamma Ray Cannon. It's important to note that there is a huge gap in strength between each level of King Insects, which is why Socrates felt a sense of fear upon seeing the attack of the Gamma Ray Cannon. After all, this was a method belonging to third-level King Insects, and in the entire insect colony, there were only a dozen or so third-level King Insects. For Socrates, that was a being that crossed to evolutionary levels, towering above. Through the spiritual network of the insects, Socrates tightly focused on the distant massive warship. This threat had to be eliminated first. With this in mind, Socrates immediately awakened 5 nearby mixed insect swarms through the insect's spiritual network, directing them towards the 8-11 defense zone. After completing all this, Socrates redirected all his attention back to commanding the 2 mixed insect swarms, something Lin Fen was unaware of at the moment. Vel's line of defense, Zone 8-11. Inside the Great Work Titan-class battleship, the current battlefield, starting from the Federation's 3rd defensive line, included the positions of the 3rd defensive line, the 2nd defensive line, the 1st defensive line, to super insect swarms, and the Federation's 1st Legion. Commander, the insect swarms have stopped chasing the 1st Legion and are now heading towards our position. The 2 super insect swarms, which had been chasing the 1st Legion, suddenly gave up the pursuit and turned towards the 2nd defensive line, or more precisely, their current target was the Great Work Titan-class battleship. Yet, it's coming for us. It seems that the intelligent insect behind them perceives us as the biggest threat and must be eliminated first. Order Belides to bring his 1st fleet of the 3rd Legion as the escort fleet of the Great Work and head to the 1st defensive line. At the same time, order all 4th-level civilization fleets on the 2nd defensive line to prepare for attack. Yes, Lin Fen was preparing to use himself as bait. A qualified bait. Lin Fen, fundamentally speaking, didn't need to bring the escort fleet because ordinary warrior insects posed no threat to the Great Work. However, this battle was different. There was an intelligent insect commanding the swarm. When it realized it couldn't take down the Great Work, it might directly attack the 2nd defensive line. Therefore, Belides' 1st fleet of the 3rd Legion, with its 10 million warships, was a tactical deception. They surrounded the Great Work as if protecting it at all costs, making the presence of the Great Work temporarily unapproachable by the insect swarm. Delaying as much as possible would provide more time for the 4th-level civilization fleets on the 2nd defensive line to attack unhindered and gather more warships behind. Among the 3rd Legion of the Expeditionary Force, only Belides' 1st fleet could accomplish this mission since the other 9 fleets were 4th-level civilization warships and lacked space shields. Running into the insect swarm meant certain death. Soon, Belides' fleet had converged around the Great Work, forming a tight defensive line and proceeding towards the 1st defensive line. The Federation's warships moved swiftly, covering over 5 million kilometers in less than a minute, arriving at the 1st defensive line. The 2 super insect swarms were still about 6 million kilometers away from the 1st defensive line at this moment due to the distance they were led away while chasing the 1st Legion. Start deploying unidirectional energy barrier modules around the Great Work. Understood. Countless drone-like objects shot out from the Great Work and adjusted their positions between the Great Work and Belides' fleet, forming what seemed like a new protective barrier. Unidirectional energy barrier devices launched, a total of 2,785 launched. 2,215 remaining in reserve. All modules expected to reach their designated positions in 37 seconds. Lin Fen, watching the arrangements made by Liangzu, turned back to the tactical display in front of him, seeing the 2 insect swarms closing in at a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second, rapidly approaching his position, now just about 5 million kilometers away. End of this chapter. Chapter 332. The battleships of the suddenly attacked Array Federation were very powerful. It can be said that, except for the lack of weapons specifically targeting spatial shields, they were not at all weaker in firepower compared to the battleships of the 4 great level 5 civilizations. However, for the 2 super swarms, the attack of 10 million battleships was just like itching and barely had any effect. Even adding the 1st Legion, attacking from behind the swarm didn't change the situation. Socrates, at this moment, was staring fixedly at the immensely huge battleship ahead through the mental network of the swarm. It had encountered this type of battleship before, during the first confrontation between the Vera Alliance and the swarm, when the commanding general at the time, Leah, also rode a Titan-class battleship as a flagship. That was Socrates' first time engaging in battle with this level of battleship, leaving a deep impression due to its powerful firepower and impenetrable defense. However, the Titan-class battleship of the Vera Federation was not invincible. After about a day of fighting, it could no longer maintain its spatial shield. If it hadn't escaped fast enough in the end, it would probably have been left behind by the swarm directly on the battlefield. Therefore, Socrates was very clear about the weaknesses of this kind of battleship and already had a plan on how to deal with it. On the battlefield, both sides had already begun exchanging fire. Socrates' wisdom was also evident, with nearly 20 million jet bugs dispersed throughout the two swarms, protected by combat bugs. Only when they had accumulated enough energy to launch an attack would the combat bugs clear a path for them. Afterwards, they would once again shield the jet bugs behind them. However, after a prolonged attack, they still couldn't break through the Federation battleship's spatial shield, causing no damage at all. Yet Socrates was not at all anxious. After all, it wasn't the first time he had faced a level 5 civilization. He had seen this kind of situation before. Whether these small battleships could be eliminated didn't concern him at all. What he cared about was whether the threatening Titan-class battleship could be taken out. After all, even a level 5 King Worm-like gamma-ray cannon couldn't withstand it. It was already a threat to his life. On Linden's side, although the firepower was strong, the number was so small that after several waves of attacks, the number of swarms killed was less than even 50 million, which was simply insignificant compared to the trillions of swarms. One side ignored the other's attacks, while the other side, with numbers too great, didn't care at all about the minor losses. It wasn't until this state had persisted for 10 minutes that the swarm finally reached the array, where Linden was situated. Socrates, watching this scene through the swarm's mental network from afar, was also somewhat excited. As long as they made the push, the rest depended on slowly wearing them down with numbers. There was nothing the swarm couldn't grind down. If there was anything, it was that their numbers weren't sufficient. Well, that was the swarm's logic: overwhelm the opponent with absolute numerical superiority. Although the 10 million battleships of Beloti laid down an iron barrel array around the gong number, it didn't mean that the swarm couldn't rush in and attack the gong number. Battleship formations, no matter how tight, still left at least 2 to 3 kilometers between each ship. Otherwise, it would easily lead to collisions between battleships, which also wasn't conducive to formation adjustments. At this moment, all battleships' close defense systems were fully activated. Even though their power was far inferior to the main guns and secondary guns, their advantage lay in having a sufficient quantity. They immediately formed an impenetrable barrage. Furthermore, the Federation had now equipped itself with the 4th-generation rapid-fire electromagnetic railguns, far surpassing the previous 3 generations in terms of both power and rate of fire. Of course, even so, the close defense system was still just that, a close defense system. The power was still minimal, unable to achieve instant destruction like the main guns or immediate heavy damage like the secondary guns on the battleships. However, leveraging the advantage of rate of fire and accuracy that the ship guns didn't possess, after a dozen or even dozens of hits, they could still kill the swarm. For a while, the swarm couldn't break through. After all, Linden's formation consisted of only 10 million battleships, tightly arranged for defensive purposes. The entire array was already very small, so even if the swarm had greater numbers, they couldn't press in at the same time. Moreover, the outer escort battleships all had spatial shields for protection, making the swarm embarrassed. Wanting to rush in, the barrage was too dense, so for a while, they couldn't move forward. If they didn't force their way in, they could try to gradually attack from the outside. Moreover, the battleships on the second line of defense, numbering over 10 billion from level 4 civilizations, finally began furiously firing their terrifying cannons. To prevent damage to the disguised unidirectional energy shield device, when Linden had the second line of defense fire, they avoided targeting the center of the array. With the internal tight defense and the external powerful firepower strikes, the swarm's assault became even more challenging. This scene left the distant Socrates momentarily a loss on what to do. 3 hours later, the swarm still hadn't made any headway. In contrast, outside Linden's array, under the joint attack of Linden's fleet in the first line of defense, the level 4 civilization fleet in the second line of defense, and the Federation's 1st Legion positioned behind the swarm, the losses had already reached a staggering 80 billion. This level of loss even exceeded the damage caused by the initial gamma-ray cannon. At this moment, Socrates continued to watch Linden's defensive formation through the swarm's mental network, focusing on the turtle array. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something. The 6 pairs of eyes on its face all rotated at the same time. There was a way. Why hadn't it thought of it earlier? Since the other side could defend in this manner, it could also completely attack by employing the same method. Immediately, countless instructions were transmitted through the swarm's mental network to the 2 swarms at the front line. The bugs receiving the latest orders immediately sprang into action. In a certain part of the swarm, initially, a few bugs crowded together, then over a dozen bugs formed a circle around them, repeating the action several times. Altogether, nearly 1,000 bugs rolled into a large snowball, forming a massive circular formation of war bugs that reached nearly 2 kilometers in size. This scene wasn't an isolated case, but was happening throughout the enormous swarm. Soon, tens of millions of circular formations of war bugs appeared. Subsequently, these war bug formations raced towards Linden's formation and plunged into it, following the gaps between the battleships. If they were far away, this kind of war bug formation would definitely be the fleet's preferred target. A single blast from the main guns could easily kill a large number of them instantly. But the current situation was different. In close combat, the main guns were completely useless. The secondary guns couldn't keep up in speed, so they could only rely on the close defense systems. Due to insufficient power, they couldn't completely annihilate the entire formation. Finally, one of the war bug formations reached the gong number first, and all the bugs crowded together instantaneously scatter, rushing towards Linden's seat. End of this chapter. Chapter 333. A gap appeared on the side of the gong ship. The originally clustered combat insects instantly dispersed. Originally nearly 1,000 combat insects, now only less than 300 remained. After dispersing, these less than 300 combat insects quickly rushed towards the gong ship. Of course, even when they reached the front of the gong ship, these combat insects couldn't immediately touch the ship's hull. Previously, Lin Fan released a large number of unidirectional energy barrier modules deploy around the gong ship, forming a completely seamless protective circle. As a large number of combat insects were blocked by the energy barriers, they continuously used their sharp front legs to constantly strike the energy barrier in front of them. Commander, we can't effectively intercept the way the insect race is attacking us now. There might be more insects breaking through the interception later and directly attacking our gong ship. It's okay, that was our original purpose. You have to let that wise insect, which we don't know where it hides, see hope, so it will continue to encircle the insect swarm in the first defense line. Only this way, the second defense line can continue to attack without hindrance. As Lin Fan said, the 2 insect swarms completely surrounded Lin Fan's array located on the first defense line. In a radius of 3 million kilometers centered around Lin Fan's fleet, it was all filled with insects. This situation allowed the more than 10 billion level for civilization fleet on the second defense line to be comfortable. They just needed to keep firing to constantly weaken the living force of these 2 super insect swarms. On the other side, the first legion of insects was also outputting desperately. According to Lin Fan's estimation, at the current progress, as long as they could stick these 2 super insect swarms here for 5 days, they could completely annihilate them. The only thing to worry about was whether the intelligent insect, which was now completely focused on destroying their gong ship, would send more insect swarms as reinforcements to come here. In Lin Fan's view, this possibility was immense, as the insect race has never lacked in manpower. Commander, with the continuous increase in the number of insects, the outer barrier may not be able to hold for too long. Use backup unidirectional energy barrier modules according to Plan No. 3. Deploy them around. Be prepared to replace them at any time. Once a module runs out of energy and needs to be replaced, it should be immediately recharged inside the ship. At the same time, deploy all the armored units and cosmic knights to protect the gap when changing the energy barrier. Understood. Currently, there were nearly 3,000 unidirectional energy barrier modules deployed around the battleship. If these energy barriers were breached by the insect race due to energy depletion, it did not mean that the module was destroyed, but simply that the energy had run out. At this time, with the timely replacement of the backup modules, The unrecharged modules could be taken back to the ship for recharging. Each module had a Leica crystal as its energy core, which acted like a fast-charging battery. The Gongon ship had an immensely powerful zero-point energy as its core, which could fully charge a depleted Leica crystal in less than 10 minutes. Therefore, Linfan could fully utilize the over 2,000 spare modules inside the ship and the nearly 3,000 modules deploy outside, forming a systematic cycle. The only problem with this tactic was that even with quick replacement operations, a gap of several tens of seconds during this process couldn't be avoided, putting the armored units and Cosmic Knights to the test. The Federal Armored Unit was already the 7th generation, codenamed Greed Evolve, possessing attacking power not inferior to the battleship's close defense system. They could effectively kill combat insects and had small energy shields, as well as Leica crystals, as their power core. As for the Cosmic Knights, this was their first appearance, using technology from the Lalande starfield, the Leica Empire, essentially similar to fully enclosed exoskeletons. However, whether in attack or defense, they utilized a considerable amount of level for civilization technology. Therefore, while slightly weaker in combat ability compared to the armored units, they were more convenient to use in many situations. Importantly, they took up little space. Even a regular battleship could easily carry tens of thousands of Cosmic Knights. However, due to the scarcity of Leica crystals, both the Greed Evolve armored units and the Cosmic Knights were in small numbers in the Federal forces. Their limitation was not due to a lack of expansion willingness, but restricted by the scarce supply of Leica crystals. Until now, this unique resource had only been found into star systems, and its demand within the Federation was still high. Hence, apart from Linfan's Rai, the Gongon Titan-class battleship, none of the other battleships carried the Greed Evolve armored units or Cosmic Knights. As time passed, more and more combat insects, through aggregation, rushed into the central array and stuck onto the outer energy barrier of the Gongon ship, continuously attacking. After nearly half an hour, the first module's energy barrier integrity was about to drop to 0 due to energy depletion. Greed Evolve Armored Team 079, Cosmic Knight Team 196, immediately proceed to Module E175 for a complete protection during the replacement operation. Understood. Inside the Gongon ship, the command group was making corresponding adjustments. Immediately, the armored team and Cosmic Knights closest to Module E175 inside the barrier took action, flying towards the position of the module. A minute later, as a combat insect swiftly struck the energy barrier in front of it, wrapped in a layer of red energy, the barrier was sliced apart like tofu, then dissipated. At that moment, a dark green beam shot out from the Gongon ship, directly hitting Module E175. It wasn't a weapon, but an energy traction beam. This traction beam, after hitting Module E175, dragged it slowly towards the Gongon ship, while another new unidirectional energy barrier module quickly approached, ready to take its place. However, this replacement process indeed took time. It couldn't be completed in just a few seconds. At this moment, 3 combat insects, closest to the gap, took advantage of the opening and slipped into the barrier. At the same time, on a distant planet, Socrates watched this scene with excitement. Indeed, there was no defense that our insect race couldn't break through. If there was, it only meant that the numbers were not enough. Immediately, Socrates issued orders through the spiritual network to all combat insects near the gap. Enter through the gap immediately and destroy this giant battleship. End of this chapter. Chapter 330 for 3-day battle plan numbers to 28 machines follow me up. The Space Knight squad assists from the side. Machines 9 to 12 stay behind Tagar and replace the module. Yes. Immediately, 8 greedy mechas and 12 Space Knights charge towards the 3 fighting bugs that had just flown into the energy barrier gap. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 Volf mechas arrived at the designated coordinates of the replacement module, forming a small guard formation. Number 7 and 8, I have marked the targets. Stick 2 targets 2 and 3 respectively. Numbers to 2-6 come with me to surround and eliminate target 1. Space Knight squad patrols the perimeter. Strike directly if there's an opportunity. Yes. Upon hearing the squad leader's orders, everyone responded in unison and began to act according to the tactics. Within the barrier, two mechas instantly accelerated, relying on their powerful mobility to bypass the foremost fighting bug and leave it to the hunting squad behind them. After bypassing the first bug, the remaining two immediately entered their sight. Without hesitation, they raised their ion beam rifles and started shooting at the bugs. At such close range, with the bugs' huge bodies, they had no chance to dodge. Although the mech's weapons were relatively weak, just approaching the power of a warship's close-range defense, even if the shots were accurate, they only left some cracks on the boog's shell. Nonetheless, that was enough. The two bugs in pain turned red-eye, turned around, and attacked the mechas that were shooting at them. On the other side, the first fighting bug that rushed into the barrier had already met the hunting squad. The squad worked in a coordinated manner, some intentionally getting close to provoke and divert attention, others flying around the bug to attack, and some searching for opportunities to strike at the vital points. It was evident that these mechas and space knights had undergone extensive training and had exceptional coordination. Of course, the fighting bug couldn't hold on for long and soon succumb under the continuous attacks of the hunting squad. After dealing with this bug, the squad immediately pounced on the bug engaged by number 7. Using the same method, in just over 30 seconds, all 3 bugs that had rushed into the gap were hunted down. Is the module not in place yet? The captain looked through the gap ahead, and countless fighting bugs were rushing towards the gap, numbering at least 1,000. If they broke in, it would be a situation that their small squad alone couldn't handle. 3 seconds left. To 10. Module E31-9 is in place. One-way energy barrier initiating. Barrier activated. Gap sealed. Phew. That was a bit risky. The captain heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing the communication from the bridge command group as the barrier covered the gap once again with a pale blue energy shield. As time passed, more and more module energy was depleted and needed replacement. At one point, over 200 modules were being replaced simultaneously. Each module replacement was akin to a battle, with the most dangerous one occurring at a gap where a large number of fighting bugs gathered. The sudden appearance of the gap led to more than 200 bugs rushing into the barrier instantly. Only after summoning 3 squads, sacrificing 3 mechas, and 5 space knights did they manage to seal the gap. Gradually, as they broke through the escort fleet and approached the Gongon ship, the number of fighting bugs increased. From the outside, the Gongon ship could no longer be seen, as the energy barrier around the entire warship was now filled with bugs. Consequently, the module replacements for the energy barrier became increasingly challenging. The appearance of any gap led to at least 1 to 200 bugs infiltrating during those few seconds, no longer resembling the days when they only had to deal with a few fighting bugs. Nevertheless, thanks to the ample number of mechas and space knights aboard the Gongon ship, they could cope with the escalating crisis. Unconsciously, 3 days had passed since the start of the battle. The Beit Linfen and the Blorotus Third Army fleet stationed on the first defense line remained steadfast. In contrast, the insect race had suffered over 1 trillion casualties, with more than half of their forces decimated. If it were any other civilization's fleet experiencing such losses, they would have collapsed, but the insect race was different. The lower-level fighting bugs showed no fear or retreat. Even a single bug dared to charge at an entire fleet. However, Socrates wasn't feeling particularly good at the moment. Every time a breakthrough seemed possible to resolve the threat from the massive warship, the hope was quickly extinguished. For Socrates, the last 3 days had been a roller coaster of hope and disappointment. It always felt like success was within reach, only to slip away at the last moment. Yet, Socrates remained hopeful, thinking that the next attempt would surely succeed. And so, wandering between hope and disappointment for 3 full days, still persistently trying. However, even though Linfam was manipulating the situation, Socrates gradually realized that it had already suffered more than half of its losses. The majority of the casualties came from the hundreds of billions of warships on the second defense line, 150 billion fourth-class civilization warships and over 300 billion third-class civilization warships that arrived continuously within 3 days. In other words, while it was trying to crack the strategy of the massive warship, it had been getting hit for 3 days without retaliation from the adjacent forces. Wasn't that a bit foolish? Wait, did it forget something? Right? Socrates suddenly remembered and immediately checked the insect race's mental network. It recalled that it had arranged for the nearest 5 mixed bug groups to arrive 3 days ago, and now they were very close, with just about a day left before reaching the battlefield. Sensing the location of the 5 mixed bug groups, Socrates smiled. Though with its extremely ugly insect face, no one could tell it was smiling. At the same time, in Zone A211 on the first defense line. Inside the Gongong ship bridge, Commander, 5 superbug groups have been detected 5 astronomical units away, heading towards our A211 zone. Expected contact in 1 day. Just as expected, Lin Fen nodded. Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. End of this chapter. Chapter 335. The performance of the 1st Legion. Watching the tactical images, 5 AU away, the appearance of several new superbug swarms did not surprise Lin Fen at all. Ever since the 2 superbug swarms initially fixated on the Gongong number, Lin Fen knew that the intelligent bugs on the other side already viewed the Gongong number as a huge threat. It was very likely that they would send more bug swarms to ensure they were killed here. After all, what the bugs lacked the least was manpower. Of course, Lin Fen also took advantage of the determination of the intelligent bug to kill him in reverse, always making the other party think that they could soon take him down. The result was exactly as Lin Fen planned, with 2 superbug swarms surrounding the first defense line for a full 3 days without paying attention to the numerous allied fleets attacking on the second defense line. In those 3 days, Lin Fen managed to eliminate 1.2 trillion war bugs. Have all the dispatched legions arrived? Except for the 8th Legion dispatched from the A-16 defense zone, which still needs 1 hour to arrive. The other 5 legions have all arrived. Yes, since 3 days ago, Lin Fen judged that the bug race might send a large number of reinforcements, so he began to withdraw the federal forces deployed in the surrounding defense zones. After all, there were a total of 13 Galaxy-level legions on the Vels line of defense, 12 of which were pure 5th-level warship legions, with only the 2nd Legion ability integrating 9 affiliated civilization legions from the Magellan administrative region. And these 13 legions could not all be deployed in the A211 defense zone. After obtaining the command of the defense line, Lin Fen deployed the remaining 11 legions in the other 11 defense zones centered around the A211 defense zone. 3 days ago, Lin Fen ordered 6 Galaxy-level legions from the 11 defense zones to go to the A211 defense zone and gather outside the defense zone about 10 AU away, with the remaining 5 legions each responsible for the temporary defense of 2 to 3 defense zones. Well, let the 5 legions already in place each be responsible for a bug swarm, completely blocking them. At the same time, let Lin Chia show a stance of fighting to save the Gongong number, to solidify the determination of the intelligent bug on the other side to continue encircling and killing us on the first defense line. Finally, let the 8th Legion, which has not arrived yet, go directly to the second defense line and be deployed in the center of the defense line. Understood. Receiving the order, the 5 Federal Legions immediately began to take action. With the current battleships of the Federation, a distance of over 10 astronomical units required less than 10 seconds, and they directly arrived through short-range jumps. The 5 Galaxy-level legions quickly found their targets and launched a fierce attack. At the same time, Lin Chia began his performance. The entire 1st Legion directly assumed a stance of a desperate charge, like a sharp blade, rushing towards the position of the Gongong number. In just 1 minute, they crossed a distance of millions of kilometers and plunged into the bug swarm. On a distant planet, Socrates also noticed the movement of the 1st Legion. The fleet that had been attacking relentlessly behind him for 3 days without any movement was now struggling towards the massive battleship. Could it be? It should be. After all, they had been besieged for 3 days, and during 2 days more than before. Seeing this situation, it was very likely they wanted to rush in to protect their escape. If so, I cannot let you succeed. Thinking this, Socrates immediately began to command, but he did not know that once again he was being calculated by Lin Fen. On the A211 defense zone, on the first defense line, under Lin Qian's command, the 1st Legion of the Federation had penetrated about 1/3 of the bug swarm's depth and was about to meet the 1st fleet ability. However, at this moment, the war bugs within the bug swarm began to change. Between the 1st Legion and the array, where the Gongong number was located, numerous bugs began to converge, gather, and gather again. In the end, in front of the 1st Legion, a completely airtight bug wall formed, composed of hundreds of billions of war bugs. Seeing this scene, Lin Chia smiled. He was waiting for the bug race to react, otherwise, the show couldn't go on. Order all ships to gradually slow down the forward speed and hit all firepower on the bug group in front. Yes. Immediately, on the array in front, over 1 million battleships, countless ship cannons began to roar. Due to the close distance and the complete immobility of the bugs composing the bub wall, the hit rate of the First Legion was remarkably high, almost reaching close to 100%. For a time, a large number of bugs continued to fall. However, the First Legion had now formed a tight type of charge array where only the over 1 million battleships in front could fire. Meanwhile, the bub wall was composed of over 100 billion war bugs. The huge difference in basic numbers meant that the First Legion could not break through this bub wall in a short time. Moreover, the gaps created by the fallen war bugs would immediately be filled by other war bugs. In any case, there were still nearly 1 trillion war bugs in the bug swarm. Legion Commander, there are a large number of bugs approaching our array from all sides. Don't be hasty for now. In an exercise, you need to perform the full set. Let the battleships on the outer periphery of the array give me their full power to resist. Understood. If you were to view the tactical images now, the situation of the First Legion was similar to the Gongon number. There was an impenetrable bub wall in front, and in other directions, be it up, down, left, right, and behind. They were all filled with war bugs rushing towards their array. Immediately, the battleships on the outer side of the Legion's array began their attacks, with secondary cannons, close-range guns, and various missiles all roaring continuously. However, as there were only 100 million battleships facing hundreds of billions, or even over 1 trillion bugs rushing from all directions, such resistance was quite futile. In just a few minutes, war bugs had already penetrated the array, and after 10 minutes, no matter which side of the array, it had been breached by countless war bugs, causing the entire fleet to become extremely chaotic, with even the formation beginning to crumble. After holding out for another 3 minutes, the entire First Legion's formation completely collapsed, and the fleet began to break through, scattering everywhere. This Lin Tian, he's getting better and better at acting. He deserves an Oscar for this performance. Indeed, if we didn't know beforehand, I couldn't tell it was acting. It really looked like the formation was genuinely disrupted by the bub swarm. Watching the tactical images, with the First Legion now split into many parts, each struggling to break through the bug swarm, Lin Fan and Lianzu also smiled and said, "End of this chapter." Chapter 336, The Reassembled Legion of the Veil's Defense Line, A-11 Defense Zone. On the first defense line, the First Legion is currently organized in the scale of a fleet, divided into 10 fleets, rushing towards the chaotic swarm to break out, but during this process, each fleet is once again scattered by the surging swarm, ultimately turning into nearly 100 different size parts, each breaking out on its own. Over 10 minutes later, all parts of the First Legion finally break out completely, looking quite disheveled. Well done. Order all warships to regroup 5 million kilometers behind the swarm. However, if any fleet finish regrouping within 3 hours, the commander will be directly held accountable. As for how to regroup within 3 hours without being detected, each commander needs to figure it out themselves. Watching the fleets break out in a panic from the swarm, Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued to give orders. Yes, of course, this scene was also observed by Socrates. When it witnessed the formation of this fleet being disrupted by the swarm and breaking out in panic, it did not command the war bugs to pursue. For it, as long as it could drive them out and prevent this fleet from approaching the Gongon, it needed to focus on destroying this major threat and had no time to chase after the defeated fleet. Furthermore, the other 5 mixed swarms on the way would arrive within a day. At this moment, Socrates was confident about capturing the Gongon. However, focusing all its energy on commanding each war bug in the battle and not looking to the reinforcements, it did not realize that its 5 swarms had already been completely held up by the Federation's 5 legions. How long have the 5 super swarms been held back? Inside the Gongon, Lin Fan turned to Lianzu and asked, "It's been an hour, Commander." After hearing Lianzu's reply, Lin Fan began to think and quickly came to 2 conclusions. Firstly, this intelligent bug could remotely command the war bugs from a great distance. The details of its methods were not yet clear, but judging from the situation on the battlefield, it could even operate each war bug individually. Second, the currently dispatched 5 reinforcements had been held up for more than an hour by his 5 legions, and judging from their reactions, they were clearly acting on instinct and were not under command. This intelligent bug should be currently focusing all its energy on commanding the battle in the A-11 defense zone and not diverting attention to commanding those 5 super swarms. It might even be unaware of the fact that the 5 super swarms have been intercepted. Order the intercepting legions delaying the reinforcement swarms to move in the opposite direction of the A-11 defense zone while maintaining contact with the swarm speed. Having understood these, Lin Fan decisively gave new orders. Aren't you here to support? And you'll arrive in a day, so I'll take you back before you notice. The swarm might be 2 days away from the A-11 defense line. After a day, adding up the time, your reinforcements will take 3 days to reach the A-11 defense zone. With this 3-day time, I can first wipe out your current forces. As Lin Fan had expected, Socrates currently did not have any connection to any war bug from the 5 swarms through the mental network, nor had he considered being intercepted on the way. Perhaps, as Lin Fan thought, after a day, Socrates would notice that the reinforcements were not there, check and realize they had been lured away by the Federation's legions, turning a 1-day journey into a 2-day trip. Yes, the 5 intercepting legions who received the order immediately followed Lin Fan's plan, maintaining the speed with the swarm while heading in the opposite direction of the A-11 defense zone. Constantly attacking, they firmly attracted the swarm behind them. On the main battlefield, Socrates was pleased to have just prevented the rescue of the First Legion and focused all his attention on capturing the Gong Gong once again. However, the battle was still the same, always a little bit short, and being guarded by numerous mechs and space knights protecting the energy barrier module, the gap would be sealed again. Completely falling into Lin Fan's psychological trap, Socrates never considered whether it was a trap from the opponent, repeating to himself, "Damn, just a little bit more. Next time we'll definitely succeed." After 3 hours, the disorganized First Legion was finally collected, reassembled about 5 million kilometers behind the swarm. At this moment, Lin Qian was on his flagship, Cambridge, struggling to suppress laughter, afraid of bursting out laughing. His group of biohumans were really something. He had never imagined that biohumans could be so playful. In these 3 hours, in order to comply with Lin Qian's order, they had to deliberately delay, turning the situation that could have been reassembled in a maximum of 10 minutes into 3 hours. These biohuman commanders were indeed thinking outside the box. Deserters appeared, and then a group of warships chased the fleeing warships. Warships malfunctioned and couldn't move, so a group of warships moved slowly using tractor beams. Even there were incidents of mutiny and a bunch of warships attacking each other, but everyone had energy shields, so no one could really harm each other. The bizarre scenes continued to unfold. Finally, after delaying for 3.5 hours, the entire legion finally finished reassembling, although the formation was still somewhat chaotic. Well done. Tell all commanders to gradually stabilize the formation. Pay attention, gradually. Understood. Legion Commander. Another half an hour later, 4 hours had passed since the last attack on the swarm. The First Legion had finally recovered, lined up neatly just as it had been at the beginning. The fleet is regrouped, the formation is restored. It's time to attack again. Inform all fleets. Initiate another assault on the swarm in 3 minutes, targeting the location of the Gong Gong. Yes, Legion Commander. 3 minutes later, the First Legion once again rushed towards the rear of the swarm in a tight assault formation, quickly plunging into the swarm. End of this chapter. Chapter 337. The Gamma Ray Cannon unleashes its power at the Wells Defense Line, Zone A-11. On the first defense line, a battle surrounding the Gong Industrial Number has entered its 5th day. Socrates, lost in a frenzy, continues to fiercely command the war insects, hoping to break through Gong Industrial Number's defense completely in the next attack. It forgets that reinforcements in the form of 5 mixed insect swarms should have arrived yesterday. At this moment on the battlefield, there are only 300 billion insects left, and the Federal Defenders, led by Lin Fan, hadn't lost a single warship yet. However, despite no losses in warships, the losses of mechas and cosmic knights have been considerable, totaling close to 2,000. It's time for the final strike. Gradually close the energy barrier modules and activate the Gong Industrial Spatial Shield. Order Bilitis to follow my ship. Breakthrough with all our might. Order the First Legion to deploy firepower around our breakthrough area, showing a support posture from the outside. Finally, charge the Gamma Ray Cannon. Watching the tactical images showing significantly fewer insects than the previous days, Lin Fan immediately issued a series of commands. Subsequently, the Gong Industrial Rear Sublight Engine was activated after 5 days of no movement. The energy barrier modules around Gong Industrial were gradually closing, as if energy was depleting. Socrates felt excited seeing this. Finally, after 5 days, the shell couldn't hold it any longer. The efforts of the past 5 days, plus the 2 mixed insect swarms, must not be wasted. With this in mind, Socrates began to act. Billions of war insects gathered instantly and, akin to facing the first legion, quickly formed a bub wall on Gong Industrial's route. With more war insects joining, the bub wall was continuously thickening and expanding. All ships opened fire, blast a passage through the bub wall, and order the First Legion to provide fire support around our breakout area. Understood. The escort fleet, besieged by the insect swarm, had not used its main cannons for 5 days. Facing the bub wall blocking their path, they roared in frustration. Lin Fen had engaged in close combat with the insect race for 5 days, where the powerful but limited-range main cannons couldn't be effective due to the close proximity, and even the secondary cannons struggled to function appropriately, relying solely on point defense systems. Now, the insect race had formed a dense bub wall right in front of them, an ideal target for the main cannons with short distances, dense targets that weren't moving. 10 million battleships along with a Titan-class warship launched their main cannons at once, obliterating more than 100 million war insects with each shot. Socrates had effectively blocked the road with an impenetrable bub wall. There was no need even for target aiming. Direct fire straight ahead, and it would hit a cluster of insects. After the first salvo, the bug wall bore numerous massive holes, with each shot annihilating multiple war insects. The First Legion outside the insect swarm joined the attack. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's 10 million battleships, in conjunction with Bilitis' fleet, broke through the bub wall swiftly, aiming for the outskirts of the insect swarm. No. After breaking through this warship's tough shell, we can't let it escape. Socrates had suffered for 5 days, sacrificing nearly 2 trillion war insects to deplete the outer energy barrier. How could he let Lin Fen escape now? The entire insect swarm, following Socrates' command, pursued the Gong Industrial that had broken through the swarm. However, the lowest rank war insects could only fly at a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second. How could they catch up? After 2 minutes, the distance between them had stretched to over 6 million kilometers. Clearly, they couldn't catch up. This made Socrates extremely furious. Just 1 step away, and they could have taken down the giant warship. Frustrated as he was, he had to stop pursuit. They simply couldn't catch up. Just as Socrates was about to order the halt, he unexpectedly witnessed a turn of events. The giant silver warship halted its sublight engine tail. The entire warship came to a stop, while the defense escort fleet continued at full speed, but the Gong Industrial halted. A realization struck Socrates and he became extraordinarily excited. This is bad, but it's great. Let all war insects converge at once. As nearly 300 billion war insects closed in, Gong Industrial remained unmoved, with all war insects relentlessly pursuing on Socrates' command. There was no hint of the swarm left. Instead, it almost formed a straight line. It's about time. Begin. Moments later, a section of Gong Industrial's hull opened, revealing a massive module extending from within. The gamma-ray cannon. With a new targeting port installed and charged with energy, the gamma-ray cannon was ready to unleash its attack, awaiting Lin Fan's command. Commander, the firing trajectory is confirmed. Allies have moved out of the line of fire. Safety locks for firing are engaged and ready to attack. Fire. A. The entire Gong Industrial warship suddenly shook as the gamma-ray cannon converged its energy at the targeting port. A devastating surge of energy was released towards the insect race. Following 5 days of relentless pursuit by all war insects, the Gong Industrial had disrupted its formation, creating a nearly linear alignment. With this setup, it seemed like they would be obliterated in one fell swoop. And indeed, shortly after, the energy released by the gamma-ray cannon surged into Socrates' pursuit fleet, cutting through the entire fleet from the front and exiting through the rear. Over 1 billion war insects were instantly wiped out, nearly half of what remained in Socrates' control. But this wasn't the end. The gamma-ray cannon adjusted its angle and continued releasing energy, sweeping through the chasing swarm. As the port neared collapse, the gamma-ray cannon had to cease energy release. After scanning the aftermath, the casualties were apparent. Over 190 billion war insects obliterated in this assault. By this time, the remaining effective fighting force under Socrates was less than 100 billion. End of this chapter. Chapter 338. What does it mean to win with less than 100 billion battle bubs left? After more than 5 days, now on the first defense line of Zone 8 to 11, there are already over 700 billion warships gathered, with more warships continuing to arrive. In other words, the insect race has completely lost its numerical advantage. Lin Fen had analyzed that currently, there are a total of 3 types of insect species: combat insects, jet insects, and ant nests. Well, it's still uncertain whether the ant nest is a type of insect race or simply a small asteroid. Among these 3 types, combat insects are for close combat, jet insects are for medium to long-range attacks, and ant nests are similar to transport ships. As for whether they can attack, currently, it is still unknown, as there have been no observed attacking behaviors. Regardless of which type within these 3, judging by their abilities, their combat power can be classified as close to the peak of a Tier 3 civilization. So why is it that with only the combat power of a Tier 3 civilization, even Tier 5 civilizations are feeling troubled? The reason lies in the quantity, the overwhelming quantity, the endless quantity. The term insect sea is no mere phrase. Over the years, all battles between the galactic civilizations and the insect race have always been with a ratio of at least 1 to 1,000, sometimes even reaching 1 to 10,000 or more. So now, facing just 100 billion battle bugs against over 700 billion warships of Tier 3 to 5 civilizations, what will happen? They will be completely crushed. The insect race won't even have a chance to approach the defenders at the front line. Without their numerical advantage, the insect race is simply insignificant and can be easily dealt with by any Tier 3 civilization. At this moment, even Socrates realized that without realizing it, his 2 mixed insect swarms, with a total of 2 trillion battle bugs, had dwindled to less than 100 billion. Looking ahead at the neatly arranged hundreds of billions of warships of the Milky Way allied forces on the defense line, moving in an orderly manner towards the remaining battle bugs. Of course, this was Lin Fan's command. There was no need to delay any longer. The bait had already served its purpose, and now it was up to the fleet to handle the rest. Soon, the battle resumed, but this time, the positions of both sides were completely reversed. Previously, it was the insect race launching fierce attacks, while Lin Fan took a defensive stance, slowly wearing down their numbers. But now, it was the Milky Way allied forces launching the offensive, and with over 700 billion warships facing less than 100 billion battle bugs, it was clear that the insect race was overwhelmed. They wanted to advance, but under the intense firepower, they couldn't even get close. At this point, Socrates knew that these remaining battle bugs had no hope left, so he cut off their connection to the insect race's mental network, letting them fend for themselves. Because he suddenly remembered that he had sent reinforcements a few days ago. Once these reinforcements arrived, he could once again turn the tide, as these reinforcements consisted of 5 mixed insect swarms, totaling 5 trillion battle bugs. However, it seemed that these reinforcements, which should have arrived yesterday, had yet to reach their destination. After recalling the matter of the reinforcements, Socrates also became puzzled. He immediately connected to the mental network of the insect race to check on the battle bugs within the 5 mixed swarms and understand the situation. But when Socrates connected to the 5 mixed swarms and saw the situation, he exploded with anger. Could these low-ranking battle bugs really be so foolish as to reach this point without his direct command? How could Socrates not be furious? The 5 mixed insect swarms, originally a day's journey away from Zone 8 to 11, had been lured away by someone and were now almost 3 days' travel distance from Zone 8 to 11. This was beyond foolish. In his anger, Socrates failed to realize that he himself had also been outmaneuvered by Lin Fan for the past 5 days on the first defense line. After suppressing his anger, Socrates' mind began to turn. The 5 mixed insect swarms were now 3 days' journey from the battlefield, and they would likely continue to be harassed by the enemy along the way. This was the closest group of 5 to the battlefield. While the insect race's numbers were significant, they were still gathering from various locations at the end of the first major spiral arm. Most importantly, this gathering point was several light years away from the battlefield, and rushing there was not something that could be accomplished quickly. In the meantime, with the front lines executing the attrition tactics, these 5 swarms were the closest, and for the other swarms to arrive, it would take at least 5 days or more. Just as they had finally broken through the defenses of that warship, they realized that it was too late. After 3 days. They would have to start all over again, especially with the continuous influx of enemy warships. 3 days from now, relying on these 5 swarms, Socrates believed that they might face a similar fate if they tried to fight again in 3 days. Rather than risk another failure, it would be better to prepare more thoroughly to ensure a decisive victory. At the same time, on the battlefield in Zone A211, the insect race was now completely surrounded and decimated, having lost their numerical advantage and being powerless to resist. It was only a matter of time before they were entirely annihilated. Commander, the various interception legions report that the 5 super insect swarms supporting us are currently withdrawing, completely ignoring our attacks. It seems that the intelligent insect has remembered the reinforcements and is now commanding them. Upon hearing the report from Liangzhu, Lin Fen smiled and said, "Indeed." Lin Fen truly wanted to laugh at the intelligence of that insect. Originally, he had only intended to lure those 5 super insect swarms away for a brief time, at most a day, but now, 2 days later, the intelligent insect had just remembered the reinforcements. He didn't know what to say about that. Should we continue to pursue and try to kill more of them? There's no need. Tell them they can return to their own area. Understood. After that, Lin Fan continued to watch the tactical images. Evidently, the Allied fleet had completely formed the encirclement, with all-round crossfire thoroughly trapping the insect race, leaving them unable to move. Perhaps the only thing they could do now was to wait for the moment of darkness to fall. 5 hours later, on the entire battlefield, there were no longer any signs of life from any battle bugs. The defense battle in Zone A211, lasting 5.5 days since the start of the war, finally came to a close. According to the post-battle statistics, the Federal fleet had only suffered losses in some mechs and space knights, while the losses on the Allied side were minimal, except during the final siege battle, where they lost approximately over 300,000 warships against the desperate attacks of the insect jet bugs. Within the defense lines, all civilizations were cheering for this great victory, except Lin Fan, who wore a serious expression at the moment. Retreating the 5 super insect swarms may not necessarily indicate surrender. The likelihood is that they are preparing to gather more insect swarms to decisively resolve the situation in Zone A211. End of this chapter. Chapter 339. Wan Chan's assassination plan in the Wells Defense Line main camp. Bert, I remember many years ago you started a life planet destruction plan. I wonder how far along you are with it now. Inside the Gong Gong battleship, Lin Fen looked at Bert's hologram and asked. Yes, back then, the 4 giants jointly formulated this plan to completely destroy the root of the insect race's expansion. However, later on, all the insects at the end of the spiral arm willingly abandoned the planet and gathered towards the Wells defense line. Hence, the plan was put on hold. Bert replied and looked at Lin Fan with some confusion, not understanding why he was asking about this. Could it be that he wanted to restart that plan? Well, we'll have to make other arrangements then. Lin Fan looked somewhat regretful. This puzzled Bert even more. Did Lin Fan really want to restart that plan? There's no need for it anymore, right? Commander Lin Fan, are you suggesting something? With many doubts of his own, Bert asked Lin Fan again. Do you know that among the insect race, there is an intelligent insect that can command all the insect swarms? Yes, I had that feeling before and reported it to the higher-ups, but the fur leaders considered it a ridiculous idea. You asking this now, could it be? Suddenly realizing something, Bert widened his eyes. That's right, the reason I insisted on personally commanding at the front line this time was to confirm whether this intelligent insect truly exists. In this battle, I used many methods to test, to observe the insects' reactions, to see if they show any behaviors contradicting their instincts and leaning towards rationality. And as expected, the results were just as I predicted, leading to 3 conclusions. First, there is indeed an intelligent insect among the insect race. Second, this insect can roughly command a large number of insect swarms, even commanding each battle insect in detail. And when giving detailed commands, it can simultaneously command around 1 trillion battle insects. Third, well, this insect, despite its intelligence, is still quite foolish. After saying this, Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, this insect is somewhat foolish, but regardless, its high intelligence is now confirmed fact. Exactly as I suspected initially, but the higher-ups just wouldn't believe it. In front of Lin Fan, Bert's hologram also appeared somewhat excited. Years ago, when Bert reported this to the leaders of the 4 giants, he was ridiculed and even Verdo did not support his views. This made him feel aggrieved for many years. Now, Lin Fan not only shared the same view but even drew detailed conclusions through a battle. How could he not be excited? So Commander Lin Fan, what do you suggest? Bert understood that since Lin Fan had drawn so many conclusions and had inquired about the previous planet eradication plan at the end of the spiral arm, he must have a plan in mind. I'm preparing an assassination plan for this intelligent insect, but the prerequisite is that I need to know its whereabouts. Lin Fan nodded and said. This reminded Bert of the Federation's means, the Stargate. As long as they knew where the insect was, they could arrive at its location within minutes and assassinate it. Definitely feasible. However, Bert did not know that Lin Fan had no intention of deploying fleets to carry out this task but was planning to end it straight away with a zero-point bomb. Right now, no one knew the specific combat capability of this insect. If it had powerful combat abilities and the fleet sent for the kill were at risk, and if the insect managed to escape, it would be difficult to track down later. Therefore, Lin Fan was planning to use the safest option. Once its location was confirmed, send a zero-point bomb carrier directly to destroy the entire star system along with the insect. I understand. So Commander Lin Fan plans to use the fleets that previously carried out the planet destruction mission at the end of the spiral arm to search for the insect's trail. Yes, but it wouldn't be a problem without them. So, we will divide the entire end of the first spiral arm into regions. Each region will be divided based on the size that battleships of the 5th level civilization can complete reconnaissance within 3 months. Subsequently, we will use the Stargate to send fleets directly to each designated region. Lin Fan slowly revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, Bert's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. By utilizing the characteristics of the interstellar gate, they could compress the time taken to search regions that would otherwise require many years into just 3 months. Such a brilliant move it made Bert realize that previously, he had only considered the Stargate's use in battles, neglecting its other aspects. Through Lin Fan's reminder, he now saw that the Stargate could shine not only in combat but also in interstellar exploration, reconnaissance, and even civilian applications. Commander Lin Fan, this move is truly excellent. With this, we only need 3 months to search the entire end of the spiral arm thoroughly. We will definitely find this intelligent insect. Yes, that's the plan. Once we eliminate this insect, dealing with the remaining beings, though numerous, will be much easier if they can only act on instinct. True. I will go and divide the regions and assign fleets to carry out this mission. Good. Inform me immediately if any discoveries are made. Understood. Soon, the two ended their communication, with Bert having to quickly put Lin Fan's plan into action, leaving Lin Fan to ponder over more matters. For instance, how to respond to the next insect attack on the A211 defense zone. Lin Fan was confident that once he understood the general nature and habits of this insect, it would launch the largest offensive in the history of the A211 defense zone shortly. The question was, would it strike before he could eliminate it? If yes, how large would the scale be? Lin Fan felt it necessary to expand the reconnaissance range. The Wells defense line's current 5 astronomical units scout range was either due to the arrogance of the previous 4 giants or some other reason, providing the defense zone with a reaction time of just 1 day. This was undoubtedly too short. Lin Fan believed that the time needed for this task should be at least 10 days. Even if it required massive resources, it was worth it. After making the decision, Lin Fan turned to Liangzu. Help me issue a notice, instructing all military factories in the main camp to produce surveillance devices at full capacity and send them to each defense zone. Subsequently, request all defense zones to expand their surveillance networks to a range of 50 astronomical units. This mission must be completed within a month. Okay, I will do it immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 340 Ready to roll. After instructing Liangzu, Lin Fan shifted his focus to deploying the defense line. In order to win the upcoming potential largest war in history against the insect race, Lin Fan first dispatched a portion of the 4th and 5th level civilization warships to exchange defense duties. Following the handover of defense responsibilities, the 11 federal fleets that were replaced were deployed in the rear of the A211 defense zone. As soon as there was any activity in the A211 defense zone, these 11 galactic-level legions could arrive within an hour. Of course, the 115 billion warships that had been reinforced in the A211 defense zone were not disbanded by Lin Fan, but like the federal fleets, they were lurked in the rear of the defense zone. Finally, Lin Fan weakened and the defense forces of all defense zones by 5 percentage points and arranged the withdrawn warships in dozens of defense zones surrounding the A211 defense zone. Do not think that just recalling 5 percentage points of warships from each defense zone is insignificant. It should be noted that the entire Veles defense line is composed of numerous defense zones, and if all the troops in these defense zones are added together, the scale would easily surpass 10 trillion. Therefore, these 5 percentage points of warships amounted to hundreds of billions of warships. Under Lin Fan's deployment, these hundreds of billions of warships were all concentrated within a 50 light-year radius around the A211 defense zone to ensure they would all be in place within 3 days after a war broke out in the A211 defense zone. According to Lin Fan's estimation, once all these forces were consolidated, they should be sufficient to simultaneously deal with no more than 50 super swarms. If the number exceeded this, they could still handle it, but casualties could not be guaranteed. As for defeat, Lin Fan hadn't really considered that possibility at all. Even if thousands of super swarms came all at once, it wouldn't be possible for such a thing to happen. There's nothing that a zero-point bomb can't handle. If needed, just launch 2 or 3. However, the Federation currently only had about 30 zero-point bombs in reserve, so Lin Fan would avoid using them if possible. After all, the Federation had not yet mastered the technique of directly extracting zero-point particles without relying on the destruction of stars. According to the mission given by the system, the reward for achieving repelling the insect race and unifying the entire galaxy would be obtaining zero-point particle extraction technology. Of course, Lin Fan could also rely on the advancement of the Federation civilization level to research the relevant technology on their own or earn enough points to directly exchange within the system. But based on the system's prompt, this technology was only possessed by 7th-level civilizations, and it couldn't be obtained quickly through these 2 methods. So, unless the Federation produced zero-point energy reserves as zero-point bombs, which served as an energy source, 30 rounds were all they had. Half a month later, within the main headquarters of the Veles defense line, all military factories were running at full capacity, focusing on producing leap blockade equipment and surveillance devices and transporting them to the front lines. As of now, each defense zone had completed a surveillance network within a range of 50 AS. However, the deployment of leap blockade devices was comparatively slower, with most war zones barely reaching a deployment range of 20 to 30 light years. Nevertheless, as predicted by Lin Fan, the A211 defense zone, which was anticipated to be the outbreak point of the next battle, had already concentrated resources and completed all deployments more than 10 days ago. Bert, how's the progress? On the bridge of the Gonggong ship, Lin Fan looked at Bert's image and asked. Progress is smooth, even more efficient than expected. We have now completed the exploration of close to 1/5 of the area. We haven't discovered any specific insect race yet. Well, the efficiency is good. Continue, and notify me immediately if there's any discovery. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction at Bert's reply. After all, the efficiency was indeed good, slightly faster than the planned speed. I understand. By the way, can the fleets withdrawn from the various defense zones all arrive on time? Yes, they should all arrive around 12 days later, gathering around the A211 defense zone and within the surrounding 50 light-year range. Mobilizing the military power across the entire defense line to converge around a single defense zone was not a task that could be accomplished in a short time. Even though Lin Fan had deployed a super gate within the main base, for the forces withdrawn from other defense zones to reach the A211 defense zone, they had to rely on leaps. On this vast defense line, some farther defense zones, even with leaps, would take more than 20 days or even 30 days to arrive. Although Bert had arranged for some of the more distant defense zones to return to the main headquarters first and then proceed to their destination through the super gate, it still couldn't be completed instantly. 12 days. No problem. As of now, we have deployed leap blockades and monitoring zones up to 50 AS. Even if the insect race were to attack right now, the real battle wouldn't begin until 10 days later. Additionally, we can also use the 5th-level civilization warships to counterattack and slightly delay their speed. Lin Fen almost treated Bert as a deputy adjutant. It was not because Lin Fen intended it to be that way, but Bert was just too useful, possessing the meticulousness of Liang Zhu and the strategic command capabilities encompassing the whole situation, making him the perfect choice for an adjutant. Whatever Lin Fen needed, Bert could get it done properly, which made Lin Fen's leadership a lot easier, enabling him to focus solely on the big picture. After hearing Bert's report, Lin Fen did his own calculations and said, 12 days are all right, no problem. That was Lin Fan's conclusion. But Commander, are you so sure that the insect race will return and target the A211 defense zone, launching the largest attack in history? Yes. Before I was speculating. Now I am certain. Haven't you noticed the changes on the defense line in the past half-month? Lin Fen looked at Bert and explained. Indeed, in the past half-month, the insect race hasn't launched a single attack on the defense line. If we go back half a month, at least 10 defense zones on the entire defense line would have been under attack by swarms every day. From this perspective, it is indeed abnormal. Bert also spoke with some doubts. Discussing this incident really was quite strange. You're right. It's because that bug is gathering its forces. Just as you know, the insects are dispersed all over the end of the spiral arm. To bring them all together would also take time, especially with their canceling leap speeds. Therefore, to gather their forces and launch a new attack on the A211 defense zone, they can only mobilize the swarms that are already at the front line. I believe that's the reason why there have been no swarm attacks on the defense zones in the past half-month. Nodding, Lin Fen explained. I see. So Commander Lin Fen, it seems like you've hit the mark. Suddenly, the war alert sounded throughout the Gongon ship. End of this chapter. Chapter 341. Lin Fen, despised by Zixuan, in the A211 defense zone. 50 AU away, a vast swarm of insects is rushing towards the defensive line. Yes, a vast swarm of insects, not just individual insects. Among them, there are at least 100 super insect swarms alone. And in addition to the super swarms, there are large, medium, small, and micro-sized insect swarms, totaling tens of thousands. From this point of view, Socrates did indeed go all out. It should have concentrated all the insect swarms that could be gathered within half a month. The momentum was indeed considerable. Can this be called an insect tie? Lin Fen couldn't help but say, as he looked at the information transmitted from the front line. General Lin, should we mobilize some more reinforcements? This scale is larger than we estimated. No. This time the insect race only spent half a month to gather, and the range of their gathering is not very large. In other words, the majority of defensive zones are still facing the same number of insect tribes. It's not a good time to reallocate troops now, as it could be dangerous. Without hesitation, Lin Fen rejected Bert's suggestion. In his opinion, the insect tribe could easily pretend to attack multiple defensive zones while focusing on A211 defense zone. Therefore, if troops were reallocated to A211 defense zone at this moment, the other defense zones would be at risk. Indeed, in just half a month, according to the speed of the insect tribe, they should have gathered insect swarms only from nearby areas, so the number of insect tribes we are facing has already reached a terrifying level. Well, let's stick to the original plan. I will go to A211 defense zone to command, and I'll leave the security of the other defense lines to you temporarily. Yes. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. After ending the communication, Lin Fen began to contemplate. There are about 10 days before the arrival of the insect army at the A211 defense zone, and Lin Fen needs to delay it to at least 12 days. Sending all the level 5 civilized battleships to intercept, it probably wouldn't have much effect. As long as that intelligent insect is not stupid enough to be beyond help, it will likely continue to advance towards the defense zone, ignoring the interception. After all, with such a large base number, no matter how the level 5 civilized battleships attack in the next 10 days, the damage they can cause to the entire insect tide would be insignificant. So, what other way could there be to slow down the advancement of the insect tide? Use the Gongon to be bait again? After thinking for a moment, Lin Fen immediately dismissed this idea. The Gongon is an important part of his operational plan. If it were to appear at this moment, it might be noticed and affect the final operational plan. It's quite a headache. Commander, communication from the Magellanic Administrative District Research Institute. Hand it over. Just as Lin Fen was feeling a bit of a headache, Liang Zhu came to his side to report. Hearing that it was from the Research Institute, Lin Fan also remembered something and immediately spoke. Soon, the communication was connected, and Bai Zixuan's figure appeared on the bridge of the Gonggong. Senior Bai, contacting me at this time, is it because of a technological breakthrough? The technology Lin Fan mentioned was the only weakness of the Federation as a level 5 civilization, a means to breach the spatial shield. Although Lin Fan had provided Bai Zixuan with relevant technical information before, there had been no progress at the Research Institute, and Lin Fan was quite anxious. After all, without this technology, the Federation had no conventional weapons to counter level 5 civilization battleships except for the singularity bombs and gamma-ray cannons, which was a major hidden danger. Oh, are you talking about that miniaturized unidirectional spatial barrier technology? That was solved more than a year ago. What? Lin Fan was dumbfounded this time. The technology he had been waiting for so long, he thought it was challenging, even with detailed technical information, and the Research Institute might not be able to solve it in a short time. But what was the situation now? Bai Zixuan actually told him it was solved more than a year ago. I tell you, that thing is simply a trap. It has no attacking power itself. Its principle is just to create a temporary gap on the enemy's spatial shield by the collision and annihilation of spaces. Seeing Lin Fan looking puzzled, Bai Zixuan sighed and explained. But Lin Fan still didn't understand what Bai Zixuan meant. Isn't that the current method for conventional weapons to breach the spatial shield? What's the problem? Are you dumb in fighting wars or something? First of all, this technology must be attached to physical projectile weapons, such as railguns, electromagnetic railguns, and so on. In other words, you have to switch the armaments on the battleship from energy weapons back to physical projectile weapons. This is a kind of regression. Do you understand? An all-encompassing regression. The only benefit is to have some means of attacking level 5 civilization battleships, but once you do this, the overall attack power of the battleship will degrade to the level of a level 4 or even level 3 civilization. You should note that this physical weapon is basically a technology of a level 3 to 4 civilization. Of course, you can do what the several level 5 civilizations in the galaxy do, equip each battleship with some energy weapons and some physical projectile weapons. But in that case, the strength of the entire battleship will also be greatly reduced, making it somewhat awkward. Listening to Bai Zixuan's explanation, Lin Fan understood his meaning. But isn't this an unavoidable solution for now? Only when reaching level 6 civilization and further developing spatial technology will there be pure spatial attack methods. Wait a minute, Bai Zixuan said it was solved a year ago, but he never mentioned, and now suddenly appear. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold speculation appeared in Lin Fan's mind. A highly unlikely speculation. Senior Bai, could it be that you have mastered advanced applications of spatial technology and achieved pure spatial attack techniques? You're not too foolish after all. Do you remember the test result from the last stage of our spatial shield test, when we used a captured void dragon, and when it crossed the spatial shield, we turned off the shield system? The result. Wait, Senior Bai, you mean? Lin Fan recalled and said, as he reached the end, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Bai Zixuan. If this were true, no, it couldn't be. Logically, this should be technology of the level 6 civilization, right? How could it be possible now? Just as Lin Fan was stunned, Bai Zixuan was indeed very satisfied with Lin Fan's expression and nodded approvingly. That's right, it took me a long time, but I finally mastered the relevant technology and can reproduce that scene. By the way, this technology, I call it spatial cutting. End of this chapter. Chapter 340 to Space Cutting. Space cutting. This term instantly exploded in Lin Fan's mind. Bai Zixuan actually mastered the advanced application of spatial technology. Although it was only a small part, it was still amazing. Immediately, Lin Fan thought of a question again. If Bai Zixuan found him at this time, could it be that this technology has matured and reached a stage where it can be used in actual combat? By Lao, has this technology reached a level where it can be used in actual combat? Yes, there are still some difficulties in boarding the ship. After all, we have not yet solved the miniaturization problem. The overall device is too large, almost the size of a battleship. Therefore, it can only be used temporarily as a fortress cannon or defense platform. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Although it was regrettable that it couldn't be used on board yet, being able to use it as a defense platform or fortress cannon was already surprising enough. What about the specific test data? And how many defense platforms can be manufactured within 10 days and refitted onto the Mercury-class starship? I'll be facing an unprecedented major battle in 10 days, Lin Fen asked urgently, as it was related to his subsequent battle arrangements. Currently, we have 10 test units. As long as we spend a few days slightly modifying them, they can be used as defense platforms. As for the Mercury-class starship, we originally conducted Fortress cannon tests on it, so there is no need for additional modifications and they can be used directly. Regarding the test data, I'll send the relevant information to you. Take a look first. After Bai Zixuan finished speaking, he sent over the relevant test results. When Lin Fen received the data sent by Bai Zixuan, he quickly opened and started checking. It was shocking when he saw it. Leaving aside everything else, just the range was enough to be frightening. It could reach up to 10 astronomical units, which was nearly 1.5 billion kilometers. Currently, the weapons of the Federation, the conventional weapons on warships, have a range of about 500 to 600 million kilometers. Of course, weapons like the gamma-ray cannon, a fortress-grade weapon, may have a relatively longer range, but it is still limited, reaching a maximum of about 20 million kilometers. In other words, the maximum attack range of this spatial cutting device was about 75 times that of the gamma-ray cannon. How could Lin Fen not be shocked by this? Moreover, its advantages weren't just about distance. According to the information provided by Bai Zixuan, the first-generation spatial cutting cannon had two attack modes. The first was long-range attack, with a reach of 10 astronomical units. Despite not covering a wide damage area, its advantage was in precise assassination. Once locked on, there was basically no escape possibility. This was different from energy weapons. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't exceed the speed of light. However, spatial weapons were completely different. They did not have a concept of time. The moment the spatial cutting was fired, until it hit the target 10 AU away, you wouldn't feel any passage of time. The attack was immediate. This long-range attack also had an unmatched destructive power. Not even a spatial shield could stop it, as it would be penetrated with a single strike. However, this attack didn't just limit itself to a 10 astronomical units range. The stated range was the maximum, but the effective range of this attack method was between 0.5 and 10 astronomical units. The second attack method was a close-range one, similar to a shotgun in layman's terms, where it would continuously and destructively cut through a designated area, resembling a game Lin Fen had played in a previous life, Fruit Ninja. Once the attack started, it would relentlessly carve through the designated area, causing devastating damage to all enemies within that area. However, despite the larger attack range, its power was naturally less than the first method. According to Bai Zixuan's tests, using this attack to break a Federal warship's spatial shield would require hitting it 5 or more times continuously. After all, this wasn't a method specifically designed for the annihilation of spatial shields, so it couldn't achieve the effect of immediate destruction upon contact with the shield. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that it was weaker than the attack methods of a 5th-level civilization. Firstly, although its attack range wasn't as far as the first method, it could still reach up to a whole 1 astronomical unit. Secondly, its attack area could cover a region with a diameter of up to 3 million kilometers, with a very fast attack speed. Therefore, when compared to the attack methods used by the major 5th-level civilizations, spatial cutting had no equal. It could only be slaughtered unilaterally, without the possibility of counterattack. After reviewing all the data, Lin Fen took a sharp breath. It was too powerful, truly. It was an attack method of a 6th-level civilization. Although Bai Zixuan still couldn't miniaturize it or install it on a ship, it was still a force that a 5th-level civilization couldn't counter. By law, please quickly send the Mercury-class starship through the Super Stargate and modify the 10 test units into defense platforms as soon as possible and send them over. I'll need them for the upcoming battle in 10 days. Sure. Also, do you want to modify your Gonggong-class ship? Although the ship's cannons cannot be replaced, looking at the design plans of the Gonggong ship, if you remove a portion of the main and secondary cannons on each side, you can install 2 spatial cutting cannons. How long will this modification take? Bai Zixuan's suggestion surprised Lin Fen. Indeed, as he said, the Gonggong-class ship was large enough that by removing a portion of the conventional cannons, they could easily install the spatial cutting cannons. In addition to being surprised, Lin Fen immediately asked Bai Zixuan, "This isn't difficult. Those cannon modules on the sides of the Gongon ship are integral. After removing them, a slight cutting of the outer shell can facilitate the installation. The whole project can be completed within 10 days. This made Lin Fen even more delighted. Finishing the modification within 10 days meant they could catch up with the upcoming battle. Without further hesitation, he immediately made up his mind. Okay. Once the Mercury-class starship arrives, I will send the Gongon ship to the Research Institute, and by law, please modify two sets of the spatial cutting cannons and adapt them onto the Gongon ship, while the remainder of the 8 should be converted into defense platforms. Alright, that's settled. I'll go arrange it. The Mercury-class starship is expected to arrive in an hour. Pay attention to receiving it. Understood. An hour later, at the main base of the Veil's line of defense, in an open area, the void started to blur slightly, and then, a battleship slowly emerged from the blurry void. End of this chapter. Chapter 343. Cutting. The current Mercury War Star has been modified and upgraded multiple times, and its combat power is no longer comparable to what it used to be. Just the addition of the spatial shield alone makes it unmatched in the entire galaxy, as the other for major level 5 civilizations still only use energy shields. Even the Titan-class battleships cannot sustain their spatial shields for long, let alone larger war stars. It can be said that level 5 civilizations are actually the most awkward level among all civilizations, with energy constraints, limited spatial technology, unconventional attack methods, and many other aspects that are equally awkward. The Federation is extremely lucky, and it can even be said that the Babaway Empire is the Federation's lucky goddess. It was precisely due to the previous operation of the Babaway Empire that the Federation was able to acquire and initially apply zero-point particles early, solving the energy problem and creating the devastating weapon of the zero-point bomb. Additionally, with 4 sets of Fortress-level gamma-ray cannons and a spatial cutting release device, this war star has an unparalleled combat power. However, when this war star appeared at the Veil's headquarters, Belt was very puzzled. Especially when he learned that Lin Fen led the entire command team of the Gongon and headed to the Mercury War Star and defined the War Star as the flagship of the Human Federation in the defense database. His confusion grew even more. In his understanding, although War Stars are large and powerful, they can only be equipped with energy shields. Once they are approached by the insect race, they would essentially end up like level 4 civilization battleships, making it pointless.